Dome Continent, Eastern Domain, Lizhou, the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City. The bedchamber of the current crown prince. A young man in training clothes was practicing boxing techniques with occasional dragon roars sounding. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to notify you to attend today's court meeting. At that moment, a maiden carrying twin swords walked in, followed by several maids holding clothes. The young man stopped upon hearing this and walked into the room. Chiner, wash and change my clothes. The maid Chiner and the other maids followed, respectfully stepping forward to attend to his washing. Your Highness is becoming more handsome, said Chiner while adjusting the young man's sleeves. Before long, a graceful young man stood in the room. His name was Lin Yu, the eldest prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Stop teasing, let's go. With that, he stepped out of the bedchamber and headed toward the Golden Throne Hall. Lin Yu walked along the palace path, a contemplative expression on his face. He had been transmigrated from Earth for so many years. At first, he thought it was a world with ancient characteristics. After years of contact, he realized that this world was vast, with many kingdoms standing side by side. The Great Zhou Dynasty alone was as large as a continental plate from his previous life. Moreover, it was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, the strong were respected. Originally as the eldest prince of the dynasty and the top talent of Great Zhou, he had shown intelligence since childhood and trained hard in martial arts. At 18, he had reached the peak of Grandmaster, only one step away from being a great Grandmaster. Although not constantly in mortal danger, he could have lived a life without worries. However, the current Great Zhou Dynasty was beset with internal and external troubles. Internally, the Grand General Wang Jin, who had reached the mortal realm, commanded 400,000 troops and schemed to overthrow the Zhou. Externally, northern barbarians rebelled, while neighboring kingdoms to the east and west watched covetously. Thinking of his increasingly haggard father, Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. Today's special summons to the morning court probably meant his father could no longer withstand the pressure from treacherous ministers. Your Highness, you look worried. Did not rest well last night. Lin Yu looked up and found himself at the bottom of the steps of a magnificent hall. The speaker was a middle-aged general, obese, with a full beard, armored, and carrying a saber, looking at him with a half-smile. It was none other than the famous Grand General of Great Zhou, Wang Jin. No need for general's concern. However, is it not against the rules for the general to bring a saber into court? His Majesty does not restrain me. Your Highness should worry about yourself. Wang Jin laughed loudly, and the ministers behind him joined in. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, the hall door opened, and a palace guard walked out, glancing at the smug Wang Jin group, and Lin Yu, who was gritting his teeth. He shouted, "The time has come, the court session begins." Lin Yu clenched his hand inside his sleeve, then walked into the hall. As usual, he took his position. His peripheral vision caught Wang Jin and his faction looking smugly gleeful. His heart grew more apprehensive about today's court. Before long, a middle-aged man in dragon robe with resolute features walked to the dragon throne and sat down. He was the great Zhou King Lin Huang, a mortal realm early-stage powerhouse. He surveyed the ministers, and when his eyes fell on Lin Yu, a flicker of pain and care passed through them. The guard saw Lin Huang seated. "Speak if you have memorials, or the court is dismissed. Your servant has a matter to report." Lin Yu listened to the various affairs of the dynasty, pondering the purpose of his father summoning him to court. It was said that the north had been unstable lately. Half an hour later. "My ministers, are there any other matters?" The entire court fell silent for a moment, then eyes subtly turned toward Wang Jin, standing to Lin. "Yes, right. Here it comes." Lin Yu also seemed to sense it and raised his head. Wang Jin stepped out of the line. "Your Majesty, the barbarians have led 100,000 troops southward, already capturing 2 cities. Of the 36 northern cities, 2 have fallen. The people are suffering terribly. However, this old servant made a mistake in cultivation recently and is unable to lead the army. The eldest Prince Lin Yu is intelligent since childhood and at 18 has reached Grandmaster. I request Your Majesty to order the prince to lead the army and pacify the northern rebellion." Lin Huang's gaze turned icy, staring at Wang Jin, who remained composed, and met his eyes. "What do my ministers think?" The generals behind Wang Jin bowed in unison. "We request the eldest prince to guard the northern frontier and resist the enemy." "Your Majesty, absolutely not. The eldest prince is still young. Given time, he will surely be the revitalizing lord of our dynasty. Why risk his life, Wang Jin? What are you scheming?" At that moment, a vigorous old man stepped out. It was the Prime Minister Gu Linru, one of the few loyal ministers of Great Zhou. "Oh, could it be that the old Prime Minister intends to lead the army himself to suppress the rebellion?" Wang Jin, the barbarian leader this time, is Huaxia, the great shaman of the first northern tribe, a peak great grandmaster. Sending the prince is nothing but sending him to his death. Enough. Lin Huang sat on the dragon throne, his powerful aura as a mortal realm martial artist pressing down. Wang Jin stood in the hall, still calm and composed. Lin Huang knew this was an open scheme. If they did not suppress the rebellion, the barbarian tribes would march south from the north, to join Wang Jin and strike the palace. Whether he personally led the army or sent Lin Yu, both father and son were fish on the chopping block. My son Yu has been outstanding since childhood. These traitors could no longer sit still. If only my cultivation could be higher, these rebels would not dare be so arrogant. Thinking this, Lin Huang glanced at Lin Yu below his heart, growing even more bitter. Decree 2,000 palace guards and 10,000 city defense troops form the Northern Expedition Army, led by the eldest Prince Lin Yu, to pacify the Northern War. Depart immediately. This was almost all the force Lin Huang could mobilize. Lin Yu clenched his fists, standing in the hall, staring blankly at the man on the dragon throne with a complicated expression. Court dismissed. Ding. Detected host about to embark on a campaign. The Conquer the Heavens system loading complete. Lin Yu walked on the path to his bedchamber, ignoring the mocking voices of Wang Jin's faction around him. His mind was filled with Lin Huang's helpless eyes and his own next steps. Suddenly, he recalled the faint prompt in his mind. System. Welcome to the Conquer the Heavens system. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yu paused slightly. This is... He immediately quickened his pace. Some passing ministers saw him and showed confusion. Could the prince be driven mad by the pressure? Lin Yu quickly returned, closed the door, and ordered everyone not to disturb him. The entire palace immediately fell into silence. Elsewhere in the palace, Lin Huang held a phoenix-shaped jade pendant, gazing out the window. Is the eldest prince doing well? A man in black robes appeared not far behind him and replied, Your Majesty, the prince has been in his room since returning. Lin Huang put away the pendant. Lin Yi, take 11 shadow guards and follow Lin Yu. If danger arises, protect him with your lives and escort him back to Fengjing. But Your Majesty, after the shadow guards leave your safety, Wang Jin doesn't have the guts yet. Issue an order. I will go into seclusion for a time. Yes. The black-robed man left the room. The entire palace then fell into silence. Lin Yu had thought many times since his transmigration about what his golden finger would be. As time passed, he found that he only had a slight advantage in cultivation. Now his true golden finger had finally arrived. Lin Yu sat upright in his room as his consciousness entered the system. Ding! Host successfully bound to the conquest of all realms system. Hearing the sound, Lin Yu's eyes flickered. The system's voice continued, Congratulations, host. You have received the system binding newcomer gift pack. After opening it, you will receive 2 opportunities to summon from the myriad realms. Lin Yu's expression tightened. Summoning from the myriad realms. The system seemed to understand his thoughts. The system began to explain. Through this system, the host can summon characters, armies, or artifacts from the myriad realms. One of the 3. The summoning result can be anything. At this stage, failure is not excluded. Successfully summoned characters and armies will be eternally loyal and never betray. They retain memories of their past lives to aid the host in conquering the realms. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Summoning, huh? But the possibility of failure. System, rest assured, host. The summoning opportunities from the newcomer gift pack are guaranteed to succeed. Lin Yu was overjoyed. The great Zhao was beset by internal strife and external threats, and his father, the king, had been forced to order him to lead troops to pacify the northern campaign, a mission fraught with danger. What a perfect timing, like a pillow when drowsy or sunshine on a journey. Does the host wish to open the newcomer gift pack? Lin Yu's face was excited. Open. Before he could react, his consciousness was instantly pulled into a scene filled with profound mystery. There were terrifyingly powerful beings who could extinguish stars with a flip of their hand. There were invincible generals commanding massive armies and fearless legions charging into battle. Watching the thrilling scenes, Lin Yu's blood boiled with excitement. After a series of swift flashes, the image froze on a fierce warrior with red cheeks and green eyes, strong as a tiger, followed by an endless cavalry legion. Looking at the summoning information provided by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists, overjoyed. Host summoning complete. Deploy. Deploy. As he spoke, the space before him shattered, and a powerful armored man stepped out. Drunk, I trimmed the lantern and washed my sword. In dreams, I heard the bugles of the camp. The sounds of battle echoed in the room. Fortunately, the system shielded all anomalies. Xiang Qiji pays homage to my lord. The man retracted his aura and saluted Lin Yu with cupped fists. Lin Yu waved his hand. No need for formality. Address me as your highness. After calming down slightly, Lin Yu carefully examined the system information. Xiang Qiji, Grandmaster Peak. Sealed. Note: revived by the system after death, retains past life memories, has received information about the host's current plane. Part of his power is sealed due to the host being too weak. Flying Tiger Army 100 Cavalry, Xiantian Realm Peak. Note: an elite unit commanded by Xiang Qiji, optimized by the system to a full strength of 100, deployed 50 li north of Fengjing City. Seeing the information displayed by the system, Lin Yu was overjoyed. So the 2 summoning opportunities had brought forth Xiang Qiji and the Flying Tiger Army. In this great Zhou where the average soldier was at the Hotian realm, an army of Xiantian realm peak cavalry was a battlefield weapon. Lin Yu was even more confident about this northern campaign. After all, the martial cultivation realms of the Dome continent were Hotian, Xiantian, Grandmaster, peak mortal realm, earth realm, heaven realm. Each major realm had 4 minor stages: initial, mid, late, peak. The gap between each stage was enormous. Xian Shiji, a Grandmaster peak martial artist, finally gave Lin Yu a foothold in this world. General Xian, the Flying Tiger Army, is outside the city. Go ahead. After I bid farewell to His Majesty, I will lead the army and join you on the northern campaign. Yes. Xian Shiji accepted the order and left the city. Lin Yu watched him go. Lin Yu began to study the system. He discovered that summoning opportunities required conquest points, which were earned through conquests by himself or his subordinates. He could also use conquest points to raise his own cultivation level. After understanding this, Lin Yu stood up and walked out of the room, intending to bid farewell to Lin Huang. At that moment in the hall of the palace, a young man about 16 was pacing back and forth. Lin Yu's personal maid Qiner watched the anxious youth. Second Prince, why don't you try to persuade His Majesty? Father is being pressured by treacherous officials. I just came back from Father's place. He has already gone into seclusion. He only gave me the military tally to pass to Big Brother. The young man grew more agitated, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. Hearing the voices, Lin Yu entered. Lin Hao, what brings you here, little rascal? Big Brother, I'm so worried. Let's go find Father. You cannot go to the northern frontier. This youth, 2 years younger than Lin Yu, was his younger brother, the second prince of Great Xia, Lin Hao. Lin Huang had only one woman, their mother, the queen. In Lin Yu's memories, everything after Lin Hao's birth was vivid, but the period before was blurry. Whenever the brothers asked about their mother, Lin Huang would remain silent and just gaze into the distance. This was why Lin Yu had trained in martial arts diligently since childhood. As a transmigrator from Earth, he vaguely understood that only with enough power would Lin Huang eventually tell them. Lin Yu had always taken care of Lin Hao, and Lin Hao looked up to him as an idol. Their bond was unbreakable. Hearing the news from today's court session, Lin Hao had rushed over anxiously. Don't worry, this journey will bring fortune, not disaster. Lin Yu hugged Lin Hao and patted his shoulder. Hearing the words of his biggest brother, whom he had always trusted unconditionally, Lin Hao's brow relaxed a little. Then be careful on your journey, Big Brother. Lin Hao took out the military tally from his pocket and placed it in Lin Yu's hand. Father left this for you. He has entered seclusion. The 300 Northern Expedition Army is waiting outside the North Gate. Holding the tally, Lin Yu looked toward the depths of the palace after hearing Lin Hao's words. After a moment, he turned. Qiner, army, bring my spear. Soon maids came to dress him fully. Qiner placed the war helmet on his head. Lin Yu then took the spear and walked outside. A general waiting by the door immediately led the warhorse to the entrance. It was a gift from Lin Huang in Lin Yu's childhood, a pure white horse named Yueying. Lin Yu mounted the horse and rode toward the city gate. Lin Hao and the palace attendants watched with worry. In Fengjing City at the Grand General's mansion, Wang Jin and his group of military officers were drinking and feasting boisterously. Grand General, we received news that Lin Yu has left the palace and is heading to the city gate. Also, His Majesty has entered seclusion. A general seated beside Wang Jin spoke. Instantly the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Wang Jin. Drink up. This great Zhou will soon no longer bear the name Lin. Ha ha ha. Wang Jin stood up, put his right foot on the table, exuding arrogance. The mansion soon buzzed with clinking cups. At the north gate of Fengjing City, 200 Imperial Guards and 100 city defense troops formed the Northern Expedition Army, standing outside the city. Lin Yu rode, Yueying, his gaze sweeping over the resolute faces of the soldiers. Citizens gathered to watch, pitying their eldest prince. Lin Yu walked to the front of the formation, raised his spear, and tapped each soldier's upright pike from left to right, producing a series of clanging sounds. Then he turned Yueying toward the north. We shall not return until the enemy is defeated. Northern Expedition Army march. The army roared and disappeared from the sight of Fengjing citizens. They were awed by the young crown prince, barely 20 years old. 50 li north of Fengjing. Xian Shiji swiftly rendezvoused with the Flying Tiger Army upon receiving Lin Yu's command. Having been granted a second life, both he and his former subordinates were overwhelmed with emotion upon their reunion. At this moment, a long sword hung at his waist as he rode his warhorse. Behind him, 10,000 iron cavalry stood like towering peaks. His gaze was fixed on the direction of Fengjing. Before long, a youth mounted on a white horse leading an infantry force of 30,000 appeared on the horizon. All generals, hear my command. Follow me to pay homage to His Highness. Yes. The cavalry unit led by Xian Shiji galloped swiftly toward Lin Yu. Report. Your Highness, an unidentified cavalry unit is approaching us from the front. A middle-aged man stepped before Lin Yu and spoke with a cupped fist salute. Han Lin, serving as the deputy general of this northern expedition army, was Lin Huang's most trusted confidant. Having watched Lin Yu grow up, he had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His face was etched with anxiety. "Uncle Han, worry not. They are allies. Reassure the troops." Having spoken, Lin Yu waited on the spot. Hearing this, Han Lin breathed a sigh of relief. In this era, the combat prowess of cavalry was extraordinary. Gazing into the distance, a dense aura of murderous intent rushed toward them. The leader of that army was profoundly unfathomable. Their own forces, long stationed within the royal city, might not withstand several charges. At the same time, he secretly wondered about the origins of this unit. Before he could ponder further, the Flying Tiger army had arrived before them. An aura of grim slaughter greeted them. Xia and Qiji led the Flying Tiger army to Lin Yu, dismounted, swiftly knelt on one knee, and saluted in unison. "Xia and Qiji, the Flying Tiger army, we pay our respects to your highness." Their eyes burned with fervor as they gazed at Lin Yu, their movements perfectly synchronized, their voices piercing the heavens. This once again stirred a commotion among the Northern Expedition Army in the rear. Han Lin's face turned pale with shock. With a single glance, he saw that all 10,000 soldiers were at the peak of the innate realm. The leader's aura was so immense it oppressed him until he could barely breathe. Such a cavalry unit was a true instrument of slaughter on the battlefield. Lin Yu helped Xia and Qiji to his feet, bid the soldiers to rise, and then spoke to Han Lin, who was still in shock. "Uncle Han, this is Xia and Qiji. I befriended him during my youthful training. Behind him is the Flying Tiger army, which I ordered General Xian to establish. This unit will now merge with the Northern Expedition Army to march north and drive out the barbarians." "Yes." Han Lin and Xia and Qiji exchanged cupped fist salutes. At this moment, Lin Yu had become an enigma shrouded in mystery in Han Lin's eyes. He could never have imagined that the prince he had watched grow up would have silently attracted such a formidable expert to his side. He glanced at Han Lin, whose face was full of confusion. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. "Uncle Han, this northern expedition is bound to overturn everything you know." At the same time, he thought of Lin Huang in the royal palace and murmured in his heart, "Father, await my triumphant return." He then appointed Xia and Qiji as the deputy general of the Northern Expedition Army and ordered the entire force to set out. 2 days later, the Great Zhou Dynasty, northern frontier, Pingyang City. Within the city lord's mansion, fierce debates erupted in the council hall. City Lord Shui Ran furrowed his brow. Flanked on either side, the generals of Pingyang's city defense forces and the heads of the 4 great clans were locked in a heated argument over a battle map. Ouyang Yi, the head of the Ouyang clan and the designated spokesperson for the 4 great families, addressed Shui Ran. "City Lord, Dangyang City has already fallen. The barbarian vanguard will arrive at our gates any day now. Please make a decision quickly. You fool. All you want is to preserve your own assets and retreat to the rear. Those barbarians sack every city they reach, committing every atrocity. Have you no trace of the heroic spirit of a great Zhou man?" Lian Zhu, the commander of the city defense forces, sneered with disdain. "The barbarians are led by Huli Yin this time. Their vanguard is commanded by his son Hubi Qi, known as the foremost prodigy of the northern barbarians at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. We have only 10,000 city defense troops and a mere 2 or 3 Grandmaster-level experts. How can we possibly resist?" Ouyang Yi, pointing at Lian Zhu, who kept calling him a fool, was nearly bursting with rage. "Pingyang is the vital artery connecting to the central plains of Great Zhou. If we hold this city, the heartland is safe. City Lord, this general advocates for a desperate defense of Pingyang. If Pingyang falls, Fengjing itself will be in peril. Has the court not decreed that the great prince is leading an army to reinforce us? By now they should be nearly here." Shui Ran listened to the quarrel between the 2 sides, his head bowed in thought. He knew full well that the great prince had been ordered to come. But in these turbulent times for Great Zhou, the great prince's mission was fraught with peril forced upon him by the treacherous Wang Jin. At this thought, his heart burned with indignation. If not for that traitor Wang Jin secretly issuing orders for the frontier troops to abandon their cities, how could the northern barbarians have advanced so unopposed? Just as he was about to make a decision, a messenger soldier rushed in hastily. "Report. The northern barbarian vanguard has arrived beneath the city walls." He gasped for breath after speaking. "What? How could they be so fast?" Immediately, everyone's face was stricken with panic. Forgetting all else, they hurried toward the city battlements. North of Pingyang City, a young man of about 20 wielding a great axe sat astride his horse. Behind him were 20,000 soldiers. This was Hubi Qi, leading the northern barbarian vanguard. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he gazed at Pingyang City. "Where is your city lord? Why doesn't he come out and meet his death? He'll give you half an hour. Surrender or he'll slaughter the entire city." A burst of wild laughter reached the top of Pingyang's city wall. Shui Ran led the group onto the battlements just in time. His face was ashen as he stared at the jeering northern barbarian army. He took a deep breath and faced Lianzhu and Ouyang with a look of grim determination. Old Lian Ouyang, we've bickered for half a lifetime. Now these barbarians are trampling over us. I can never forget the trust in His Majesty's eyes when he ordered me to guard Pingyang. Hearing this, Lianzhu and Ouyang knew that Shui Ran had made up his mind. Ouyang gave a wry smile. Old Lian, how long has it been since we last cut down barbarians together? Lianzhu curled his lip. Ever since you got yourself a wife, you've been obsessed with your little estate. You don't even call me over when you have good wine. They exchanged a glance, then burst into loud laughter together. They turned to Shui Ran. Chief, give the order. Back in our youth fighting alongside His Majesty, when were we ever afraid of death? Kill one, and we've broken even. Kill two, and we've made a profit. Shui Ran looked at his two old friends, as if transported back to the days when they had followed Lin Huang across the battlefields. Pingyang City Defense Force, prepare for battle. Defend Pingyang to the death. Shui Ran issued the order with resolve, and the entire city of Pingyang immediately mobilized. Inside the city, some able-bodied young civilians spontaneously picked up hoes and headed for the city walls. Even the elderly at home armed themselves ready for the fight. In earlier times, Pingyang had been a strategic pass on Great Zhou's northern frontier. After Lin Huang ascended the throne, he had expanded the territory northward. Although there had been no war for many years, most of the city's inhabitants had settled here after migrating from the front lines. The people were fierce and hardy. It was a city of heroes. Outside the city walls, Hu Biqi watched the Pingyang troops preparing for battle on the ramparts and let out a cold sneer. How utterly reckless. On the official road leading to Fengjing, a procession of refugees trudged forward with deathly pallor. Suddenly the earth trembled violently. A cavalry unit thundered toward them with overwhelming momentum. The refugees panicked instantly. Before they could react, the cavalry was upon them. The young leader halted, dismounted, and approached a withered old man. Old sir, where do you come from? This youth was none other than Lin Yu. Worried about the battle ahead due to the slow march of infantry, he had led the Flying Tiger Corps in a forced march northward. Han Lin followed with the remaining troops. 5 days later, Lin Yu and his men were still an hour's journey from Pingyang City. His cultivation was still too low. If he could reach the mortal realm, he could fly short distances. General, we come from Dingbei City. The barbarians swept south. The city fell. Our homes are gone. We can only journey toward Fengjing. The old man finished speaking, head bowed, trembling with fear. Lin Yu's face turned cold after hearing this. He turned to a Flying Tiger soldier and said, share some food with everyone. Soon each person held a portion of the distributed provisions. Lin Yu returned to the back of Yueying. Gazing at the grateful refugees, he took a deep breath. I am Lin Yu, the great prince of the dynasty. As long as the Great Zhou dynasty stands, there will be cities and there will be homes. Then he led the procession onward. At Pingyang City, the northern gate tower, Shui Ran gripped his long sword, panting heavily, his face drenched in blood. He could no longer tell if it belonged to the enemy or his own men. Even with his mid-stage grandmaster cultivation, he was nearing exhaustion. The barbarians' relentless assaults had already decimated over half of the city's garrison within less than an hour. He turned to look at his two old friends. Their condition was no better than his. Below the city walls, Hu Biqi sneered, the scar on his left face twisting into a more sinister expression. 3 old dogs still struggling in vain. Lianzhu spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm down the wall and laughed wildly. You little brat, disfigured by the great prince's spear back then. No one's dared to take you in these years, right? The city tower erupted in mockery. Hu Biqi had considered himself invincible since youth. At 16, upon hearing of Lin Yu, he arrogantly challenged him, but was scarred in just over a dozen moves. An eternal disgrace. Lianzhu's words shattered his composure. He leaped with his axe, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, and struck a heavy blow toward Lianzhu. The resulting energy blast sent 5 soldiers flying before reaching its target. Lianzhu had been on guard after speaking, but Hu Biqi, a peak grandmaster far surpassing his mid-stage, and his own waning strength made him no match. He parried with his blade, but a torrent of blood burst from his mouth. His internal organs shifted violently, and he stumbled back dozens of steps, nearly toppling off the tower. Shui Ran and Ouyang rushed to support him. Shui Ran produced a nourishing spirit pill for Lianzhu to take. Old Lian, can you hold on? Lianzhu clutched his chest, blood streaming. That whelp does have some tricks. I fear we may not last until the great prince arrives. Don't speak, heal first. Shui Ran helped Lianzhu sit upright. Below the city, a middle-aged man approached Hu Biqi. Stop playing around. Delays breed trouble. Attack with full force, or your father will scold you when he comes. Hu Biqi glared at the man, resentful. That old dog's words truly infuriated me. Yet recalling something, he obediently replied, Yes, uncle. He halted and regrouped the charging soldiers, then tightened his grip on his axe and strode toward the city gate. As he ran, he thought of cutting down the 3 old dogs atop the tower first. The one with the sharpest tongue he would keep for slow torment, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Just then a thunderous creak echoed as the blood-stained northern gate of Pingyang City swung open. Hubiki midstride halted abruptly. Behind him his uncle frowned deeply. On the tower Shui Ran roared in despair. Who in the hell opened the gate? A sweating gatekeeper rushed up, beaming with joy. City Lord, reinforcements. Reinforcements. The great prince has arrived with his army. I opened the gate on his orders. He intends to lead the troops out to engage the enemy. At the moment Hubiki struck Lianzhu, Lin Yu had just arrived from the southern gate of Pingyang. He witnessed Lianzhu's heavy blow, but was too far to intervene. Shui Ran sheathed the sword he had aimed at the gatekeeper. He gazed down from the tower with concern. These barbarians were formidable. How could the great prince be so reckless? He cast a wary glance at the middle-aged man among the northern barbarian forces. Outside the city gate, Hubiki glared at Lin Yu, emerging from within, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Yu quickly arrayed the Flying Tiger Corps, facing the northern barbarian army. He surveyed Pingyang's dire state, his gaze icy. Raising his spear, he finally cast a dismissive look at Hubiki. Flying Tiger Corps. Charge. With that he led the assault straight at Hubiki. Xiang Qiji and the Flying Tiger Corps, as if by tacit understanding, veered around Lin Yu's duel and charged toward the 20,000-strong northern barbarian force. Hubiki sneered as he saw Lin Yu coming. Axe in hand, no words were needed. Today one of them would fall. 13 spear strikes. Lin Yu channeled all his spiritual energy into this technique he had honed for over a decade. A flurry of spear shadows left Hubiki with no choice but to defend. Feeling the force transmitted through his axe, Hubiki's face grew grim. So you've broken through to peak Grandmaster too. Lin Yu remained silent, his spear thrusts lethal with every move. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Flying Tiger Corps were like wolves among sheep. A single charge pierced the barbarian ranks, reaping 4,000 to 5,000 lives. The barbarian forces collapsed into chaos, fleeing in panic. Xiantian. All of them are Xiantian. Demons. These great Zhou men are demons. In the center of the battlefield, Hubiki's uncle, his right arm, now useless and blood trickling from his lips, stared in disbelief at the armored youth before him. He surveyed the utterly demoralized northern barbarian vanguard and let out a bitter laugh. Peak Grandmaster. Who are you? Great Zhou has no such young general. Xiang Qiji remained impassive, unpressured by this mid-stage Grandmaster opponent. Under the great prince, Xiang Qiji. With that he lunged forward and dispatched him with 3 moves. Great Zhou has hidden its strength so deeply. Lin Yu has hidden himself so well. The middle-aged man muttered, even in death. After slaying the enemy's strongest, Xiang Qiji glanced toward Lin Yu, but did not interfere. He trusted the prince and knew that Lin Yu's heart was now brimming with rage. On Lin Yu's side, Hubiki was covered in wounds. Seeing his uncle fallen at Xiang Qiji's feet, and the Flying Tiger Corps massacring the northern barbarians, despair filled his eyes. Finally Lin Yu spoke. Go ahead and wait. Your father will follow soon. Without giving Hubiki a chance to reply, he thrust his spear like a dragon, piercing his heart. Then looking up at the nearly annihilated northern barbarian army, he exhaled a turbid breath. Mounting Yueying, he rode into the city. Clean up the battlefield. Return to the city. On the tower Shui ran, and the others stared in shock, swallowing hard. Some trembled with excitement. They had witnessed Lin Yu's entire sortie, a one-sided slaughter. Their eyes burned with fervor as they gazed at the murderous Flying Tiger Corps. Shui Ran and Ouyang exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Spotting Lin Yu approaching the city, they immediately descended to greet him. Someone started a chant. Great Prince Mighty. Great Zhou Mighty. Hearing the shouts as he entered the city, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. How wonderful. In Pingyang City, within the city lord's mansion. In the council hall, Lin Yu sat in the main seat, lost in thought. Xiang Qiji sat nearby. Before long, Shui Ran led a group of Pingyang officials to their seats. Occasionally they cast glances at the scholarly Xiang Qiji, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. They had personally witnessed a great grandmaster mid-stage barbarian warrior being struck down by this lord with just a few strokes of his sword. The crowd remained in a state of awe. Xiang Qiji, however, maintained his calm demeanor. In his heart, only Lin Yu's safety could disturb his inner peace. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Lin Yu prepared to speak. Suddenly Lianzhu's loud voice rang out. Your Highness, you have no idea. I was almost split in half by that little brat Hubiki. The man's face was pale, but he could barely contain his excitement. He had watched the entire battle from the city walls, supported by 2 old friends. After speaking, he couldn't help stealing glances toward Xiang Qiji. Lin Yu looked over the corners of his mouth, twitching slightly. Uncle Lin, you are gravely wounded. You should focus on recovering. Lin Yu was familiar with Lianzhu and the other 2. They had been close friends of Lin Huang in his youth. After Lin Huang ascended the throne, they were dispatched to guard Pingyang. Such a crucial city was typically entrusted to Lin Huang's trusted confidants. After speaking, Lin Yu turned to Shui Ran and said, Uncle Shui, upon receiving my father's orders I rushed here. Have all 6 cities north of Pingyang already fallen? Your Highness, the commanders of the 6 cities surrounding Dingbei City all abandoned their posts and fled eastward toward Wang Jin's territory. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Shui Ran continued, now that Hubiki and his 20,000 vanguard troops have been slain by your Highness, Hulian will surely receive the news soon. At the earliest by tomorrow, the 80,000 Northern Barbarian Army will be at our gates. Additionally, intelligence reports indicate that the Northern Barbarian Army includes 20,000 Hotian Realm Peak cavalry. After saying this, Shui Ran's expression turned grave. Although Lin Yu and the Flying Tiger Army were exceptionally brave, they were outnumbered by the barbarian forces. Furthermore, the army was commanded by Hulian, a great Grandmaster Peak expert, and there were 2 other Grandmaster Realm experts in the ranks. After listening, Lin Yu pondered for a moment. He recalled a faint prompt from the system while he was slaying enemies outside the city. Amid the chaos of battle, he had chosen to ignore it. Now that he understood the situation, he decided to find a quiet place to check it. With this thought, Lin Yu stood up and said, Uncle Han is leading 30,000 Northern Expedition troops here. They will arrive soon. Have the soldiers rest and prepare for battle at any moment. Uncle Shui, take me to a room in the mansion to freshen up. With that, he walked out. Shui Ran and the others exchanged glances and quickly arranged for someone to guide Lin Yu away. Inside a room in Pingyang City, Lin Yu connected his consciousness to the system. The system displayed that after the fierce battle, he had earned 20,000 conquest points. Killing martial artists below the Grandmaster realm yielded relatively few points. The bulk of the points came from killing Great Grandmaster and Grandmaster realm warriors. It seemed that earning conquest points primarily depended on defeating high realm opponents. Staring at the 20,000 conquest points, Lin Yu thought briefly. System, with these 20,000 points, what realm can I reach? Lin Yu asked. Great Grandmaster early stage. And how many times can I use the summoning opportunity? Twice. Lin Yu quickly made a decision. The Great Grandmaster early stage would not be decisive in the current situation. According to the system's information, one summoning opportunity likely required 10,000 conquest points. Since he was in dire need of manpower, it made sense to summon first, and then break through his cultivation after accumulating more points. Moreover, with 2 chances, surely not both would fail. Lin Yu said decisively, system used 20,000 conquest points to summon. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 successful summons. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu let out a deep breath and waved his arm in excitement. He felt as though he had been blessed by the goddess of luck. His consciousness once again found itself in that mysterious scene, and even the second time, he was still awestruck. The image spun rapidly and froze on a young, handsome, and spirited military commander. Behind him followed cavalry mounted on white horses numbering around 10,000 at a glance. Reading the summoning information provided by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists in ecstasy. Ding! Host summoning complete. Do you wish to deploy? Deploy! Deploy! Shield the anomalies. The space before Lin Yu shattered, and from within stepped a young man clad in white armor, holding a gleaming silver spear. Even in death, a warrior's bones are fragrant. I am worthy of the favor I have received. The young man looked at Lin Yu, suppressed his aura, and knelt in homage. Zhao Yun pays respects to my lord. Simultaneously, in a room within the city lord's mansion, as if sensing something, Xan Qiji looked up toward Lin Yu's quarters and revealed a faint smile. Picking up his brush, he continued writing. In Lin Yu's room, he quickly stepped forward and helped Zhao Yun rise. Please rise. Address me as your highness. After saying this, he circled Zhao Yun twice, a surge of fandom enthusiasm flooding him. He rubbed his hands together, his grin nearly reaching his ears. In his past life, he had been a fan of Zhao Yun, and after acquiring the system, he had often wondered when he could summon him. In this life, he had even trained in spear techniques, and the excitement in his eyes was beyond words. System, will all future summons be such peerless generals? The system remained silent. Lin Yu did not press further, and instead carefully examined the system's information. Zhao Yun, Great Grandmaster Peak sealed. Note, revived by the system after death, retaining memories of his past life, and has received information about the host's current plane. Due to the host's weakness, part of his power has been sealed. White Horse followers, 10,000 cavalry, Xiantian Realm Peak. Note, an elite force commanded by Zhao Yun optimized by the system into a 10,000-man unit deployed near the Flying Tiger Army outside Pingyang City. Reading the system's information and thinking of the approaching Northern Barbarian Army, a cold smile curled on his lips. Though Lin Yu's thoughts raced, only a moment had passed. He looked at Zhao Yun still standing in the room. Zilong, go to the outskirts of the city and take command of the White Horse followers. There will be a great battle tomorrow. Understood. Zhao Yun clasped his hands, walked out of the room, and left without disturbing anyone. Lin Yu watched Zhao Yun depart, and called the system again. System, how is the sealed power of summoned generals calculated? This time the system replied. Host, after sealing the summoned character can only be one major realm higher than the host. Lin Yu understood. He was currently at the Grandmaster Peak, so the highest realm a summoned character could reach was Great Grandmaster Peak. The road ahead was long, and Lin Yu set a goal for himself at this stage. Pacify the northern frontier, sweep away the barbarians, then accumulate strength, march to the capital, and slay the old villain Wang Jing. On the day of the vertical sun in Pingyang City at the Lord's Mansion, Lin Yu and Xia and Qiji were heading towards the conference hall. Early in the morning, Lin Yu had already sent someone to notify Shui Ran and the others. After a day of rest, he decided to take the initiative. With 10,000 Flying Tiger troops and 10,000 White Horse E troops charging forward, it would undoubtedly be a crushing momentum. Not to mention the two great generals Xia and Qiji and Zhao Yun. Even if two Huaxia came, they would surely meet their demise on the spot. This was understood from yesterday's information in the system. Zhao Yun and Xia and Qiji were far stronger than ordinary grandmasters, and in the same realm, they were essentially in a crushing state, easily able to fight above their level. It must be known that without entering the mortal realm, one is ultimately an ant. Mortal realm warriors are those who have initially grasped the power of heaven and earth, and have also mastered the ability to fly for a short time. In the Great Zhou and the surrounding territories, a mortal realm powerhouse can easily influence the outcome of a battle. 10 grandmasters at their peak would not be enough to handle a single mortal realm powerhouse. On the way, Xia and Qiji spoke up. Your Highness, Deputy General Han has led the Northern Expedition Army into the city yesterday. Lin Yu nodded to indicate he understood. Xia and Qiji then continued. There is another matter. I found some anomalies within the Northern Expedition troops with 12 individuals of unknown origin mixed in. One of them is at the early stage of Grandmaster, while the remaining 11 are all Peak Masters. They seem to harbor no ill intentions towards your Highness, and instead they often seem to be protecting you. Lin Yu paused for a moment, waved his hand, and spoke. They should be sent by my father. There's no need to worry. Lin Yu had once accidentally come across Lin Huang conversing with a man in a black robe during his childhood. Lin Huang had not been evasive about it, but it seemed like they were the Emperor's secret guards, a total of 12 people always responsible for protecting the Emperor in the shadows. Unexpectedly this time, heading north, Lin Huang actually sent them all to protect him. Thinking of this, Lin Yu quickened his pace, hoping that Wang Jing, that old rascal, wouldn't act out of desperation. Lin Yu had already dispatched people to seal off news of the battle from yesterday, but it was not a long-term solution. It would inevitably reach Fengjing City sooner or later. Now he must return to Fengjing and confront the 400,000 troops led by Wang Jing. Undoubtedly, it would be a case of inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy, while suffering 800 of his own, a lose-lose situation. The recently summoned Flying Tiger Army and White Horse E troops might all suffer casualties. He needed time. He needed to gain killing points through battles to enhance his strength before returning to Fengjing. It was just right to annihilate the 80,000 North barbarian troops heading south, severing one of Wang Jing's arms first. Lin Yu's expression turned serious as he entered the conference hall. Shui Ran and the others had been waiting for a while. After a day of recuperation, even Zhu's complexion looked somewhat better, but everyone's faces were still tinged with worry. Lin Yu surveyed the crowd and immediately issued an order. This prince has decided to take the initiative and confront the enemy outside the city. The crowd gasped in shock and hastily advised against it. Your Highness, we have 30,000 Northern Expedition troops plus the Flying Tiger Army, led by General Xiang. We still have a chance to defend the city. Taking the offensive is undoubtedly seeking death. Indeed, Your Highness, think twice. My mind is made up. We depart immediately. Without waiting for further persuasion, Lin Yu walked towards the city gate, with Xia and Qiji closely following. Lin Zhu spat and yelled, quickly following with his battle knife in hand. If it weren't for Your Highness' support, old Lin would have died long ago. The others exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and promptly followed suit. Outside the northern gate of Pingyang City, the Flying Tiger Army was ready and waiting. From time to time, Lin Yu led the people of Pingyang City and the Northern Expedition Army out. Shui Ran and the others looked at the Flying Tiger Army, which exuded a murderous aura filled with awe. Han Lin was even more shocked. After arriving yesterday, he had heard about the valiant achievements of Xia and Qiji and the Flying Tiger Army. Lin Yu paid no attention to the astonished crowd. He mounted his horse and directly commanded set off. 50 miles away from Pingyang City, Huaxia was leading his troops hastily towards Pingyang. Yesterday, scouts had conveyed news that the 2,000 vanguard troops had been annihilated at Pingyang City. The scouts arrived on the battlefield, but found no sign of Hubiki's corpse. For this reason, Huaxia was furious and immediately rallied his troops to march towards Pingyang, still holding onto a sliver of hope in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Huang had personally led the charge. Otherwise, why would they not even have time to retreat? Perhaps that old rascal Wang Jin wanted him and Lin Huang to fight to a mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits. The news relayed to Wang Jin also had yet to receive a reply. No matter who it was, if they dared to kill his son, they would have to pay a bloody price. Suddenly, a scout hurriedly rode up to Huaxia, reporting to the high priest a great Zhou army of about 40,000 has appeared ahead. Hu Lian's eyes flashed with cold light. They actually dared to take the initiative. He then commanded the entire army to prepare for battle. Lin Yu and the others had also discovered the North Barbarian army by this time. The two armies faced each other. Hu Lian looked at the young general leading the army, his gaze slightly focused. Lin Yu. After speaking, he observed the army behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly when he swept past the calm young general beside Lin Yu, unable to see through him. He noticed the Flying Tiger army and slightly changed his expression. Oh, such a strong, murderous aura. Indeed. Lin Yu pulled the reins of his horse. Your Highness, the person beside him is half a step into the mortal realm, and both of the two beside him are at the late stage of Grandmaster. Be careful later. Xiang Qiji's voice came from the side. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly as he nodded. Where's my son Hu Biki? Hu Lian believed that Lin Yu must have captured Hu Biki as leverage to force him to retreat. Lin Yu was about to respond. A head was suddenly hurled from his own army, followed by a loud voice. Old rascal, your son is waiting for you down there. I see his left and right cheeks are asymmetrical. It's quite awkward. I gave him a knife on his right cheek. How's my craftsmanship? Lin Ju spat, and a burst of laughter erupted from the Northern Expedition Army. Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly internally, complaining, Uncle Lin, you've lived this long, haven't you taken enough beatings? Hu Lian's eyes were ablaze with fury, and he spoke not a word of nonsense. Kill. The North Barbarian army looked at Hu Biki, whose eyes were wide open in death, filled with rage. He was the top genius of the North Barbarians, Hu Lian's only son. In close combat, Xiang Qiji was the first to block Hu Lian as he charged towards Lin Yu. The Flying Tiger army collided with the opposing 2,000 cavalry, and after one charge they were entangled in a brutal fight. The North Barbarian cavalry were visibly killed by the Flying Tiger army. Though in an advantageous position, the casualties compared to yesterday were still significant, and the situation remained tense. The Northern Expedition Army did not yield easily, facing off against the remaining infantry of the barbarians. 30,000 against 60,000, an enormous disadvantage, but no one shrank back. Lin Ju chopped down a barbarian soldier with his knife and shouted, killing one is enough. Kill. Lin Yu was also engaged in the melee. Surrounding him were Lin Yi and the other 12, forming a protective circle around him. The entire battlefield was a scene of bloodshed. Despite this, his gaze occasionally swept towards the center of the battlefield. Everyone knew that the outcome there would determine the balance of victory in this battle. In the center of the battlefield, Hu Lian, wielding his battle blade, looked at the young general before him with a serious expression. Who are you? There are no generals as young as you in the Great Zhou. In the earlier clash, he had not gained the upper hand and was even subtly at a disadvantage. It must be known that the young man opposite him was merely a peak grandmaster. Xiang Qiji remained calm, gripping his long sword. I am Xiang Qiji, under the command of the first prince. The last one who asked me this question is already on his way to be reincarnated. Hearing this, Hu Lian glanced at the battlefield and instructed his tribal brothers beside him. Hu Liahu, you go support the Iron Cavalry Corps. Hu Liaxiong, you go bring me Lin Yu's head. Then he raised his battle blade, releasing the aura of half a step into the mortal realm. Channeling part of the power of heaven and earth, he slashed towards Xiang Qiji. Seeing you are young and promising, how about joining me in conquering the world? Lin Yu is about to become a dead man. Xiang Qiji, rarely serious, blocked the attack. You should worry about yourself instead. Outside Pingyang City, the fierce battle raged on. The Flying Tiger troop charging in with Huli, who faced mounting pressure. After all, a latest-stage Grandmaster was 2 major realms above the current Flying Tiger troop. On the other side, Huli Xiong sprinted toward Lin Yu. The shadow guard surrounding Lin Yu had already sensed his approach. Lin Yi stepped forward and spoke to Lin Yu. Your Highness, an enemy latest-stage Grandmaster is coming. We can hold him off for a moment, you must retreat. Lin Yu looked at the shadow guards, their faces etched with the resolve of death. He glanced at the skirmishes on other fronts and shook his head. Lin Yi and the others grew anxious. Lin Yu thought to himself, they're all here now. Zilong should be arriving soon. It turned out Lin Yu, fearing that Huli Yin might split his forces, had ordered the White Horse volunteers to pause briefly at another location. If no messenger arrived within a quarter, they were to ride to the enemy's camp. As the thought crossed his mind, a white torrent surged down the slope on the right side of the battlefield, piercing through 60,000 northern barbarian infantry like a sharp sword. Where righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, and the White Horse is our testament. Leading the charge was a young man clad in gleaming silver armor wielding a silver spear with a white tassel. It was Zhao Yun. He swept through the chaotic fray, flinging northern barbarian soldiers aside as he charged toward Linyu. Even in his rapid advance, he spotted Xiang's murderous intent blazing heading straight for Linyu. Without a word, he drew the long sword hanging at his waist, channeled the power of heaven and earth, accessible only to mortal realm warriors, and thrust it forward from the hilt with a mighty shout. Enemy general, meet your doom. Xiang stared in horror at the sword hurtling toward him, only to be pierced through in an instant and fall dead. Before his death, he faintly murmured in disbelief. The power of heaven and earth. By then, Zhao Yun had already reached Linyu. The White Horse volunteers rode to reinforce the Flying Tiger troop. Your subordinate arrived late. Please punish me, your highness. Linyu quickly replied, it's fine. Zilong, go support the other fronts. Zhao Yun acknowledged and swiftly departed. Lin Yi and the others exchanged stunned glances at Zhao Yun's retreating figure. Earlier, when they had left Fengjing City, the sight of His Highness' mysterious cavalry had already left them speechless. Then hearing of His Highness' exploits in Pingyang City had shaken them to the core. Now following His Highness on this active sortie, they had already steeled themselves for death. At the critical moment, another formidable general and an unstoppable cavalry unit appeared. It was one shock after another. With Zhao Yun and the White Horse volunteers joining the fray, the balance of the entire battlefield was shattered in an instant. Xiang, who was killed by Zhao Yun with 2 spear thrusts. The northern barbarian cavalry was nearly wiped out. Facing the now free Flying Tiger troop and White Horse volunteers, the remaining northern barbarian infantry were like mere chaff. On the central battlefield, Xiang stood in utter despair, his body covered in wounds. In his duel with Xiang, he had been completely overpowered. The power of heaven and earth, a domain only mortal realm warriors could master, was fully commanded by his opponent. As a warrior merely half a step from the mortal realm, Xiang could only borrow it on a small scale. It was said that only legendary prodigies could fully grasp the power of heaven and earth before reaching the mortal realm. Yet this young man before him was merely at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. From the moment the White Horse volunteers charged down to Xiang being slain by a single arrow, he had sensed it all. Knowing there was no turning the tide, he cast a final glance at the nearly annihilated northern barbarian army. A bitter smile on his face, he charged forward. Xiang, watching Xiang's advance, swept his sword across. Having fought for so long, Xiang was already a spent force. Now, with a death wish, he left himself completely unguarded. Xiang, the great shaman of the Great Zhou's northernmost tribe, fell in battle. With his dying gaze fixed on the direction of the Great Zhou palace, he murmured, Lin Huang, you raised a fine son. Linyu walked over, glanced at Xiang's corpse, and felt nothing. The northern barbarians had long raided southward, burning, killing, and plundering without mercy. Massacring cities was routine for them, and the people of the northern frontier had suffered endlessly. Xiang's brutal death was merely the beginning. Lin Yi's gaze turned toward the lands beyond the northern frontier. There the 18 northern barbarian tribes still remained. Xiang's death had only crippled them. He vowed to crush the northern barbarians entirely, bringing lasting peace to the northern frontier. He surveyed the battlefield. The invading northern barbarian forces had been completely annihilated. Lian Zhu, his saber planted in the ground, stood with one foot on the corpse of a northern barbarian Xiantian warrior, roaring with laughter to the heavens. In my youth, I followed the king to slay barbarians. Little did I expect to have such a glorious battle again. Other soldiers wept openly. Father, mother, I have avenged you. Some sat on the ground, cradling the bodies of brothers they had laughed with just yesterday. Across the battlefield, countless soldiers shared similar scenes. Turning toward the White Horse volunteers and the Flying Tiger troop, the soldiers dismounted in silence, solemnly collecting the remains of their fallen comrades. Dying wrapped in horsehide was their finest fate. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lin Yu raised his spear, his gaze icy, and roared, Great Zhou, hail! Behind him, Zhao Yun and Xiang followed. The soldiers turned to look at him, their eyes gradually burning with fervor. They roared back, Great Zhou, hail! The Great Prince, hail! Then he led the army toward Pingyang City. Inside the city, the townsfolk kept glancing toward the city gates. That morning, their great prince had led the army out of the city to launch an offensive against the northern barbarians. On the city walls, the remaining soldiers were equally anxious. Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound approached from afar. The defending soldiers were instantly on high alert. As the scene drew closer, they saw the young general riding a white horse at the forefront. The soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief and shouted, Open the gates quickly! The great prince has returned. Hearing the commotion, the townsfolk rushed toward the city gates. A messenger galloped into the city, crying out, Victory! Victory! The great prince led the army to annihilate the entire northern barbarian force. Xiang was slain on the spot. The shouts echoed throughout Pingyang City. Hail! Immediately people in every street and alley embraced and celebrated together. Aden and the innkeeper slapped the table in excitement. Today everyone's tab is on the house. The patrons cheered and drank freely, their faces beaming with joy. As Lin Yu and his company entered the city, the cheers grew even louder. In the city lord's mansion, the council hall, Lin Yu took the seat of honor. The others took their places on both sides. Shui Ran's expression was solemn. Your Highness, the casualty count is ready. The Northern Expeditionary Army lost 10,000 men. As for the Flying Tiger Troop and the White Horse Volunteers, they had charged recklessly through the army. Though a Grandmaster had briefly suppressed them, causing minor injuries, their death toll was essentially zero. Lin Yu's expression turned cold as he ordered, comfort the families of the fallen soldiers. Not a single coin of their due compensation shall be short. Erect a monument to honor their spirits. They will not be forgotten. Shui Ran clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. Lin Yu fell into brief contemplation. The battle's news would surely reach the capital quickly. Time was pressing. He had to hasten to the next phase of his plan. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he issued orders. Uncle Han with Huili Yin dead, the fighting has paused for now. Take 20,000 troops from the Northern Expeditionary Army back to Fengjing immediately to protect His Majesty. On the return journey, he had already instructed Lin Yi and the others to head back to the capital. Given Lin Yu's now unfathomable depth, they naturally obeyed without question. Han Lin, upon hearing this, raised no objections. The entire journey had left him utterly numb with shock. Though the Northern Expeditionary Army had lost 10,000 men, its combat power had multiplied geometrically after this great battle. Upon receiving the order, he turned and prepared to leave. Watching Han Lin depart, Lin Yu turned to Shui Ran and said, Uncle Shui, provide me with a map of the northern barbarians. Shui Ran, sensing the implication, looked at the seated Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu continued, Uncle Shui, from today, open the city to take in refugees and then rebuild the 6 northern frontier cities. With that, he walked out of the city. He had no time for lengthy explanations. He only needed them to follow his orders. Outside Pingyang City, Lin Yu gazed at the crowd within the city. The common folk looked up at their eldest prince with reverence, while Shui Ran and the others wore faces of deep concern. After slaying formidable foes, they did not rest before departing. Only they knew that the eldest prince's journey might not be a return to the capital. They harbored suspicions that were too shocking to believe. Lin Yu did not linger for long. He turned Yu Ying around, casting a glance at the generals who had just endured a fierce battle that morning, leading them swiftly away. In Fengjing City, at the Grand General's residence, Wang Jin was in a state of unrest today. He called over a guard and asked, is Lin Huang still in seclusion? Calling him by name, his ambitions were laid bare. His Majesty has remained inside the palace without any news, the guard replied respectfully. Wang Jin stroked his chin. Has there been any news of that kid Lin Yu? I send someone to keep watch every day, but there has been no news. Wang Jin furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Send someone north to investigate along the way. The guard took his leave, and Wang Jin lowered his head to ponder. The troops of the northern expedition were all infantry. Though they possessed martial prowess, their realms were not high, and they might not have encountered the northern barbarians. He had his own thoughts regarding the collusion with Huaxia. He intended to use the northern barbarians to probe into the Lin family's hidden cards. Rumors had circulated within the palace. The previous Grand Zhou King Lin Jinan, a peak powerhouse of the mortal realm, was in seclusion in the deep palace to break through. He was also the grandfather of Lin Yu and Lin Hao. However, after Lin Hao was born, regardless of what transpired in the court, he had not shown himself for over a decade. As he broke through to the mid-mortal realm, accumulating an army of 400,000 over the years, the position of Grand General no longer satisfied his ambitions. He yearned to ascend to the supreme throne and behold a different landscape. The recent pressures from the court further confirmed his suspicions. Lin Jinan was likely in trouble. This time he would let Huaxia take a shot and see what the royal Lin family was truly like. Having thought this, Wang Jin rubbed his temples and went to cultivate. In Fengjing City, at the residence of the second Prince, Lin Hao wore a worried expression as he conversed with a young guard. It turned out he was also trying to gather news about his elder brother Lin Yu. Before long, the young guard was sent out of the city as per his arrangements. Lin Hao watched the departing guard and turned to walk back into his room. At that moment, a weathered voice echoed from within him. Little one, worrying excessively is of no use. You can only help your father and elder brother by diligently cultivating. If Lin Yu were here, he would be astonished to find Lin Hao had already reached the mid-grandmaster stage. When Lin Yu left, Lin Hao was merely at the peak of the innate realm. Lin Hao had followed Lin Yu since childhood and had considerable talent in martial arts. It could be said that if not for the undercurrents in the Grand Zhou, they would have dominated the region without taking years. Lin Hao, upon hearing the voice, did not panic. After Lin Yu left the city, he prepared to return to his room to cultivate when a beam of golden light shot straight towards him. Within him resided an old man named Elder E. Lin Hao did not know the old man's full name. He was simply instructed to address him as Elder E, who claimed the time was not yet ripe. Along with a stream of pure spiritual energy, the old man pushed him to the mid-grandmaster stage and imparted a technique called Yuan Chu Shun Ju, stating that it could be cultivated once he reached the mortal realm. The technique, when cultivated to its peak, could obliterate stars with a snap of the fingers. Lin Hao felt that the old man was a fraud. After all, he was far from the mortal realm, so he paid little mind to it. At this moment, hearing the old man's voice, he paused slightly. "Old man, can you help me reach the mortal realm quickly? No, before the mortal realm, one must persevere to lay the foundation. You have good talent, just focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao curled his lip, thinking the old man was just spouting nonsense. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, in the northern border at Dingbei City. Dingbei City, the northernmost city of the Grand Zhou dynasty, was now in ruins. The city walls were shattered, houses collapsed, and dismembered limbs were visible everywhere. At the boundary marker outside the city, after a day and night of rapid travel, Lin Yu and his companions arrived here. They immediately ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot. In the central tent, Lin Yu was carefully examining the northern barbarian terrain map he had obtained from Shui Ran. It marked the specific locations of the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians. Beside him stood Zhao Yun and Xiang Qiji. Their guess was correct. Lin Yu's purpose for coming was indeed to completely eradicate the northern barbarians. With Hu Lian dead, the first tribe was no longer a concern. The remaining 17 tribes were scattered in various locations. As of now, they had not received any news of Hu Lian's death. Lin Yu, holding 2 invincible cavalry units, found launching a raid in this land to be the best choice. These northern barbarians were not worth mourning. It was a perfect opportunity to harvest slaughter points. This could be used for summoning or to enhance his own cultivation and strengthen his power. Though he was unaware of the undercurrents in Fengjing City, he could guess the general situation. His gaze fell upon the layout map of the northern barbarian tribes. After Zhao Yun and Xiang Qiji took note, he instructed both of them to prepare their troops. After careful consideration, it was now evening and night would soon fall. A nighttime raid would catch those barbarians completely off guard. The first major tribe was the one where Hu Lian was located. With 100,000 troops heading south, they had fully mobilized. Their tribe also occupied a quarter of the entire northern barbarian royal court's military strength. For the remaining 17 tribes, the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Righteousness were advancing separately. If they took too long, the other tribes would inevitably notice. If they united, it would lead to a fierce battle, especially since it was uncertain if they would encounter powerful northern barbarian warriors. He was not worried about Zhao Yun and Xiang Qiji, though the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Righteousness were formidable. Encountering high-level martial artists could still lead to casualties. Every fallen soldier was a significant loss. For such an iron cavalry regiment, every casualty would cause Lin Yu considerable pain. Thus, he immediately connected to the system. Looking at the war points information, it showed 100,000. Lin Yu was puzzled. So many. The system replied, "Host need not doubt. The higher the realm of the killed, the more slaughter points gained." The system's reply was similar to his previous thoughts. High-level martial artists provided more war points. Looking closely at the detailed list, he saw that killing Hu Lian a half-step into the mortal realm had actually earned him over 10,000 war points, along with 2 grandmasters and several master-level warriors. Lin Yu immediately understood, and then said, "System consumed 20,000 war points to elevate my realm to the initial grandmaster stage." Ding. Upgrade successful. Suddenly, a massive power surged from within Lin Yu and swiftly circulated throughout his body. Lin Yu clenched his fist, a satisfied expression on his face. This was the strength of a grandmaster, indeed several times stronger than before. After adjusting to the new strength for a moment, he immediately checked the system information. With his cultivation elevated to the grandmaster realm, Zhao Yun and Xiang Qiji's cultivation would surely rise as well. At that time, even if they encountered high-level northern barbarian warriors, they would still have the strength to fight. The moment Lin Yu's cultivation realm ascended to the initial stage of Grandmaster, Zhao Yun and Xiang Qiji were in their respective tents briefing their subordinates on the raid plans. Suddenly, both of their expressions shifted as a sound of shackles breaking echoed within their bodies. A formidable aura burst forth, causing the surrounding world's energy to erupt into chaos. The subordinates beside them were flung away, their faces filled with terror. The two immediately restrained their auras, allowing the world's energy to settle. They sensed the slightly loosened shackles within and the martial arts techniques transmitted by the system. Simultaneously, they glanced toward Lin Yu's tent, understanding that His Highness had likely achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. By now, Lin Yu had fully adapted to his surging realm, as the system's enhancement left no side effects. With a slight stretch, he could master it. He too had sensed the powerful aura that had erupted from the camp earlier. Glancing at the system's displayed information, it was just as he had anticipated. Zhao Yun Initial Mortal Realm, 20 unsealed. Xi and Qiji Initial Mortal Realm, 30 unsealed. The system had stated that summoned characters under seal could only be one major realm above him. He then noticed that this time the cultivation realms of the two generals displayed an unsealing percentage. Indeed, as his cultivation rose, the summoned figures were gradually breaking their seals. Composing himself, he looked at the remaining 80,000 war points. It was certainly insufficient to directly elevate to the mortal realm, so, he said, system use all war points to initiate summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning complete. 2 successful summons, 2 failures. Lin Yu stared at the system prompt, utterly bewildered. Weren't there 8 summoning chances? Why only 4? Host cultivation has ascended to Grandmaster realm. Each summoning chance now consumes 20,000 war points. Rip-off. Lin Yu grumbled indignantly, then asked suspiciously, System, are there any other changes? After a long pause, it finally replied. Host's war points from killing martial artists below Grandmaster are halved. Just as he thought. This wretched system. Killing those below Grandmaster already yielded pitiful war points. They were virtually non-existent. The system ignored Lin Yu's inner thoughts. Shifting his consciousness, he once again found himself in a vast starry expanse, witnessing various scenes, this time with a calmer demeanor. The scene froze on a fair-skinned, handsome general seemingly close to Lin Yu in age. Behind him stretched an endless cavalry, their momentum surpassing Lin Yu's existing 2 cavalry units. Reading the summoning information provided by the system, Huaxia Initial Mortal Realm. 20 unsealed. Note: revived by the system after death, retaining past life memories. Has received information on the host's current realm. Part of his power is sealed due to the host's weakness. Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, 10,000 cavalry peak, Xiantian realm. Note: an elite force commanded by Huaxia optimized by the system to a 10,000-man formation. Lin Yu was ecstatic. The Great Zhou Iron Cavalry was likely adapted to fit the kingdom's name of Great Zhou. From his understanding, it should be the renowned Iron Cavalry of a prosperous dynasty from his past life. As for Huaxia, needless to say, he was the man who fulfilled every man's ultimate dream, achieving it at an astonishingly young age. He was practically the archetypal chosen one from novels. The only flaw was his untimely death. Lin Yu, heartened by this summoning result, felt one step closer to his dream of sweeping all before him. Ding! Host summoning complete. Deploy. Deploy. Suppress any anomalies. The space before Lin Yu shattered, and a young general appearing about his age stepped out from within. Any who dare to bear arms against me shall be slain. Meanwhile, not far from the assembled Flying Tiger Army and White Horse righteous followers, space rippled, and the sound of hooves rang out, as 10,000 iron cavalry wielding ring-pommelled sabers emerged, forming ranks at a distance. Fortunately, all around were Lin Yu's summoned soldiers. Had someone like Han Lin witnessed it, they would surely have been stunned into unconsciousness. Zhao Yun and Xi and Qiji exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Another comrade had been revived by His Highness. Inside the tent, Lin Yu strode swiftly to Huaxia, stopping him from kneeling. He led him to the map of the northern barbarians. Xubing, study this map carefully, then follow me out of the camp. Upon Huaxia's arrival, the system had already conveyed Lin Yu's current situation to him. Moreover, he was supremely confident in grassland raids. He smiled confidently and said, Your servant has memorized it. Trusting him implicitly, Lin Yu, upon hearing this, immediately led him to the fully assembled army. At the boundary marker, 3 cavalry units stood in solemn silence. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 generals before their respective forces, exuding boldness. Order: Huaxia leads 10,000 Great Zhou Iron Cavalry from the central route, clearing all northern barbarian tribes along the way and striking straight for the northern barbarian royal court. Order: Zhao Yun leads 9,000 White Horse righteous followers from the left route, clearing all northern barbarian tribes along the way, then advancing to the northern barbarian royal court. Order: Xi and Qiji leads 10,000 Flying Tiger Army from the right route, clearing all northern barbarian tribes along the way, then advancing to the northern barbarian royal court. This time he did not plan to accompany the army, leaving 1,000 White Horse righteous followers with him at the boundary marker. Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xi and Qiji cupped their hands to Lin Yu. Your servants accept the orders. Then, exchanging glances, they revealed a competitive spirit. All 3 were top-tier generals in Chinese history, their pride self-evident. This arrangement by Lin Yu suited them perfectly. Lin Yu watched the trio, their battle intent soaring, with the 3 cavalry units behind them exuding a murderous aura. Turning around, he raised his spear, pointing it toward the northern barbarian lands. His eyes narrowed, emitting a cold, killing intent. March forth. Ha ha ha. Zilong Yuan. Let's see who kills more barbarians and reaches the royal court first. Huaxia let out a hearty laugh and led the great Han iron cavalry darting away. Zhao Yun and Xian Qiji, unwilling to be outdone, said in unison. Just the thought. The three cavalry units charged out simultaneously, then diverged in their separate directions, raising clouds of dust. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, eagerly anticipating the wave of slaughter points after clearing the northern barbarians. By then, through his own careful planning, the time to fight his way back to Fengjing would not be far off. With a wave, he summoned a young white horse righteous follower. The refugees haven't arrived yet. Your 1,000 men should start rebuilding Dingbei City. The young officer accepted the order and left. Lin Yu had kept 1,000 men first to handle emergencies and receive messages promptly, and second, so that when the war-affected civilians returned to Dingbei, the city would be fully rebuilt. After all, they were all Xiantian martial artists with abundant vitality. Rebuilding a small town was a simple task. Lin Yu rubbed his brow, lamenting that he still had too few capable people at his disposal. Upon the land of the northern barbarians, not far from the Great Xia's Dingbei City, clusters of dwellings resembling military tents stood scattered in disarray. This was a medium-sized tribe of the northern barbarians, home to approximately 100,000 souls, with 20,000 warriors among them. At the camp gate, 2 northern barbarian soldiers yawned as they chatted while patrols occasionally passed by. Amo, the high priest of the first tribe, has led an army south. I hear the Great Zhou troops have abandoned their cities and fled. As he spoke, perhaps recalling the delectable food of the south, a cruel grin spread across his face. Beside him, a young man gripping a long blade shot him a glance, envy tinging his voice. They say the warriors who followed are feasting on fine wine and meat. Just as he was about to continue, a thunderous rumble erupted. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by an intense chill that swept over them. Both men snapped their gazes forward, their drowsiness vanishing entirely. Across the flat, barren desert, a tremendous thunder of hooves arose, and then a black torrent surged toward them. At the forefront, a general brandished a long spear. A moment ago, he was far in the distance. The next, he was right before them, an overwhelming aura pressing down. The 2 northern barbarian warriors instantly realized what was happening, their faces contorted with terror. Enemy attack. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Amo felt the world spin, and to his shock, he saw his own upright body, blood spurting from his severed neck. Huaxia cast a sidelong glance at the barbarian he had just beheaded with a single spear, thrust, his divine sense sweeping over the area. Without pausing, he pressed onward, charging toward the heart of the tribe. There he sensed the presence of a grandmaster midstage and several master-level warriors. Amid the earlier roars, the entire tribe had erupted into chaos, with northern barbarian fighters rushing out of their dwellings, panic etched on their faces. They had been sound asleep, jolted awake by the violent tremors and battle cries, and now they grabbed their weapons and stormed outside. In the central dwelling of the tribe, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. He activated his Grandmaster Midstage cultivation to its fullest, spiritual energy exploding around him. A blur of afterimages flickered, and he appeared outside the house. One glance, and he was struck with horror. A young general was leading the charge, his long spear sweeping through the air, severing the heads of countless northern barbarian warriors with each swing. Behind him, 10,000 cavalry shrouded in killing intent reaped lives with savage efficiency, like machines of death. The entire tribe offered no resistance, countless northern barbarians falling beneath their iron hooves. In an instant, most of the tribe had fallen, the ground littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. One tribesman who had just stepped out of his door was decapitated before he could even react. The middle-aged man was about to draw his blade and rush to help when the surrounding forces of heaven and earth suddenly erupted into chaos. A massive surge of spiritual energy suppressed his body, rendering him immobile. He tilted his head slightly. He saw a man clad in silver armor hovering in the air, radiating a terrifying presence, the very young general he had spotted earlier. Huaxia had already marked him. Once these Grandmaster-level warriors within the tribe were slain, the rest would pose no threat to his iron cavalry. Seeing the man prepare to intervene, Huaxia soared into the air, channeling the forces of heaven and earth to bind him in place. Below the mortal realm, all are but ants. Before reaching the mortal realm, warriors primarily train their physiques and strengthen their blood and chi to lay a foundation for entry. Once they enter the mortal realm, they can harness the forces of heaven and earth for short flights and wield weapons to kill enemies from a distance. In the eyes of a mortal realm expert, even a Grandmaster-level warrior is merely a slightly larger grasshopper. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, his body trembling under the suppression. He forced out the words, "Senior, could there be some misunderstanding? Why slaughter my tribe so mercilessly?" After speaking, he cautiously raised his head and added, "Our royal court also has mortal realm experts guarding it." He seemed to hope this threat would deter Huaxia. Huaxia's gaze turned icy, and a scornful laugh escaped his lips at the man's threat. Under the Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Huaxia, I am ordered to raise the northern barbarians. The middle-aged man's head shot up, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. Then a bitter smile twisted his features, and his eyes suddenly blazed with ferocity. Great Zhou and the northern barbarians were mortal enemies. For decades, the two sides had been locked in endless conflict. His tribe, being the closest to Zhenbei city, frequently raided and plundered. Knowing he was doomed, he let out a roar. If Great Zhou dares to slaughter my people like this, our royal court's experts will surely exact revenge. Huaxia made no reply. He raised his long spear, gathering a terrifying force, and delivered a heavy downward strike. Boom! Spiritual energy convulsed, distorting the space around them. The middle-aged man was instantly crushed into a pulp. The ground shattered into a massive crater. Huaxia swept his gaze downward, then surveyed the battlefield. The entire tribe had been annihilated by his iron cavalry in an overwhelming massacre. Now his soldiers, drenched in blood, stared up at him with fervent admiration. He retracted his aura, descended from the air, and mounted his horse. Without lingering, he led his army onward, charging toward the next tribe. Though his route of surprise attack was a straight line, it was also the most challenging. The number of tribes along this path was two more than the other two routes, and he had to make the most of the night's advantage. From the northern barbarian warrior he had just slain, he learned that the northern barbarian royal court likely had mortal realm warriors stationed there. He had no intention of letting his two colleagues steal a march on him. Surely the other two forces should be engaging in battle by now. The scene shifted. The battlefield of the Han Iron Cavalry moved leftward. A small northern barbarian tribe lay ahead. At its heart, a middle-aged northern barbarian knelt on both knees, his heart pierced by a gleaming silver spear. The life force within him was rapidly fading. He was the tribe's chieftain. Opposite him, a young warrior in shining silver armor, his face steeped in murderous intent, exuded a fearsome aura. With a violent twist, he pulled the spear free from the man's chest. Your killer, under the Great Zhou Dynasty, under the Great Prince, Zhao. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading as he crashed heavily to the ground, his life extinguished. Zhao then mounted his horse, cast a distant glance to the right, and led his white horse volunteers onward. Following his line of sight, the scene shifted to the right. Another small northern barbarian tribe, Xiang, stood at its center, sword in hand, surrounded by a scene of carnage. Near his feet lay the tribe's chieftain, lifeless. As if sensing something, he raised his head and looked to the left, a faint smile curling his lips. As the first hero summoned by Lin Yu, he was determined not to fall behind. He immediately ordered his fervent flying tiger army move forward. With that, he led his troops onward. This was the era Xiang had longed for. 3 days after the army's departure at dawn, in Zhenbei city, 1,000 white horse volunteers were bustling about, occasionally spotting a soldier carrying a boulder on his spear. Only Lin Yu would use such a formidable cavalry unit to build a city. Within the city lord's mansion, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in meditation. His youth belied his cultivation, a testament to his relentless effort and perseverance. As the morning light brightened, he opened his eyes, rose from his bed, and walked outside. Sensing that he was close to the Grandmaster midstage, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Stepping out, he surveyed the city. Seeing that it had been largely restored after a day and 2 nights of effort, his smile grew even brighter. Then his gaze crossed the boundary marker and settled on the land of the northern barbarians. Then his gaze crossed the boundary marker and settled on the land of the northern barbarians. Then his gaze crossed the boundary marker and settled on the land of the northern barbarians. Lin Yu glanced into the distance before withdrawing his gaze. He connected his consciousness to the system to check, as he had been occupied with cultivation and the construction of Zhenbei city over the past 2 days and had not examined it. Every time he slew an enemy, the system would emit a prompt sound indicating the accumulation of conquest points. Finding it too bothersome, he had requested the system to mute the notifications. He looked at the system interface, which displayed the following. Conquest points, 140000. Lin Yu nodded with slight satisfaction. After all, the conquest points gained from killing warriors below the Grandmaster realm were halved. Achieving such a number was only possible because he had slain a considerable number of warriors at the Grandmaster realm or above. Then, as he scrolled through the list, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The 3 armies had yet to encounter any mortal realm powerhouses, but the system indicated that since the previous evening until now, his conquest point gain had been 0. Lin Yu raised his head once more to gaze at the northern barbarians, his eyes piercing as if trying to see through the vast desert to the northern barbarian king court. It seemed the barbarians had finally caught on. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that even if the remaining northern barbarian forces regrouped after the 3 armies' surprise attack, they should not be numerous. Yet he recalled the various rumors and information about the northern barbarian king court. System consume 1000 conquest points to initiate a summoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. 3 summons succeeded and 2 failed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Legion Realm Ascension cards, Tier 1. Hearing the prompt from the system, Lin Yu's expression slightly faltered in surprise. It was his first time summoning and obtaining an item. He steadied his mind. Lin Yu stared at the 3 golden cards materializing in the system space. Legion Realm Ascension card Tier 1. Note: upon using this card, the host can designate a legion under his command to elevate its martial realm. A Tier 1 Legion Realm Ascension card can raise the cultivation of legion members below the Grandmaster realm to the early Grandmaster stage, ignoring spatial distance. Lin Yu's breathing immediately quickened. Lin Yu currently commanded 3 legendary cavalry legions, each with a full strength of 10,000. On the battlefield, even against a powerful enemy at the mid to late Grandmaster realm, unless they were an unparalleled prodigy, they could be besieged and slain. Though the casualties might be immense, this feat alone had already shattered the conventional understanding of the martial world on Xiongning continent. 10,000 Grandmaster realm cavalry charging forward. What a spectacle that would be. Lin Yu dared not even imagine it. Since his transmigration, he had never heard of any nearby force possessing such a cavalry legion. Perhaps even some newly ascended mortal realm powerhouses could be exhausted to death at a great cost. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He immediately said, System, apply the Legion Realm Ascension cards to the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Righteous Followers, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Also consume the remaining conquest points to elevate my martial realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through his body, propelling his martial realm to the late Grandmaster stage. Lin Yu flexed his arms and moved slightly when suddenly a massive boulder came hurtling toward him. His eyes flickered. He rapidly swung his fists, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual force from his right fist. A dragon's roar echoed as the boulder exploded in midair. Not far from where Lin Yu stood, a young cavalryman from the White Horse Righteous Followers scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze shifting between Lin Yu and the spear in his hand. The boulder that had been impaled on its tip was now gone. Your Highness, this. Lin Yu waved him off. It's fine. Go about your duties. The young soldier sighed in relief and departed. It turned out that just as Lin Yu was using the Legion Realm Ascension cards, this young soldier had been carrying a boulder on his spear and walking past Lin Yu. His realm had suddenly surged, causing him to lose control of his strength. With a slip of his hand, the boulder had flown straight toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the entire city. Similar incidents were occurring elsewhere. Fortunately, these were elite troops, so no major disasters ensued. If they had demolished the nearly completed Dingbei city, he would have been truly devastated. He resolved to be more cautious when using such items in the future. After checking the system information, he headed indoors. Xian Qiji, Late Mortal Realm, 40 unsealed. Zhao Yun, Late Mortal Realm, 30 unsealed. Huaxia, Late Mortal Realm, 30 unsealed. Flying Tiger Army, Early Grandmaster. White Horse Righteous Followers, Early Grandmaster. Great Han Iron Cavalry, Early Grandmaster. Approximately 100 li from the Northern Barbarian King Court's capital, Northern Barbarian City. Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji had already converged with their 3 Iron Cavalry legions. Lin Yu's speculation was correct. After the 3 of them led their troops on a day and night raid, the Northern Barbarian King Court finally detected them. The 3 had advanced without pause, crushing every tribe in their path with devastating force. The territories in this world were vast, and the Northern Barbarian tribes frequently communicated. During the raid, it was inevitable that a few individuals who happened to be away would escape notice. After each of the 3 commanders led their Iron Cavalry legions to shatter 4 tribes, they found the next destination deserted. After a brief deliberation, they realized they had likely been exposed. Yet undaunted, they led their troops onward toward the Northern Barbarian King Court. The 3 legions arrived at the designated rendezvous point almost simultaneously at dawn. When the 3 met, they exchanged glances, a faint smile crossing each of their faces. Behind them, after a day and night of relentless riding, the soldiers of the 3 Iron Cavalry legions bore signs of fatigue, but their eyes remained resolute, their aura awe-inspiring. Now standing together, Huaxia raised 4 fingers and spoke first, shattered 4, and at the next place they had fled. He then looked at the other 2. 4 as well, and they fled too. Zhao Yun replied after hearing him. Xian Qiji smiled and nodded at the 2, acknowledging their silent competition. Then his gaze turned toward the distant Northern Barbarian King Court. They should all be gathered there. At that moment, the 3 confirmed their earlier suspicions. Just as they were about to lead their armies toward the Northern Barbarian King Court, a crackling sound suddenly erupted. All 3 simultaneously changed expression as chains of shackles shattered within their bodies. The space around them twisted slightly as their martial realms surged abruptly. At the same time, the soldiers of the three iron cavalry legions behind them also erupted with powerful auras, their cultivation rapidly ascending. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth settled. The soldiers of the three iron cavalry legions opened their eyes, their battle intent soaring. The fatigue that had just been visible on their faces was now replaced by sheer excitement. Huaxia and the other two also stretched slightly, observing the soldiers who had now mastered their explosively enhanced power. They exchanged glances, nodded with exhilaration, their eyes filled with awe, and thought to themselves, His Highness has achieved another breakthrough. Moreover, he has elevated the cultivation of the three legions. For being able to resurrect them and bestow such formidable power, they naturally held blind reverence for Lin. Subsequently, they led the legions onward, galloping swiftly toward northern barbarian city. At the southern gate tower of Baiman City, rows of Baiman warriors stood, and within the city Baiman soldiers patrolled everywhere. An atmosphere of oppression and tension pervaded the entire city. On the city tower, a middle-aged man with a blade, his gaze sharp and expression stern, looked out at the land beyond. His features bore a striking resemblance to Huili Yin, who had fallen to Xiang Qiji's sword. This man was Huili Xian, the Grand Marshal of the Baiman Royal Court's military forces, a mid-listage mortal realm powerhouse, and the elder brother of Huili Yin. He now stood atop the city wall, his brows tightly knit. A day earlier, tribesmen from various clans had arrived at Baiman City one after another, urgently requesting an audience with the Baiman king to report grave matters. Every person emerging from the royal court wore a look of panic and terror. Subsequently, Baiman King Great Xia summoned all officials in the capital for a council and apprised them of a shocking revelation. 9 tribes near the Great Zhou border had been completely annihilated by an unknown force. Each tribe was reduced to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, every clansman killed with a single blow. According to images relayed from the scene, each victim bore an expression of utter despair and death. The entire royal court was thrown into turmoil. Great Xia and his officials looked grim and seething with rage, yet they refrained from rash decisions. The intelligence indicated that the tribes had been utterly defenseless. Immediately, they dispatched experts to relocate the survivors from the tribes and awakened the 2 mortal realm peak ancestors who had been in seclusion within the royal court's ancestral grounds. Now Baiman City had amassed the entire combat strength of the Baiman Royal Court, 15 Baiman soldiers, dozens of Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster level fighters, and 5 mortal realm experts, including the 2 ancestors. The atmosphere over Baiman City was thick with impending storm. Huili Xian glanced at the time, a frigid, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Regardless of which power dared to slaughter the Baiman so mercilessly, they would pay a grievous price. 3 tribes had yet to arrive. It seemed they had likely met a grim fate. As these thoughts crossed his mind, sensing an unusual disturbance, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He immediately turned and issued orders. Inform His Majesty, the enemy has arrived. Command the entire city's Baiman army to prepare for battle and follow me out of the city. He then grasped his battle blade, soared into the air, and gazed into the distance. In an instant, war drums thundered across Baiman City. 50,000 Baiman cavalry galloped out from within, taking their positions behind and below. Huili Xian followed closely by 1 Baiman infantry soldiers wielding long spears, their faces bloodthirsty. They had all heard of the horrific plight of the tribes over the past 2 days. Their indignation needed no elaboration. As the Baiman army completed its assembly, the distant earth suddenly trembled violently. In Huili Xian's field of vision, 2 torrents of black and 1 of white surged toward them, halting 10 li outside Baiman City, facing the Baiman forces. Huili Xian swept his gaze from left to right. The commander of the left wing held a long sword, his expression calm. The central army commander wielded a black spear, his features handsome. The commander of the right wing grasped a gleaming silver spear, imposing and majestic. He could not discern any of their martial cultivation levels. The legions behind each commander exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter and vigor. These were precisely Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xiang Qiji, along with their respective legions. At that moment, they too observed the assembled Baiman army and the intently scrutinizing Huili Xian. Compared to Huili Xian, the 3 were considerably more composed, though they were somewhat astonished by the endless towering mountain ranges behind Baiman City. As the 2 armies faced off, a thunderous boom echoed from Baiman City, followed by 4 figures radiating terrifying auras appearing above the Baiman army. Huili Xian, upon seeing them, gave a slight bow. Your Majesty. It was Baiman King Huili Xia leading the 2 royal ancestors and the Prime Minister who had flown out from the city. Huili Xia, clad in a python robe, glared at Huaxia and his companions with murderous eyes, unleashing the violent power of his latest mortal realm cultivation, pressing it toward them. Simultaneously, Huili Xian and the other 3 released their own martial power. Two auras at the mortal realm peak, two at the middle stage, and Huaxia's latest stage mortal realm presence surged forth into the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted into chaos, trembling violently, and the space itself seemed to congeal. Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xiang exchanged glances, circulated their spiritual energy, and rose into the air, releasing their own auras to clash. Huaxia's pupils contracted. These three were actually latest stage mortal realm experts, and they held their ground against the combined might of his five. He immediately demanded, "Who are you? Why have you slaughtered my people?" He had noticed no army banners from any known power among the cavalry behind the three. Huaxia under the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Prince. Zhao Yun under the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Prince. Xiang under the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Prince. By order of the Grand Prince, we shall cleanse the barbarians and annihilate the Baiman royal court. Huaxia's eyes narrowed. Lin Yu, the Great Zhou's Grand Prince, has hidden himself well. I never imagined that the youth of Great Zhou, unseen for over a decade, would have grown into such a force. How laughable that Wang Jin sought to trade the northern territories of Great Zhou to ensure his rebellion's success. After a pause, Huaxia continued, Huli Yin and the ones of the Baiman soldiers have been completely wiped out, haven't they? Xiang remained utterly composed. His head was taken by my sword. At these words, Huaxian, standing beside Huaxia, glared at Xiang with fury. This was his own brother, and his talented nephew had likely perished as well. Ignoring Huaxian's blazing stare, Xiang continued, His Highness commands me to convey all barbarians within and without who dare to raise arms shall be executed. Those who dare to offend the majesty of Great Zhou, though far away, shall be pursued and punished. Any who dare to transgress against Great Zhou shall have their nation destroyed, their race extinguished, and their lineage severed. As Xiang finished, a profound aura shot forth from the Great Zhou palace, and his own presence suddenly surged to a higher level. The three iron cavalry legions below grew even more fervent, raising their weapons and roaring, Great Zhou might! Great Zhou might! As Lin Huang, meditating with closed eyes in the Great Zhou palace, sensed something, his eyelids trembled slightly, but he did not open them, and continued his cultivation. At the Grand General's mansion, Wang Jin stepped out from within his heart, growing increasingly uneasy as he gazed toward the palace. In the Dingbei city's governor's mansion, Lin Yu walked to the window, his lips pressed tight, fists clenched, staring into the distance toward the Baiman royal court. Outside Baiman city, above the sky, Huaxia laughed in fury. With just you three latest stage mortal realm cultivators, and these fewer than 300 cavalry, you think to destroy my clan. Utter delusion. Let me first slay you to avenge my people's blood debt, then I shall personally lead the campaign and cut down the father and son of the Lin family within the Great Zhou palace. With that, he raised his greatsword, pointing it at Huaxia and his companions, his face twisted with murder. Baiman warriors, kill! Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xiang each lifted their weapons, their battle intent soaring to the heavens, pointing toward the Baiman palace. For His Highness, for Great Zhou, charge! Outside Baiman city, Huaxia and Zhao Yun instantly took action, wielding terrifying auras as they charged towards the two ancestors of the Baiman royal court. The three had previously conspired in secret with Huaxia and Zhao Yun, tasked to first eliminate the two peak-level Baiman ancestors. Xiang was responsible for restraining the remaining three, ready to provide assistance as soon as the two dealt with Baiman's strongest combatants. Though the three were in the late stage of the ordinary realm, they were indeed extraordinary prodigies who transcended the talents of this continent, making it entirely effortless for them to fight beyond their level. The two ancestors of the Baiman royal court, one clad in a white robe and the other in a black robe, saw the two rushing towards them and laughed in anger, their spiritual energy vibrating around them. You insolent brats, how audacious! Huaxia and Zhao Yun's expressions turned cold as they simultaneously wielded their long spears and lunged at the two. The power of heaven and earth surged violently. The white-robed ancestor raised his battle blade to receive Zhao Yun's strike, suddenly changing color as he staggered back a few steps, his right hand trembling slightly. At the same time, the black-robed ancestor also took Huaxia's thrust, heeding, similarly retreating. They exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. Prodigies. Indeed, they possessed some skill. They then charged into combat against the two. At this moment, Huaxia's eyes were bloodshot, wielding his battle blade towards Xiang, driven by the hatred of fratricide. Xiang had long been prepared. His mission today was to suppress the three Baiman royal members. Watching Huaxian charge at him, his expression turned cold as he swung his long sword. Huaxian was instantly sent flying by a single sword strike. The Baiman prime minister, witnessing this, immediately rushed to provide support. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous sounds, spiritual energy roiling, and clouds were torn apart. Huaxia had yet to take action. He glanced at the three great Zhou young generals ensnared and directed his gaze towards the battlefield below. At that moment, the ordinary realm experts clashed in the sky. The Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Yong, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. These three cavalry forces renowned throughout Chinese history in their respective dynasties revealed their most ferocious fangs on this land, marking their first nation-destroying battle for their prince's expansion. Anyone who dares to offend the might of the Great Zhou regardless of distance shall be executed. As the cavalry corps was about to collide with the leading Baiman forces, they unleashed their martial realm, the gathered momentum hinting at a power that could even surpass that of ordinary realm experts. Kill. The expression of Huaxia standing in midair instantly changed as he saw his pride, the Baiman iron cavalry, crumble like tofu upon a mere touch. The three great Zhou cavalry units surged forward like a sharp sword piercing through the Baiman cavalry, as if descending tigers relentlessly charging towards the Baiman infantry corps. Upon breaching the infantry corps, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Vast numbers of Baiman infantry soldiers fell as if mowed down. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flashing blades and blood. Master Realm. All of them are in the Master Realm. The Baiman army paled, trembling as they beheld a straight blood path cutting through the center of the army, intensifying their terror. Devils. This group is made up of devils. Countless Baiman soldiers devoid of fighting spirit dropped their weapons and fled towards Baiman City. At that moment, Huaxia, standing in midair, was equally horrified as he looked at the great Zhou cavalry, filled with murderous intent, preparing to turn around for a second wave of attack, unable to maintain his composure any longer. These three great Zhou cavalry units were actually all in the Master Realm, a master army, something utterly unheard of. The combined aura instilled a hint of dread, even in him, a latest-stage ordinary realm expert. Such invincible cavalry had already slaughtered nearly 50,000 Baiman warriors in one charge. If they were allowed to charge twice more, the Baiman army would undoubtedly be annihilated. He immediately swung his weapon downward with great force. Boom! Huaxia unleashed all his strength, causing the space to tremble, and the condensed power formed a massive golden battle blade in the air, a terrifying strike from a latest-stage ordinary realm expert. The soldiers of the three cavalry units suddenly looked up, their murderous aura coalescing, faintly forming a black spear in the sky. However, the difference in martial realms was overwhelmingly vast. The spear dissipated in the air after negating part of the battle blade's might. Gazing at the rapidly descending golden battle blade, the soldiers gritted their teeth, their faces resolute, with none daring to retreat. Xia and Qiji engaging both Huaxia, and the other was handling it with ease, all the while keeping an eye on Huaxia. The moment he struck at the cavalry, he sent the two back with a single sword. Then he swung his sword again, shattering the golden battle blade, and struck once more towards Huaxia. Your opponent is me. Huaxia's expression darkened as he was forced into the melee, joining Huaxia to besiege Xia and Qiji. The battle raged on. After about a cup of tea's time, a loud bang erupted from the ground. Huaxia turned to look, only to see a scene that made his heart shatter. The southern gate of Baiman City shattered in response. The three great Zhou cavalry were slaughtering their way into the city. Outside the city, corpses and blood filled the area, littered with the severed limbs of Baiman warriors. No. Before he could react, two screams came from not far away in the sky. He saw the two ancestors of the royal court plummeting from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The white-robed ancestor had a gleaming silver-long spear piercing through his heart. The black-robed ancestor was similarly pierced by a black-long spear. They were completely devoid of energy. Seeing him lose focus, Xia and Qiji raised his sword and lunged at him. Huaxia sensed the killing intent approaching and immediately sidestepped. Xia and Qiji's gaze sharpened. He actually avoided it, then swiftly thrust his sword upwards. Huaxia let out a pained cry as his left arm was instantly severed. Then he was kicked off by Xia and Qiji and fell onto the walls of Baiman City. Meanwhile, Huaxia and the Baiman Prime Minister were swiftly killed by the arriving Zhao Yun. The three looked up at the walls of Baiman City. A disheveled figure stood on the city wall. It was Huaxia. At this moment, his hair was a mess, his python robe tattered. As he surveyed the entire Baiman City, witnessing the great Zhou cavalry rampaging within and the Baiman civilians fleeing in all directions, he revealed a bitter smile. His gaze lingered for a moment on the towering mountain range behind Baiman City. He then turned around, his eyes fiercely fixed on Huaxia and the others, speaking sternly. Today's Baiman royal court is tomorrow's Great Zhou. I will be waiting for you down below. With that, Huaxia raised his battle blade and committed suicide. Huaxia and the others glanced at Huaxia, who had fallen from the city wall, their eyes showing no emotion. Thus, the northern barbarian royal court was annihilated. At the moment of the northern barbarian royal court's fall within the Great Zhou Dynasty in Fengjing City, at the imperial palace the doors of the hall, where Lin Huang had been in seclusion, burst open. Lin Huang strode out with a cold gaze exuding a formidable aura. Summon all officials, a court assembly shall be held tomorrow. As you command. A nearby guard knelt to receive the order. In Dingbei City outside the city walls, it was already deep into the night. A middle-aged man with a worried expression was galloping towards Dingbei City on a warhorse. He was Lianzhu, the commander of the defense army of Pingyang City. Looking towards the faintly visible Dingbei City, his anxiety deepened. On the city tower, soldiers of the White Horse Xiang were on guard, and soon they spotted Lianzhu riding towards them. I have urgent news. I must see His Highness. The soldiers, upon hearing this, wasted no time and immediately leapt down from the city tower, one on each side, taking him towards Lin Ye's residence. Lianzhu had met them before and had even fought alongside them in Pingyang City, thus he trusted them. However, being carried forward by two young soldiers of the White Horse Xiang left Lianzhu in a state of confusion as he raised his head to carefully look at Dingbei City. It had been a few days since he last saw them, and these soldiers had actually all reached the Master Realm. Furthermore, when had Dingbei City been constructed so magnificently? At this moment, Lin Yu was seated in the Lord's mansion. Just as he connected to the system to investigate, he sensed Lianzhu being hurriedly brought towards him by two soldiers. This startled him, and he quickly exited the system and walked outside. At this moment, Lianzhu stood at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, looking utterly bewildered. Uncle Lian, what is going on at this late hour? Upon seeing Lin Yu coming out from the mansion, Lianzhu immediately reacted and hurriedly spoke. Your Highness, we have received news that General Wang Jin has assembled 400,000 troops under the pretext of an expedition against the barbarians and has set off from the south borrowing passage through Fengjing City. Moreover, there have been unusual movements reported from the western Lai Mountain dynasty, seemingly indicating troop assembly. What? How long has this news been out? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression darkened. That old codger Wang Jin was indeed preparing to tear off the masked borrowing passage. Why not just say he's borrowing the whole of the Zhao? The message was sent overnight by a person dispatched by the second prince. Upon receiving the news, I rushed here immediately. Although Lin Hao has yet to receive any news from his elder brother, he still dispatched someone to inform the trusted individuals in Pingyang City, knowing his brother's excellence since childhood. He believed that if his brother was safe and sound, the message would surely reach him. Lin Yu lowered his head in contemplation, calculating in his mind that the 20,000 troops, led by Uncle Han, should be returning to Fengjing City soon. However, Wang Jin commanded 400,000 soldiers, and even if his father managed to break through, it would still be a lone tree struggling against the wind. He had heard that Wang Jin had broken through to the middle stage of the mortal realm years ago. It was unclear what level he had reached since then. Moreover, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he thought about the Lai Mountain dynasty. That old codger Wang Jin had such deep schemes colluding with outsiders, it truly reflected the saying of being scheming and meticulous. Just now, while connecting to the system, he had briefly scanned through, and his kill value had increased significantly. At this moment, the northern barbarian royal court should have already fallen. The 3 iron cavalry legions should also be on their way back. Originally, Lin Yu planned for them to return, so he could lead the army to push back as Wang Jin's faction was no longer a concern. However, plans could not keep up with changes. He did not dare place his father and Lin Hao in such a dangerous situation. Lianzhu glanced at him and continued. Your Highness, when you left Pingyang, you instructed that if any suspicious individuals entered Pingyang City, they should immediately seek you at Dingbei City. In the past 2 days, I and old Shui have discovered that there are indeed many unfamiliar faces in the city. As soon as they arrive in Pingyang City, they disperse in all directions, inquiring about you and the Northern Expedition Army. Although we have done our utmost to control the situation, some information has still managed to leak out. After saying this, Lianzhu's expression turned slightly grim. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this and waved his hand. Uncle Lian, it's all right. He had not expected to be able to completely block the transmission of information back to Fengjing. He only needed to use the time difference to strengthen his own power. Although the plan was disrupted, it was still bearable. 400,000 troops marching north from the south would certainly not arrive quickly. As long as he could return to Fengjing first and stall for a while, Zhao Yun and the others could arrive afterward. They were indeed experts in the mortal realm, leading Master Realm cavalry, and would catch up to him swiftly. By that time, the situation would reverse and return to the planned trajectory. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had been advancing step by step. Seeing Lin Yu once again fall into deep thought, Lianzhu did not dare to disturb him casually, his face turning red from anxiety. Lin Yu came back to his senses and saw Lianzhu looking anxious. Uncle Lian, I have made a decision. You should rest for a moment. After saying this, he walked into the house. Lianzhu watched Lin Yu leave, worry etched on his face. He had just realized that the two young leaders who had previously accompanied Lin Yu in Pingyang City were not present. Only 1,000 white horse cavalry remained in the city. As Lin Yu walked into the house, he pondered that wanting to return to Fengjing first to stall Wang Jin's faction was not sufficient, relying solely on him and the 1,000 white horse Yisong in Dingbei City. Thus he connected to the system. Battle points 200,000. Killing high-level martial artists to gain kill value was still the best approach. System: what realm can I advance to with 200,000 battle points? System: early mortal realm. Lin Yu. He thought that advancing to the mortal realm would cost a lot of battle points, but he didn't expect that 200,000 would only raise him to the early stage of the mortal realm. System: every time you advance in the mortal realm it requires 100,000 battle points. Lin Yu fell into a dilemma and asked again. System: after advancing to the mortal realm, how does the calculation method for obtaining battle points and the points required for summoning change? System: after the host reaches the mortal realm, killing martial artists below the Great Master realm will yield half the battle points. Each summoning costs 50,000 battle points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. System: spend 20,000 battle points to elevate me to the peak of the Great Master realm. Ding! A powerful force surged forth and Lin Yu clenched his fists, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and the other two who were rushing back also experienced an elevation in their realms. Xian Shiji peak mortal realm, 50 unsealed, Zhao Yun peak mortal realm, 40 unsealed, Huaxia peak mortal realm, 40 unsealed. The higher the realm elevated, the faster the unsealing progress became. They were not far from completely unsealing. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and continued. System: use all remaining battle points for summoning. Ding! Usage successful. Congratulations, host. Summoning succeeded 5 times, failed 4 times. It turned out that it wasn't that he was lucky at the beginning, but rather that the system should have a protective mechanism. Now was likely the correct probability. However, with 5 successes, Lin Yu was already very satisfied. This summoning was mainly to deal with the current crisis. As long as he could stall until Zhao Yun and the 3 cavalry arrived, he could turn the tide. He then looked at the summoning information. Last time he summoned 3 cards for troop realm elevation. He wondered what it would be this time. Lin Yu's expression was filled with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 Zong returning origin pill and 3 cavalry core expansion cards tier 1. A flicker of surprise flashed across Lin Yu's eyes and new items had appeared. Simultaneously within the system space, a pill radiating white light and 3 pitch black cards materialized. Lin Yu examined them with his divine sense. 5 Zong returning origin pill. Note: a supreme healing elixir. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one still breathes, consuming this pill will restore vitality and vigor. 3 cavalry core expansion cards, tier 1. Note: upon using this card, the host may designate 1 cavalry corps under their command to be fully reinforced to 30,000 troops, disregarding spatial distance. Lin Yu was overjoyed. The 5 Zong returning origin pill was a treasure equivalent to an extra life. For now he had no use for it, so he stored it away for later. After successive campaigns, all 3 cavalry units had suffered losses. These 3 cavalry core expansion cards resolved the urgent need, and they disregarded spatial distance. System: used the cavalry core expansion cards on the Flying Tiger Army White Horse Righteous Followers and Great Han Iron Cavalry respectively. Usage successful. On the desolate plain, Zhao Yun and his 2 companions who were heading back suddenly noticed a spatial rift appearing behind each of their corps. Endless troops galloped out from the rifts, swiftly merging with the main force advancing forward. The 3 exchanged glances. Their cultivation had been partially unsealed moments ago, and they already knew that His Highness was undergoing a breakthrough. Seeing the expanded core filled them with renewed vigor. At Dingbei City, Lin Yu wasted no time and withdrew his consciousness from the system space. He thought he had glimpsed a summoned character. The vast starry sky spun rapidly, freezing on a ferocious-looking burly man. Before Lin Yu, space shattered. Who dares harm my lord? The burly man wielding double halberds knelt on one knee before Lin Yu. Jianwei pays respects to your highness. A surge of profound security washed over Lin Yu, filling him with elation. Finally, he had an iron-blooded guardian. He immediately spoke. Jianwei rise quickly. His gaze fell upon the double halberds in his hands. These halberds must never be carelessly discarded. You should even hold them while sleeping. Jianwei scratched his head with a simple-minded grin. Understood. Lin Yu checked the system information. Jianwei peak mortal realm, 40 unsealed. He asked, Jianwei, can you carry me for prolonged aerial flight at this moment? Not yet. I would need to fly for a while and then recover briefly. Jianwei pondered for a moment, then continued. If my cultivation breaks through to the earth realm, I can carry your highness for travel by flight. Lin Yu nodded, then summoned a young white-robed cavalry officer. Wait here at Dingbei City for General Zhao and the others to return. Then relay my order to the 3 generals to lead their troops swiftly to Fengjing. I will depart ahead." Upon hearing this, the young officer's expression turned solemn, and he immediately clasped his hands. "Understood," Lin Yu continued. "Also inform Lian Zhu that the northern barbarian king's court has been destroyed. Have him convey to Shui Ran to begin constructing a city in the direction of the northern barbarian king's court and relocate the commoners there." After speaking, he paused to consider if there were any other matters, then waved for the young officer to withdraw. He instructed Dianwei, "Dianwei, take me at full speed to Fengjing City." Dianwei obeyed and instantly shot into the sky, with Lin Yu flying toward Fengjing City. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "Wang Jin, you old scoundrel, I have returned. Since you are so impatient, I shall send you on your way." Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City, just before dawn. Before the steps of the Imperial Court's Assembly Hall, officials of the Great Zhou arrived one after another. Upon hearing the news of Lin Huang's emergence from seclusion, the ministers had rushed from various regions to attend the court session. Not far from the steps, Gu Linru stood surrounded by several Great Zhou ministers whispering among themselves. Gu Linru's expression was grim. He sighed inwardly. Wang Jin, disregarding the imperial court, had mustered 400,000 troops to campaign against the barbarians using the pretext of passing through Fengjing City. He would soon arrive at Fengjing with no restraint. His ambitions were clear to all. The crown prince had been forced northward and had not sent back any news. Though the second prince was capable, he was slightly inferior to the crown prince and was now under Wang Jin's surveillance, confined to the palace. The previous Great Zhou king Lin Jinan had not been seen for over a decade, and rumors had long been rife. The king's martial cultivation had stagnated for over 10 years. Even if this seclusion had brought a breakthrough, he might still stand alone against the storm. The entire Great Zhou was now teetering. Yet the people of Fengjing City were not panicked. They remained within the city, ready to fight to the bitter end for Great Zhou. Amid the varied expressions of the crowd below the steps, the hall's doors burst open and the herald announced that all were to enter for the court assembly. Gu Linru composed himself, his gaze resolute, and walked into the hall. Regardless, it would be a fight to the death. The ministers filed into the hall and took their positions. They saw Lin Huang seated upon the dragon, thrown, his gaze sharp, his aura surging as he released the full pressure of his mortal realm midstage cultivation. Gu Linru sighed inwardly. His Majesty was indeed the unparalleled genius of the Great Zhou from over a decade ago. After a decade of silence, a single seclusion had brought a breakthrough. Lin Huang saw that all had taken their places. His gaze swept across the hall, but there was no sign of Wang Jin or his military faction. His expression darkened. Upon emerging from seclusion, he had already heard that Wang Jin had assembled 400,000 troops departing from the south to campaign against the barbarians in the north, and he intended to pass through Fengjing City in utter lawlessness. Seeing Lin Huang seated in the hall without making any move, Gu Linru, setting aside protocol, immediately spoke. "Your Majesty, Grand General Wang Jin has issued unauthorized orders assembling 400,000 troops to march north against the barbarians using the pretext of passing through Fengjing City. His ambitions are clear." Lin Huang nodded slightly, his expression heavy, and asked, "How many troops can the royal city muster?" 20,000. Gu Linru answered promptly. The formation of the Northern Expedition Army had already drawn 2,000 imperial guards with military authority firmly in Wang Jin's hands. These 20,000 troops were the limit. Lin Huang realized there was no retreat. He could not back down. He looked at the resolute faces of those before him. There was only one path: to fight. He immediately issued orders. "Prepare the army for battle." After a brief pause, he thought of Lin Yu and Lin Hao, and a trace of tenderness flickered in his eyes. "Have someone escort Hao out of the city tonight. Head north, cross the Tianqi mountain range. He is not to return until he has reached the Earth Realm. If you encounter Yuer, take him along as well." Then he waved his hand. "You may withdraw." Gu Linru and the others prepared to turn and leave. Since they had made their resolve, even if it meant smashing an egg against a stone, they would not retreat a single step. Just as Lin Huang rose to leave, a guard rushed in, his face alight with excitement, interrupting everyone's movements. Lin Huang frowned slightly, looking at the breathless guard. "What is it?" The guard dared not delay and quickly reported. "General Han has returned in triumph with the 20,000 troops of the Northern Expedition Army. He is now on his way to the palace." Buzz. Hearing the guard's words, the entire court fell silent for a second, then a wave of joy swept over everyone. Lin Huang's face also lit up with delight. Then, as if remembering something, he tensed slightly and quickly asked, "Did you see the Crown Prince?" The guard replied. This subordinate did not see His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Huang breathed a sigh of relief, then sat back on the dragon, throne, awaiting Han Lin's arrival at court. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City, At this moment, the entire populace of Fengjing emerged from their dwellings, gazing with pride upon the Northern Expeditionary Army soldiers entering through the city gates. They had just heard the herald's report of a great victory. The Grand Prince, leading 30,000 Northern Expeditionary troops, had fought a desperate battle against the Northern Barbarian Army outside Pingyang City and triumphed. This news sent a surge of excitement through the people of Fengjing, casting a ray of sunlight upon the city that had been shrouded in gloom. Though the light was not dazzling, it brought them warmth and hope. On the road leading to the royal palace within the city, Han Lin hurriedly rushed towards it, disregarding the stares of the surrounding citizens. Just before reaching Fengjing, he had received word that Wang Jin was leading 400,000 troops towards the city. He needed to report to the palace immediately about the northern campaign. In the imperial palace, shortly after the guards announced the news, Lin Huang and the others saw Han Lin enter, travel-worn and weary. Entering the grand hall, Han Lin knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Huang with clasped hands. "Your Majesty, your subjects have not failed your trust. The Grand Prince led us north after leaving the city. We annihilated the entire 100,000-strong Northern Barbarian Army outside Pingyang City, and Hulian fell on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's face lit up with ecstasy, and he immediately spoke. "Excellent." Gu Linru and the others were also invigorated and were about to inquire about the details. Lin Huang asked first, "Where is Lin Yu?" "His Highness ordered me to lead the troops back to Fengjing first, saying he would return in a few days." Lin Huang frowned, then, as if thinking of something, turned to Gu Linru and the others. "Go and arrange what I just told you. Han Lin, come with me." After speaking, Lin Huang walked towards the side hall. At that moment, Lin Yu was already waiting for him in the side hall and quickly bowed upon seeing him arrive with Han Lin. Lin Huang glanced at the two of them. "Tell me in detail about the northern campaign." Lin Yi and Han Lin exchanged a look and began to recount the events. After listening, Lin Huang revealed a gratified smile. Lin Yu never disappointed him, especially upon learning that 2 peak Grandmaster-level powerhouses and 2 invincible iron cavalry units had accompanied him, which surprised and delighted him. Lin Huang pondered for a moment, then looked at Han Lin. "Han Lin, I order you to command 20,000 Northern Expedition troops and be ready for battle at any time." Upon hearing this, a flicker of madness gleamed in Han Lin's eyes. "As you command." When he heard the news of Wang Jin's approaching army, he feared Lin Huang would send him away. He had already embraced the conviction of death when he went north with Lin Yu, willing to die fighting for the great Zhao. Lin Huang understood his thoughts well. He then waved for the two to withdraw, took a phoenix-shaped jade pendant from his bosom, and held it in his hand. Gazing out the window, a trace of tenderness flickered in his eyes before gradually turning resolute. In Lin Hao's room, a young guard was earnestly trying to persuade him. Lin Hao, with a resolute expression, shoved him out of the room, then looked up towards the direction of the northern barbarians. The young guard left helplessly. The next day at noon, at the southern gate of Fengjing City, smoke and dust billowed as Wang Jin finally arrived with his 400,000-strong army. He gazed at the tightly shut city gates, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Days earlier in Fengjing, he had been uneasy, receiving no news since Lin Ye's northern march. He made a decisive move, marching south to launch his campaign northward. As expected, he received word the day before that Hulian had been slain, the 100,000 northern barbarian troops completely annihilated, and Lin Ye's whereabouts were unknown. He could no longer sit idly by. Allowing the Lin family to grow further would surely nurture a tiger to invite disaster. However, he was still quite wary of Lin Jinan. With this in mind, he turned and spoke. "If Lin Jinan appears, you will act and kill him." 2 men in black robes appeared beside him, their gazes indifferent. One opened his mouth and a hoarse voice emerged. "Rest assured, just remember your promise to our emperor." Wang Jin's expression darkened, and he grunted in acknowledgement, then looked towards the Fengjing city tower, lost in thought. The 2 black-robed men, seeing his perfunctory response, showed disdain in their eyes before merging into the army to conceal themselves. In Fengjing, Lin Huang and the others had received the news and were heading to the city tower. Throughout the city, all the common people had spontaneously taken up arms from their homes, their gazes resolute. Seeing this, Lin Huang's lips trembled slightly. He then led the crowd up the city tower, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Releasing his aura, he looked out at Wang Jin beyond the city. "Wang Jin, since emerging from seclusion, I've heard you've led troops north without authorization. Now you halt your army at Fengjing. What is the meaning of this?" Seeing Lin Huang and the others appear on the tower, Wang Jin remained composed and replied with a slight bow. "Congratulations to your Majesty for your great advancement in cultivation, breaking through to the mid-mortal realm. Your subject leads the army from south to north to campaign against the barbarians, traversing mountains and rivers. I beseech your Majesty to open the city gates and allow your subjects and generals to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang stared fixedly at him, his face completely darkening. Beside him, Gu Linru was even more furious and spoke directly. This is preposterous. The Grand Prince has just achieved a great victory in the north, and now you want to campaign against the barbarians. Where were you before? And to request passage through Fengjing, leading a great army to demand the king open the gates. Such hypocrisy is utterly shameless. Han Lin, also standing by, was livid. Bah! Wang Jin, you old scoundrel, if you want war, then let's war. Stop dilly-dallying like a woman. You covet the great Zhou's realm, yet desire a righteous pretext. You want to have your cake and eat it too. If Lian Zhu were here, he would certainly high-five him. This was truly finding a kindred spirit. After Gu Linru and Han Lin finished, the crowd on the tower one after another unleashed a torrent of abuse at Wang Jin, a spectacle more vivid than any fishwife's quarrel. Wang Jin laughed in extreme rage, casting a contemptuous glance at them before turning to Lin Huang. Is this how your majesty treats his subjects? Lin Huang was also stunned by Wang Jin's audacity and refrained from further pointless words. Seeing Lin Huang fall silent, Wang Jin tore off his mask, completely drew his battle blade from his waist, and pointed it at Fengjing City. King of Great Zhou, Lin Huang, during your reign you have been overbearing and unworthy of your position. Now I, Wang Jin, lead this army to punish you, to rescue the people from misery. Beat the war drums. Assault the city. The 400,000 troops behind him sprang into action instantly. Lin Huang was thoroughly amused despite his anger. Though his martial cultivation had stagnated during his reign, and the Great Zhou's national strength lagged behind neighboring dynasties, he had been diligent, ensuring the people had ample food and clothing. Seeing the 400,000 troops whose battle flags had even been changed to the character Wang, his fury intensified. He immediately raised his imperial sword and roared, "Slay the rebels." After issuing the order, Wang Jin did not linger, but shot directly into the sky, charging at Lin Huang. Seeing Wang Jin hurtling towards him, Lin Huang's eyes turned bloodshot as he raised his long sword and charged to meet him. Boom! The two clashed in a single strike. Wang Jin's body swayed slightly, while Lin Huang staggered back several steps. Watching Lin Huang retreat, Wang Jin revealed a sinister grin. Truly the unparalleled genius of a decade ago. Once in seclusion, you made a breakthrough, and now you dare to clash head-on with me, a late mortal realm cultivator. With that, he raised his blade and continued his assault on Lin Huang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Below, seeing Lin Huang and Wang Jin locked in combat, 7 Grandmaster-level generals burst forth from the rebel army, followed by dozens of master-level powerhouses charging towards the city tower. On the city tower, seeing the approaching enemy powerhouses, Gu Linru also released his aura. This Grand Chancellor of the Great Zhou, well past 70, was surprisingly a late Grandmaster-level powerhouse. He leaped down from the tower, leading Lin Yi and 2 other Grandmaster powerhouses of the Great Zhou, while Han Lin led the Shadow Guard behind them, all charging towards the rebel powerhouses. In the instant of battle, an early Grandmaster-level Great Zhou official was surrounded and killed by the rebel powerhouses. The disparity in numbers among Grandmasters was still evident. Just as the remaining 3 were about to press their attack, a youth leaped down from the city tower. His face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu. He was the second prince of the Great Zhou, Lin Hao. Wielding a heavy sword with both hands, he swept it in a single strike at the 3, forcing the rebel generals to halt instantly. With a cold glare, Lin Hao stepped forward and engaged them in a tangled fight. His cultivation had surprisingly reached the mid-Grandmaster stage, and his combat prowess was formidable, holding his own against 3 opponents of the same level. Gu Linru and the others, seeing Lin Hao under siege, felt their eyes redden and fought with even greater ferocity. In the sky, Lin Huang locked in fierce combat, also sensed Lin Hao leaping from the tower, and his lips trembled. Disobedient child. Then his killing intent intensified, and he resumed his deadly struggle with Wang Jin. At that moment, the 400,000 rebel troops bypassed the battlefield of the powerhouses and surged towards the Fengjing city tower. On the tower, 40,000 Great Zhou soldiers fought desperately, forming an unyielding wall. Though vastly outnumbered, their defensive position temporarily held the rebels at the base of the city walls. The entire southern district of Fengjing City was instantly engulfed in chaotic battle. Fengjing City, south of the city. Dusk. The slaughter still rages. Bang! Suddenly a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. A disheveled figure flew backward. It was Lin Huang. A trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth. His right hand trembled as he gripped his sword, barely standing in the sky. Opposite him, Wang Jin held a war blade, a cruel grin on his face, in far better condition than Lin Huang. Lin Huang still struggling in vain. Lin Huang did not answer. He quickly sensed the battlefield, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. The walls of Fengjing City were drenched in blood. On the battlements, the soldiers of Great Zhou held their ground. As one fell, another immediately took his place, using their bodies to block the rebel charge. But the rebels were too numerous. Of the 40,000 soldiers, 30,000 had already fallen. Looking up, one could faintly see the citizens of Fengjing City armed with weapons lining up to ascend the walls, their faces devoid of fear. On the Grandmaster battlefield, Gu Linru and Lin Yi were being fiercely besieged by 4 rebel generals. They stood back to back, panting heavily, their strength nearly exhausted. Lin Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped his heavy sword. At his feet lay the corpses of 3 rebel Grandmaster generals. Surrounding him, several rebel master-level fighters and an endless sea of rebel soldiers stared at him in terror, afraid to advance. On the master battlefield, Han Lin, his hands gripping the war blade stuck in the ground, stared at the rebel camp with wide eyes, lifeless. Around him lay the bodies of several shadow guards and Great Zhou officials. Wang Jin sensed the situation on the battlefield and frowned slightly at Lin Hao, but paid it no mind. Just a slightly larger ant. That Lin Jinan had not appeared, even now, confirmed his suspicions. His face twisted with even more malice as he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Lin Huang will send you on your way. He immediately raised his blade and charged at Lin Huang. Lin Hao was frantic. Oldie master, didn't you always boast about how powerful you were? Save my father. Alas, little Hao, I've long advised you to listen to your father and leave Great Zhou. With my guidance, you could return in a few years and take revenge. Hidden among the rebel forces are 2 peak mortal realm martial artists. In my current state, I can only unleash 1 strike at the peak mortal realm, then take you far away. And I will fall into slumber. Your father's fate is in his own hands. Lin Hao bit his lip hard, his eyes burning with resentment and hatred as he stared at Wang Jin. Old bastard, I will come back to kill you one day. Mastery strike now. All right then. As if sensing something, his voice suddenly vanished. Lin Hao called out frantically, but there was no response. Just as despair set in, a roar came from the sky. Rebel General, how dare you? At the same time, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. 2 black-robed men hidden among the rebel army suddenly looked up and shot into the sky. A massive halberd shot toward Wang Jin like a streak of white light. Its power was so immense that the space it passed through rippled. Wang Jin hastily withdrew his blade to block, but the halberd struck first. With a thunderous boom, Wang Jin was hit and sent crashing to the ground, coughing blood violently. He looked up in shock at the 2 figures who had appeared beside Lin Huang, incredulous. Lin Yu. It was Lin Yu and Dian Wei who had rushed back from Dingbei City. The battlefield fell silent as everyone noticed them. Lin Hao's face lit up with excitement, as if a pillar of strength had appeared, and he shouted at Lin Yu. Big brother. Lin Yu nodded to him, then scanned the battlefield. Seeing the fallen Han Lin, he clenched his fists in self-reproach. Too late after all. The situation was even grimmer than he had imagined. He then looked at Lin Huang, who could barely stand. Lin Huang was also looking at him, and Dian Wei. Father and son exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words, then turned to focus on the 2 black-robed men. Now was not the time for talk. Lin Huang stared at the 2 men, his face dark, speaking each word deliberately. Lisan Dynasty Western Pacifying General Xiao Mu, Northern Pacifying General Zhao Lin. The 2 black-robed men, realizing their identities had been exposed, shed their robes. They smiled faintly at Lin Huang, then looked warily at the burly man holding the halberd beside Lin Yu. After speaking, Lin Huang's gaze shifted to Wang Jin, who had been repelled by Dian Wei's strike and now hovered in the air again, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Wang Jin colluding with outsiders to usurp the throne. You will be despised by the people of Great Zhou. Wang Jin sneered dismissively at Lin Huang's words. Lin Huang, the king of Lisan, has grand ambitions to conquer the world. He has promised me a marquee position in the Lisan dynasty. I advise you to give up the struggle and hand over Great Zhou. Lin Yu was startled to hear Lin Huang reveal the identities of the 2 black-robed men, his expression turning grave. Lin Yu knew of the Lisan dynasty. This dynasty had emerged suddenly a few years ago. Its current king, Tuoba Lingtian, had led it on a relentless campaign of expansion, sweeping across the south of Lizhou, annexing several dynasties and killing countless powerful warriors from various forces. The Ziyuet dynasty, which bordered Great Zhou to the west, had been destroyed by the Lisan dynasty not long ago. The Lisan dynasty was teeming with experts, and every strike was like a thunderbolt. The surrounding forces had no power to resist. Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin were 2 of the most renowned experts of the Lisan dynasty. It was said that Tuoba Lingtian was currently leading the Lisan dynasty's forces to attack the Qiman king's court. Yet Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin had appeared in Great Zhou and allied with Wang Jin. So Wang Jin's trump card and patron were Tuoba Lingtian. The Lisan dynasty's reach had finally extended to Great Zhou. But he was not afraid. With enough time, relying on his own efforts and the system's help, a mere Lisan dynasty would be crushed beneath his feet. After speaking, Wang Jin ignored the furious Lin Huang and turned his gaze to Lin Yu and Dian Wei. Truly the greatest prodigy of Great Zhou. I don't know what fortune you've stumbled upon, but that fool Hulian not only failed to kill you, but you even recruited such a powerful warrior and reached the peak of Grandmaster yourself. But the outcome is already decided. Lin Yu sneered. Old dog, if you have the guts, come and see how many strikes from my general's halberd you can withstand. Wang Jin's face darkened at the words, his gaze full of wariness toward Dian Wei. The earlier strike had nearly crippled him. At that moment, Xiao Mu of the Lizhan dynasty spoke, looking at Dian Wei. General, may I ask your name? Great Zhou is about to fall. Our king is a true lord of the age. Why not join our dynasty and conquer the world? Pak. If that so-called king of Lizhan dares to come, I'll smash him with my halberd. Lin Yu sneered as Xiao Mu tried to recruit Dian Wei right in front of him. They had no idea of the value of absolute loyalty. Enraged by Dian Wei's reply, Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin raised their weapons and charged at him. Ungrateful fool. Dian Wei grinned at the two charging toward him. With a gentle force, he sent Lin Yu to Lin Hao's side, then raised his halberd and charged at them. Your Highness, take care. They'll go kill these two first. Wang Jin and Lin Huang clashed again. Both were in poor condition, and the fight was evenly matched for now. Lin Yu cast a glance at the sky battlefield where fierce clashes raged, then quickly averted his gaze. He had faith in Dian Wei and Lin Huang. Yet the ground battlefield was grim. The venerable Chancellor and Lin Yi were on their last legs. The defenders on the city wall of the Great Zhou were nearly all fallen. He then turned his gaze to Lin Hao, who was staring at him with utter admiration. His eyes paused, a flicker of confusion passing through them. Just as Lin Yu looked at Lin Hao, the system unexpectedly emitted a prompt. Mindful of the dire battlefield situation, Lin Yu set aside further inquiry. He swept his eyes over the several rebel grandmaster experts surrounding them and spoke. How's he, any issues? Lin Hao, understanding Lin Yes' intent, met his gaze with resolve. No problem. Leave this to me. Big brother, go aid the venerable Chancellor. Lin Yu nodded at the reply, his killing intent surging. He swept his spear in a horizontal arc, sending dozens of rebel soldiers flying, and dashed towards Gulinru like a gale. Lin Hao watched his brother depart to provide support, took a deep breath, and raised his heavy sword to strike at the rebels. Come fight. Then he plunged back into the melee. Gulinru and Lin Yi finally breathed a slight sigh of relief as Lin Yu arrived. They stared in awe as he suppressed four latest-stage grandmaster rebel generals in fierce combat. A pang of sorrow struck them. The royal Lin family of Great Zhou had 3 prodigies, yet they had to face the traitor Wang Jin. Lin Yu, relentlessly bombarding the 4, wore a cold gaze, his spear creating afterimages with every swing. But inside he burned with anxiety. He had to swiftly eliminate these 4 and then reinforce the city wall. The longer the delay, the more perilous Fengjing City became. If it dragged on, even if Dian Wei and his father vanquished their foes, the citizens of Fengjing would likely be slaughtered by the rebels. He glanced into the distance from time to time. Zilong, why haven't you arrived yet? Just as Lin Yu slew 3 rebel generals, and the city wall of Fengjing teetered on the brink of collapse, chaos erupted at the rear of the rebel camp. The ground trembled violently, the air filled with continuous sonic booms, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth went into turmoil. Lin Yu jerked his head up, ecstasy flooding his face. Finally, they had arrived. Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin, who were locked in battle with Dian Wei in the sky, turned to look, their expressions shifting to horror. A grin spread across Dian Wei's face. 3 streaks of light shot in from the distance, materializing into 3 armored young commanders who spoke in unison. Great Zhou Dynasty under the Grand Prince Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Dynasty under the Grand Prince Huaxia. Great Zhou Dynasty under the Grand Prince Xiang Shiji. By the Grand Prince's command, we suppress the rebels. As their words fell, 3 cavalry units emerged in a pincer formation behind the rebel army. Banners of Great Zhou fluttered high. 90,000 Grandmaster-level warriors mounted on warhorses exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Lin Ye's spirit sword. He raised his spear. By my command, Zhao Yunhor, Xubing Dian Wei, annihilate the invaders from Lizhan Dynasty. By my command, Xian Shiji, execute the traitor Wang Jin. By my command, 90,000 Great Zhou cavalry, cleanse the 400,000 rebels. Charge. I'd. The thunderous roar was so formidable it tore a rift in the clouds above. Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin watched Zhao Yun and Huaxia hurtling towards them, Dian Wei grinning wildly nearby, and the 90,000 cavalry charging into the rebel ranks below. Overwhelmed with terror, they screamed hoarsely. Peak mortal realm. All 3 young commanders are at peak mortal realm. Those 90,000 cavalry, all grandmasters. Wang Jin, you utter fool. Is this the insignificant Great Zhou you spoke of? Wang Jin was already stricken with terror. Seeing Xian Shiji charging at him with murderous intent, his face turned ashen. Impossible. In an instant, the tide of battle reversed. The defenders of Fengjing finally snapped out of their daze, staring in awe at Lin Yu's spear raised high, their faces dazed. Lin Huang, witnessing the sudden shift, was equally exhilarated. He raised his sword. Warriors of Great Zhou, charge. After Lin Yu gave the order, he pierced the last rebel Grandmaster General with a single thrust of his spear. Lin Haogu, Lin Ru, and the others gathered around him. On the city wall, the remaining Great Zhou soldiers leaped down, without hesitation, forming a force of just over 1,000 men that surged towards the rebel camp. At the rebel rear, the 3 cavalry units smashed through the army like thunderbolts. After one charge, they swiftly linked up with Lin Ye's group. 3 bloody paths were carved across the field. Overwhelmed by the sight of countless Grandmaster cavalry, the rebel ranks fell into chaos, dropping their weapons. "No! Your Majesty, Your Highness, spare us! Mercy!" Hearing the rebels' cries of surrender, Lin Yu did not pause. His face was grim and merciless. Great Zhou cavalry charge. Traitors and rebels deserved no leniency. Lin Huang's eyes flickered with a trace of reluctance, but after glancing at Lin Ye's back, more resolute than in childhood, his own gaze hardened. Just as the Great Zhou cavalry launched their second charge, Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin were sent flying backward from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Even when they fought together, Dian Wei had dominated them. With Zhao Yun and Huaxia joining the fray, they were gravely wounded within a few exchanges. Now battered and bloodied, they looked despondently at the 3 Lin family members standing together. Qiu Mu spoke first. "Lin Huang, if you dare kill us, our emperor will surely lead an army to raise Great Zhou." Lin Huang did not answer. Instead, he looked at Lin Yu. Seeing this eldest son, who had become a stranger even to him since his northern campaign, Lin Huang felt a mix of pride and complexity. Catching his father's gaze, Lin Yu turned to Qiu Mu and the other, his expression icy, and said to Dian Wei, "Kill." Dian Wei hefted his halberd, approached the terrified pair, and grinned. With a wet thud, 2 heads fell to the ground. As the 2 from Lizhan dynasty were slain, Xine Qiji approached the 3 Lin men carrying Wang Jin, Daimid barely alive, in his hand. He threw Wang Jin to the ground, forcing him to his knees. Wang Jin glanced at the severed heads of Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin, then looked up at the 3 Lin men, a bitter, resentful smile twisting his lips. "Lin Huang, I didn't lose to you. I lost to the son you raised. Just wait for the storm of vengeance from the Lizhan dynasty." Lin Huang stared at the venomous glare of Wang Jin, raised his war blade, and slashed it across Wang Jin's throat. Wang Jin crumpled to the ground lifeless. In that moment, the Great Zhou soldiers gazing at the silhouettes of Lin Huang and his sons were filled with fervent devotion. Lin Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze lingering on Wang Jin's corpse for a fleeting second. After the court session, the system had activated, and he had raced against time ever since. Wang Jin had finally met his end. He then surveyed the battlefield, taking in the slaughtered rebel army and the blazing zeal in the eyes of the Great Zhou people. He exchanged a glance with Lin Huang. Returned to the city. He then led the group with Lin Huang towards the palace, knowing his father had much to say to him. In Fengjing City, the dark clouds had dispersed and sunlight bathed the streets. The citizens gazed at the 3 members of the royal Lin family, their king, the Grand Prince, and a second prince. It was as if they beheld the Great Zhou dynasty rising like the blazing sun. In that silence, more was said than words could express. On his way back, Lin Huang arranged the post-war affairs, and after notifying everyone about the morning court session the next day, instructed them to withdraw and recuperate. Having endured such a fierce battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. After methodically handling numerous matters, they returned to their respective residences to recover. At that moment, in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace within the ancestral shrine, a trace of color had returned to Lin Huang's face. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring blankly at the ancestral tablets before him. Behind him, the 2 brothers Lin Yu and Lin Hao stood at a distance, watching his pensive silhouette in silence. The Lin family of Great Zhou originally rose from a native aristocratic clan in Li Prefecture, Eastern Domain. In those early days, the Lin ancestors, witnessing the suffering of the people, gathered heroes from all corners and established the Great Zhou dynasty. Now Lin Huang was the 27th king of Great Zhou. The brothers had heard that in his youth Lin Huang possessed unparalleled martial talent, reaching the peak of Grandmaster before the age of 30, making him the pride of all Great Zhou. Afterward, for reasons unknown, his cultivation stagnated for nearly 20 years. It was only recently, when Lin Yu was forced northward, that he broke through from the early mortal realm to the middle mortal realm. Throughout the brothers' memories, Lin Huang had always been stern with them. Though not a man of many words, he cared for them in every way, and they in turn had been obedient and sensible since childhood. After a long while, Lin Huang withdrew, his gaze turned around, and looked at the faces of Lin Yu and Lin Hao. A flicker of daze passed through his eyes. Seeing his father's expression, Lin Yu mused inwardly. So it begins. Mother of this life, who are you, and where are you? Lin Hao, observing the conflicted expression on Lin Huang's face and the composed calm of Lin Yu, was filled with confusion, but stood obediently still. Lin Huang took out the phoenix-shaped jade pendant he often held in his hands. His gaze, complex yet filled with pride, rested on Lin Yu before he spoke. "You heir, I know not where you found so many formidable warriors to follow you, nor how you managed to train such a fearsome cavalry. This is your secret, and I am proud of you. You need not explain it to me. Just remember, you are the great Zhou's eldest prince, my son. Protect yourself." Lin Hao also looked at Lin Yu with complete trust. Moved by Lin Huang's words and Lin Hao's gaze, Lin Yu nodded solemnly to them both. He too had struggled with how to explain the sudden appearance of the people in the army. After all, the system was too earth-shattering to reveal. It was his ultimate secret. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Lin Huang rubbed the jade pendant in his hand, then held it in his palm. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes as he continued speaking to the two brothers. "You heir, how you must have long wondered who your mother is and where she is. Now that you have grown up and are even more outstanding than I was at your age, it is time to tell you. 20 years ago, while traveling, I met your mother north of the northern barbarian court in the Tianqi mountain range. She was an extraordinary woman, also training there. We fell in love at first sight, and then..." Lin Yu and Lin Hao listened to their father's memories, their hearts filled with complex emotions. They learned that their mother had departed after giving birth to Lin Hao. Lin Hao could no longer contain himself and asked, "Father, why did mother leave?" Lin Huang looked at them, both a blaze of hatred igniting in his eyes as he spoke. 2 months after Hao was born, your mother's clansmen walked through the void. With a single strike, they gravely wounded your grandfather Lin Jinan, shattered my martial foundation, and forcibly took your mother away. As she left, she only said Central Domain Phoenix Clan. It was then that I finally learned your mother's true name, Feng Qingli. Your grandfather passed away not long after being severely injured. This jade pendant was left behind by your mother." After finishing his tale, Lin Huang fell silent, quietly watching the two of them. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy cold as he clenched his fists. "So this is the plot, is it? Central Domain Phoenix Clan. I have noted this." He then raised his head, his expression resolute. "Father, before long my brother and I will surely bring mother back to Great Zhou and avenge grandfather." Lin Hao, snapping back to reality, nodded firmly. Lin Huang looked at them with pride, but a note of gravity entered his eyes. "This matter requires careful planning." After a moment's thought, he spoke to them again. "What do you know of the Dome continent, the Eastern Domain Li Prefecture, and the Lizhan dynasty?" Both shook their heads. Their understanding of Li Prefecture and the Lizhan dynasty was quite superficial. Only Lin Yu, who enjoyed traveling, had a slightly broader, though still limited knowledge. Lin Huang looked at them and began to speak slowly. "The entire Dome continent is divided into the Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, and Central domains. The Central domain is the most powerful and vast, larger than the other 4 domains combined. Its exact size is unknown to me. The Eastern domain comprises 36 prefectures. The closer one gets to the central prefectures, the denser the spiritual energy, and the greater the land area and overall power. Our Great Zhou is located in Li Prefecture in the Eastern domain. Li Prefecture lies at the southernmost edge of the Eastern domain, ranking in the lower middle tier among the 36 prefectures in overall strength. To the south of Li Prefecture, a massive mountain range, the Tianqi mountain range, stretches from west to east, cutting off roughly a quarter of Li Prefecture's land. The land north of the Tianqi mountain range, comprising the other 3/4 of Li Prefecture, is its central region. South of the Tianqi mountain range lies our Great Zhou. To reach the center of Li Prefecture, one must travel north and cross the Tianqi mountain range. The Tianqi mountain range is fraught with perilous places and ferocious beasts. For years, this mountain range has isolated our land from the center of Li Prefecture, leaving it barren of spiritual energy. The central region calls it the barbaric wasteland. Most martial artists who break through to the mortal realm and possess some strength will attempt to cross the Tianqi mountain range, seeking broader horizons. It was during my attempt to train in the Tianqi mountain range, striving to break through the mortal realm, that I met your mother." He paused, slightly looking at the awestruck brothers, then continued. "The center of Li Prefecture thrives on martial arts with countless experts. Mortal realm martial artists are common, earth realm practitioners are numerous, and it is said that only heaven realm cultivators can be considered true powerhouses. As for Tuoba Lingtian of the Lizhan dynasty, he hails from the center of Li Prefecture. He is a peak earth realm expert with many powerful subordinates." At this point, as if recalling something, Lin Huang asked Lin Yu, "You heir, after the battle at Pingyang City during your northern campaign, you vanished for a few days. Where did you go?" "Father, after the battle at Pingyang City, I led the army to directly assault the northern barbarian court. Now the northern barbarian court has been destroyed by me." Lin Huang showed an expression of confirmed suspicion. Seeing the generals and cavalry under Lin Yu's command, he had already guessed as much. He then continued, "The northern barbarian court was located at the edge of the Tianqi mountain range. The Crimson Barbarian Court, which Tuoba Lingtian is currently attacking, is also situated at the edge of that range. Now that Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin are dead, they will surely receive the news soon. Saying this, Lin Huang rubbed his temples and looked at the two brothers still reeling from the massive influx of information. All right, go and rest now. Attend the morning court session tomorrow. The two acknowledged the order and walked out. Lin Huang watched their retreating figures, his eyes flickering with thought. The Lizhan dynasty, Tuoba Lingtian. Heir and Hao have grown up now. Heir is even capable of standing on his own. If we can survive this crisis. Liar, I will come to find you even if it means dying without a burial place. Lin Yu and Lin Hao were both deeply shaken as they stepped out of the ancestral hall. The revelations from Lin Huang were overwhelming, containing information about their mother and granting a far more profound understanding of the entire Dome continent, making them feel the insignificance of themselves and the Great Zhou. Lin Ye's heart was also greatly stirred. So there existed such a vast world. No wonder the system often reminded him of his weakness, and the few he had summoned were all in a sealed state. What followed was an inexhaustible surge of motivation. With his own efforts and the system's aid, he believed that one day he would stand at the pinnacle admiring the magnificent scenery of this prosperous era. As the two walked side by side, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the prompt from the system when Dian Wei had delivered him to Lin Hao during the day. Host, there is an extremely powerful soul within this person's sea of consciousness. The battlefield situation had been urgent then, so he had set the matter aside. Now that they were alone together, it was the perfect time. He carefully sensed Lin Hao a look of hesitation in his eyes. A peak grandmaster. Recalling his past lives' knowledge, could his younger brother be a favored son of destiny? An old master residing within. He immediately spoke. Lin Hao, after my northern expedition, your martial arts realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. Are you feeling any discomfort? Lin Hao, having also digested the vast information, turned his head upon hearing Lin Ye's question, his face full of admiration as he excitedly said, "I'm fine, big brother. Ever since you were forced north, I've been training hard, worried that Wang Jin would drop all pretense. But you, big brother, are truly incredible. You destroyed the northern barbarian court in the north and returned in time to slay that traitor Wang Jin, saving the Great Zhou." Lin Yu sensed the same Lin Hao from their childhood and revealed a faint smile. He reached out to ruffle his hair as he used to, but then thought better of it and placed his hand on his shoulder, giving it a pat. "From now on, we must lead the Great Zhou out of this barbaric land, march towards Li Province, conquer the realm, and then bring mother back, reuniting our family." Lin Hao clenched his fists, nodding firmly at him, his gaze resolute. Then the two brothers exchanged a glance, and both laughed before heading to their respective palaces. Since Lin Hao did not mention the old master, Lin Yu did not press further. He too had his own secrets. All he wanted was for those around him to be safe and sound. Returning to his palace, Lin Yu saw the excited Qiner and the others, gave some instructions, and then washed up and went to sleep. This northern expedition had been a race against time, filled with several great battles, more thrilling than the decade plus since he had crossed over. Now that Wang Jin had been eliminated, the entire Great Zhou was in ruins, awaiting reconstruction. The formidable enemy to come was Tuoba Lingtian and his Lizhan dynasty. His mother far away in the central domain. The path ahead was bound to be splendid and colorful. At Lin Hao's palace, he also returned to his room to rest. The great battle of the day and the information from Lin Huang required careful digestion. "Little Haozi, your imperial brother, is no ordinary man." Hearing the sudden voice, he was startled, then said angrily, "Old man, why did you disappear when I called for you during the day? I was about to make a move when I sensed your imperial brother arriving with powerful experts. Your imperial brother and the few young men under him are extraordinary. Though their martial arts are still weak, they are all monstrous prodigies. The legions they command exude a terrifying killing intent. In all my long years, having traversed dozens of planes and seen countless heavenly prodigies, I have rarely encountered any who match them. I even feel that your imperial brother has already sensed my existence." Lin Hao could not see the expression on Old Yi's face, or he would have noticed the shock on it. During the day, he had clearly seen the flicker of doubt in Lin Ye's gaze when he looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly stunned upon hearing this and muttered, "You old man, you're completely unreliable." Then, ignoring Old Yi, who seemed to be provoked, he lay on the bed, recalling the gesture Lin Yu had made to ruffle his hair. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day at the Fengjing City Palace, Lin Huang sat upon the dragon throne. Below stood Lin Yu, Lin Hao, Gu Linru, and the others. Behind Lin Yu followed Zhao Yun, Huaxia, Xian Qiji, and Dian Wei. Lin Huang swept his gaze over them and spoke. "Gu Linru, now that the traitor Wang Jin and his ilk have been executed, swiftly purge the southern and western regions of the dynasty. Execute any remnants you find and pacify the local populace. If there is a shortage of local officials, assess talents from the various cities and promote them directly to their posts. Gu Linru looked somewhat troubled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, after yesterday's battle, the Great Zhou has almost no legions left to deploy for regional pacification. Lin Huang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Wang Jin had co-opted most of the Great Zhou's generals and legions, all of whom had been slain by Lin Yu in yesterday's battle. If the various cities of the Great Zhou were not immediately purged and brought under control, chaos would surely erupt. Seeing Lin Huang's grim expression, Lin Yu immediately spoke. Father, I have led the army to destroy the northern barbarian court. I have ordered the people of the northern frontier to migrate north. There is no need to worry about the north. I suggest that Xia and Shiji lead 30,000 flying tiger troops westward to suppress the remnants, and then guard the border against the Lizhan dynasty. Let Huaxia and Zhao Yun each command 30,000 cavalry to purge the remnants in the southern and eastern directions of the Great Zhou, and then expand outward. Lin Yu had his own considerations. The Lizhan dynasty might arrive at any time. Xia and Shiji, leading the flying tiger troops, would first garrison the border, clearing out rebel remnants along the way, which would solve the current shortage of legions in the Great Zhou. Zhao Yun and Huaxia would lead their troops to incorporate the several dynasties to the east and south of the Great Zhou into its territory. This would harvest a massive amount of kill points, strengthening their power to face the Lizhan dynasty. Now, throughout the entire barbaric land aside from the Lizhan dynasty, no other dynasty posed a threat. Zhao Yun and Huaxia would undoubtedly sweep through them all. Lin Huang immediately understood after hearing this. His gaze fell upon the men behind Lin Yu, and he said, approved. Gu Linru and the others were all visibly excited. They had witnessed the prowess of Lin Yu's men and legions. With them sweeping through, it would be an easy task. Hearing that Lin Yu also planned to expand the territory filled them with even more drive. Lin Huang glanced at Lin Yu, and Lin Hao then continued, from this day forth, the Grand Prince Lin Yu shall oversee the state. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Yu's eyes. As you command. Lin Hao was ecstatic, secretly tugging at Lin Yu's robe and making faces at him. Lin Huang watched the two brothers who shared such a close bond, and a smile appeared on his face. The assembled ministers were all filled with emotion. The Great Zhou was about to usher in a new era. They were, of course, more than satisfied with Lin Yu. Intelligent since childhood, dignified and proper, and now surrounded by capable men. The news that the northern barbarian court had already been destroyed had stunned them. Moreover, if he had not led the army back in time, the Great Zhou would have already fallen into Wang Jin's hands. Within the imperial palace at Lin Huang's secluded cultivation chamber, Lin Yu gazed expectantly at his father, who sat with eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from Lin Huang's body, causing spiritual energy to roil violently. Then Lin Huang opened his eyes, a spark of excitement gleaming within them. My martial foundation has been restored, he exclaimed. My cultivation has also broken through to the peak of the mortal realm. Overjoyed, Lin Yu offered his congratulations. This is wonderful news, father. After the morning court session, recalling his father's words about his shattered martial foundation from the previous day, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the 5 viscera, returning origin, pill he had obtained through an item summoning. He immediately consulted the system and learned it could restore Lin Huang's martial foundation. Without hesitation, he administered the pill. Over a decade ago, Lin Huang's martial foundation had been shattered, silencing the once illustrious prodigy of the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, with his foundation not only restored but also enhanced, his cultivation surged by an entire minor realm, bringing the earth realm within arm's reach. Overcome with emotion, Lin Huang rarely teased his son. You're not getting any younger, you are. Though affairs of state keep you busy, don't forget to find me a daughter-in-law. Lin Yu responded with an awkward chuckle. Father, there's no rush. A faint smile touched Lin Huang's lips as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, go attend to your duties. If you face any difficult decisions, you may seek my counsel. I need to go into seclusion to fully absorb the pill's medicinal power. With his martial foundation restored, he was eager to enter cultivation seclusion, not only to prepare for the imminent threat of the Lizhan dynasty, but also to reclaim the one who held his heart. Seeing the flicker of urgency on Lin Huang's face, Lin Yu understood his thoughts. He cupped his hands in a respectful salute and turned to leave. Returning to his bedchamber, Lin Yu instructed Dian Wei to stand guard at the entrance. His consciousness now connected to the system. After yesterday's great battle, he had earned 400,000 conquest points. Zhao Yun and his 2 companions, along with 3 cavalry legions, had already been dispatched. Gu Linru and the others were also busily engaged in their tasks. Now, with only Dian Wei by his side, he suddenly felt the scarcity of available manpower. With this thought, he addressed the system. System, elevate my cultivation to the early mortal realm. Ding! A surge of immense power flooded Lin Yu's body, leaving him awestruck. He felt he could now take on 10 of his former self. As his cultivation advanced, the seals on Dianwei and the others' cultivation were also partially lifted. He turned his attention to the system's information. Dianwei Early Earth Realm, 50 unsealed. Zhao Yun Early Earth Realm, 50 unsealed. Huaxia Early Earth Realm, 50 unsealed. Xiang Shiji Early Earth Realm, 60 unsealed. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin as he wondered what state they would reach when fully unsealed, likely the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, Dianwei, stationed at the door, sensed the shattering of the shackles within him and grinned. Just as Lin Yu was about to initiate a summoning, the system issued a prompt. Congratulations, host. As your cultivation has reached the mortal realm, the system will now undergo an update. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. An update? System, when will the update be complete? The update will be finished by tomorrow. Lin Yu rose to his feet, stretching. He glanced out the window to see the city lights flickering on. With the system set to update by tomorrow and everyone occupied with their respective tasks, he found himself with a rare moment of leisure with nothing pressing to do. So he rose and stepped out of the room. In Fengjing City, after the great battle of yesterday, the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty buzzed with vitality. With the traditional festival, the yearly gathering fast approaching, the city was alive with festive energy. Inside the city at Lake Tea House, an unusual trio drew the curious glances of passers-by: a handsome young man, a beautiful young woman, and a burly giant. They were Lin Yu, Jianwei, and Qiner, who had just left the palace. The three of them now sat by the window on the second floor of the tea house, overlooking the bustling scene of Fengjing City. Lin Yu nibbled on pastries, his eyes tracing the flow of the crowd outside. Jianwei sat beside him, drinking wine and devouring meat, occasionally glaring at tea drinkers who cast curious glances their way. Qiner, on the other hand, listened with rapt excitement to the tales spun by the tea house storyteller. With just over 2 months until the Great Zhou's yearly gathering, Lin Yu realized that after this festival, he would have been in this world for 19 years. Bravo! Qiner suddenly clapped her hands and cheered loudly. Lin Yu turned his gaze. The storyteller had reached the climax of the battle outside Fengjing City, surrounded by a captivated audience. Seeing the enthralled crowd, the storyteller's voice grew even more animated. A thunderous crack split the sky. There, the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Prince descended upon auspicious clouds, flanked by 4 generals: Zhao Yun, Huaxia, Xiang Shiji, and Jianwei. With a mighty roar from the Grand Prince at Wangjin, the 4 generals led 3 invincible iron cavalry legions, routing the rebel forces in utter chaos. As for Wangjin, his courage failed him, and he was swiftly beheaded by His Majesty's sword. Lin Yu turned away, a wry smile touching his lips. After yesterday's battle, a wave of adoration had swept through the populace. In every tea house, tales of Lin Yu's generals were recounted, each commander amassing a legion of devoted fans. A derisive snicker sounded from not far away. Qiner's face flushed with anger as she shot a glare in that direction. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu followed her gaze, and a flicker of amazement crossed his eyes. Before him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty. Dressed in flowing white robes, her hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, her skin smooth as jade, and her starry eyes shimmered with a cool, ethereal light. She was like an orchid in a secluded valley, otherworldly and pure. Beside her sat a maid with an oval face and an elderly woman who appeared to be her attendant and guardian. It was the oval-faced maid who had drawn Qiner's ire. The beautiful woman noticed Lin Yu's gaze and offered an apologetic smile, silencing the maid who was about to speak. Then she rose and led her companions downstairs. A flicker of caution crossed Dianwei's eyes as he spoke softly to Lin Yu. Your Highness, that maid is at the early Earth realm. As for the old woman, I cannot discern her depth. Lin Yu watched their retreating figures, a strange light in his eyes. A mere maid was already at the early Earth realm, and the old woman was beyond even Dianwei's perception. What realm could she be? Had they come from the central region of Lizhou? Lin Yu shook his head, realizing this was truly a time of turmoil. Seeing no apparent malice from them, he set the matter aside for now and led his companions back to the palace. Outside Fengjing City, the 3 women were flying through the air toward the Tianqi mountain range. Holy Maiden, why did you stop me? This dynasty in this barbaric land. The storyteller's tales are so exaggerated they'd rival heavenly realm experts, and even mention a cavalry legion at the Grandmaster realm. The oval-faced maid pouted, her face full of indignation. Qiner, we came here to relax. There's no need to stir up unnecessary trouble, the stunning woman said with a faint serene smile. Holy Maiden, that young man in white is already at the early mortal realm despite his youth. The burly man beside him is no ordinary figure either. Though only at the early Earth realm, he possesses tremendous latent power, the elderly woman remarked, a hint of surprise in her eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossed the beautiful woman's face. The maid named Qiner, though still slightly unconvinced, suddenly recalled something. I heard that the sole son of the Lizhan king, the heir Ling Tian, established the Lizhan dynasty in this wilderness. I wonder what he intends to do. The beautiful woman addressed as the young lady fell into thoughtful silence. Tuoba Lingtian, she knew him well. He was the sole heir of the Lisan king Tuoba Lai of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, one of the two great imperial dynasties in central Lizhou, and one of her many suitors. The Yuhua imperial dynasty was in turmoil. Word had it that the ancestral patriarch guarding the imperial palace was nearing the end of his lifespan. The entire dynasty was fracturing, and the Lisan king was likely making preparations for the coming storm. The next day at the break of dawn, Lin Yu awoke from his cultivation and glanced at the somewhat empty room. Suddenly the image of the beautiful woman he had seen the night before flashed through his mind. He shook his head, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly his father the king had brainwashed him. He connected his consciousness to the system. The update was complete, and he immediately began to inspect it. Ding! System update complete. To provide the host with more superior and comprehensive services, the following optimizations have been made. First, remove the item summoning function. Activate the shop function. Using a certain number of conquest points, items can be purchased directly from the shop. Second, add special summoning events. After a successful summon, the host may trigger special occurrences. The specifics are left for the host to experience. After reading, Lin Yu instantly understood. The update was simple, adding a system shop and special summoning events. The system shop simply changed obtaining items through summoning to purchasing them directly. As for the special summoning events, Lin Yu hadn't encountered them yet and didn't know what they entailed. It was indeed much more streamlined and more reliant on luck. Lin Yu first looked at the shop interface and his eyes were immediately dazzled. His 3000 conquest points suddenly felt insignificant. The variety of items was vast and countless. The Legion Realm Ascension card and Cavalry Legion Expansion card he had obtained before were clearly listed, but their prices made his teeth ache. Legion Realm Ascension card second order required conquest points 5000. Note: can designate one legion to elevate its martial arts cultivation to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Cavalry Legion Expansion card second order required conquest points 3000. Note: can designate one cavalry legion to increase its full strength to 6000 troops. There were many other cards of this kind. Lin Yu glanced at them briefly and stopped. With his current wealth, buying even one would bankrupt him. However, one particular item caught his eye. Forging the Ancient Immortal Cord required conquest points 1000. Note: exclusive cultivation technique for the host. After cultivation, it will sweep away all enemies. Specific effects are left for the host to experience after cultivation. This should be the technique the system mentioned earlier, cultivatable after reaching the mortal realm. But this name, Immortal Court. Lin Yu pondered deeply. Just these two words were enough to prove it should be a cultivation technique for the master of a dynasty. And his pupils contracted slightly. A technique to elevate Great Zhou to the level of an immortal court. He marked it for now, determined to exchange for it once he had saved enough conquest points. Lin Yu reluctantly closed the shop and immediately said, system consumed 300 conquest points to perform 6 summons. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 summons succeeded, 4 failed. Special summoning event triggered. Character attachment. Yuan Tiangong Earth Realm Initial Stage, 50 unsealed. Attached 500 members of the Bureau of Adversity. Bureau members Grandmaster Realm Peak. Lu Ji Earth Realm Initial Stage, 70 sealed. Deploy. Lin Yu saw the system prompt. The probability wasn't great, but seeing that he had triggered the special summoning event, he was ecstatic. A massive jackpot. Yuan Tiangong came with the Bureau of Adversity organization he commanded, and their martial cultivation was uniformly at the peak Grandmaster realm. Was this the benefit of the system update? He had been troubled by a shortage of personnel and untimely information. The Bureau of Adversity finally solved this problem. As for Lu Ji, needless to say, although his martial cultivation seemed slightly weaker than the other summoned characters, he was a famed prime minister through the ages. Lin Yu had finally summoned a capable minister for governing the world. Deploy. Deploy. The space before Lin Yu shattered. A dignified middle-aged man wearing a square cap and holding a ceremonial tablet in both hands stepped out first. As his eyes swept, the entire situation of the world seemed to be within his grasp. This was Lu Ji Lu Bowen. Then a masked man in tight-fitting attire stepped out. Instantly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as a powerful, murderous aura swept through. This was the chief of the Bureau, Yuan Tiangong. Both men simultaneously bowed to Lin Yu. Lu Bowen glanced at Yuan Tiangong, who exuded an icy aura, and frowned slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Dian Wei, guarding outside the door, sensed the strong fluctuation of power within Lin Yu's room and was about to charge in with his halberd. Then, sensing something, he grinned and continued standing steadfastly outside the door. Lin Yu looked at the two men, his face full of excitement, and quickly helped them rise. Thinking of the large pile of memorials in the study, his eyes lit up as he turned to Lu Bowen. Master will trouble you to review and approve various affairs in the study for me for a while. This will also be a good chance for you to learn more about the situation of this world. Lu Bowen smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. As you command. Then he departed. Lin Yu watched his retreating figure feeling delighted, then turned his gaze to Yuan Tiangong, a contemplative look in his eyes. He hadn't expected the system to summon even some seemingly fictive characters and organizations. Moreover, after arriving in this world, they seemed to have undergone a kind of adaptation. After a moment's deliberation, he immediately ordered, Gongzi, order the 5 Zero Bureau members to disperse throughout the wilderness. Externally, they are to gather intelligence. Internally, they are to oversee the 100 officials. Furthermore, use your own judgment. Take a small retinue and head north of the Tianqi mountain range to investigate the situation in the central region of Lizhou and the surrounding prefectures. Report back upon your return. Yuan Tiangang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Lin Yu looked at the now depleted kill points, rubbed his temples, and walked towards the morning court hall. Today was his first day overseeing the state. Since he had just summoned Lu Bowen and the Bureau of Adversity, he needed to make arrangements. In the morning court hall, Lin Yu sat on a seat slightly lower than the dragon throne. Below, the ministers stood in attendance. Gu Liru was speaking excitedly to Lin Yu. Your Highness, since the 3 generals departed yesterday, they have been sweeping away the remnants of the rebels with an overwhelming force. The people of various cities have even opened their gates wide to welcome them. Lin Yu smiled faintly upon hearing this and nodded. Seeing the ministers eager to attend to their duties, he issued an order. Effective, immediately establish the Bureau of Adversity organization. Yuan Tiangang shall serve as its chief, commanding the Bureau. The Bureau of Adversity shall be responsible for reconnaissance across the realm externally and overseeing the 100 officials internally. It shall have authority over penal matters, including the power to execute first and report later. The ministers were horrified and looked up. This power was second only to the sovereign himself. Gu Liru anxiously spoke out. Your Highness, this is absolutely unacceptable. Should we not seek the Emperor's decree before making such a decision? Lin Yu raised his hand to stop the ministers who were about to remonstrate. Yuan Tiangang and the Bureau of Adversity were both personally trained by me. I trust them. I will explain matters to my father. Gu Liru and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering the endless stream of powerful experts and legions Lin Yu had produced, they fell silent. Now only loyal ministers remained in Great Zhou. Their urgent remonstrance earlier was merely out of concern that Lin Yu, being young, might be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Although having a sword hanging over their heads made them slightly uneasy, they would undoubtedly support anything beneficial to Great Zhou's development. However, those corrupt and oppressive local officials would surely suffer. Thinking of this, Gu Liru and the others showed a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing no objections, Lin Yu dismissed the court. He first went to Lin Huang to report on the matter of the Bureau of Adversity. Lin Huang expressed full trust, telling him to go ahead quite like a hands-off manager. Afterward, he returned to his cultivation. Now, with Lu Bowen handling civil affairs, several generals managing military matters, and Yuan Tiangang scouting the center of Lizhou, Lin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. However, Tuoba Lingtian had likely already received news of Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin's deaths. The days of peace were probably numbered. When Lin Yu held his first court session as regent on the western edge of the desolate lands at the border of the Tianqi mountain range, separated from Great Zhou by several dynasties. The capital of the Crimson Barbarian court lay in ruins. City walls were shattered, the palace broken. The Crimson Barbarian king, blood at the corner of his mouth, knelt on both knees, glaring with hatred at the young man before him, who wore a faint, indifferent smile. It was Tuoba Lingtian of Lizhou dynasty. Behind him stood numerous powerful figures, all gazing contemptuously at the dying Crimson Barbarian king. Tuoba Lingtian, retribution will come for you. Tuoba Lingtian raised his hand. Whether retribution comes for me, I do not know. But you and your Crimson Barbarian court are certainly finished. Kill him. A man stepped forward from behind, a sinister grin on his face, and with a single palm strike shattered the Crimson Barbarian king's heart. Tuoba Lingtian glanced at the utterly lifeless Crimson Barbarian king, then turned and walked away. Young master, I have received news. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin, who headed east, are dead. As he walked out, a middle-aged man approached Tuoba Lingtian and spoke to him. A flicker of surprise passed through Tuoba Lingtian's eyes. Didn't I send them to help that Wang Jin seize the Great Zhou dynasty? What kind of expert could emerge from that place that they couldn't even escape? I have not yet ascertained the specifics, young master. Tuoba Lingtian pondered briefly. Since arriving in this desolate land, he had campaigned continuously, and the most threatening major dynasties had been destroyed and absorbed by him. Now the entire western part of the desolate lands was his territory. Only a few small dynasties remained in the east. Logically, Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin's mission should have been trouble-free. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Order the Eastern legions to bypass the Great Zhou Dynasty for now and first annex the other powers. The old master has summoned me back. I wonder what it is about. Once I return, I will bring the full army to bear on the Great Zhou Dynasty. I will see who dares oppose me. Yes. The middle-aged man acknowledged and departed. Tuoba Lingtian cast a glance eastward, then soared into the air, speeding towards the Tianxi mountain range with 2 guards following behind. At the center of Lizhou within the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty lies Han King City. The largest tavern in the city was bustling with noise. In a corner of the tavern, near a window, Yuan Tiangang sat at a square table, sipping tea from a cup. From time to time, members of the Badge Intelligence Agency entered the tavern to report to him. They had left Fengjing City under orders, traveling north, crossing the Tianxi mountain range. After some inquiries upon hearing the name Lizhan King City, they had come straight here. They had already stayed in Lizhan King City for several days. After listening to the final report from the last agent, Yuan Tiangang rose, preparing to leave. He had gathered enough information. Nearly half a month had passed since leaving Fengjing City. It was time to return and report to His Highness. Just then the crowd outside the window suddenly grew noisy. Following their gaze, a young man descended from the sky accompanied by 2 guards and walked towards the tavern. The entire tavern fell silent for a moment, then all eyes turned to the young man, faces filled with admiration. A glint of sharp light flashed beneath Yuan Tiangang's mask, and he sat down again. The young man was none other than Tuoba Lingtian, who had just returned from the desolate lands. A faint spring-like smile graced his face. Entering the tavern, he swept his gaze around, nodding slightly to the guests. His eyes lingered on Yuan Tiangang for a moment, curious about his attire, but after a brief assessment, he headed upstairs. Yuan Tiangang sensed Tuoba Lingtian's gaze, but showed no reaction, continuing to sip his tea. After Tuoba Lingtian went upstairs, the tavern guests began to whisper among themselves. I never expected the worldly prince to return. I heard he left Lizhou over a decade ago to travel far and wide, rarely coming back. I wonder what brings him here this time. A guest, a hint of pride on his face, cleared his throat. You wouldn't know this then. I heard from a distant relative who works in the Lizhan prince's residence that the #1 beauty of our Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, the current saintess of the Jioshuan Palace Ji, is a guest in Lizhan King City. The worldly prince has long pursued Saintess Ji. He must have returned for her. Many guests showed expressions of understanding and continued their chatter. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. Correlating it with the information gathered recently, he cast a profound glance towards the 3rd floor of the tavern, then rose and left. The 3rd floor of the tavern had been cleared. Tuoba Lingtian walked to a private room, pushed open the door, the smile still on his face. Inside the room sat a dignified middle-aged man and an extraordinarily beautiful woman chatting idly. Behind the woman stood a girl with an oval face and an old crone. If Lin Yu were here, he would have been greatly surprised, for this was the woman who had captivated him in Fengjing City. She was Ji Mai, the saintess of the Jiutian Palace, the premier sect of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. The dignified middle-aged man was Tuoba Lingtian's father, Tuoba Lai, the king of Lizhan of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Seeing Tuoba Lingtian enter, both looked over. Tuoba Lai pointed to the seat beside him. Sit. Tuoba Lingtian nodded slightly at Ji Mai, then sat down. Tuoba Lai looked at the 2 seated figures, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke to them. I won't disturb you young people's conversation. With that, he rose and walked out. Watching the departing king of Liashan, a trace of helplessness flickered across Ji Mai's face. If not for her father being a lifelong close friend of the king of Liashan, who had urged her on his deathbed to treat the Tuoba family with courtesy, she would have had no desire to stay in Lizhan King City. Tuoba Lingtian glanced at Ji Mai and spoke first. Mai, I heard you returned from your travels. Where did you go? Ji Mai frowned slightly at his form of address, but did not correct him, though her tone was somewhat cold. I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I traveled around a bit. Tuoba Lingtian was not bothered by her cold reply and continued. You know my father's intentions, and my feelings are known to all under heaven. We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Why do you always avoid me? Ji Mai grew even more exasperated upon hearing this, and spoke. I have made myself very clear. I have no feelings for you. Let's eat. Afterwards, I must return to the sect to go into seclusion. Tuoba Lingtian remained smiling. All right. After a while, the group descended from the tavern. Tuoba Lingtian watched the departing figures of Ji Mai, and her companions fell into brief contemplation, then headed towards the prince's residence. Saintess, the worldly prince, is actually quite remarkable. Upright, the favored son of the imperial dynasty and your childhood sweetheart. You are such a perfect match. Ji Mai and her 2 companions were flying towards Jioshuan Palace. Hearing Xuaner's words, she tapped her on the head. Little girl, what do you know? He is indeed good, but I truly have no feelings for him. Then saintess, among the many talents of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, who has captured your heart? No one. Xuan, are you asking for a beating? As Jimai spoke, the image of that white-robed youth from the desolate lands suddenly flashed through her mind. She shook her head, immediately thinking to herself, the man I love must be a sovereign ruler, a paragon who suppresses his era. Inside a courtyard of the Lishan Prince Manor, Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Lingtian sat across from each other at a stone table, engaged in conversation. Father Jimai has returned. Did she still not agree to you? No, father. You know your son's heart is not set on romantic affairs. I only acted to comply with your and mother's arrangements. The world is vast, and there are countless women. Looking at the composed Tuoba Lingtian, Tuoba Lai sighed helplessly. I understand. You also know that I and Ji Moya's late father were close friends for many years. Now both her parents have passed away. You grew up together, and Mai is well-behaved and sensible, a suitable candidate to be a princess consort. Since neither of you has been inclined after all these years, let fate take its course. Glancing at Tuoba Lingtian, who nodded slightly, he continued, Tinner, how goes the situation in the barbarian wasteland? Everything is proceeding smoothly there. Only a few dynasties in the east remain. Soon the entire barbarian wasteland will be unified. Tuoba Lingtian recalled a piece of news he had received before returning, furrowing his brow as he spoke. However, before I returned, I dispatched 2 peak mortal realm martial artists to a dynasty called Great Zhou in the east. Shortly after, I received news of their deaths. A flicker of surprise crossed Tuoba Lai's eyes as he heard this. Over a decade ago, a sage divined that a hidden dragon would emerge from the barbarian wasteland and spiritual energy was about to revive. Coinciding with the turmoil within the Yuhua imperial dynasty's royal family before you turned 20, I ordered you to go to the barbarian wasteland to secure an advantage for the Tuoba clan and gain experience. Years have passed. The Yuhua imperial dynasty is now on shaky ground, and the barbarian wasteland has developed smoothly. I never expected a variable to arise at this juncture. Tuoba Lingtian listened silently, fully aware of his father's arrangements. A look of gravity settled in Tuoba Lai's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Tianer, now that you've returned, you need not go back. I will dispatch 3 Heaven Realm martial artists from the clan there. Soon members of the main family from the central domain will arrive. I failed to lead our branch back to the main family, but you possess far greater talent than I do and have already gained their recognition. There is no need for you to risk yourself in the barbarian wasteland. Even if a hidden dragon does emerge, it pales in comparison to the main family. A flicker of reluctance flashed in Tuoba Lingshan's eyes, but he understood the priorities. He nodded solemnly. Tuoba Lai smiled with satisfaction at his son's grave expression, then stood up and gestured for him to leave. Go and spend time with your mother. You've been away for so long. Tuoba Lingtian cast a glance at his father before turning and departing. In the Great Zhou dynasty, over a month had passed since Lin Yu assumed the regency. Throughout this period, the entire nation flourished with joy evident on the faces of the common people. News of Zhao Yun and Huaxia triumphant return from their campaigns spread across Great Zhou, igniting a profound sense of pride and belonging among its citizens. Figures like Gulinru were both elated and troubled. Witnessing the territory expand several-fold in just a month, they marveled at Lin Yu's prowess, while fretting over the shortage of capable officials. At that moment, in the council hall of the palace, Lin Yu sat upon the throne after the morning court session. Below stood Zhao Yun and Huaxia, whom he had dispatched earlier, while Xia and Qiji remained stationed in the west. It was evident they had returned victorious. Zhao Yun reported on the southern campaign. Your Highness, after purging remnants in various cities of Great Zhou, I led the army to swiftly crush 2 dynastic powers. Lin Yu nodded slightly, as this was expected. Huaqia's report mirrored the same. However, Your Highness, I discovered that the Lizhan dynasty is also plotting against neighboring dynasties around us, yet they seem to deliberately avoid us. Lin Yu frowned upon hearing this. The Lizhan dynasty was being cautious, likely planning to commit their entire forces for a decisive battle. Currently, the western half of the barbarian wasteland belonged entirely to the Lizhan dynasty, while Great Zhou occupied roughly a quarter of the eastern region. With a cold glint in her eyes, Lin Yu issued an order. Both of you shall immediately lead your troops westward to rendezvous with Xia and Qiji, then hold the line there to guard against the Lizhan dynasty. The 2 accepted the command and departed. While Lin Yu was deep in thought, Yuan Tiangang entered the hall. Lin Yu gestured for him to sit. You've returned. Tell me about your findings. Yuan Tiangang paused briefly before speaking. Your Highness, beyond the Tianqi mountain range from the northern barbarian court lies the center of Lizhou. Their martial artists abound, and their average strength far surpasses that of our land. They regard those from the barbarian wasteland with disdain. Lin Yu nodded, aware of this from Lin Huang, and signaled Yuan Tiangang to continue. The central region of Lizhou is vast, dominated by 2 imperial dynasties locked in constant conflict and skirmishes. The imperial dynasty closest to us is called Yuhua, occupying the southern part of central Lizhou, while the northern one is named Lanyan. Both dynasties wield absolute power with numerous sects and dynasties under their rule, all required to pay annual tribute. I heard that the founding ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty is nearing the end of his life, stirring unrest among the various powers within its domain. Lin Yu interrupted, an imperial dynasty. Is that the tier above a dynasty? Yes. Lin Yu tapped the table lightly. How does a dynasty ascend to an imperial dynasty? I've heard that imperial dynasties are divided into 3 ranks: low-grade, high-grade, and peak. To ascend from a dynasty to a low-grade imperial dynasty, the minimum requirement is 10 venerable realm experts. To advance from low-grade to high-grade, 10 exalted realm experts are needed. From high-grade to peak, 10 sovereign kings are required. Both the Yuhua and Lanyan imperial dynasties are low-grade. The founding ancestor of Yuhua is said to be an exalted realm expert. Lin Yu listened quietly, his mind churning. Low-grade, high-grade, peak imperial dynasties. Venerable, exalted sovereign king realms. These must be the stages beyond the heaven realm. Seeing Lin Yu lost in thought, Yuan Tiangang continued. I visited Lishan Prince City in the Yuhua imperial dynasty. The fiefdom of Lishan Prince Tuoba Lai, a venerable realm expert, and one of the 5 royal marquises. The Lizhan dynasty we face is controlled by Tuoba Lai's only son, Tuoba Lingtian. Just before my return, an interesting event occurred. Tuoba Lingtian had come back to the Prince City to meet Jimai, the saintess of the 9 profound palace, the premier sect of Yuhua. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yu's eyes. Tuoba Lingtian and Jimai. So he was a man of deep passion after all. Lin Yu dismissed Yuan Tiangang with a wave, needing time to digest the vast amount of information. Normally, martial artists from central Lizhou looked down on the barbarian wasteland, so why did Tuoba Lingtian come here to build his power? Was it merely to prepare for the impending crisis in the Yuhua imperial dynasty? It couldn't be that simple. Moreover, Lin Huang had never mentioned imperial dynasties to him and his brother. Given that Lin Huang had been forthcoming, the gap was likely too immense, and certain rules hadn't been triggered, so he remained unaware. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yu ceased overthinking and headed toward his chambers. The Lizhan dynasty, Tuoba Lingtian, and even his father Tuoba Lai were the key threats facing Great Zhou now. With his own efforts and a bit of help from the system, he was confident in leading Great Zhou out of this so-called wasteland. Returning to his room, he connected his consciousness to the system. Within the room, Lin Yu stared at the system interface with unbridled excitement. Conquest points, 2 million. This was the bounty reaped from Zhao Yun and Huaxia month-long sweep across several dynasties. Recalling the items in the shop after the system update, he waved his hand grandly. System consume 1 million conquest points to exchange for the cast ancient immortal court technique. A sense of nouveau riche bravado washed over him. Ding! Exchange successful. Lin Yu's consciousness was instantly pulled away. His vision shifted, and he found himself standing within a magnificent hall. Within the hall, ministers stood in ranks, their auras overwhelming. The mere presence of any one of them made it difficult for Lin Yu to breathe. He felt that a single glance from these beings could annihilate him. All these imposing civil and military officials directed their fervent gazes toward the dragon throne at the hall's center. Lin Yu followed their line of sight and felt an indescribable shock, his scalp tingling. Seated upon the dragon throne was a man in imperial robes, his face indistinct. Golden dragons coiled around him, and the great Tao resonated. Behind him stretched a vast starry sky. The starry sky displayed numerous portents: a giant reaching the heavens, kneeling with his head severed, gods bleeding and roaring, and stars collapsing, as if the world was ending. The man seemed to be speaking to those below. Sensing Lin Yu's presence, he looked in his direction. Instantly, an immense imperial might surged toward Lin Yu from all directions. This imperial might came and went swiftly. Then Lin Yu vaguely saw the man on the dragon throne move his lips slightly, a voice reaching him. Accelerate the advance. The space before Lin Yu shattered, and he found himself back in his room. His face was dazed, his body drenched in cold sweat. After a moment, he regained his composure. Recalling the vivid scene and the faint voice, he had heard, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Yu composed his thoughts and pondered for a while. All these things seemed to hint at something. He chuckled. Things will sort themselves out in time. The clouds will eventually part. No sooner had this thought settled than a streak of light exploded in his mind. Lin Yu was struck by an excruciating headache and fell unconscious. If anyone could have witnessed the scene in Qingxian Hall at that moment, they would have been utterly astounded. A colossal force violently erupted from within Lin Yu's body, surging through every part of him. He floated slowly in the air of the hall, his eyes tightly shut. Various portents like golden dragons coiling around him manifested, making him appear like an emperor descending upon the world. Soon after, his martial realm began to skyrocket. Mid-mortal realm, late mortal realm, peak mortal realm. Then without pause he broke through to the early earth realm. The advancement only stopped when he reached the mid-earth realm. Lin Yu slowly descended from the air. As Lin Yu underwent this transformation, and his realm soared, intense beams of light burst forth simultaneously across the Great Zhou. Xi and Qiji stationed in the western reaches of Great Zhou appeared like an immortal descending bathed in white radiance. All the shackles within his body shattered instantly, his aura soaring to the heavens. Zhao Yun and Huaxia, who were hastening westward, also displayed extraordinary visions behind them. One white and one black colossal dragon coiled around the two men, their roars echoing without end. Yuan Tiangong, Dianwei, and Lu Bowen all had their internal shackles shattered, completely bathed in divine light. At that moment, the powerhouses of the top factions across the entire dome continent looked up at the starry sky. The imperial star, unseen for 10,000 years, suddenly appeared in the sky and then vibrated intensely. Following this, a great number of martial stars and literary stars emerged abruptly, rapidly moving forward to encircle it. An old man stood atop an isolated peak, gazing at the sky and murmuring to himself. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The prophecy has arrived. His eyes flickered rapidly. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily as if struck by some great terror. Unfathomable. The old man stumbled and vanished from the mountain peak. Lin Yu, lost in slumber, was unaware of the immense upheaval he and his summoned figures had caused across the entire dome continent. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke from his coma, rubbing his still slightly aching forehead. He immediately checked his status. Mid-Earth realm. Excitement filled his eyes. Sensing his seemingly transformed body, he focused his gaze. His physique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the first layer of the caste ancient immortal court. Obtain the primordial heavenly emperor physique. Primordial heavenly emperor physique. So this is the constitution I now possess. No wonder I felt my physique was extraordinarily powerful just now. Heavenly emperor. I never expected to break through directly to the mid-earth realm. Those 1 million conquest points were worth it. Good thing I didn't choose to use the conquest points to elevate my realm. The primordial heavenly emperor physique is the exclusive constitution for the caste ancient immortal court technique. Because the host was too weak, and this is the first time cultivating the martial realm experienced a breakthrough across major boundaries. Lin Yu suddenly understood. He had just felt that his personal power was exceptionally strong, but he didn't know the exact extent of his ability to surpass levels. Then suddenly thinking of something, he asked with a deep gaze. System, notify me in advance if anything like that fainting spell is going to happen again. The system seemed to process for a moment. The system cannot control it. He seemed choked, but didn't bother bickering with this somewhat unreliable system. With his cultivation breaking through to the mid-earth realm, he was eager to check the cultivation levels of the figures he had summoned. Yuan Tiangong, peak heaven realm. Dianwei, late heaven realm. Zhao Yun, late heaven realm. Huaxia, late heaven realm. Xi and Qiji, mid-heaven realm. Lu Ji, peak earth realm. A single glance left him stunned. All their seals were completely broken. Moreover, after the seals were lifted, it seemed some constraint was removed, each person's cultivation showing varying degrees of change. After observing for a while, he thought of something and asked, System, once the seals on the character's cultivation are lifted, is it hard for them to improve further? Host, quite the opposite. After the seals are lifted, their respective physiques are also unsealed, no longer bound by your previous weakness. They will grow and improve, just like the prodigies of the myriad worlds. And because each summoned figure has a different physique and talent, their realms after unsealing differ. Lin Yu understood, but felt subtly called out. Ignoring the system's ambiguous slight, he looked at the remaining conquest points and asked, System, how many conquest points do I need to raise one realm now? 200,000. How many conquest points are needed for a summon? 100,000. Lin Yu pondered briefly. Having just fused with the primordial heavenly emperor physique, and with the characters unsealed, his cultivation was sufficient for now. He glanced at the shop. Cast Ancient Immortal Court, second layer, 5 million conquest points. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although the exclusive technique offered many benefits, and he was very curious about the second layer. He had to see if he had the resources. System, consume 900,000 conquest points to exchange for 3 Cavalry Corps expansion cards Tier 2 from the shop, and use them immediately on the 3 Cavalry Corps. Ding. Exchange successful. Use successful. Flying Tiger Army, Initial Grandmaster Realm, 6000. White Horse Righteous Followers, Initial Grandmaster Realm, 6000. Han Dynasty Iron Cavalry, Initial Grandmaster Realm, 6000. Lin Yu stroked his chin with satisfaction. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lies Han Dynasty. In Fengjing City at a tea house. Lin Yu and Lin Hao were sitting at a tea table drinking tea. With less than half a month until the Great Zhou annual gathering, the two brothers hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 months, so Lin Hao was dragged out as soon as he emerged from seclusion. Lin Yu had grown increasingly fond of leaving the palace to observe the lives of the common people. The two slightly altered their appearances and casually found a tea house to sit down. Altering one's appearance, a feat achievable even at the foundation establishment stage, was naturally effortless for them now. How after being in seclusion for so long you need to get out and stretch your legs. Someday let's take father out of the palace and travel across Great Zhou, Lin Yu said as he poured tea for Lin Hao. Lin Hao scratched his head sheepishly, then nodded with a smile, though his mind was in turmoil. During this time, he had been in secluded cultivation, constantly worried about the imminent threat of the Lai Mountain dynasty. After emerging from seclusion, Lin Hao was dragged here by Lin Yu for tea. The echoes of Elder Yi's shocked and incredulous exclamations upon seeing Lin Yu still rang in his ears. A peerless prodigy. No, even a forbidden prodigy pales in comparison to your elder brother. Little how your brother is already at the middle stage of the Earth realm. And the power within him is so formidable that even ordinary Heaven realm experts would be slaughtered by him. And that burly man behind him. Late Heaven realm. I can't see through it. I can't even see through their physiques. Could the recent celestial upheaval have been caused by your brother? Lin Hao was utterly dazed by Elder Yi's barrage of words. He had cultivated diligently for over a month, only reaching the middle stage of the mortal realm. When he emerged, he felt quite proud, but his elder brother was simply too monstrous. Then he heard about the recent events in Great Zhou. Huaxia and Zhao Yun had swept through the southeast, crushing the dynasties surrounding Great Zhou. The imperial inspectors monitored the officials, causing all of Great Zhou's bureaucrats to tread on eggshells. All of this was the work of his brother, who was only 2 years older. This only deepened his admiration for Lin Yu, who had always been his all-powerful elder brother since childhood. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, who had remained silent, and mused to himself. The old man on Hao is decent already at the middle mortal realm. Thinking of the exorbitantly priced items in the system shop, if the old man harbored no ill intentions, he might help him as much as he could. But if he had ulterior motives towards Hao? A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. Just as the two brothers were lost in their own thoughts, an imperial inspector swiftly entered the tea house, approached Lin Yu, and whispered, "Your Highness, the Lai Mountain dynasty has amassed 1 million Hotian realm infantry and 500,000 Xiantian realm cavalry, totaling 1.5 million troops marching towards our territory. We have not detected Tuoba Lingshan's presence. The commander is a man named Tuoba Yu." Hearing this, killing intent blazed in Lin Yu's eyes, while Lin Hao turned his head curious. So it had finally come. As for whether Tuoba Lingtian was among them, he wasn't overly concerned, as the imperial inspector's cultivation was low and they might have missed him. He immediately rose, preparing to head to the border to oversee the situation. Lin Hao, seeing his brother's haste, quickly asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but he didn't answer. Seeing the hesitation, Lin Hao immediately understood. "Brother is at the Lai Mountain dynasty." "Yes." Since Lin Hao had already guessed, there was no point in hiding it. "I want to go. This will be very dangerous. Heaven realm experts are likely to appear." "I'm not afraid." Seeing his brother's stubborn resolve, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then summoned the imperial inspector from earlier. "Notify the imperial inspector commander to set out with me." Then he said to Lin Hao, "Let's go." The two of them, along with Dian Wei, shot into the sky. Soon a streak of light also rose from the palace following them. Yanxi City, the most important city on the western border of Great Zhou, similar in nature to Dingbei City. The townsfolk were packing their valuables. They had just received word from the city lord's mansion that the Lai Mountain dynasty was about to invade. The civilians were to temporarily relocate to cities in the rear and could return after the war ended. Although the order had been given, most of those preparing to leave were the elderly and children. The majority of able-bodied young men chose to stay in the city. In an ordinary house within the city, a young man was speaking firmly to his elderly parents. "Father and mother, go rest in the rear city for a few days. Treat it as a change of scenery. For this battle, both the first prince and the second prince have come. Generals like Zhao Yun are also leading our troops to defend Yanxi City. I want to stay and help our generals and soldiers of Great Zhou repel the foreign invaders." As he mentioned Zhao Yun, a fervent light blazed in the young man's eyes. The elderly man looked at the young man with concern, but still said, "Tiniu, be careful. Father, mother, rest assured. I will definitely become a strong warrior like General Zhao and expand Great Zhou's territory." The young man's face was resolute. Scenes like this were unfolding all over the city. In the city's council hall, Lin Yu sat in the main seat, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he looked at a middle-aged man below. "Your Highness, old Lian finally gets to see you again. I heard old Han died in Fengjing, and I cried for days. Your Highness, you don't know this, but since the northern barbarian court was wiped out by Dingbei City was moved straight to the old capital of the northern barbarian court. I was bored out of my mind there, feeling like I was growing mold. I finally managed to convince old Chancellor Gu to transfer me to Yinshi City. When I heard there would be a big battle here, my blood started boiling. It was Lin Ju. He rattled off a string of words, spraying spittle everywhere, looking at Lin Yu, as if to say surprised. Didn't expect this, did you? Oh, is this the second prince? You've grown so much. It's been almost 3 or 4 years, hasn't it? You don't know this, but your elder brother, when he went north, he was like the reincarnation of a war god followed by a host of powerful experts. In the blink of an eye, the northern barbarian king and those brats were all gone. I was so scared I couldn't sleep for days. After speaking, he sneaked a glance at Zhao Yun and the others, then before Lin Yu could react, turned and launched a verbal barrage at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, seeing Lin Yu's twitching face, stifled a laugh and quickly said, Uncle Lien, long time no see. Father mentioned you among his old friends before he went into seclusion. It has indeed been a long time since us old fellows saw the king. Once this matter is settled, let's go to Fengjing City and have a good drink with him. Lin Ju sighed with emotion, then suddenly thought of something and continued, I heard the Lai Mountain dynasty has amassed 1.5 million troops to attack us. Those brats are utterly lawless. And that Ling Tian guy, he wants to sweep across the entire world. Huh. If old Lien ever sees him, he'll break his legs. What right does he have to compare himself with our first prince? Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly composed his expression and seeing Lin Ju about to start again, hurriedly interjected. Ahem. Uncle Lien, the Lai Mountain dynasty's army will reach Yinshi City in a few days, and they are coming with fierce momentum. Even a lion must use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. We must still approach this cautiously. Lin Ju gave an embarrassed chuckle, rubbed his bald head, and fell silent. Seeing Lin Ju subdued, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the others who were struggling to hold back their laughter and nearly lost his composure as well. All right, everyone, go prepare the troops for battle. As he watched them leave after receiving their orders, he said to Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei, keep an eye on the second prince on the battlefield. If there's any danger, intervene immediately. The two immediately acknowledged. With them watching over Lin Hao, there should be no major problems. As for himself, he remembered what Yuan Tiangang had said during their training session. Your Highness, you are now fully capable of contending with a mid-stage heaven realm expert. Less than half a day's journey from Yinshi City of Great Zhou, dust billowed across the horizon as a sea of heads surged forward, thick with the aura of slaughter. This was the mighty army of Lai's Han dynasty invading Great Zhou. On the brink of a great battle, they were now encamped and resting. Within the central tent of the camp, dozens of generals gathered in a tight circle. At the center stood a middle-aged man, the commander of this army, Tuoba Yu, a peak heaven realm powerhouse. Flanking him closely were 2 other middle-aged men, Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu, both late heaven realm martial artists. These 3 had been dispatched by Tuoba Lai not long ago, and the remaining nearly 10 generals were all members of the Tuoba clan. At this moment, the group was discussing something with relaxed expressions. Conquering this great Zhou dynasty will complete the unification of the barbaric lands. The young lord didn't come for some reason. He probably thinks victory is certain. Speaking of which, this great Zhou dynasty has been quite aggressive lately, sweeping away all the dynastic forces east of the barbaric lands. No matter how aggressive, they are still just a dynastic force from the barbaric lands. Haven't several powerful dynasties been easily crushed by us? Exactly. They've cleared out the remaining forces, so we just need to destroy them to complete the unification. Listening to the chatter below, Tuoba Yu remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. He knew some unusual news. Before coming, the clan head had warned him, do not be careless on this mission, be cautious in all matters. Someone from the main clan will arrive soon, and Ling Tian will soon lead the branch back to the main clan. If there is danger, retreat immediately. Having fought alongside Tuoba Lai in countless wars, both large and small, he could count on one hand the times he had received such a solemn warning. The last time was during Tuoba Lai's campaign to become a prince, when he swept away 3 dynastic forces in the center of Lizhou, conquering vast territories for the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Just as Tuoba Yu was lost in thought, a scout rushed in. Report. A great Zhou army is charging towards us from ahead. Approximately 200,000 troops, all cavalry. The tent fell silent instantly. Tuoba Yu immediately rose and issued orders. Muster the troops. Prepare for battle. Then, scanning the crowd, he strode out. Come with me to see what this great Zhou relies on to dare leave the city and meet us in battle with only 200,000 men. The others quickly shed their stunned expressions and followed. Not far from the Lai's Han camp, the banners of Great Zhou fluttered as 3 iron cavalry legions stood in perfect formation, exuding an aura of slaughter. Lin Yu stood at the head of the army, his gaze fixed on the Lai's Han forces rapidly advancing towards them. Since they had camped not far outside Yinshi City, Lin Yu had received the news and immediately led his troops out of the city. He disliked passive defense, and moreover the broader the battlefield the greater the advantage for his 3 cavalry units, preventing any collateral damage to the city's civilians from powerful combatants. In mere moments the Lizhan army had arrived at a short distance. A tall, sturdy, middle-aged man emerged from the ranks, his piercing eyes fixed on the great Zhou Legion. Yuan Tiangang immediately transmitted a message to Lin Yu. Your Highness, this man is not Tuoba Lingtian, but he is not to be underestimated. He is a peak heaven realm powerhouse. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. A move by the Tuoba clan. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu was also staring in shock at the great Zhou Legion. They were all so young yet brimming with overwhelming momentum, and they all seemed to defer to that youth of about 20. Just as he was about to speak, a booming voice rang out from the opposing camp. Tuoba Lingtian, what's the meaning of this? What makes you think you can invade us? They'll break your legs with one slash of my blade. Tuoba Yu followed the voice and saw a bald, middle-aged man wielding a war blade, spittle flying as he shouted. Upon sensing his aura, the usually composed Tuoba Yu nearly lost his temper. A mere Grandmaster realm cultivator, where did he get the nerve? Lin Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was the second time, he definitely couldn't bring him along next time. After a glance at Lian Zhu, Tuoba Yu composed himself and looked towards the great Zhou camp. I am Tuoba Yu, commander of the Lizhan dynasty's army ordered to unify the barbaric lands. Who leads the Great Zhou dynasty? Lin Yu spoke. Great Zhou dynasty, Grand Prince Lin Yu. Great Zhou may become a vassal state of our dynasty under our protection. You may select strong warriors to serve in our court, and those with exceptional talent may go to the center of Lizhou to enjoy the cultivation resources provided by our dynasty. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. What a beautiful dream. If you want war, then war. Your great Zhou may not know. Tuoba Yu was about to continue his persuasion when the booming voice rang out again. What are you yapping about? So you're not that bastard, Tuoba Lingtian. What's there to discuss? Hey, you roll over here and let your Uncle Lian chop off your dog head with one slash. Tuoba Yu could no longer hold back, but someone else acted faster. A young general beside him shot out from the ranks, swinging his warblade, sending a blade aura speeding towards Lian Zhu. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. Xiang Qiji flicked his war sword, and a flash of sword light shattered the blade aura before hurtling towards the young general. Before the Lizhan army could react, the sword light struck the young general, sending him staggering backward, coughing up blood. Tuoba Yu narrowed his eyes, focusing on Xiang Qiji. Mid-Heaven Realm. A Heaven Realm powerhouse in the barbaric lands. Who are you? Xiang Qiji remained calm. Great Zhou dynasty under the command of the Grand Prince Xiang Qiji. Lian Zhu, clutching his chest, bellowed. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. You young punk, you have no martial ethics. The young general, already coughing blood, rolled his eyes and fainted. Lin Yu looked at Lian Zhu with surprise. Could Uncle Lian have a special constitution? A mere Earth Realm cultivator managed to infuriate him into unconsciousness. He then turned his gaze back to Tuoba Yu, his eyes icy. Save your breath. With that, he unleashed his aura, raised his spear, and levitated in the air. Great Zhou cavalry. Below, the 180,000 cavalrymen released their killing intent and roared. Here. Lin Yu pointed his spear at the Lizhan army. Anyone who dares to invade Great Zhou. Yuan Tiangang and the others rose into the air behind Lin Yu, their auras exploding violently, killing intent surging in their eyes as they spoke in unison. Shall have their nation destroyed, their race eradicated, their lineage severed. Even the space, unshaken by venerable realm experts, emitted faint cracking sounds. Kill. 2 torrents of black and 1 of white surged forth below, charging directly at the 1.5 million strong army, with just 180,000 troops. The moment Yuan Tiangang and the others rose into the air, Tuoba Yu's composure shattered. They were all Heaven Realm powerhouses. Looking at the charging Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, his face turned pale. They were all uniformly at the early Grandmaster realm, nearly matching the elite legions of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Was this a dynastic force from the barbaric lands? Before he could dwell on it, several streaks of light shot towards their direction. Tuoba Yu and his men quickly adjusted as they saw the great Zhou warriors charging toward them, unleashing their auras to meet the onslaught. Since battle was inevitable, they would fight. Instantly, the entire sky churned with spiritual energy, thunderous roars echoing endlessly. Zhao Yun faced Tuoba Yu. Hui Tsubing confronted Tuoba Fu. Dian Wei took on 2 Heavenly Realm mid-stage generals. Xiang Qiji engaged 3 Heavenly Realm early-stage generals. From the moment they clashed, every move was a lethal strike, each aimed at ending the opponent's life. Below, the great Zhou cavalry charged into the Lishan dynasty's army formation like wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, instantly tearing through the Lishan ranks. The Lishan army, invincible in the barbaric lands, crumbled at the first clash, with battle cries rising everywhere. The great Zhou cavalry surged through unimpeded, repeatedly piercing and ravaging the Lishan forces. The Lishan army was filled with wails and screams. Tuoba Yu stood motionless, his expression darkening as he observed the Lishan general struggling against the great Zhou elites, clearly at a disadvantage. Sensing the massacre of his 1.5 million troops, he grew increasingly frantic. He did not move, not because he chose not to, but because he dared not. His gaze was fixed on the masked man in tight attire beside Lin Yu, from whom he sensed a lethal threat. He had once felt such a mortal danger from a venerable realm expert, keeping his nerves taut. Suddenly his pupils contracted. The masked man's body trembled slightly, and he vanished from his spot. In less than a second, a masked face appeared before Tuoba Yu, and he was sent flying backward. Tuoba Yu quickly steadied himself, then let out a muffled groan as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He stared in shock at the masked man, now standing where he had been, speaking in disbelief. Heavenly Realm Peak. Impossible. A Heavenly Realm Peak cannot gravely wound me in one blow. You are not from this barbaric land. Who are you? A detached voice emerged from beneath the mask. Great Zhou Dynasty under the Great Prince, the chief of the unruly Yuan Tian gang. As Tuoba Yu attempted to speak again. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded nearby. 2 Lishan Dynasty generals plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground lifeless. Simultaneously, a furious roar erupted. How dare you! A burly man with a fierce tiger phantom behind him appeared before Lin Yu, wielding a large halberd. It was Dian Wei, who noticed several Earth Realm warriors from Lishan charging at Lin Yu. Enraged, he unleashed his phantom, killed the 2 Heavenly Realm midstage fighters entangled with him with 2 strikes of his halberd, and flew to Lin Yu's side. The warriors rushing toward Lin Yu halted instantly at the sight of Dian Wei, trembling all over having witnessed him dispatch 2 Heavenly Realm cultivators in an instant. Lin Yu quietly withdrew his spear. Opportunities for him to act grew rarer. Dian Wei, indifferent to their hesitation, charged with murderous intent, halberd raised, thinking to himself, I am His Highness' ultimate guard, and they dare to attack him in the chaos. He'll cleave them apart. Sensing the end of Dian Wei's battle, the other heroes refused to fall behind. 7 Serpent Coiling Spear. Zhao Yun's spear pierced through Tuoba Yi's throat, his head exploding as he fell. Huaxia spear cleaved Tuoba Fu in 2, his body severed and scattered on the ground. Dian Wei and Xi and Qiji swung their weapons, leaving only Tuoba Yu standing alone in the sky. The battle ended far sooner than he had imagined. They were utterly crushed without resistance. Tuoba Yu watched his clansmen fall like rain, a bitter smile crossing his face. So this was the reason for the clan leader's cautious orders. Sensing the cold gazes of the great Zhou experts around him, he looked toward the Tianqi mountain range, as if seeing the Tuoba clan in Lishan City, despair etched on his face. Then his power surged wildly, rushing toward his heart and consciousness. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang vanished, kicking him in the chest with immense force. Tuoba Yu was kicked to the ground, and Yuan Tiangang swiftly closed and sealing the power within his body, lifting him up and gripping him firmly. Lin Yu landed from the sky, glanced at the barely alive Tuoba Yu, and said to Yuan Tiangang, Take him back. Interrogate him thoroughly. Yuan Tiangang nodded, then lifted Tuoba Yu and flew toward Yanxi City. Earlier, when Lin Yu realized Tuoba Lingtian was not among the Lishan army, he secretly transmitted a message to Yuan Tiangang to spare Tuoba Yu and bring him back for questioning. Lin Yu watched Yuan Tiangang disappear into the distance, then turned to the battlefield below, gazing absently at the nearly annihilated Lishan forces. Behind him, Dian Wei and the others stood with him on the battlefield. In the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty at the Lishan King's city within the royal mansion. The moment Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu were slain, Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Lingtian had just escorted a middle-aged man to a room in the mansion to rest. As the two sat down at a stone table in the courtyard, they saw a guard in charge of the clan's life tablets rushing over. A foreboding sense gripped them both. The guard reached them panic-stricken. Your Highness, young lord, the life tablets of General Tuoba Yi and General Tuoba Fu have shattered. And the tablets of several heavenly realm and dozens of earth realm clansmen shattered almost simultaneously. The two rose abruptly from their stone seats. Tuoba Lingtian asked first, What about Uncle Yu? How is his tablet? Young Lord General Tuoba, yes, tablet hasn't shattered, but it's unstable. The life flame flickers, suggesting severe injury. Tuoba Lingshan's face darkened upon hearing this, killing intent, surging, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Just then another guard hurried over and reported, Disaster. General Tuoba, yes, life tablet has also shattered. Unable to contain himself, Tuoba Lingshan's power exploded, smashing the stone table with a palm strike, his eyes bloodshot. Tuoba Lai, equally furious, waved for the trembling guards to withdraw, then said, That dynasty you mentioned last time, is it called Great Zhou? Yes, father. I want revenge. Tuoba Lai glanced at Tuoba Lingshan's bloodshot eyes, frowned slightly, and released his venerable realm aura. Awaken. Tuoba Lingtian snapped out of it, the red in his eyes fading, but his fists remained clenched. Seeing him regain control, Tuoba Lai spoke. Tiana, your constitution is extraordinary. You must learn to control yourself. Tuoba Lingtian nodded. I underestimated the hidden dragon in this barbaric land. The speed at which the tablets shattered suggests your uncle Yu and the others had no chance to fight back. That great Zhou dynasty, even without a venerable realm expert, is not far off. Tuoba Lai glanced at the calmer Tuoba Lingtian and continued, the steward from the main clan has just arrived. In a few days we can return to the main clan. There you can fully activate your constitution. With the resources there you will grow rapidly. Should we commit the entire clan to confront that unknown great Zhou now? Or in a few years when you have cultivated to strength return and crush them in revenge? Your father leaves the choice to you. Tuoba Lingtian slowly unclenched his fists, looked up at Tuoba Lai and nodded gently. Great Zhou dynasty. Roughly half a month had passed since the army of the Lizhan dynasty was annihilated by Lin Yu's command. Within the Great Zhou imperial palace, in Lin Huang's residence, Lin Huang, Lin Yu, and Lin Hao sat around a jade table sharing a meal. Ordinarily, a martial artist who had reached the mortal realm could abstain from food for extended periods. It was only because Lin Huang had just emerged from seclusion that he had summoned his two brothers immediately. Like an ordinary family, the three savored their dishes and wine. Lin Huang raised his cup, gestured to the others, took a sip, and scolded with a grin. You two have grown up, and now even my guards disobey me. Before I entered seclusion, I instructed that any news of the Lizhan dynasty should be reported to me at once. Now the entire Lizhan army has been crushed by your command for half a month before I learn of it. His words seemed reproachful, yet the irrepressible smile on his face and the pride in his eyes betrayed him. Lin Hao grinned sheepishly and turned his gaze toward Lin Yu. Father, don't blame Hao. It was my decision alone. Lin Yu hurriedly replied after taking a sip of wine. Lin Huang waved his hand. He knew perfectly well that this was Lin Yu's arrangement. Gazing at his eldest son, who would soon turn 19, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. He refilled their cups and continued. Tell me about the plans you two brothers have for the days ahead. Lin Yu pondered briefly, then said, that day I had the disciplinary bureau interrogate Tuoba Yu. From what he revealed, the Tuoba clan of the Yuhua imperial dynasty is a branch of a rather formidable power in the central region. Moreover, Tuoba Lingtian did not come this time seemingly, because they are about to return to the main clan. Lin Yu then recounted to Lin Huang and Lin Hao all the information Yuan Tiangang had reported that day. Shock flickered in both their eyes. So the heart of Lizhou was far vaster than they had imagined. Lin Yu glanced at them and continued. Father, have you ever received any information about a dynasty ascending to an imperial dynasty? In all these years I only heard of it from you. But recently, as Great Zhou's territory expands and your generals and legions grow mightier, I faintly sense a barrier confronting Great Zhou as if it is on the verge of transformation. A trace of gravity crossed Lin Huang's eyes as he replied. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. Just as he had suspected, certain conditions had not yet been met. Lin Hao then spoke up. Brother Tuoba Lingtian and his clan must have received news of the great defeat. Why haven't they made a move yet? A hint of puzzlement also appeared in Lin Yu's eyes as he said, upon our return I dispatched the disciplinary bureau to scout the Lizhan royal city. News should arrive soon. No sooner had he spoken than a guard announced that the disciplinary commissioner sought an audience. Lin Yu promptly bade him enter. Moments later, Yuan Tiangang stepped into the room, bowed to the three, and then looked hesitantly at Lin Yu. Seeing him stand silent, Lin Yu understood and spoke with slight irritation. Speak your mind directly. Yes. Your subordinate has learned from the Yuhua imperial dynasty that the Prince of Lizhan resigned from his post 10 days ago. The Tuoba clan of Lizhan royal city relocated entirely 5 days ago. Only peripheral businesses and inconsequential individuals remain. The entire Tuoba compound is all but deserted. Your subordinate suspects they have returned to the main clan. Lin Yu gently rubbed his fingers against his wine cup, nodded, and gave his orders. Several generals will return soon. Go and instruct them to purge every newly acquired city. Better to err on the side of severity than to let a single threat slip. The Great Zhou annual gathering is in 2 days. You need not attend. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged and departed. Lin Huang watched the retreating Yuan Tiangang and Lin Yu, who had just methodically arranged matters, with satisfaction in his eyes, and teased. Yuer, this subordinate of yours is excellent. Lin Hao also gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. He had witnessed Yuan Tianggang's prowess in the Battle of Yinchi City. 2 moves had crushed a peak heaven realm powerhouse into the ground. Lin Yu smiled, awkwardly touched that neither bore any grudge over the trivial incident. He mused. Perhaps only in Great Zhou was there no scheming among the imperial family, only pure kinship. Returning to the news just delivered, he continued. It seems as the report indicated the Tuoba clan has indeed returned to the main clan. They are a family of considerable decisiveness. The other two nodded in agreement. You mentioned your generals will all be returning. Lin Huang asked. Yes. After the Battle of Yanxi City, no force in the entire desolate wilderness can threaten Great Zhou. I ordered them to march westward and annex the cities of the Lizhan dynasty. Half a month has passed, they should have reaped great gains. With the annual gathering approaching, I had them return first. Lin Yu looked at the two and continued. I plan to incorporate all of the Lizhan dynasty's territory into Great Zhou after the gathering. To unify the entire desolate wilderness. Then lead Great Zhou beyond this barren land and behold the scenery of higher realms. A sharp glint shone in Lin Yu's eyes, his face revealing ambition as he rose and drained his cup in one gulp. Excellent. Lin Huang and Lin Hao, their hearts surging with fervor, also emptied their cups. Lin Huang watched the spirited Lin Yu. In his heart he resolved that Yuer was more suited to lead Great Zhou than he. The three then chatted idly, drinking late into the night before parting ways. Back in his own room, Lin Hao sat upright, as if making a decision. When Lin Huang had asked about their future plans, he had not answered. In truth, he had harbored a plan for a long time. His elder brother was far too outstanding, a true king. He, on the other hand, had grown up under the care of Lin Huang and Lin Yu, accustomed to following his whims, and had no desire for the throne whatsoever. With the fall of the Lizhan dynasty and the departure of the Tuoba clan, the desolate wilderness now lay within Great Zhou's grasp. He did not wish to remain forever sheltered by his father and brother. Moreover, the old man residing within him, though often chiding him for his unreliability, was someone he deeply trusted. Old man, I've made up my mind. I will leave the desolate wilderness, venture out of Lizhou, and travel the lands to train. I must strive to improve myself. You brat, you finally come to your senses. This place is too small, and Lizhou is too small. You should have set out long ago. Your brother and his men are extraordinary beyond reason. You needn't worry. Rest assured, with my guidance, in a few years you'll surely catch up to them. After the annual gathering, I will speak with father and big brother. Lin Hao's gaze gradually grew resolute. In Fengjing City, the entire city was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, bustling with lively crowds and children running about, a rich festive atmosphere permeating the air. As the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City had expanded more than twice its former size. With the arrival of the annual gathering, endless streams of people flowed in from all directions. At that moment, a streak of light swept across the sky, halted above Fengjing City, and then rapidly descended within the city. A young figure clad in gleaming silver armor appeared before the eyes of the city wall guards and the citizens. As soon as they recognized his face, exclamations erupted. Zhao Yun, General Zhao. He's my idol. I will become a member of the White Horse followers one day, following General Zhao to expand Great Zhou's territory. It was Zhao Yun who had just returned from the border. He was now heading toward the royal palace, smiling at the surrounding citizens of Great Zhou and nodding in acknowledgement. General Zhao smiled at me. Nonsense, that was clearly at me. Just as he had landed, two more streaks of light flashed and landed beside him. They were Huaxia and Xiang Qiji. Seeing these two, the crowd erupted further. General Xiang. Don't push me, don't touch. A burly man grimaced in disgust, slapping away an unknown hand that had reached his chest. General Hua, have you returned for the Great Zhou annual gathering? An old man asked Huaxia. Huaxia nodded to him. General Xiang, how do I look? A somewhat attractive woman gazed at Xiang Qiji expectantly. Zhao Yun and Huaxia watched the slightly flustered Xiang Qiji, the corners of their mouths lifting. Seeing the growing crowd pressing in, the three used their skill to slip away from the masses in a hasty escape. Even as the three departed, the crowd's clamor continued. General Zhao is so handsome, said a young man in white. General Hua is even more handsome. A young man in black retorted. General Zhao and the White Horse followers are more formidable. Clearly, General Hua's Great Zhou Iron Cavalry is superior. I think General Zin's Flying Tiger Army is the bravest. As the two nearly came to blows, a youth with a sword at his waist spoke up. At that moment, the previously grimacing burly man with a dazed look said, I believe the first Prince's Guard Dian Wei, General Dian, is the most imposing. Such comments had not ceased since the three arrived in Fengjing City. With these recent great battles, their fame in Great Zhou had soared, and wherever they went they had their fervent followers. Of course, fortunately, Lin Yu always slightly adjusted his features when going out. Otherwise, he would likely be surrounded by the enthusiastic citizens of Great Zhou, unable to move. In the meeting hall of Lin Yu's bedchamber, the recently returned Zhao Yun, Huaxia, and Xiang Qiji were reporting their respective situations to Lin Yu, who occasionally nodded, listening quietly. After they finished speaking, he sent them off to rest. The armies they commanded had not returned, remaining stationed at the borders. Tomorrow was the annual gathering, and there were no major matters. Minor issues could be set aside. The reports from the three did not deviate from Lin Yi's expectations. Their respective advances were proceeding smoothly. Now 2/3 of the entire barbaric wilderness had been conquered by Great Zhou. The rest was merely a matter of time. After they left, he connected his consciousness to the system. At a glance, there was a large influx of conquest points. He had been busy with various aftermath tasks recently and had not checked. Conquest points 170000. As his own martial cultivation grew higher, low-level martial artists, those below the mortal realm, could barely contribute any conquest points. These conquest points were primarily obtained by killing Earth Realm and Heaven Realm experts. But even a mosquito's leg is meat. For instance, the Lishan army with its large numbers had provided nearly 500 conquest points. Looking at these conquest points, Lin Yu stroked his chin, having never decided how to use them. After a moment's thought, he opened the system shop. He slowly scrolled through. Suddenly an item caught his eye, and he immediately examined it. Teleportation Array Technology. Cost 100000 conquest points. Node allows the establishment of teleportation arrays within the host's territory. After exchange, this technology can be transmitted to a designated person chosen by the host. This was a great find. As Great Zhou's territory expanded, daily connectivity between cities, whether for armies or common merchants, was crucial. Though the price was steep, once learned it would be beneficial for life. He immediately said, "System consume 1000 conquest points to purchase teleportation array technology." Ding! Purchase successful. Looking at a shimmering book in the system space, Lin Yu smiled contentedly. He had not yet decided on a recipient for the teleportation technology, so he set it aside. Then he continued browsing the shop. There were indeed many good items, but they were all too expensive for him now. 2 items in particular were firmly marked in his heart. Character training space. Cost 50000 conquest points. Note contains dense spiritual energy and combat targets. Summon characters can enter to cultivate. The time flow ratio increases with the host's cultivation level. Initial ratio is 1:5. Army training space. Cost 50000 conquest points. Note contains dense spiritual energy and combat targets. Summoned armies can enter to cultivate. The time flow ratio increases with the host's cultivation level. Initial ratio is 1:5. These were absolute divine artifacts. With his current characters and armies, they could cultivate for 5 years inside, while only a year passed outside. Moreover, as his own cultivation increased, the time ratio would grow higher. With the innate talents of his summoned characters and armies, given enough time, they could easily sweep across the entire continent. Lin Yu was almost drooling. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he asked, "System, if I exchange for the army training space, won't the army realm upgrade cards in the shop become useless?" Host, think again carefully. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, feeling slightly offended, but after a moment's reflection, he realized army realm upgrade cards instantly boosted realms upon use with conquest points. The army training space required time for cultivation. The two were indeed different, but over time the training space was far more cost-effective. Army realm upgrade cards could be used for emergencies. He understood instantly. Strive to earn more conquest points. Glancing at the remaining 700 conquest points, he asked, "System, how many conquest points would it cost to raise my cultivation to the peak of the Earth Realm?" 400,000. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then considering his future plans commanded, "System, raise me to the peak of the Earth Realm." Ding! Upgrade successful. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Lin Yu, which he quickly restrained. Lin Yu sensed the power within him, now 3 to 4 times stronger than at the Mid-Earth Realm, and stretched with satisfaction. He was about to summon when Dian Wei entered, followed by Qiner, who said to him, "Your Highness the King has sent word that you may proceed to the royal palace for the annual gathering." Hearing this, Lin Yu glanced out the window. Night had fallen without him noticing. Today was the last day of the year, and Lin Huang had organized a grand annual gathering for Great Zhou officials, which everyone had to attend. He immediately headed out, putting aside the summoning for later. In high spirits due to his recent breakthrough, as he walked toward the banquet hall, he glanced at the now-grown Qiner and teased, "Qiner, you're getting more beautiful by the day. I wonder which man will be fortunate enough to marry you." Qiner's face flushed crimson, and she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter. Lin Yu entered the banquet hall and cast a glance around. Many officials of the Great Zhou were already present. As the attendees noticed his arrival, they rose from their seats one after another to pay their respects. He nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd, his gaze landing on Lin Hao, who was frantically waving at him. He promptly walked over and took a seat beside him. Glancing back, he saw that Zhao Yun and the others had already found their places. His seat was the first on the left side of the hall. A slightly larger seat in the middle to the upper left belonged to Lin Huang, who had not yet arrived. Seeing him seated, Lin Hao leaned over, and said, "Big brother father arranged for me to sit opposite you, but I didn't go. I wanted to sit next to you." Lin Yu smiled at him. Then he scanned the hall. The ministers were chatting in a harmonious atmosphere, their gazes frequently drifting toward him, and the few behind him all wearing expressions of deep emotion. They were likely discussing the recent changes in the Great Zhou. Among the crowd, he spotted Shui Ran and Lian Zhu, presumably summoned by Lin Huang. Shortly after Lin Yu sat down, Lin Huang strode in with a dragon's vigor and a tiger's step, taking his own seat. The moment he entered, the chatter ceased and silence fell. After sitting, Lin Huang looked at the assembled crowd, raised the wine glass from his table, and stood up. "Today is the day of the annual gathering. There is only one matter. Drink." Everyone rose in unison, lifting their glasses. "To His Majesty." Then rows of dancers filed in, and the music began to play. In an instant, the hall brimmed with lively festivity. Before Lin Yu's table, a long line of well-wishers formed an endless queue, each coming to toast him. He responded to each one without a hint of impatience. Throughout the hall, Lian Zhu's voice was the loudest. He and Dian Wei were guzzling wine straight from the jar, and word had it, they had even sworn brotherhood. On this day, no one used their martial cultivation to dispel the alcohol. Lin Yu and his companions possessed constitutions far superior to the others, and in the end they drank everyone else under the table. The annual feast continued late into the night before concluding. Lin Yu left the hall and hurried back to his room to rest. The next day would mark the first Great Zhou court assembly of the new year. The next day, in the palace's court hall, the first court session of the new year was called the Grand Assembly. Every official of note in the Great Zhou was in attendance. Lin Huang sat on the dragon throne listening to reports from regional officials, while Lin Yu occupied a seat below him. After the local officials finished their reports, Gu Linru stepped forward from the ranks and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou is now prosperous and powerful. The people in every region are well-fed and well-clothed, and all areas are steadily absorbing the ever-expanding territories. Such a golden age fills my heart with immense comfort. Now I have passed the age of 60, and I humbly request to resign from my official post. Let the position be held by the more brilliant youth of the Great Zhou." As he finished speaking, about 10 senior ministers of the Great Zhou stepped forward from the ranks and spoke in unison. "Your Majesty, we too request to resign from our posts." Lin Yu was greatly startled and opened his mouth to stop them, but Lin Huang's voice rang out from above. "Granted. You have all dedicated yourselves wholeheartedly to the Great Zhou. Return home and enjoy the pleasures of family life. Should the Great Zhou need you, you may return at any time." "As you command. If called, we shall surely return." Gu Linru and the others replied with smiles, returning to their ranks. Lin Yu watched them in bewilderment. Their sincerity was genuine, with no hint of coercion or defiance. Just as they returned to their places, Lin Huang scanned the hall and declared, "From this day forth the throne shall pass to the great Prince Lin Yu. After an auspicious day is chosen, the coronation ceremony shall be held." A hum of discussion erupted throughout the hall. Lin Yu was utterly stunned by the news. He had anticipated this day would come, but not so soon. As soon as Lin Huang made the announcement, Lu Bowen stepped forward from the ranks. After this period, his talents had long been recognized by all. Seeing him step forward, the crowd fell silent. "No, Your Highness. 15 days from now is the dragon raising its head day. That day would be most fitting for the coronation ceremony." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang immediately said, "Then let it be set for that day. Handle all the arrangements." Lu Bowen accepted the order and returned to his ranks, smiling at Lin Yu. The assembled military officers, including Huaxia, also looked at him with beaming faces. Gu Linru and the other senior ministers all gazed at him with expectant eyes. After issuing the decree, Lin Huang winked at Lin Yu. In that instant, Lin Yu understood. Lin Huang was paving the way for him, while Gu Linru and the older generation of Great Zhou ministers were making way for him as well. Lu Bowen and the military officers had likely already been brought onto Lin Huang's side in this matter. As for the figures he had summoned, they had long been eager for Lin Yu to ascend the throne. Thus, when Lin Huang broached the subject with them, they all agreed without hesitation. Scanning the myriad gazes fixed upon him, he took a deep breath and rose. "Your son accepts the command." After the grand assembly in Lin Huang's secluded cultivation chamber, he sat in a chair holding the phoenix-shaped jade pendant in his hand. Lin Yu and Lin Hao stood on either side of him. Lin Hao looked at Lin Yu with an excited expression. He had also attended the grand assembly. Lin Huang first glanced at Lin Yu and spoke. "Tomorrow you will become the 28th emperor of the Great Zhou. Never forget your original aspirations. Manage the ancestral legacy well. I believe you can lead the people of the Great Zhou out of this place known as the desolate wilderness." Lin Yu responded with equal confidence. "Rest assured, father. But you are still so young. Why abdicate to me so early?" Upon hearing this, Lin Huang looked at them both and chuckled softly. "This is precisely what I am about to tell you. You err, I will not attend your coronation ceremony. You have been exceptional since childhood, so I have little more to instruct you. However, you have always been free-spirited, always seek your elder brother's counsel in all matters. As they listened, their expressions gradually turned to shock. Lin Huang did not pause and continued, I plan to leave the Great Zhou tomorrow and search for the path to the central domain. For so many years, I have never been able to set aside my worries for the Great Zhou, this ancestral legacy, especially for you two brothers. Now you are both sufficiently outstanding. So the time has come. After speaking, he gazed at them silently, a carefree smile on his face. Lin Ye's throat tightened, and it took him a long moment to utter a single sentence. Father, you could have waited until we were strong enough to bring mother back together. Lin Hao remained silent. He had never expected Lin Huang to propose leaving before he did. Lin Huang looked at them, and upon hearing Lin Ye's address, his smile deepened. All right, let your father go ahead and scout out just how perilous the Phoenix clan's den truly is. Remember, if you receive no news from me, do not expend all your efforts searching for me. Only go to retrieve your mother when you are absolutely certain of success. Now go back. After saying this, Lin Huang waved his hand and turned his back to them. Lin Hao clenched his teeth, his eyes rimmed with red, standing rooted to the spot. His resolve to step out from under his brother's protection and devote himself to cultivation grew stronger than ever. Lin Yu stared at Lin Huang's back, his lips parting slightly, but in the end, he said nothing and pulled Lin Hao out of the room. He knew that once Lin Huang had made up his mind, a few words could not sway him. The only path forward was to strive onward with all his might. Lin Huang departed. The day after his conversation with Lin Yu and Lin Hao, he left the Great Zhou dynasty. When Lin Yu came to find him the next day, he was no longer within the palace. Lin Yu announced to the public that Lin Huang had entered secluded cultivation. 2 days after Lin Huang's departure, Lin Hao also came to bid Lin Yu farewell. He declared his intention to forge his own path as a martial artist through his own efforts, then return to the Great Zhou to bring their mother back. That day, Lin Yu stood alone atop the highest point of the palace, gazing blankly at Lin Hao's resolute figure as he walked away. Lin Yu issued a strict decree that no one was to set foot in the place where Lin Huang and Lin Hao once lived. Nearly half a month had passed since their departure. In the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Ye's former residence now stood as the very heart of the entire complex. Within the council hall, Lin Yu sat upright on a chair listening to Lu Bowen's report below. Your Highness, in 2 days the coronation ceremony will take place. The entire barbarian lands have now been thoroughly pacified by the generals. Supplies and reinforcements from the rear are arriving in a steady stream. Here is the schedule for the coronation ceremony in 2 days. Please review it. He took a golden booklet from Lu Bowen, flipped through a few pages, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside. I understand. You may leave. Watching Lu Bowen exit the hall, Lin Yu let out a deep breath and stepped out of his quarters. He went to the ancestral shrine, glanced at the 2 gleaming soul tablets, then returned to his room. The guards at the ancestral shrine seemed accustomed to this. The prince came to check almost every day. Lin Yu had composed himself a few days after their departure and looked forward to reuniting with them. Back in his room, Lin Yu connected his consciousness to the system. System, use all conquest points to summon. Ding. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. 2 summons succeeded, 1 failed. Deploy now. Lin Yu immediately checked the summoning details. His eyes widened in shock, a smile spreading visibly across his lips before he burst into laughter. Sun Yu Earthrealm Peak. Gongshu Ban Earthrealm Peak. Attached 5,000 disciples of the Gongshu clan Grandmaster Peak. The first summon result was Sun Yu, a talent worthy of being a king's advisor, one of his favorite ministers of state. For such a figure, cultivation level was not the key, it was his intellect that mattered. And this was merely his initial cultivation. Given the innate talent of these summoned individuals, Lin Yu believed that even civil officials would not be inferior to the prodigies of the Dome continent. His ranks of civil ministers had grown by 1. Imagining a future with Lu Bowen on his left and Sun Yu on his right, his grin stretched from ear to ear. The second summon result filled him with ecstatic joy, another special event. Gongshu Ban, whom only Mozi could slightly outshine, was better known by another name, Lu Ban. The addition of 5,000 disciples from the Gongshu clan was an incredible stroke of luck. Though their cultivation levels were not exceptionally high, they were specialists. Who knew if they might craft a war machine that would surprise Lin Yu greatly? Those who underestimated them might one day be crushed into pulp by a sudden puppet's fist. Moreover, the teleportation array technology he had purchased from the shop some time ago now had the perfect people for the job. They were the most suitable to construct it. He immediately said, deploy Gongshu Ban and his disciples first. Ding. Deployment successful. The space before Lin Yu shattered, and an elderly man stepped out slowly, his eyes seeming to hold countless transformations brimming with wisdom. The old man looked at him and clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Yu snapped back to reality, a flicker of shock in his eyes. After half a month of cultivation, he was nearing the early heaven realm. Gongshu Ban's gaze had nearly entranced him, visions of massive puppets filling his mind. He quickly stepped forward to help Gongshu Ban rise, and said, "No need for formalities." Then from the system space, he retrieved the faintly glowing book on teleportation array technology and handed it to him with eager anticipation. "Try to see if you can receive and master this." The moment the book appeared in Lin Ye's hand, a gleam flashed in Gongshu Ban's eyes. Hearing his words, he immediately took the book, focused his mind, and attached his consciousness to it. In Lin Ye's eyes, as Gongshu Ban took the book, he transformed into a streak of light that merged into the tome, and then he closed his eyes. About a quarter of an hour later, Gongshu Ban opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he said to Lin Yu, "Old servant has not failed your command." Lin Yu laughed heartily and said, "Master, lead the disciples in studying this technology well. 2 days from now, after the coronation ceremony, we will begin constructing the teleportation arrays." Gongshu Ban clasped his hands and replied, "As you command." Then he departed. Watching him leave, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, calming himself slightly. "Deploy, Sun Yu." Ding. Deployment successful. The space before Lin Yu shattered again. Footsteps echoed, and from another rift emerged a wave of pure righteous energy that gently lifted Lin Ye's robes. As the footsteps drew nearer, a figure stepped out from the spatial rift, and the space returned to calm. A gentleman of utmost grace, warm and refined as jade, stood before Lin Yu. His face bore a gentle smile, his deep eyes shimmering like twinkling stars. At the moment of Sun Ye's emergence, Lu Bowen, who was reviewing memorials for Lin Yu, seemed to sense something and lifted his head to look toward Lin Ye's residence. A smile crept onto his lips, and he murmured with anticipation, "Such pure righteous energy. I wonder which great talent His Majesty has revived." Then glancing at the mountain of memorials, his smile deepened. "He'll have company now." Meanwhile, in Lin Ye's room, he sat facing the newly summoned Sun Yu. He had some ideas to discuss with him. Looking at Sun Ye's composed smile, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. What a handsome middle-aged man. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Yu said, "Your Majesty wishes to ask about the development plan for Great Zhou after the coronation ceremony." Lin Yu swallowed the words that were on his lips, a flash of delight in his eyes. Truly a great talent. He had already guessed his question. As for taboos like suspicion between ruler and minister, Lin Yu cared little. The system's absolute loyalty was no mere decoration. Sun Yu glanced at Lin Yu, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Organizing the information imparted to him by a mysterious force upon his revival, he spoke. "Your servant has a few suggestions. Establish an imperial examination to recruit talent, found academies to emphasize education, consolidate the territory." Lin Yu listened, his eyes full of admiration. This aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. The Great Zhou had expanded too rapidly recently. Though the entire barbarian lands now bore its flag, many territories had yet to be fully assimilated. Time was needed for accumulation. Lu Bowen must have considered these matters too, but his hands were too full, so Lin Yu had not yet discussed them with him. Thinking of Lu Bowen, his eyes lit up, and he said to Sun Yu, "Master, you are truly a great talent. There is another great talent in the palace handling affairs. You should communicate more with him. He'll have Jianwei escort you there." A gleam flashed in Sun Ye's eyes, and he immediately rose. "As you command." Lin Yu called Jianwei in and had him lead Sun Yu out. Watching the two leave, he hummed a tune idly. As Jianwei guided Sun Yu toward the council hall, he looked at him with delighted surprise. "Master, I can't believe His Majesty has revived you too." Seeing Jianwei, a flicker of nostalgia passed through Sun Ye's eyes, and he smiled. "Indeed, I never imagined I would have the chance to meet General Dian again. The past life is but a reflection in a mirror of fleeting cloud. This world is far vaster and more splendid. We must continue to serve His Majesty well." Jianwei nodded emphatically. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Today, Fengjing City was a sea of people with countless citizens gathered together. All eyes were fixed upon the colossal altar that pierced the clouds at the city's center. Atop the altar stood a massive tripod cauldron, and before it lay an offering table bearing a crown. Beneath the altar, steps descended in staggered tiers connecting to the ground below. Upon closer inspection, the steps numbered 999 in total. On the path leading from the foot of the steps to the imperial palace, the civil and military officials stood in orderly rows, their expressions solemn. On the left side, Lu Bowen stood at the head of the civil officials, followed by Sun Yu, Gongshu Ban, and others. On the right side, Zhao Yun, Huaxia, Xian Qiji, and Jian Wei led a host of military officers, their imposing aura soaring into the heavens and shaking the 9 skies. The common people were filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting the start of the coronation ceremony. At the very moment sunlight struck the great tripod cauldron, Lu Bowen, his expression dignified, held a golden book in his hand, channeled his full power, and began to proclaim. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the coronation ceremony begin." The aura of the assembled officials to the left and right swelled even greater. Boom. The doors of the imperial palace swung open. 2 rows of imperial guards clad in golden armor marched out in formation, a chilling, solemn, killing intent sweeping forth. Lin Yu, clad in a dragon robe, his expression solemn, emerged from the palace, and then walked slowly towards the heavenly stairway. The common people's eyes trembled, their bodies quivered with excitement, and they clenched their teeth, afraid to make a sound. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yu arrived at the heavenly stairway leading to the altar. Lu Bowen then continued his proclamation. Ascend the heavenly stairway. Lin Yu immediately lifted his foot and walked up step by step, his gaze unwavering. As Lin Yu began his ascent of the heavenly stairway, Lu Bowen proclaimed loudly. The Grand Prince Lin Yu, intelligent since childhood, excels in both civil and martial arts. At the age of 18, he led the army north, annihilating the invading barbarians of the northern wilderness and reclaiming the cities of the northern frontier. He further led the army northward, overthrowing the royal court of the northern wilderness. During the time of Great Zhou's survival crisis, he slew the traitor Wang Jin, rescuing the people from dire straits. He swept through the various states, expanding the territory. He led the army to vanquish the powerful enemy of the Lizhan dynasty, unifying the desolate lands. Lu Bowen passionately proclaimed Lin Yu's achievements from his youth to the present. The civil and military officials and the common people listened with surging blood, their hearts filled with pride and glory. Just as Lu Bowen finished his proclamation, Lin Yu reached the 999th step of the heavenly stairway. He looked ahead at the great tripod cauldron and the crown on the offering table, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly walked to stand before the table. Lu Bowen immediately proclaimed, "Don the crown." Lin Yu extended both hands, lifted the crown from the offering table, and placed it upon his head. He turned around, gazing upon the civil and military officials and the people of Great Zhou below the altar, his eyes slowly sweeping across the entire domain of Great Zhou. He activated his primordial heavenly emperor body, and a terrifying imperial might surged from within him, instantly spreading in all directions. "Today I am the sovereign of Great Zhou." The moment Lin Yu's words fell, without needing a cue from Lu Bowen, the civil and military officials and the people of Great Zhou all knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor! Long live him! 10,000 years!" As Lin Yu donned the crown, the people had already erupted in frenzy, their cheers unceasing, and now they shouted with heart-wrenching intensity. Just as everyone was shouting fervently, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a remarkable change occurring deep within the Great Zhou imperial palace. From all corners of the Great Zhou domain, a force of destiny visible only to him began to converge upon the palace. Among it, the destiny force in Fengjing City was the most concentrated. At the same time, Lu Bowen soared into the air and shouted, "Gather the dragon veins." As his voice fell, 99 dragon veins gleaming with golden light appeared in his hand and flew swiftly towards the depths of the palace. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. The entire Great Zhou imperial palace instantly rose several meters, resembling a celestial palace, with resonant dragon roars spreading throughout Fengjing City. Then mysterious sounds suddenly echoed from the sky, and a golden pillar of light descending from the heavens enveloped Lin Yu. At that moment, everyone in Fengjing City seemed frozen, time itself completely halted, and all remained utterly motionless. Lin Yu looked up and saw at the end of the pillar of light a colossal heavenly eye staring back at him. The giant eye seemed to be observing something. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the eye and the pillar of light gradually faded. A voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. "Granted. Great Zhou destiny manifests." The instant the voice fell, time began to flow again, the paralysis vanished, and most officials and commoners continued their ecstatic shouts, becoming even more exhilarated at the sight of the suddenly elevated palace. Only the summoned figures like Zhao Yun exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they gazed deeply into the sky. Just then, the continuous dragon roars within the palace converged into one piercing cry. A golden destiny dragon shot out from the palace, circled around Lin Yu once, and then hovered behind him. The civil and military officials and the common people were all stunned, their eyes wide, as they beheld Lin Yu, who seemed like an heavenly emperor descended to the mortal world, exclaiming incessantly, "Heavens! A golden dragon encircles him! Heaven blesses our Great Zhou! Heaven blesses our Great Zhou! Heaven blesses our Great Zhou!" Lin Yu at this moment also came to his senses, receiving information about dynasties and imperial dynasties. Just as he had suspected earlier, for a dynasty to advance to an imperial dynasty, certain rules or conditions must be triggered. The giant eye just now was formed by the great Tao observing Lin Yu and all of Great Zhou. The condensation of destiny and its subsequent manifestation was a crucial standard for demonstrating a dynasty's strength and the foundation for whether it could advance to an imperial dynasty. However, this step stymied most dynastic powers. This was because the degree of a dynasty's destiny condensation was extremely important. Before destiny manifested, it could not be sensed. Only the ruler of the nation might have a faint awareness. Furthermore, for destiny to manifest, it required the approval of the Great Tao. In truth, there was one thing Lin Yu did not know. For ordinary dynasties, the manifestation of destiny was directly examined and approved by the heavenly Tao of their respective continent. Yet the one who had just granted approval to Great Zhou was the Great Tao of the myriad realms. After Lin Yu briefly sensed the mysteries of destiny with a thought, the destiny dragon swiftly returned to the depths of the palace. He discovered that as long as he was within the territory of Great Zhou, he could summon the destiny dragon at any time. Moreover, with the manifestation of the destiny dragon, one thing became very apparent to him. The spiritual energy within the Great Zhou domain was increasing at an astonishingly rapid rate. The civil and military officials below also perceived the changes in Great Zhou, their faces beaming with delight. At the same time, the power of destiny also granted Lin Yu and the Great Zhou officials benefits such as increased cultivation speed and improved work efficiency. Naturally, the higher one's official rank, the more pronounced the effects. Now that Great Zhou's destiny had manifested, as long as there were enough powerful experts, it could advance to an imperial dynasty. Lin Yu looked at the crowd still shouting with excitement, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised both hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. The civil and military officials below, seeing Lin Yu's gesture, all gazed at him with fervent eyes. They thought to themselves, "Here it comes." Lin Yu gazed at the now silent crowd, and the ministers with burning eyes then spoke in a deep voice. "From this day forth the era shall be known as the first year of the Great Zhou New Era. Henceforth this day each year shall be designated as the national day celebrated throughout the realm. This year marks the first year of the Great Zhou New Era." Excellent. The crowd below responded with fervent zeal, their eyes blazing. Lin Yu continued, "I decree Lin Huang shall be honored as the Grand Supreme Emperor of Great Zhou. I decree Lin Hao shall be named the prince who stands equal to the throne of Great Zhou." Lin Yu first issued these two appointments. Instantly, the ministers and commoners alike gazed at him with complex expressions. Only Lin Yu in all of Great Zhou dared to make such appointments. Setting aside the Grand Supreme Emperor, for Lin Huang yet lived, and all knew the bond among the three of the Lin family. The title prince who stands equal to the throne meant, as its name implied, parity with the imperial seat. Such audacity. After a brief pause, Lin Yu pressed on. These were appointments he had long contemplated and deemed essential. From this day forth the position of chancellor shall be abolished. Establish the Grand Council of Great Zhou. The Grand Council shall assist us in governing affairs and formulating policies, overseeing all civil officials. Lu Bo and Sun Yu, your subjects are here. The two stepped forward from the ranks and saluted Lin Yu with clasped hands. Enter the Grand Council of Great Zhou with the rank of first grade. Your subject obeys the decree. We thank your majesty. All looked upon the two with envy. Henceforth only the Grand Council would exist, governing all civil officials beneath it. Though the council comprised more than just these two, it essentially became the central hub of civil authority in Great Zhou. Yet none dared harbor jealousy, for they knew of Lu Bowen's prowess. And Sun Yu, whom Lin Yu had also recruited, was undoubtedly a great talent, otherwise he would not have been directly appointed to the Grand Council. All respected Lin Yu's ability to recruit talent. Having appointed Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, he left the remaining civil officials untouched for the time being. The older generation had all resigned, leaving mostly fresh blood, no need for drastic upheaval. From this day forth established the Military Affairs Council of Great Zhou. The Military Affairs Council shall command all legions of Great Zhou, assisting us in handling all military matters. It shall expand our territory and wage war across the lands. Zhao Yunhua, Xubing Xian Shiji, your subjects are here. The three knelt on one knee, fists clasped, gazing at Lin Yu. Enter the Military Affairs Council of Great Zhou with the rank of second grade. The three accepted the decree, rose, and returned to their ranks, their bearing exuding awe-inspiring might. This stirred cheers from their fan groups among the crowd. Even Xian Shiji, usually composed, was now brimming with excitement. He adored this world where he could fight for the nation and its people. Lin Yu paid no heed to the thoughts of those below and continued, Gongshu Ban, your subject is here. From this day forth establish the Mechanism Council. You shall serve as its deputy director, commanding 5,000 disciples, and commence work on the teleportation array. Your subject obeys the decree. Gongshu Ban accepted the order and returned to his rank. The crowd had long been curious about this elder who stood beside Sun Yu. Hearing Lin Yu's appointment, all were astonished. He had established an entire council for him. And what was this teleportation array? Before they could react, Lin Yu's voice rang out again. Yuan Tiangang, your subject is here. Appointed as the Grand Commissioner of the Bureau of Adversity, commanding its operatives to spy on the world abroad and monitor all officials within. You shall have the authority to execute corrupt and tyrannical local officials before reporting to the throne. Your subject obeys the decree. The commoners roared their approval. Yuan Tiangong, still masked, turned his gaze over the assembled civil and military officials, sending chills down their spines. They had heard of this man's methods. Though Lin Yu had mentioned this during his regency, circumstances had changed, the proper formalities must be observed. Dian Wei, your subject is here. From this day forth establish the Imperial Guard responsible for our personal security. You shall serve as its Grand General. Your subject obeys the decree. Dian Wei beamed with excitement. He adored this post, which would keep him constantly at His Majesty's side. With appointments nearly complete, Lin Yu double-checked for omissions, then spoke again. From this day forth, within the territories of Great Zhou, 36 cities shall constitute one prefecture. 18 prefectures shall constitute one province. The prefectural capital shall govern the 36 cities under its jurisdiction. The provincial capital shall govern the 18 prefectural capitals under its jurisdiction. Fengjing City shall remain the imperial capital, overseeing all provinces. Governance shall proceed from the bottom up, layer by layer. The Grand Council of Great Zhou shall expedite the formulation of a specific plan. At present, Great Zhou might only encompass 2 or 3 provinces by this division, but as its territories expanded over time, such an adjustment was imperative. He glanced at Sun Yu and Lu Bowen, who had accepted the decree, and continued, from this day forth establish the Great Zhou Academy. The main academy shall be located in Fengjing City. Provincial and prefectural branch academies shall be established in the respective capitals. The Great Zhou Academy shall admit students regardless of birth, anyone with talent in any field may enter through examination. Those of exceptional talent after rigorous selection may enter the main academy for further study. Members of the Grand Council, the Mechanism Council, and Legion commanders shall take turns teaching at the main academy. All graduates of the main academy shall receive preferential appointments by the court. The establishment of the academy shall be jointly overseen by the Grand Council and the Mechanism Council. As Lin Yu's words fell, the entire populace of Great Zhou erupted in jubilation. Heavens! What only officials could learn! Books and martial arts. We commoners can now study too. From now on, we commoners can contribute to Great Zhou at any time. His Majesty is truly a sovereign of vision, few could match such boldness. I will strive to enter the main academy so upon graduation I can serve as an official. Some, overcome with emotion, kowtowed repeatedly to Lin Yu. For many commoners lacked access to martial training, leaving them perpetually vulnerable. Without it, they were defenseless against martial artists. He glanced at the crowd once more and signaled for silence. In 6 months, the first imperial examination of the Great Zhou New Era shall be held. All may participate. If you possess talent, you may contribute to Great Zhou. His words sparked an even greater uproar. Across Great Zhou, many ambitious individuals lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with determination. They had been watching Lin Yu's coronation ceremony in real time through the image stones in their cities. These stones had been crafted by Lu Bowen after consulting Gongshu Ban. Initially, they had planned to enter the academy once it was established. But upon hearing of the imperial examination, they were invigorated. It was a direct path to the emperor's ear. Impress His Majesty, and one could rise to prominence overnight. With Lin Yu's proclamation, the coronation ceremony concluded. Yet throughout Great Zhou, waves of excitement surged, and the impact and fervor remained unabated. After the ceremony, Lin Yu found himself facing Lu Bowen and Sun Yu with a wry smile. Lu Bowen in particular fixed him with a resolute, remonstrating gaze that gave him a tremendous headache. Your Majesty, why did you not follow the procedure I drafted and announce the matter of selecting consorts? Hearing this again, Lin Yu was at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he said, My dear ministers, I have already made my choice in this matter, so I have set it aside for now. Lu Bowen looked at him skeptically, but seeing Lin Yu's earnest expression, he could only reply helplessly. Your Majesty, the matter of the Empress and the harem is of utmost importance. Please give it due consideration. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and readily agreed. Rest assured, rest assured. I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, Lu Bowen and Sun Yu withdrew, thinking to themselves. Next time, they would bring a few generals along. If Lin Yu knew, he would surely be startled out of his wits. Time flowed like a river and months turned into seasons. Half a year had passed since Lin Yu's coronation ceremony. During this period, the Great Zhou Academy was established across the realm 2 months after the coronation, and the first batch of students had been enrolled. Lin Yu had attended the ceremony, gazing at the youthful faces before him and offering words of encouragement. The scene shifted to Fengjing City. The capital of Great Zhou had now transformed into a colossal metropolis, the very heart of the entire desolate wilderness. The current imperial palace was more than twice the size of the Fengjing City from the era of Lin Huang. Even the smallest plot of land within the city walls was priceless and unavailable. As the influx of people grew, 6 smaller satellite cities were established around the capital, providing homes for those who could not find lodging within Fengjing City itself. At the center of Fengjing City stood a structure patterned like a magical formation, bustling with constant activity. It was the fully constructed teleportation array. With its widespread use, trade between merchants became far more convenient, and most importantly, its use was free of charge. One only needed to maintain order. Of course, during critical war periods or special circumstances, the citizens of Great Zhou were obliged to cede its use to the legions without question. At that moment, several young figures stepped out of the teleportation array. Their eyes were wide with awe as they took in the various buildings of Fengjing City. It was only when the guards overseeing the array called out to them that they snapped back to reality, offering repeated apologies as they hurried away. The guards were long accustomed to such reactions. Most newcomers from other cities of Great Zhou were invariably struck with wonder. The young men who had just emerged from the array walked along the streets, their gazes sweeping over the bustling vendors, the magnificent imperial palace, the heaven-worshipping altar that seemed to pierce the clouds, and the Great Zhou Academy, standing not far from the palace. They could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Brother Lu, look, that is the heaven-worshipping altar where His Majesty stood during his coronation." At that time, all the civil and military officials were in theft as he stood upon it. "It looks even more majestic in person than in the memory stones." A young man in white robes spoke to his companion, who was dressed in blue. "Indeed, Brother Zhao. And look, that is the Great Zhou Academy. I heard that this month the elder in charge of teaching and administration is Gu Lao, the former prime minister. I've also heard that the one teaching military strategy and martial arts at the academy this month is General Huaxia. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here in Fengjing City is incredibly dense. I feel that cultivating here for 1 month would be equivalent to 3 months anywhere else." A young man dressed in black with a long spear strapped to his back spoke with excitement. The young man in white and the one in blue exchanged a knowing smile. Anyone who knew him was aware that he was an ardent admirer of Huaxia. These 3 individuals were the top scholars of the first imperial examination of Great Zhou's new era. Lu Mura, the civil examination's top graduate, Zhao, won the second-place graduate, and Nie Shuaxuan, the military examinations champion. They were on their way to the imperial palace for an audience with the emperor. At that moment, Lin Yu was wearing a wry smile as he faced Lu Bowen, who stood before him offering counsel for what felt like the umpteenth time in the past 6 months. He could not fathom why this old man was so persistent. As someone who believed in the freedom of love, Lin Yu preferred to let such matters take their natural course. Yet he understood the well-intentioned concerns of his ministers. As Great Zhou grew more powerful, the importance of the imperial harem and heirs became increasingly apparent. Over the past half year, nearly every minister who stood in the court had directly or indirectly introduced him to all their female relatives. Just as he was racking his brains for a way to change the subject, a guard announced, "Your Majesty, the 3 final successful candidates of the imperial examination have arrived at the palace and request an audience." "Summon them immediately." Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Lu Bowen paused his discourse and stood to the side. Shortly after, 3 young figures entered the hall, Lu Murajo I and Nie Shuaxuan. They knelt respectfully before Lin Yu and performed the ritual bow. "We pay homage to Your Majesty." Inwardly, they were astonished at how young the emperor looked. Though they had seen him in memory stones, it could not compare to seeing him in person. The imperial aura radiating from him was vast and imposing. They only dared to steal a quick glance before lowering their eyes. "Rise, as you command." The 3 carefully stood up and stood respectfully at attention. Lin Yu looked at the 3 with great satisfaction, his face especially brightening when his gaze fell upon Nie Shuaxuan. A mortal realm cultivator at the peak level. Not bad at all. Given that Great Zhou's spiritual energy had only begun to rise half a year ago, this level of cultivation was rare and marked him as a prodigy. After appraising them, his eyes suddenly lit up as he noticed Lu Bowen beside him. He immediately said, "Minister Lu, I shall trouble you to take these 3 and make the necessary arrangements for them." Lu Bowen smiled helplessly, realizing that the emperor had once again found a way to dismiss him. He responded, "Your servant obeys the decree." He then led the 3 men away. Watching them leave, Lin Yu sank into thought. If this continues, I will have no choice but to hold a consort selection. Lu Bowen would probably be back again the very next day. It wasn't that he disliked the idea of being surrounded by women, he simply had no desire for it at the moment. He was still concerned about Lin Huang and his mother, who was far away in the central domain. Lin Hao, that boy, had also not returned. Their life tablets, however, remained in good condition, which put his mind at ease. For the past 6 months, he had personally overseen everything, and the entire desolate wilderness had been fully integrated and absorbed. The whole of Great Zhou was flourishing with a prosperous populace and a strong nation. Since the spiritual energy had risen and the academy had opened, many talented individuals had emerged. With proper nurturing, these geniuses would surely become the pillars of Great Zhou's future. Although he had been busy with state affairs and had not cultivated much during this half-year, his powerful physique had still allowed him to reach the early stage of the heavenly realm. If he were to enter secluded cultivation in earnest, reaching the late heavenly realm would be well within his grasp. He had dispatched several of his other generals to guard key points along the border of the Tianqi mountain range. As the legion's cultivation space had yet to be acquired, he occasionally sent them to train within the Tianqi mountain range, cautioning them not to be too conspicuous and alert the Yuhua imperial dynasty. This served a dual purpose: to enhance their cultivation and to prepare for future contact with the Yuhua imperial dynasty. He had also dispatched 500 members of the Buliang Ren to the central region of Lizhou, dispersing them to keep a constant pulse on the latest intelligence. Thinking of this, he summoned a guard and summoned the Buliang Shui. As you command. After half a year of cultivation, Yuan Tiangang's cultivation had impressively reached the middle stage of the venerable realm. The martial talent of these summoned individuals was indeed terrifying. The leap from the heavenly realm to the venerable realm was a monumental hurdle. Many spent their entire lives unable to break through from the peak of the heavenly realm to the venerable realm, yet for them it seemed as simple as eating or drinking. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, Huaxia, and Xian Shiji had all already reached the early venerable realm. At the venerable realm, one could begin to manipulate spatial forces, enabling short-distance teleportation during battle. A single casual strike from an exalted realm cultivator could cause ripples in space. As for the venerable king realm, according to Yuan Tiangong, one should be able to slightly tear the fabric of space, allowing for relatively complete long-distance teleportation. Shortly after, Yuan Tiangang entered, and Lin Yu immediately asked, "Have there been any recent movements from the two imperial dynasties in the center of Lizhou?" "None. It seems both are waiting for the Yuhua imperial dynasty's ancestor to reach his end. On the surface, things remain stable." Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this and fell into brief contemplation. A thought suddenly struck him. Everyone in Lizhou had their eyes fixed on the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Great Zhou was currently developing peacefully, and he hadn't traveled in a long time. Why not take a trip? He could experience the central region of Lizhou and at the same time escape Liu Bowen's relentless persuasion. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately asked, "Are there any interesting events coming up in the Yuhua imperial dynasty?" Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes were sparkling with anticipation, and immediately understood his intention. After a moment's thought, he replied, "In 2 weeks, the Yuhua imperial dynasty will hold its quinquennial prodigy tournament in the capital. All martial artists under the age of 30 are required to participate." Lin Yu's eyes grew even brighter upon hearing this. 2 weeks was more than enough time. Given their current cultivation levels, it would take them only 2 or 3 days to reach the Yuhua imperial dynasty. He immediately gave his orders, announcing that he would be entering secluded cultivation for a while. Then, with Yuan Tiangang leading the way and Jianwei accompanying him, he flew off towards the Tianqi mountain range. The Tianqi mountain range. Lin Yu and his companions were flying at a low altitude. It was his first time crossing the Tianqi mountain range. Laying eyes upon such an endless expanse of towering peaks for the first time, he was profoundly awestruck. At the same time, he was intensely curious about how such a colossal mountain range had formed, completely severing the barbarian wasteland from Lizhou. As they flew low, he meticulously observed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, the sunlight was obscured by vast thickets of giant shrubs, casting an oppressive gloom. In such a dim and humid environment, the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally high, far greater than that of the barbarian wasteland before its spiritual energy had surged. Naturally, this gave rise to countless ferocious beasts. Along their journey, they had encountered many. Most of these beasts were comparable to human martial artists at the Grandmaster realm. The most powerful one they had faced was equivalent to a peak mortal realm martial artist. They had yet to encounter anything stronger. Moreover, these beasts seemed unafraid of humans charging at them upon sight, utterly bloodthirsty. This environment indeed was quite suitable for the 3 legions of Great Zhou to train in. After observing for a while and finding no answers, Lin Yu ceased his pondering and ordered his 2 companions to swiftly cross the Tianqi mountain range. Within the capital of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, upon receiving the news that Lin Yu was about to arrive to watch the prodigy tournament, the Buliang Ren stationed here immediately mobilized, using various means to secure the finest inn in Yuhua City, the capital of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, for the 3 of them. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the inn, Lin Yu sat on a chair placed on a vast terrace, his gaze fixed outward. This inn housed most of the prodigies who would participate in the grand tournament. The terrace's location had been meticulously chosen by the Buliang Ren for Lin Yu. On the same level across from him, there were many other viewing platforms similar to his own. From his vantage point, Lin, you could see the very arena where the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's Prodigy Tournament was to be held the next day. On the ground below, many martial artists were already jostling for viewing spots. After crossing the Tianqi mountain range, their group had traveled at a leisurely pace, observing the conditions in various parts of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. After confirming that the Tuoba clan's mansion in Lizhan King City was indeed deserted, they arrived in Yuhua City today. Having not relaxed and traveled abroad for half a year, occasionally going on a journey was indeed refreshing. Lin Yu sipped his tea leisurely, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the endless stream of people below. The sheer number and quality of martial artists in an imperial dynasty were indeed incomparable to a kingdom. A single casual glance revealed that 1 in every 100 people was a mortal realm martial artist, an astonishingly high proportion. Although this was partly due to the upcoming grand event and the fact that this was the imperial capital, Lin Yu was filled with confidence. Given a few more years, Great Zhou would surely be able to rival or even surpass the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. While Lin Yu was in this state of leisurely contentment, a sudden stir and exclamations arose from the crowd below. Following the sound, Lin Yu saw a young man on a viewing platform diagonally opposite him, his hands resting on the railing as he looked down, occasionally smiling at the crowd. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, the young man smiled and nodded in greeting. Lin Yu returned the smile. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The crown prince of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yu Lintian. He was the champion of the previous Prodigy Tournament, but couldn't participate in this one as he had reached the age of 32. Yuan Tiangang promptly transmitted a message saying, "Your Majesty, this man is at the late heavenly realm." Accompanying him in the room within the terrace is a venerable realm initial stage powerhouse. Lin Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It seemed that as the tournament drew near, more and more prodigies would arrive. Meanwhile, Yu Lintian returned to his room, his expression slightly grave, and said to an elderly man inside, "Uncle Yin, I couldn't discern the cultivation level of that young man in white across from me." This Uncle Yin was the venerable realm initial stage powerhouse that Yuan Tiangang had informed Lin Yu about. "Your Highness, I too cannot see through him," the elder replied. "Furthermore, within the room behind him, a tremendous force is blocking my perception. If I were to probe forcefully, I might be in mortal danger." Hearing Yu Lintian's question, his face was full of gravity. Yu Lintian's eyes flashed with a mix of shock and concern upon hearing this. Uncle Yin, whose full name was Yin Zheng, was a trusted confidant of the emperor. If even he couldn't see through the young man and would face mortal danger from a forceful probe, could he be some young master from a prestigious clan outside Lizhou? Although the young man in white had his aura concealed, there was a faint, subtle majesty emanating from him, a feeling very similar to that of his own father, the emperor. With the ancestor's lifespan nearing its end, the entire Yuhua Imperial Dynasty was seething with undercurrents. Not long ago, the king of Lizhan had even resigned from his post and moved his entire clan. Truly, these were turbulent times. He hoped this wouldn't affect the plans for this tournament. If Lin Yu knew, he would surely just smile wryly. Since his last physique transformation, as long as a martial artist's realm wasn't far above his own, they couldn't see through his cultivation level. As time passed, the day of the Prodigy Tournament arrived as scheduled. Lin Yu was already on his viewing platform, early sipping tea and waiting. One by one, figures appeared on the other viewing platforms of the inn. Some were contestants, others were high-ranking officials who had come to watch. The ground below was a sea of people, the streets completely empty. At this moment, he was flipping through a booklet on the tournament's prodigies that Yuan Tiangang had brought him yesterday. The booklet detailed information on the 36 contestants. Reading through it, most of the prodigies seemed to be at the peak of the earthly realm. Only the top 6 were at the heavenly realm. Topping the list was the second prince of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yu Xingqian, aged 25, at the mid-heavenly realm. The remaining 5 were all at the initial heavenly realm. Lin Yu glanced at them briefly before closing the booklet and resuming his leisurely tea drinking. Just as the tournament was about to begin, a graceful figure emerged on the viewing platform directly opposite Lin Yu, followed by a young girl and an elderly woman. He looked up, his gaze landing on them. Instantly, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, and his hand holding the teacup paused in midair for a moment. The 3 who had emerged opposite him also saw Lin Yu sitting on his chair, surprise flashing in their eyes. Finally, snapping out of it, Lin Yu raised his teacup, took a sip, and smiled at them in greeting. Then his lips moved slightly. "So your name is Jimoi." He had learned her name from the exclamations of the crowd below, comparing it with the booklet he had just perused. The smile in his eyes deepened. "Saintess of the 9 Mysteries Palace, the #1 beauty of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, 22 years old, early heavenly realm. 3 years older than me." On the opposite side, Jimoi, seeing Lin Yu smile at her, politely nodded in return. The maidservant Shainer, still harboring resentment from their previous encounter, was angered by Lin Yu's smile and said, "That rogue. I can't believe someone from the barbarian wasteland managed to get a seat in a place like this." Jimai, hearing this, could only smile helplessly and said nothing. The elderly woman, however, spoke with a grave expression. Saintess, I can no longer discern the cultivation level of that young man in white we met in the barbarian wasteland. Hearing this, Jimai was shocked and cast a deep probing look at Linyu. She noticed that this young man in white had a faint, deeply concealed aura of imperial might surrounding him. Having been sensitive to such auras since childhood, she only detected it upon this careful observation. She became intensely curious. Why would a youth from the barbarian wasteland possess an aura of imperial might? Shaner, upon hearing the elder's words, exclaimed in disbelief. Elder, could you be mistaken? He's just an ordinary young man from the barbarian wasteland. The elderly woman's expression remained grave as she said, I cannot be mistaken. I also sense a great terror within the room behind him. Both were once again shaken by the elder's words. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already received a transmission from Yuan Tiangong, instructing him not to harm the three across from him. After Jimai left the viewing platform, several others arrived in succession. While Lin Yu was growing extremely bored, a sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. From the pavilion of Yulin Heaven, an elder flew out. It was Yin Zhang. He hovered in midair, surveyed the crowd, and announced, the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's prodigy grand competition begins. Then he tossed out 6 orb-like objects from his hand. They expanded in the air, forming 6 enormous battle platforms, each surrounded by a transparent barrier. Then he said, contestants step forward for group drawing. There are 6 groups, and all 6 will compete simultaneously on their respective platforms. The platforms can withstand any attack below the venerable realm, so fight without worry. Within each group, it will be a round robin. A win earns 1 point, a draw or loss earns none. The top 2 from each group will advance to the elimination rounds. Upon hearing this, the contestants stepped forward to draw lots. Lin Yu, however, watched the orbs Yin Zhang had thrown with great interest, musing to himself, I must have the divine mechanism pavilion thoroughly study these upon return. Indeed, venturing out more yields many gains. The group draw concluded quickly. Lin Yu glanced over and saw Jimai was in the 4th group. Apart from her, all the members were Earth Realm martial artists, so she should face no threat. However, the group containing Yu Shengqin piqued Lin Yu's interest. There was actually a seated contestant at the early heavenly realm, seemingly a holy son or young master of some sect. Their impending clash drew exclamations from the watching crowd, with supporters cheering loudly. The matches began swiftly, and Lin Yu watched while sipping tea. After a few glances, he found it dull again. Finally, Yu Shengqin faced off against the early heavenly realm martial artist from his group. The two flew onto the platform and took their stances. Yu Shengqin bore some resemblance to Yu Lintian, whom Lin Yu had seen earlier. However, Yu Lintian gave an impression of gentleness and humility, while Yu Shengqin was arrogant and overbearing. At that moment, he looked disdainfully at the young man across the platform and said, I know you, Mu Lingjian, young master of the sword transformation sect. You are no match for me. Concede. Hearing this, Mu Lingjian's face darkened with anger, and he retorted, Well, only know after we fight. Then he drew his long sword and charged at Yu Shengqin. Seeing this charge, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Yu Shengqin's eyes as he raised his weapon and charged forward to meet him. The two clashed fiercely in midair on the platform. After watching for a while, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Yu Shengqin's every move aimed to kill, while Mu Lingjian initially fought only as a contest. Only after sensing Yu Shengqin's deadly intent did he hastily adapt his techniques. Being already a minor realm lower than Yu Shengqin, he soon fell completely on the defensive. Such internal competitions were usually about testing skills and exchanging insights, with death rarely occurring despite the life and death waivers. But Yu Shengqin's behavior was highly unusual. After dozens of exchanges, Mu Lingjian was battered with blood trickling from his lips, and he opened his mouth to concede. Seeing Mu Lingjian about to surrender, a cold glint flashed in Yu Shengqin's eyes. He lunged forward, instantly chopped off his sword arm, then raised his blade and slashed across his neck. Mu Lingjian fell to the ground lifeless, his eyes wide with terror. With his death, Yu Shengqin won the match, and the transparent barrier around the platform dissipated. The moment the barrier vanished, an aura of a late heavenly realm expert surged from a viewing platform. A middle-aged man appeared beside Mu Lingjian's platform. The man raised his sword and struck at Yu Shengqin, who was preparing to return to rest. Seeing this, Yu Shengqin sneered, remaining completely still. Yin Zhang instantly appeared before Yu Shengqin, striking the middle-aged man to the ground with a single palm, causing him to cough up blood violently. He then tossed the corpse on the platform before the man and said coldly, In the prodigy grand competition, life and death are irrelevant. Anyone who dares disrupt the order again will be killed without mercy. After speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd. The middle-aged man silently collected Mu Lingjian's remains, then looked up and said bitterly, The young master was about to surrender, yet he was killed so ruthlessly. Second prince, such intense killing intent. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, such deep schemes. Upon hearing this, Yin Zheng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He flashed before the man and shattered his heart meridian with a single palm. Sowing discord is unforgivable. The competition continues. This incident made everyone present sense something amiss. But with a glance at Yin Zheng, they continued nonetheless. Meanwhile, some prodigies from influential backgrounds accompanied by family or sect elders had secretly crushed their communication talismans. The grand competition suddenly grew fraught with undercurrents. Your Majesty, 4 venerable realm experts have just arrived, hiding among the crowd. 1 late venerable, 3 early venerables. At the same time, Lin Yu received a telepathic message from Yuan Tiangang. A flicker of gravity crossed Lin Yu's eyes. On this trip, he only had Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei as escorts. Can you handle it? He asked both of them. Your Majesty, I can kill that late venerable expert within 10 moves. Your Majesty, with foes of the same realm, a few strikes of my halberd will shatter them into pieces. Hearing their responses, Lin Yu continued sipping his tea leisurely. As the competition progressed, the group stage concluded quickly and the elimination rounds began immediately. After the earlier incident, every prodigy facing Yu Shengchen conceded as soon as they realized defeat was imminent. Yu Shengchen looked at them with a mocking, disdainful sneer. Soon the finals arrived: Yu Shengchen versus Ji Mai. As soon as they clashed, the spectators were astonished. Ji Mai was actually suppressing Yu Shengchen despite being a lower realm. After over 100 exchanges, Yu Shengchen conceded defeat. After winning the championship, Ji Mai prepared to leave. Just then Yu Shengchen looked at her greedily and said, "Holy Maiden Ji, where are you rushing off to?" Ji Mai frowned slightly. "Naturally, I'm returning to my sect." Yu Shengchen suddenly burst into wild laughter, glanced around at the now wary crowd, and said, "None of you need to leave. Stay here as guests." As his words fell, the 4 venerable realm experts Yuan Tiangang had sensed earlier soared into the air from the crowd, joining Yin Zheng to encircle the many prodigies and their elders, their killing intent palpable. At the same time, Yu Lintian flew from the viewing platform to stand beside Yu Shengchen, smiling at the crowd. Everyone encircled wore grim expressions. Only a fool would not grasp the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's intentions now. Lin Yu, however, continued sipping his tea, leisurely watching them. Yu Lintian, noticing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, frowned deeply and was about to speak to him. Several streaks of light shot across the sky, landing before the prodigies who had just participated in the competition. Ji Mai gazed at the middle-aged woman who had just appeared before her and immediately exclaimed, "Master, you've arrived." The woman nodded curtly, her gaze stern and unyielding as it locked onto the man, a latest-stage venerable realm cultivator. "Yu Shiyu, what is the purpose of luring us here, Your Highness of the Yuhua Imperial clan?" The man smiled faintly as he addressed the middle-aged woman. "Lu Linglong, how many years it has been? You remain as radiant as ever. We merely wish to invite you all to reside at the palace for a brief time." Hearing this exchange, several bold martial artists who had not yet fled broke into startled murmurs. Yu Shiyu, the imperial uncle of the crown prince and the former prodigy of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Lu Linglong, the sect master of the Jiaoxian Palace. Rumor has it they have competed fiercely since their youth. It seems Prince Shuyu has always held a slight edge over sect master Lu. Upon hearing these words, Lu Linglong responded with a cold, disdainful smile. "Spare us your false civility. You intend to capture every sect and noble house present, do you not?" Yu Shiyu merely chuckled, offering no direct reply. "You have 1 teacup's duration to decide. Shall we escort you, or will you walk willingly?" Lu Linglong's expression darkened instantly. The imperial clan's strength had always surpassed that of the sects and noble houses. Among those gathered, only Lu Linglong herself had reached the mid-stage venerable realm, and 1 other clan patriarch barely at the early stage venerable realm. The rest were mostly heaven realm martial artists, hopelessly outmatched against 5 venerable realm cultivators, especially Yu Wushuang, whose cultivation stood at the latest stage venerable realm. The others stared in despair at the encircling figures. Just as Lu Linglong hesitated, time slipping away, a voice resonated sharply within her mind. "Break through, I will aid you." Clenching his teeth, she resolved there could be no favorable outcome either way, better to fight than submit. With a roar, she confronted Yu Shiyu. "Let us see if you possess the strength to take us. Everyone, break through now." Summoning every ounce of her power, she surged forward with Ji Mai and 2 others toward a Yuhua Imperial cultivator ranked at the early stage venerable realm. At once the others charged in every direction. Yu Shiyu's eyes flickered with icy malice. "Show no mercy, kill them all." In the next instant his figure blurred, reappearing before Lu Linglong. His sword flashed, she was struck backward, flung once more into the tightening circle. Battle erupted in full fury, yet the chasm of power proved insurmountable. They fought like cornered beasts, unable to break free. Within moments, the early stage venerable realm cultivator fell, overwhelmed by 3 imperial warriors. Lu Linglong's condition deteriorated rapidly, her face tightened with mounting desperation. Jimai clashed once more with Yu Shengchen. Watching the sects and clans crumble, Lin Yu immediately commanded, execute the plan without delay. Yes. Lin Yu rose from his seat in one fluid motion, aura erupting as he shot toward Yu Shengchen. Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei burst onto the battlefield from within the chamber. Yuan Tiangang materialized before Yu Wushuang and drove a fist forward. A thunderous impact echoed. Yu Shiyu recoiled violently, eyes wide with shock as he beheld the masked man standing before Lu Linglong. Who are you? Yuan Tiangang remained silent. His form blurred again, reappearing before Yu Wushuang. Then a devastating kick slammed into the man's chest. Meanwhile, Dian Wei emerged near Yin Zheng and another early-stage venerable realm warrior, close to Lin Yu's target. His massive halberd cleaved downward. Boom! The early-stage venerable realm warrior crashed to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth as he lay motionless. Yin Zheng was hurled back dozens of paces. 2 other early-stage venerable realm cultivators rushed to his aid and closed in on Dian Wei. As Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei engaged their respective foes, Lin Yu appeared before Jimai and drove a boot hard into Yu Shengchen's body. He channeled every shred of his strength into that strike. Having seen moments earlier the raw, covetous hunger in Yu Shengchen's gaze when it fell upon Jimai, Yu Shengchen, stunned by the sudden appearance of the white-robed youth, had no time to react before being sent sprawling to the earth. He rolled heavily across the ground, then slumped into unconsciousness. Lin Yu himself scarcely grasped the magnitude of his own power. Even so, the fact that Yu Shengchen survived such a furious blow left him faintly astonished. He almost stepped forward for another kick, but urgency forbade it. Just then, Yuan Tiangang's voice whispered urgently into his mind, multiple venerable realm auras have surged forth from Yu Hua Imperial Palace, racing this way. Lin Yu glanced swiftly at Yu Lintian, who was preparing to advance, then seized Jimai around the waist and shot skyward, fleeing the city at blinding speed. Exhausted after 2 grueling battles, Jimai had barely registered what was happening before finding herself swept into Lin Yu's arms, her cheeks burning crimson. Suddenly remembering something, she cried out, "Please, young master. Rescue my master." The elderly woman and her maid had already fallen, struck down by an early-stage venerable realm cultivator during the chaos. Lin Yu gave her a reassuring nod. Seeing that Jimai was safely carried beyond the battlefield, Yuan Tiangang transmitted a voice to Lu Linglong, "Go." Then, casting one last contemptuous glance at the battered Yu Shiyu, he shot off in the direction Lin Yu had taken. Lu Linglong followed without hesitation. Dian Wei grinned broadly, swung his halberd once more, felling another early-stage venerable realm imperial warrior, then strode away unhurried and unchallenged. Scarcely had Lin Yu and his companions vanished when streaks of light tore across the sky. A majestic dragon-robed sovereign descended upon the battlefield, his presence commanding, his aura overwhelming. "Brother, what has transpired?" This was Yu Wushuang, the sovereign of the Yu Hua Imperial Dynasty and a peerless venerable realm cultivator. Yu Shiyu spat blood, then replied tersely, "Lu Linglong and her disciple have been rescued. Their saviors are unknown, led by a white-robed youth. Rescue our people first." With those words, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Yu Lintian approached, cradling the unconscious Yu Shengchen, his expression frantic. Yu Wushuang assessed the scene, exhaling softly in muted relief. At least the prince lived. He ordered immediate medical treatment for the wounded, and turned his gaze cold and calculating toward the direction Lin Yu had fled. Elsewhere, after escaping the city with Jimai in his arms, Lin Yu evaded pursuit under the covert guidance of the Shadow Bureau, navigating winding routes until reaching the prearranged rendezvous with Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei. Lin Yu and Jimai arrived first. Moments later, Yuan Tiangang and the others appeared. Lu Linglong stepped forward at once upon seeing Jimai in Lin Yu's arms. "Mai, are you unharmed?" Jimai snapped back to awareness, hastily disentangling herself from Lin Yu's embrace, her face aflame as she stammered, "Master, I am fine." She had been so awestruck by the Shadow Bureau operative's uncanny ghost-like movements en route that she'd forgotten entirely she was still held in Lin Yu's arms, until now confronted by her master's gaze. Seeing Jimai safe, Lu Linglong exhaled deeply, then bowed deeply to Lin Yu. "Young master, thank you for saving our lives." She had clearly perceived that both Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei deferred to Lin Yu alone. Jimai hurriedly mirrored her master's gesture. Lin Yu sidestepped the bow, waving his hand lightly. "A trivial matter. I happened upon the scene." Jimai stole a glance at Lin Yu, her blush still vivid, as curiosity danced in her eyes. Stepping forward, she asked softly, "Might I inquire your name, young master?" Lu Linglong watched her with a knowing smile, glancing between the two with quiet amusement. Lin Yu met her gaze with calm composure and a gentle smile, though beneath his sleeve his hands clenched tightly. Hearing Jimoi's question, he answered promptly, "My name is Lin Yu." Jimoi murmured inwardly, "Lin Yu, huh?" Lu Linglong also noted the name in her heart. Jimoi continued to ask, "Young Master Lin, are you from the Barren Lands?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "No need to be so formal, just call me by my name." "Yes, we are indeed from the Barren Lands." Lu Linglong was instantly stunned. She had always thought Lin Yu and his companions were powerful travelers from other provinces. At the same time, she detected something unusual in Jimoi's words and quickly interjected, "Moi, have you met young Master Lin before?" Jimoi nodded. "Half a year ago, in a kingdom within the Barren Lands, I had a brief encounter with young Master Lin." As Jimoi finished speaking, a flicker of sorrow passed through her eyes, recalling the old woman and maidservant who had just been slain. Lu Linglong suddenly understood, knowing that Jimoi had been traveling extensively half a year ago. Lin Yu glanced at the two women and asked, "Why is the Yuhua imperial dynasty besieging your sects and noble houses? Is it solely to consolidate imperial power?" Hearing Lin Yu's question, a grave expression appeared in Lu Linglong's eyes. "On the surface it appears so, but their true intentions remain unknown. However, recently I've heard that several noble houses and sects have been mysteriously annihilated." As she spoke, her face suddenly changed dramatically, and she said urgently, "Young Master Lin, my sect may be in danger. I must return immediately. They'll have to express my gratitude another day." Lin Yu frowned upon hearing this. He glanced at the two women who were determined to return, pausing briefly on Jimoi, and said, "Take care." After nodding to Lin Yu in acknowledgement, the two immediately soared into the air and vanished as streaks of light. Watching them depart, Lin Yu turned to Yuan Tiangang and instructed, "Follow them. If they encounter danger, make sure to save Jimoi." Yuan Tiangang nodded and immediately followed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Jian Wei headed back toward the Great Zhou. He had brought too few people this time, and staying here too long would put them at risk. Moreover, he had a premonition that the Yuhua imperial dynasty's massive mobilization was not merely to establish authority. Within the Nine Mystic Palace, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. As Lu Linglong had feared, the Nine Mystic Palace was facing a grave crisis. The entire palace lay in ruins. Shattered halls, collapsed houses, and the ground littered with the corpses of martial artists from various realms, most clad in the sect's robes. In the sky, a figure in a dragon robe stood aloft, the imperial sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Wuxuang. Opposite him, an elderly woman, severely wounded, stared at him with eyes full of hatred. "He'll ask one last time, where did Lu Linglong and the others go? Who saved them?" Yu Wuxuang asked the old woman with an indifferent expression. After confirming that Yu Shuyu and the others were unharmed, he had brought his men directly to the Nine Mystic Palace. The old woman opposite him was the previous palace master of the Nine Mystic Palace, Yuling, a latest-stage venerable realm expert. After dozens of grueling exchanges with him, she was completely incapacitated. Hearing his question, Yuling sneered. "Yu Wuxuang, kill me if you will. The sects and noble houses that were mysteriously annihilated over the past 6 months were your doing, weren't they?" Seeing her preference for death over speaking, Yu Wuxuang lost patience. He raised his hand and shattered her heart meridian with a single palm strike. Then he ordered 2 of his men to extract her vital blood. Just as Yu Wuxuang prepared to leave, as if sensing something, he narrowed his eyes and looked toward the sky. 2 streaks of light were speeding toward them. Soon they halted in midair. The figures revealed were Lu Linglong and Jimoi, who had rushed back. Seeing the tragic state of the Nine Mystic Palace and the lifeless Yuling, their eyes burned with fury. Lu Linglong screamed at Yu Wuxuang, "Yu Wuxuang! The Yuhua imperial dynasty is so cruel and unjust, slaughtering forces within the dynasty without reason. You will surely be despised by all the martial artists and commoners of the dynasty." Hearing her anguished roar, Yu Wuxuang smiled indifferently and said softly, "I never expected you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep." Yuling of the Nine Mystic Palace colluded with various forces in the dynasty to plot rebellion. Fortunately, I received timely intelligence and saw through the conspiracy. However, when the involved parties and individuals were discovered by me, they remained unrepentant and even attacked me directly. With great sorrow, I suppressed all involved to make an example for the realm. His gaze turned cold as he continued, "Lu Linglong, Palace Master of the Nine Mystic Palace, and Jimoi the Saintess. Will you abandon darkness for light? Or will you resist to the death and be suppressed alongside the others?" Lu Linglong trembled with rage at Yu Wuxuang's shameless words. Yu Wuxuang had given them a profound lesson in tyranny and the perversion of truth. After waiting a moment and receiving no answer, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Since you have chosen to resist to the death, then die." With those words, Yu Wuxuang's figure flickered as he charged directly at Lu Linglong. Simultaneously, several Heaven Realm martial artists at his side attacked Jimoi. Lu Linglong was already at a lower realm than Yu Wushuang, and after consecutive battles her energy was severely depleted. The moment they clashed, she was instantly suppressed by Yu Wushuang, her power sealed, and she was thrown to the ground. Ji Moya's situation was similar, and she was overwhelmed by the multiple attackers. In just a few moments, she too was bound and thrown beside Lu Linglong. Yu Wushuang glanced at the two women and ordered, "Take them all back to the palace. Send Ji Moyi to the second prince." Hearing this, tears welled up in both women's eyes. Just as several Heaven Realm martial artists approached them, a tremendous force sent them flying, and they fell lifeless to the ground. It was Yuan Tiangong who had followed them, arriving just in time. Seeing him, the two women's eyes lit up with surprise. Ji Moyi thought to herself, "Saved by him again." Yuan Tiangong glanced at the two women, then instantly appeared before Yu Wushuang, swinging his fists at him. Yu Wushuang, seeing Yuan Tiangong suddenly attacking him, reacted swiftly, raising his fists to counter. With a thunderous clash, Yu Wushuang was pushed back several steps, his expression grim as he stared at the masked man before him. "You're the one who saved them at the Genius Tournament today, aren't you? Who are you? Which faction do you belong to?" His answer was Yuan Tiangong's relentless aggressive assault. Thunderous booms echoed through the sky. After a dozen exchanges, Yuan Tiangong landed another punch, sending Yu Wushuang flying. Then in an instant he appeared before the two women, lifted them, and sped off into the distance. Yu Wushuang raised his hand to stop his attendants from pursuing, his gaze dark as he watched the three disappear. Once they were completely out of sight, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. After flying a distance with the two women, sensing no pursuit, Yuan Tiangong released the seal on their power. Then the three of them flew together toward the Tianqi mountain range. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tiangong remained silent, only speaking when Ji Moyi asked where they were going. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "His young master is waiting for us on the other side of the Tianqi mountain range." Yuan Tiangong led the two women in swift flight. They first traversed the Tianqi mountain range, arriving at the former capital of the northern barbarian king's court. Now standing there was a colossal city, the Dingbei provincial capital. Since the unification of the desolate lands, Dingbei city had relocated here and was later elevated to one of Great Zhou's three major provincial capitals. Upon reaching Dingbei city, the two women exchanged glances, both seeing a mix of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They sensed that the desolate lands were no longer as lacking in spiritual energy as before. Instead, it was increasing at an astonishing rate. The concentration of spiritual energy in Dingbei city was now comparable to that of some major cities in the central region of Lizhou. Moreover, they noticed that the warriors and common folk here were brimming with pride and confidence. Although the quantity and quality of warriors still lagged behind the central region of Lizhou, given such an environment, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. The two women rested for a day in Dingbei city, recovering from their injuries, before continuing their flight toward Fengjing city under Yuan Tiangong's guidance. Yuan Tiangong remained silent throughout the journey, so they kept their doubts buried in their hearts. They also noticed that no matter which city they reached, the local officials looked at Yuan Tiangong with great fear. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace at the Qingxian Hall, where Lin Yu often received civil and military officials, Lin Yu had just returned after 2 weeks away and was immediately caught by Lu Bowen. He was now speaking earnestly with Lu Bowen. "I promise you, within 5 days, if the one my heart desires does not appear before you, then I will choose a consort from within Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen was filled with relief. His Majesty had finally grown up. Lin Yu looked at his old, father-like expression of worry and felt a pang of urgency within. "Yuan Tiangong, where are you?" Just then a guard announced, "Your Majesty, the Chief of the Secret Service requests an audience, bringing 2 women. Lin Yu heard this and rejoiced, "Summon them at once." Soon Yuan Tiangong entered the hall with Lu Linglong and Ji Moyi. Yuan Tiangong cupped his hands toward Lin Yu and said, "Your Majesty, by the time I arrived, the 9 Heavens Palace was already destroyed. I could only rescue these 2. Lin Yu nodded without saying much, gesturing for him to stand aside. By now Lu Linglong and Ji Moyi were numbed with shock, their eyes somewhat dazed. "Your Majesty." Lin Yu glanced at them, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and said, "Palace Master Lu Miss Ji. Given the urgency of the moment, I didn't reveal my identity. Let me reintroduce myself, Great Zhou Dynasty Sovereign Lin Yu." The 2 quickly snapped out of it and awkwardly began to bow. Lin Yu waved his hand, halting their gesture. "I have just learned of the 9 Heavens Palace's fall, and it grieves me deeply. How about you both stay temporarily in the Imperial Palace?" The women exchanged glances, seeing it as the best course for now, and replied, "As you command." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "You've traveled for days. You must be weary. They'll have someone arrange for you to rest. We'll discuss matters tomorrow." He then summoned Qiner to escort them to their quarters. After the women left, Lin Yu turned to Lu Bowen and winked. Lu Bowen, who had been observing and listening the entire time, saw Lin Yu's expression. He hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but am not sure if I should." Lin Yu, amused by his wariness, thought to himself, he must be impressed by my taste. Ji Moya's grace and beauty make her the perfect candidate for empress. He took a sip of tea and said proudly, "Speak." Lu Bowen remained cautious. "I observed that Palace Master Liu's age might be." Lin Yu's face instantly darkened like a pot's bottom, and he spat out his tea, choking. Cough. Lu Bowen turned pale and knelt. "This humble servant deserves death for speaking rashly." Lin Yu, after catching his breath, said with a deep gaze, "Rise, my minister. What do you think of Ji Moy?" "Palace Master Liu is Ji Moya's master. Her sect was destroyed by the Yuhua dynasty, and I had the chief of the secret service rescue them in time." Lu Bowen immediately understood, wiped a cold sweat, and said awkwardly, "I find Miss Ji to be of excellent character and appearance, gentle and generous. Truly admirable. Your Majesty's insight is indeed exceptional beyond ordinary comparison." Listening to his stiff flattery, Lin Yu's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Qiner, it's up to you." Elsewhere in the palace, in a hall not far from Lin Yu's bedchamber, Ji Moy was softly speaking with Qiner. Lu Linglong had already been arranged by Qiner to rest in another hall. Ji Moy recognized Qiner instantly. She was the girl who had nearly clashed with Qiner that day. Thinking of Qiner reminded her of Granny Yu, and a flicker of sorrow passed through Ji Moy's eyes, followed by boundless hatred for the Yuhua dynasty. She now asked Qiner curiously, "What kind of person is your sovereign?" Qiner replied, "His Majesty has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood and diligent in martial arts. Even as the eldest prince, he often helped the city's common folk and was deeply loved." Ji Moya's curiosity deepened. "He ascended the throne so young. Can you tell me how the Great Zhou dynasty developed?" Qiner then began recounting from Lin Yu's forced journey north. Ji Moy listened intently, exclaiming in surprise from time to time, and couldn't help but feel tense for Lin Yu when hearing about the Lisan dynasty and Tuoba Lingtian. They talked late into the night. Lying in bed, Ji Moya's mind replayed the stories Qiner had told her. Suddenly, she recalled the moment Lin Yu had held her by the waist and flown, and a blush crept across her face as she drifted off to sleep. At the Yuhua dynasty's imperial palace, Yu Wushuang sat majestically in the main seat. Below, Yu Shuyu, Yu Lintian, and Yu Shengshun were seated. After several days of recuperation, they had somewhat recovered from their injuries, though their complexions still looked poor. Yu Wushuang scanned the crowd and said, "When I destroyed the Nine Heavens Palace, I encountered one of those mysterious individuals, a masked man with the cultivation of the mid-venerable stage. Yet his combat prowess was so formidable that he could wound me." Hearing this, Yu Shuyu spoke with a grim expression, "That was the one who severely injured me in just a few moves that day. If not for their goal being to rescue people, I might have perished there." Yu Lintian added gravely, "With him were a youth in white robes and a burly man. The youth was at the early heavenly stage, but could fight above his level, kicking the imperial brother unconscious with one blow. The burly man was no ordinary either. An early venerable stage, he felled several early venerable experts from the palace in a few strikes. And both the masked man and the burly man seemed to defer to the youth in white." Yu Shengqin, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. "So Lu Linglong and Ji Moy escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerablestage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory." The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqin, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. "So Lu Linglong and Ji Moy escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerablestage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory." The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqin, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. "So Lu Linglong and Ji Moy escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerablestage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yu Ling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. Yu Shengqian, recalling the kick he couldn't even react to, was filled with fury, a hint of fear and caution in his eyes, but he remained silent. Yu Wushuang nodded, his gaze profound. So Lu Linglong and Ji Mai escaped again. I've already ordered a full investigation into those individuals' whereabouts. However, with Yuling's blood essence and the venerabilistage warrior's blood we've collected over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestors' use, perhaps even allowing further advancement. Now that various forces are growing suspicious, we must lie low for the next 6 months to a year. Everything will wait until the ancestor emerges from seclusion to lead us in restoring the Yuhua dynasty's glory. The others assented, their faces full of anticipation. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu and Ji Mai were strolling through the royal garden with no attendants following behind them. Lady Ji, I have been occupied with numerous affairs these past few days and have not had the chance to properly accompany you. Is your stay here comfortable? Lin Yu asked as he walked. Ji Mai lowered her head, and upon hearing his question quickly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. These days within the palace, everything has been wonderful. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this, and the two continued their stroll in silence. In the past few days, Jimai had learned everything about Lin Ye's life from childhood to the present through Qiner. The more she learned, the more awed and admiring she became of this young Great Zhou emperor who was not yet 20. Was he not exactly the ideal man she had always dreamed of? Yet now, with her master and sect annihilated, she was homeless and burdened with a blood debt of vengeance. Could he possibly see me as worthy? Jimoy's mind wandered as she walked, occasionally lifting her head slightly to steal a glance at Lin Yu. Upon hearing from Qiner that Lin Yu would come to see her, she had taken great care to dress herself up. But judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly indifferent. A flicker of disappointment washed over Jimoy. Little did she know that Lin Ye's fists hidden within his sleeves were clenched so tight they were nearly ready to burst. He had received word from Qiner that Jimoy most likely had feelings for him as well. But how was he to broach the subject? Lin Yu found it exceedingly difficult. In both his past and present life, he was a complete novice in these matters. How terribly vexing. As the two were lost in their own thoughts, they unconsciously wandered out of the royal garden. Lin Yu looked up, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Jimoy's face also flushed with shyness. The place where they stood was the entrance to Jimoy's residence. A look of embarrassment crossed Lin Ye's face, and he was about to say something when, boom, rumble. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks burst forth in the sky. The two stood together, quietly admiring the spectacle. Not far from them on the ground, two bald, burly men were diligently channeling their spiritual energy to hurl glowing orbs into the sky. Occasionally, their muttered voices could be heard. Brother Jian, put your back into it. Your martial cultivation is higher than mine, so throw more. His Majesty's happiness depends on us too. Don't worry, old Lian. I'm giving it my all, like when I was a kid nursing at my mother's breast. Hey, talk is cheap, old Lian. You throw some too. All right. I was just sneaking a peek at His Majesty's progress. You have to admit this gadget from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion is quite something. Indeed. And it doesn't pollute the spiritual energy. How's His Majesty doing? He's got his arm around her. Meanwhile, at the spot where Lin Yu and Jimoy stood, Lin Yu felt Jimoy slowly lean into his embrace. His body stiffened for an instant before he reached out and wrapped his arm around her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he whispered in her ear, "Will you be my empress?" Jimoy's face flushed crimson as she nodded to him, then buried her head deeply in his chest. Lin Yu laughed heartily, lifted her in his arms, and carried her inside. The fireworks continued to bloom in the sky, their echoes resounding until dawn. The next morning, Jimoy opened her eyes to find Lin Yu gazing at her with a tender smile. Recalling the previous night, she was so shy that she pulled the covers over her face. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu chuckled, rose from the bed, and began to dress. "Your master will be coming to see me shortly." Jimoy gasped upon hearing this, and quickly sat up. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, slowing her movements as she rose. Lin Yu burst into laughter at the sight. Jimoy rolled her eyes at him, and chided playfully, "Stop laughing." At Qingxian Hall, Lu Linglong sat inside waiting for Lin Yu to arrive. Before long, footsteps echoed, and she immediately rose from her seat, gazing toward the hall's entrance. As she looked, two figures approached from a distance. Her eyes gradually widened, and a mix of joy and relief filled her heart. The two figures were none other than Lin Yu and Jimoy. Although Lu Linglong had been residing in the palace, her knowledge of the Great Zhou Dynasty and Lin Yu was no less than Jimoy's. Seeing the two walking together, she could discern their relationship from the expression on Jimoy's face, the girl she had raised since childhood. Lin Yu and Jimoy also spotted Lu Linglong waiting for them. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yu quickly stopped Lu Linglong from performing a courtesy, and the three of them sat down. Lin Yu spoke first. "Palace Lord Lu, I have been busy with many affairs recently. Please forgive any lack of hospitality." Lu Linglong smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too kind. I should be the one thanking you. For your repeated life-saving grace, I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Now that the Nine Mysteries Palace has been destroyed, I entrust MOE to your care, Your Majesty." Hearing Lu Linglong's straightforward words, Jimoy's face flushed crimson. Lin Yu immediately spoke with solemnity, "Rest assured, Palace Lord Lu, MOE and I have already discussed it. On an auspicious day, I shall declare to the entire Great Zhou realm that MOE is the Empress of Great Zhou. As for the wedding day, I wish to hold it after my parents' return." After speaking, Lin Yu cast a tender glance at Jimoy. Jimoy felt respected and understood. Lu Linglong nodded upon hearing this. "That is well." Then she continued, "May I ask about the current situation of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty?" Lin Yu pondered briefly, then summoned a guard. "Call the Grand Inquisitor." Shortly after, Yuan Tiangang entered, glanced at the group, and bowed to Lin Yu. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lin Yu nodded at him and asked, "What is the situation with the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty?" Yuan Tiangang thought for a moment and replied, "In recent days, the entire Yuhua Imperial Dynasty has been abuzz with talk of the destruction of the Nine Mysteries Palace and its allied forces by the dynasty. There are no signs of major unrest. Additionally, news from the Yuhua imperial dynasty indicates that Yu Wushuang will be entering seclusion starting today. Lin Yu fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Can you ascertain the reason for the seclusion? It is said to be for breaking through to the sovereign realm. Lin Yu seemed less than satisfied with this answer, furrowing his brow slightly. Focus your observation and uncover the true reason. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged the order and stood to the side. Meanwhile, Lu Linglong and Ji Mai had also heard Yuan Tianggang's words, and both were filled with indignation. Their sect had been destroyed, yet they were being slandered and framed. Lin Yu noticed their expressions and gave Ji Mai a reassuring smile, saying, Mo is the Empress of Great Zhou. Her enemies are the enemies of Great Zhou, and they are my enemies as well. The Yuhua imperial dynasty will soon be obliterated by my army. Upon hearing these words, Lu Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Mai, on the other hand, gazed at Lin Yu with tender eyes, as Lin Yu and the others were conversing. Deep beneath the central region of the Heavenly Lament mountain range lay an expanse of ancient crumbling palaces, their ruins hinting at former splendor. Within the grand central hall, the air was filled with the resonant hum of a sword. A massive blood-stained blade hung, suspended in midair, its slight tremors producing the echoing chime. From the tip of the great sword, a continuous stream of blood-red spiritual energy emanated, filling the entire central hall and drifting outward beyond the palace walls. As this blood-red energy was about to penetrate the palace, most of it was dispersed in the air by the sword's resonant hum. Only a scant amount escaped, drifting up from the underground palace to the Heavenly Lament mountain range, where it was absorbed by the beasts. Thus it continued day after day, year after year. During this time, a piece of news shook the entire Dazhou dynasty. The Dazhou Empress Ji Mai. Both high-ranking officials and ordinary citizens were abuzz with discussions about this suddenly appearing empress. As the news spread, it was accompanied by the disappointment of many young and beautiful women in Dazhou. Lin Yu naturally did not care about such things. 3 months had passed since the announcement of Ji Mai as the Empress of Dazhou. He spent his time either training or visiting Ji Mai, thoroughly enjoying himself. He couldn't help but sigh as the ancients did not deceive him, the gentle abode. The sky was just starting to lighten. In the Empress Palace, Lin Yu rose from his bed, looking refreshed. Ji Mai took out the prepared clothing for Lin Yu to wear. Lin Yu enjoyed the service while admiring the dignified and virtuous woman before him. Over the past 3 months, Ji Mai's aura of regal grace had become increasingly prominent. Aside from occasionally training, she studied various knowledge under Lu Linglong's guidance. Lin Yu also felt puzzled. How could the leader of a sect possess such a vast array of knowledge? Ji Mai noticed Lin Yu's gaze upon her and smiled. Your Majesty, is there something on my face? I simply lament that there is something beautiful about the Emperor's face. Ji Mai scoffed. Your Majesty has become quite adept at sweet talk lately. Lin Yu laughed heartily and kissed her on the cheek. I shall attend the court. Watching Lin Yu leave, Ji Mai wore a beaming smile. She gently touched her belly, her eyes filled with quiet anticipation. In the court hall, Lin Yu sat upright on the dragon throne, listening to the cabinet report on the state of Dazhou, nodding in response from time to time. Under the governance of officials led by Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, the entire Dazhou was peaceful and prosperous, with the citizens thriving and the nation rapidly developing. The quantity and quality of martial artists were surging rapidly, especially the 3 elite cavalry units training in the Tianqi mountain range, which delighted him. All of them were at the initial stage of Grandmaster. This saved him a substantial amount of slaughter points that would have been spent on purchasing military rank upgrade cards. From what he understood, the elite troops of the Yuhua dynasty were only at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Moreover, the Yuhua army numbered only about 100,000. Although killing fierce beasts in the Tianqi mountain range also yielded slaughter points, the gains were minimal due to the low ranks of the beasts. He had only accumulated 400,000 points. This was the result of the sheer number of fierce beasts and 9 months of effort. It was enough for Lin Yu to summon twice, though success was not guaranteed. Lin Yu decided to save the points for now, as he still had lingering thoughts about the 2 training spaces in the shop. The main reason was that Dazhou was stable, with Yuan Tiangang and others steadily improving their cultivation, so there was no immediate need for summoning. Court dismissed. Lin Yu satisfiedly glanced around at everyone, stood up, and prepared to head to the Qingxin Hall. Yuan Tiangang was waiting there, saying he had urgent matters to report. Just as Lin Yu stood up, the entire palace suddenly shook violently. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and he instantly appeared in the sky. He looked towards the Tianqi mountain range. A colossal white light beam shot up from the mountain, lasting for about 15 minutes before gradually shrinking, ultimately forming a subtle beam of light. Lin Yu maintained a serious expression, watching the strange phenomenon unfold. At that moment, Ji Mai also appeared beside him. It seemed that the entire Li prefecture, even neighboring states, could see this phenomenon. Originally, Lin Yu intended to let Dazhou develop steadily for a while. It appeared that the winds of change were stirring. Your Majesty the Empress. Yuan Tiangang approached them bowing. Lin Yu and Ji Moi nodded at him. Your Majesty, the phenomenon at Tianqi Mountain Range should be closely related to what I was about to report. Lin Yu suddenly recalled what Yuan Tiangang was preparing to report. Speak. General Zhao has reported that there is unusual activity at Tianqi Mountain Range. Fierce beasts are in revolt. Lin Yu abruptly lifted his head, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes, and turned to Ji Moi, saying, You return to the palace. I will investigate with Bu Liangshu. Ji Moi's eyes flickered with worry, but she nodded. Near the Tianqi Mountain Range, not far from the earlier light beam, Zhao Yun stood in midair, gazing seriously at the spatial rift ahead. He had been leading the white horse Zilong to train in the Tianqi Mountain Range. Upon noticing the signs of the fierce beasts stirring, he immediately sent Bu Liang to report to Lin Yu. He continued to hone the troops inside. When the phenomenon occurred, the location was just nearby. He immediately ordered the white horse Zilong to return to defend the city and flew over himself. Upon discovering that the light beam had dissipated, it formed a spatial rift. He attempted to enter for a probe, but as soon as he made contact, he was blocked by a transparent barrier. Then information flowed into his mind. It would open in a month, and only those below the sovereign level could enter. Just as Zhao Yun was observing, two sounds of breaking air echoed. Lin Yu and Yuan Tiangang arrived. Zhao Yun stepped forward and reported his recent findings to Lin Yu. Upon hearing it, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He gestured for Yuan Tiangang to try as well. The result was the same as what Zhao Yun had discovered. Yuan Tiangang immediately said, Your Majesty, this rift, according to information collected by Bu Liang from various places, should be an entrance to a secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, and he glanced at the roaring horde of fierce beasts and the shimmering spatial rift, saying to Zhao Yun, You guard this place, stay hidden, and report any abnormalities immediately. He then looked towards the center of the prefecture and flew back to the palace. The distance from the Yuhua dynasty to the Tianqi Mountain Range was roughly similar to that of Dazhou. When the phenomenon occurred, all martial artists and citizens within the Yuhua dynasty, regardless of what they were doing, looked up at the sky in shock. In the Yuhua dynasty's palace, Yu Wushuang was also awakened from her seclusion. She immediately soared from the palace and flew rapidly towards the location of the phenomenon. Lin Yu had just left when she arrived at the spatial rift. Upon seeing it, her face lit up with excitement. Having seen more, she recognized it as the entrance to an opportunity secret realm and immediately flew inside. However, she too was repelled by the transparent barrier. Receiving the transmitted message, her eyes gleamed at the secret realm entrance before she hurried back to the Yuhua dynasty to gather everyone preparing to enter the secret realm for the opportunity. This secret realm was something she was determined to obtain. She felt it was the key for the Yuhua dynasty to advance to a higher royal dynasty. This was the advantage of proximity. She could prepare in advance and seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu had surmised, the entire Li prefecture, including the Yuhua dynasty, the Lanyan dynasty, and several neighboring states, witnessed the phenomenon from the Tianqi Mountain Range, causing a huge stir, prompting many forces to send strong individuals to investigate. Some martial artists who were relatively close also rushed towards the Tianqi Mountain Range. Whether it was the birth of a treasure or the emergence of a secret realm, they had to compete for it. Martial artists had only one aim: to contend. The Li prefecture, which had been calm for so long, began to stir once more. After Lin Yu returned to the palace, he immediately gathered everyone and instructed them to be ready at any moment. He then gazed at the white beam in the sky, his expression resolute. Let this secret realm showcase the Dazhou dynasty to the world. The news of an impending secret realm opening in the Tianqi Mountain Range spread like a hurricane through Lizhou and its neighboring prefectures. The once desolate Tianqi Mountain Range was now teeming with a surging crowd. The inns in major cities near the Tianqi Mountain Range were packed with martial artists who had journeyed from all over. The Great Zhou dynasty remained relatively calm. Upon learning that the secret realm was in a remote wilderness, its martial artists chose not to travel far and crossed the Tianqi Mountain Range. Tianshan City, the city of the Yuhua imperial dynasty closest to the Tianqi Mountain Range, buzzed with noise. Martial artists could be seen moving everywhere, and high-level cultivators frequently flew across the sky. According to the time indicated by the secret realm's protective barrier, it was expected to open within the next 2 days. The flow of people had increased dramatically. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descended, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being rent. Over a dozen figures streaked across the sky, speeding towards the Tianqi Mountain Range. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Your Majesty, it's our Majesty. Prince Shuyu. The first prince, the second prince. Hearing the crowd's shouts, an outsider martial artist asked curiously, Is that your Yuhua imperial dynasty's sovereign? A local replied with a face full of pride, Yes. Another outsider sneered disdainfully, Lizhou only has 2 low-level imperial dynasties. Having 2 or 3 supreme realm experts at most is already a stretch. If it weren't for the secret realm being near this dynasty and only allowing those below the supreme realm to enter, they wouldn't even get a turn. Upon hearing this, the local martial artists of the Yuhua imperial dynasty glared angrily at the speaker. But when they saw the sect robe he wore, their pupils contracted in fear, and they fell silent. The man swept his arrogant gaze over the crowd and soared into the air. The people began whispering again. These people from the Yushua sword sect are far too arrogant. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. That's a core disciple of the Yushua sword sect, a top force from neighboring Jianzhou. Jianzhou is renowned for its swordsmanship, and its overall strength far surpasses ours in Lizhou. The Yushua sword sect is comparable to an advanced imperial dynasty with many experts. It's said they even have an elder at the supreme realm leading them. We can't afford to provoke them. Over the past month, as more and more forces arrived, minor conflicts occurred frequently. The martial artists from various regions had also compiled a list of the incoming powers. Most believed that the beneficiaries of the secret realm's opportunities would emerge from a few major powers: one gate, one sect, one imperial dynasty. The gate referred to the Tianyuan gate, a top force from neighboring Huaxia comparable to an advanced imperial dynasty. The sect was the Yushua sword sect. The imperial dynasty was the Fenghua imperial dynasty, another top power from Huaxia, and an advanced imperial dynasty. The remaining forces were low-level imperial dynasties like the Lanyan imperial dynasty and the Yuhua imperial dynasty. This applied to both the leading experts and the teams preparing to enter the secret realm. The three top-tier forces vastly outclassed these low-level dynasties, which was why the Yushua sword sect disciple had displayed such arrogance. They believed that the teams from these low-level dynasties were merely there to make up the numbers. At the entrance to the secret realm in the Tianxi mountain range, martial artists from various major forces had gathered around the entrance, patiently waiting for the secret realm to open. Looking out, the camps were clearly divided by hierarchy. The Fenghua imperial dynasty, Yushua sword sect, and Tianyuan gate held the best positions closest to the entrance. The other low-level imperial dynasties were slightly further back. A martial artist who had recklessly challenged this unwritten rule was killed with a single sword stroke before he could take a few steps. Subsequent arrivals had no choice but to accept the order. Then the sound of tearing air rang out again. Yu Wushuang and his party, having rushed from the Yuhua imperial palace, descended from the sky and directly occupied a position just slightly behind the three major forces. A few reckless martial artists started to speak, but were immediately stopped by their friends. Can't you see these major forces have no objections? Although theirs is a low-level dynasty, this is their territory. The major forces even nodded politely towards Yu Wushuang and his group. After all, they were the local powers, and due respect had to be given. Yu Wushuang, with a smile on his face, acknowledged the numerous forces one by one, but his heart was dark and gloomy. Some advanced imperial dynasties had still discovered the secret realm and rushed over. However, the realm was about to open, and these three forces, having traveled from afar, with only one supreme realm expert leading them, could still be contended with. As he silently observed the assembled forces, a middle-aged man's voice transmission rang in his ear. Yu Wushuang, I heard your Yuhua imperial dynasty's ancestor is nearing his end. Is that true? Yu Wushuang slightly raised his head and looked not far away. A dignified middle-aged man stood there, followed by numerous powerful martial artists. The one who had transmitted the message was that middle-aged man. A cold light flashed in Yu Wushuang's eyes as he snorted lightly. Lanju, the affairs of my Yuhua imperial dynasty need not concern your Lanyan imperial dynasty. Lanju, the sovereign of the Lanyan imperial dynasty, was a peak venerable realm cultivator. Hearing Yu Wushuang's reply, he smiled nonchalantly, swept his gaze over the assembled forces, and continued. This is our Liz house, secret realm. Isn't it a bit wishful thinking for them to travel so far and try to claim it for themselves? A glint of sharpness flashed in Yu Wushuang's eyes as he gave Lanju a deep look. Small opportunities are shared equally. For the great opportunities, we rely on our own abilities. After we come out, we owe each other nothing. A hint of amusement flickered in Lanju's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Deal. Then they waited patiently. Smart people didn't need to waste words. As the secret realm's opening time drew nearer, more martial artists arrived, and the crowd grew increasingly restless. But with a glance at the major forces ahead, they all suppressed their impatience. Just then, several more sounds of air being torn rang out, and the crowd looked up in surprise. Hadn't all the major forces already arrived? Several figures appeared in the sky, radiating powerful auras, and descended rapidly towards the Yuhua imperial dynasty's group. Boom. Yu Wushuang and his people were forced back dozens of steps, glaring furiously ahead. The experts from the various forces watched with curiosity. It's you. Yu Shengchen pointed at a young man in white and roared angrily. Yu Wushuang's face was dark as he stared coldly at the masked person beside the youth. The group that had descended from the sky was Lin Yu and his companions. Hearing Yu Shengqin's roar, Lin Yu swept his gaze over him, then ignored him, fixing his cold stare on Yu Wushuang. Yuan Tiangang had already informed them that this man was Yu Wushuang, the sovereign of the Yuhua imperial dynasty and the chief culprit in the destruction of the Zhoushuan palace. These men were all Lin Yu's trusted confidants, and were well aware of the great Zhou Empress vendetta against the sect. Dian Wei grinned at Yu Wushuang, raising his halberd and making a throat-slitting gesture. The gathered experts from the various forces perked up, seeing that they knew each other. Yu Wushuang was also furious, restraining his men who wanted to charge forward, and addressed Lin Yu. Who exactly are you, sir? You have provoked my Yuhua imperial dynasty time and again. Lin Yu responded with a cold sneer. Lin Yu of the Great Zhou dynasty. I just don't like the look of you. The onlookers were astonished to hear it was a mere dynasty. It seemed to be a dynasty on the verge of advancing to an imperial one, already possessing a considerable number of venerable realm experts. Yu Wushuang was absolutely livid at Lin Yu's reply, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Fine, very fine. Watch your step inside the secret realm. Lin Yu paid him no heed, not even sparing him another glance, and fixed his gaze on the secret realm's entrance. The Yuhua imperial dynasty was already Lin Yu's target for a future military campaign. Now that the secret realm had appeared with its rule forbidding supreme realm experts from entering the Yuhua forces, had better pray they didn't cross paths with him. If they did, he would make sure none of them left alive. Seeing that no fight had broken out, the onlookers lost interest. They silently made a mental note of the name Great Zhou Dynasty. At the blazing flame imperial dynasty, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a fiery red robe withdrew her gaze. A young man behind her spoke with a disdainful expression. Sister, this Jade Blossom imperial dynasty is truly a bunch of trash. A mere dynasty dares to ride roughshod over them. Upon hearing the young man's words, the woman in the fiery red robe turned serious. Xiaoze, do not underestimate certain dynasties. I have heard father say that in several great prefectures at the center of the Eastern Domain, history has seen a few incredibly monstrous dynasties emerge. Those dynasties, upon their emergence, effortlessly crushed lower-level imperial dynasties. Upon their ascension, they became top-tier advanced imperial dynasties. Then, after a brief period of consolidation, they could advance to become peak imperial dynasties. Such powers, once fully grown, are colossal entities that dominate an entire region. The young man, slightly unconvinced by his sister's words, retorted, but that's the center of the Eastern Domain. This Lizhou is a godforsaken backwater. How could such a monstrous power appear here? The woman simply smiled at him and said no more. This brother and sister pair had been tempering themselves on the edge of the fire prefecture, and upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, they had rushed over. Generally, this kind of luminous phenomenon did not hold great allure for advanced imperial dynasties. Since they were already out training, they decided to come and broaden their horizons. However, they didn't expect the Heaven Yuan sect to have also come, and that it would be He Xian who arrived. At this moment, Lin Yu and his group were intently listening to Yuan Tiangang's introduction of the figures from various powers. From the blazing flame imperial dynasty came Princess Yin, Minling, the woman in the fiery red robe, a mid-stage venerable realm cultivator. The young man was Prince Yin Zhe, an early-stage venerable realm cultivator. From the Heaven Yuan sect was He Xian, son of the Supreme Elder, a mid-stage venerable realm cultivator. From the Feather Bloodsword sect was Jian Moxi, a personal disciple of the sect master, also a mid-stage venerable realm cultivator. These three major powers each had a paragon realm expert secretly following, acting as protectors for their disciples. The remaining forces were the Jade Blossom Imperial Dynasty, the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, and a few lower-level Imperial Dynasties. Lin Yu paid extra attention to the information about the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. As the two major low-level Imperial Dynasties in Lizhou, he considered the Blue Flame and Jade Blossom Imperial Dynasties his next targets. The number of experts, especially venerable realm cultivators in the three major powers, gave them a significant advantage over the low-level Imperial Dynasties. For instance, all three major powers boasted a considerable number of peak venerable realm experts. However, Lin Yu was not intimidated. His subordinates were all capable of overwhelming opponents of the same cultivation level and could defeat those two minor subrealms higher given sufficient time. After their expedition to the Jade Blossom Imperial Dynasty, Yuan Tiangang had reached the latest stage venerable realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the peak venerable realm. According to him, he could even contend with some early-stage paragon realm cultivators who had weak foundations. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, and Huaxia had also advanced to the mid-stage venerable realm, making them three martial powerhouses who were virtually invincible below the paragon realm. Xi and Qiji had not been summoned. The Great Zhou dynasty still needed a powerhouse to guard it, so Lin Yu had stationed him and Lu Linglong in the imperial palace just in case. As Lin Yu was lost in thought, the soaring beam of light suddenly expanded and then gradually vanished. The secret realm has opened. Charge! The crowd erupted instantly. Martial artists from all factions rose and rushed towards the secret realm. Lin Yu and his group unleashed their auras and sped towards the entrance. Yu Wuxuang cast a cold, sharp glance at Lin Ye's party before leading his own people forward. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Ye's vision darkened, and he found himself in a hazy expanse. He immediately sensed his surroundings and breathed a slight sigh of relief, finding Yuan Tiangang and the others nearby. Your Majesty, we seem to be trapped within a formation. This formation appears to be an illusion. Your servant can lead everyone out, Yuan Tiangang stated after making a quick assessment. Roar! Just as Lin Yu nodded for him to lead the way, over a dozen ferocious beasts with bloodshot eyes emerged from the mist and charged at them. Dian Wei and the others flashed into motion, instantly slaying the beasts. Lin Yu sensed their power to be roughly at the peak mortal realm and paid them no further heed, ordering his men to proceed. Lin Yu frowned at the carcasses of the beasts not far away. This was already the sixth wave of ferocious beasts they had encountered. According to Yuan Tiangang, they would be able to leave the formation after advancing a bit further. His frown deepened because the further they progressed, the higher the cultivation level of the beasts they encountered. Their uniform characteristic was bloodshot eyes, and they would attack them madly upon sight, completely disregarding their own injuries. This sixth wave of beasts was already comparable to early-stage Earth Realm martial artists. Was this a trial? Didn't that mean many factions without venerable realm experts couldn't even get past the formation? His confusion was short-lived. The mist ahead dissipated. He looked up and his pupils constricted. An endless expanse of massive palaces lay before them. The number of palaces far exceeded that of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, and they were several times larger. Stretching as far as the eye could see, they seemed to have suffered battle damage, showing signs of ruin. Zhao Yun and the others immediately flew towards the nearest palaces. Shortly after, they returned with excited reports. Your Majesty, I have discovered cultivation resources ranging from the Foundation Realm to the Earth Realm within the palaces. Your Majesty, so did I. Your Majesty, your servant also found evidence that these palaces were inhabited in ages long past. Listening to his men's reports, a strange glint flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. This place seemed to be the site of an unknown sect or imperial palace. Their current location was likely the periphery. Furthermore, it seemed that after emerging from the mist, the teams entering the secret realm were randomly teleported to different locations. At the very least, they hadn't encountered any other teams in their immediate vicinity. After a moment's thought on the reports, he immediately ordered, continue moving inward. Search every palace we pass. Leave none unchecked. Everyone accepted the order with excitement. It was no wonder they were so enthusiastic. The Great Zhou was currently suffering from a severe polarization in strength. They were in dire need of various resources. If the periphery alone contained cultivation resources up to the Earth Realm, wouldn't there be even more the deeper they went? Lin Yu and his men pressed forward, eagerly filled with anticipation. While Lin Ye's group was sweeping through the area, the other major powers also began to grasp the secret realm's wonders. In a certain part of the palace complex, Yin Zhe said to Yin, Minling, his face full of shock, Sister, this palace complex is even larger than our imperial palace. And these palaces actually contain venerable realm cultivation resources. Yin Minling nodded in profound agreement, but a look of gravity entered her eyes as she recalled the ferocious beasts from the mist. Everyone be careful. This secret realm cannot be this simple. A secret realm in the territory of a low-level imperial dynasty shouldn't bar entry to Earth Realm martial artists. Hearing this, everyone shed their complacency and sped forward. In another part of the palace complex, Yu Wuxuang, thrilled with the items his men had gathered from various palaces, immediately commanded, move out. Don't fall behind the others. His gaze then turned covetously towards the endless palace complex as he sped off. If someone were to observe the entire palace complex from a high vantage point, they would see that all the teams were rapidly converging towards the central grand hall. And the further they advanced, the fewer palaces there were, making it inevitable that some teams would soon encounter each other. Lin Yu and his companions had been traversing this complex of palaces for an unknown span of time. Joyful smiles now adorned their faces. At the same time, their curiosity deepened. What kind of force could have left behind such abundant resources in its dwellings after a great battle? In their hands now lay even several cultivation techniques for the Zunwang realm. As for spiritual herbs and elixirs, their harvest was even more immense. Lin Yu lifted his head, catching a glimpse of the central hall in the distance, and quickened his pace. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. There were people ahead. The group instantly tensed in alert. When they recognized who it was, fierce, killing intent blazed across their faces. The opposing party also spotted them and swiftly clustered together. Lin Yu spoke first. Kill. Without any wasted words, his figure blurred as he charged straight at them. The enemy reacted just as quickly, and the two sides clashed in a melee. Boom. Lin Yu kicked a young man, flying, his eyes dripping with murderous intent. You're still such a waste. The young man Yu Xingchen roared skyward like a wounded beast. The others were none other than the members of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Just as Lin Yu prepared to finish him off with another kick, a furious shout rang out. Lin Yu, followed by the sweeping spear of Yu Lintian. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his right hand flicking as a long spear materialized in his grasp to meet the attack. Boom. After parrying Yu Lintian's strike, he immediately delivered a heavy overhead chop. Yu Lintian staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and roared in disbelief. Impossible. I've already broken through to the peak of the heaven realm. You're only at the mid-heaven realm. Hearing this, Lin Yu curled his lips into a cold smirk, raised his spear, and continued his assault. Ignorance. On the other side, Yuan Tiangang had directly engaged Yu Wushuang. Having briefly crossed paths at the Nine Mysteries Palace, their mutual animosity burned fierce. Had it not been for the need to rescue someone that day, Yuan Tiangang would have long pulverized Yu Wushuang into a bloody pulp. Zhao Yun faced a Zunjie realm peak powerhouse of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. It was said this man was Yu Wushuang's imperial uncle who had emerged from seclusion specifically to seize the opportunities within this secret realm. At first, seeing Zhao Yun charging toward him, he had sneered disdainfully. But once they exchanged blows, sheer terror seized him. Where had this prodigy sprung from to fight him evenly at the mid-Zunjie realm? He immediately shed his contempt and began to fight with full seriousness. Huaxia, seeing that Zhao Yun had snatched the peak Zunjie realm opponent, charged straight at Yu Shuyu and three other late Zunjie realm cultivators. His competitive spirit blazing, he struck with full force his spear blast, sending Yu Shuyu staggering back, coughing blood repeatedly. Prince Shuyu, whose Dao heart had nearly been shattered by Yuan Tiangang's punch last time, now wished he could simply faint. He glanced at the other battlefronts. Then he roared to the other three. Be careful. These people are all monsters who can fight above their level. The three nodded grimly, and together with Yu Shuyu launched a full assault on Huaxia. Seeing the four attackers, Huaxia let out a bold laugh. Well met. His spear whirled, and behind him a faint shadowy black dragon seemed to materialize. Dianwei, seeing that the high realm martial artists had all been claimed, rubbed his bald head with a simple grin, his gaze shifting to Yin Zheng and several other early Zunjie realm martial artists of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. He bared his teeth. So you two could still get up after my last halberd strike. With that, he lifted his great halberd and charged to obliterate them. Hearing Dian Wei's words, two middle-aged men among Yin Zheng's group stared at him in terror, their legs trembling. But as Dian Wei hurtled toward them, they gritted their teeth, roared, and surged forward. We outnumber them today. Advantage is ours. Dian Wei's grin widened at their roars, and he slammed his halberd down on the one who had shouted the loudest. Boom. That Zunjie realm martial artist was instantly blasted into a mist of blood, not even a shred of flesh remaining. Those who had just mustered their courage froze, their faces twisted in terror. Demon. But Dian Wei paid no heed to their despair, plunging into the crowd to begin a slaughter. The scene shifted back to Lin Yu. He now had his left foot planted on Yu Shengchen's chest, his right hand gripping a spear aimed at the panting Yu Lintian. Yu Lintian, hair disheveled and body riddled with gaping wounds, glared at Lin Yu with grief and fury. What has our Yuhua Imperial Dynasty ever done to offend you? Lin Yu's face twisted into a cold sneer as he crushed Yu Shengchen's heart meridian with his foot and thrust his spear toward Yu Lintian's throat. I just don't like you. Hearing this, Yu Lintian's eyes turned bloodshot, his grief and fury intensifying. The spear pierced straight through his throat. As he finished off the two, Dian Wei returned to his side. Lin Yu glanced at the spot where Yin Zheng's group had been leaving not even a corpse and raised an eyebrow. They escaped, eh? Dian Wei grinned. I blasted them into nothing. Not even ashes left. Lin Yu shot him a surprised look and nodded. Good. Those who wronged my Empress of Great Zhou deserve. Before he could finish, Dian Wei's voice cut in. Old Lien said a rough guy like me has to do this to get girls to like him. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, but he said nothing more. As the two spoke, Huaxia returned with his spear, followed shortly by Zhao Yun from the battlefield. Both bore a stern, battle-hardened air as they saluted Lin Yu. Your Majesty, our mission is complete. Then Huaxia turned to Zhao Yun. General Zhao, next time there's a peak Zunjie martial artist, leave him to me. Zhao Yun smiled and nodded. No problem. Any extras are yours. Lin Yu looked at the two, one in black and one in white, and smiled without a word. Only prodigies like them would compete to fight above their level. Then his gaze fell on Yu Wushuang, who was already retreating step by step under Yuan Tiangang's onslaught, and he prepared to lead the group toward him. The moment he lifted his foot, Dian Wei's expression turned stern as he grabbed Lin Yu. Zhao Yun and Huaxia instantly flanked him, guarding him as they stared into the distance behind them. Soon several sounds of tearing air reached them, and figures materialized. Lin Yu focused his eyes. It was one of the other minor imperial dynasties. They appeared battered as if just emerging from a fierce battle. Taking in the entire battlefield, their pupils contracted, and they prepared to withdraw. Fellow cultivators, save me. They'll give you everything from the secret realm. I am the sovereign of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. There will be great rewards upon my return. Yu Wushuang, spotting them, immediately roared. The group halted. They had sensed that Lin Yu and his men were all at mid-Zunja realm. Originally, they preferred to avoid trouble. But hearing Yu Wushuang's offer and recalling the riches of the secret realm, they exchanged glances and charged at Lin Yu's group. They boasted 3 peak Zunja realm powerhouses. Lin Yu and his companions narrowed their eyes at the onrushing enemies and met them in battle. Zhao Yan laughed heartily. General Huan, no need to fight over this one. There's enough for everyone. A smile also curled on Huaqubing's lips. Then let's see who's faster. Deal. Lin Yu, seeing 2 early Zunja realm martial artists charging at him, quickly checked his conquest points. 1 million. Killing higher realm martial artists really yields more points. System, how many conquest points to raise my cultivation to the early Zunja realm? 800,000. Raise it. Upgrade successful. Though it seemed long, the entire exchange happened in less than a second through mental communication. Boom. Lin Yu's robes billowed as his aura surged skyward. He threw a punch at one of the oncoming enemies. That man had no time to react before Lin Yu's fist blasted him into a mist of blood. Just as he prepared to strike again, Yuan Tiangang appeared instantly and crushed the other's skull with a palm strike. Seeing Lin Yu in danger, Yuan Tiangang had stopped holding back, kicking Yu Wushuang to the ground before coming to protect him. Lin Yu glanced at the fiercely battling Zhao Yun and the others, then walked over to Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang, seeing Lin Yu approach, seemed on the verge of madness. Lin Yu, what has my Yuhua Imperial Dynasty ever done to you? Why do you keep ruining my plans? Lin Yu looked down at him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Because my empress name is Ji Moi. Impossible. The 9 Mysteries Palace has never had contact with forces outside this province. Hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twisted into a sneer. Did I ever say I'm from Li Province? Yu Wushuang shook his head frantically. Impossible. Li Province has only 2 imperial dynasties. The dynastic forces are pitifully weak. I've never heard of a Great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes wide with horror. You're from the barbaric lands. Lin Yu didn't answer, instead thrusting his spear toward his heart. Next will be the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Yu Wushuang's eyes bulged, all life fading from them. Spare us. We'll hand over everything we obtained from the secret realm. Just as Lin Yu slew Yu Wushuang, Zhao Yun and his companions had already battered the 3 peak-level Zun's realm warriors into a sorry state. At the sight of Yu Wushuang's death and Yuan Tiangang's restless movements, they shouted in desperation. Zhao Yun and the other 2 paid no heed to their roars, brandishing their weapons as their attacks grew even more ferocious. Boom. A sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from the 3. They had broken through mid-battle. Truly monstrous talents. The trio, already struggling to parry, were instantly overwhelmed and slain without any chance to resist. Lin Yu cast a glance at the 3 who had deftly collected the storage artifacts of the fallen, and a faint smile graced his lips. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded immense gains. Indeed, battle was the swiftest path to prosperity. Once they returned to his side, he nodded at them, and they swiftly continued their flight toward the central grand hall. As Lin Yu and his group sped through the air, at the entrance of the central grand hall, a ceaseless cacophony of booming sounds echoed. A fierce battle was raging. Boom. A fiery red figure materialized, none other than Yin Minling, the princess of the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she glared furiously at the young man before her, whose face bore a sinister smirk. Xiang, you actually colluded with forces from other regions to oppose us. Aren't you afraid of triggering a war between the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Origin sect? Xiang remained utterly unmoved by her words. Yin Minling, why call it collusion? Brother Jian and I hit it off immediately. It's merely a mutually beneficial partnership. I sacrifice a few resources to win the renowned beauty of the fire region. What a bargain. Yin Minling trembled with rage upon hearing this. Shameless. Xiang burst into loud laughter. Besides, once inside the secret realm, life and death are ruled by fate. What proof does your blazing flame Imperial Dynasty have that I killed you? Yin Minling clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to dignify this despicable man with a response. Her gaze fell upon the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty members who were struggling desperately under the combined assault of numerous experts from the Heavenly Origin sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect. Utter anxiety painted her face. Her group had been the first to arrive at the hall's entrance. Shortly after, Xian and Jian Moxie had also appeared. Xian had persistently harassed her in the fire region, but she had always ignored him. She never imagined he would collude with the Feather Bloodsword sect. After exchanging only a few words, they had come to blows. Had the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty faced either the Heavenly Origin sect or the Feather Bloodsword sect alone, they would have had no issue. But with both factions allied, the situation turned dire. Yanzhe also engaged in battle, roared at Xian upon seeing his sister injured. Xian, you're nothing but a worthless coward, skulking around with your underhanded schemes. Xian dismissed Yanzhe's words with a contemptuous smirk. Just then a young man bearing a long sword approached. Xian glanced at the blood-lipped Yan Minling and spoke to him. Hurry up. The Central Grand Hall holds the greatest secret of this secret realm. It was Jian Moxie. After speaking, a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes as he looked at Xian. Xian nodded at him, then turned to Yan Minling and licked his lips, his expression slightly perverse. Someone's coming. Just as Xian was about to seize Yan Minling, Jian Moxie suddenly stiffened his expression, spoke to him, and then ordered his men to fall back. A trace of reluctance flashed in Xian's eyes, but he quickly recalled his subordinates. The members of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty also swiftly regrouped around Yan Minling. Yanzhe flew to her side, his face etched with concern. Sis, are you all right? Yan Minling looked at him and managed a faint smile. I'm fine. Before long, 5 figures came into view of the 3 factions. They were Lin Yu and his companions who had just arrived after their recent battle. He was silently assessing the situation on the field. He cast a glance at the somewhat haggard members of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty. The Heavenly Origin sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect stood close together. He had already formed a rough conjecture. Yanzhe was the first to speak. Sis, it's that dynasty's faction. They seem to have made it here without any losses. Yan Minling nodded as well, her gaze filled with surprise as she fixed it on the white-robed youth at the lead. Shortly after Lin Yu and his group arrived, 2 more sounds of tearing air were heard. Lin Yu looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Lanju. The other person was likely a peak-level Zun's realm expert from the Azure Flame Imperial Dynasty. Judging by their appearance, they had just emerged from a fierce battle and had barely won. Upon arriving and realizing that the 4 factions were all staring at him, Lanju felt an immense pressure. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw Lin Yu and his group. A dynasty faction had actually reached this place completely unscathed. He silently assessed the situation, then looked up at the Central Grand Hall with a reluctant expression and spoke. We will not contend for this opportunity. Do as you please. Having said this, he left with his companion without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yu watched the departing pair, suppressing the urge to order his men to attack. The situation on the field was complex. He would have to wait for another chance. This Lanju was indeed a decisive man. Xian sneered at the departing pair, then turned to Lin Yu and his group. Along the way, we've already wiped out 2 or 3 low-level Imperial Dynasty teams. I wonder how a mere dynasty faction like yours was lucky enough to make it this far. They'll give you 10 breaths. Get lost. Jian Moxie frowned at his words, but said nothing, also turning his gaze toward Lin Yu and his companions. Shortly after Xian finished speaking, Yanzhe shouted, Big brother, those 2 groups over there have ill intentions toward my sister. Please lend us a hand. We will surely reward you handsomely afterward. Yan Minling immediately cut off Yanzhe before he could continue. Xiaozhe, don't drag them into this. Their cultivation levels are not high. Lin Ye's face had already turned cold upon hearing Xian's words. He also caught Yan Minling's remark, cast a slightly surprised glance at her, and then spoke to Xian. And if I refuse? A vicious grin spread across Xian's face. Then died. The 4 peak-level Zun's realm experts behind him instantly shot toward Lin Yu and his group. Just as Yan Minling, filled with worry, was about to order her men to aid Lin Yu, the commotion of the battle left her utterly bewildered. Sis, these people from the dynasty faction are incredibly fierce. Latest-stage Zun's realm experts are actually dominating peak-level Zun's realm experts. As Yanzhe had said the moment the Heavenly Origin sect members clashed with Zhao Yun and his group, shock registered on their faces. After merely a few exchanges, they were nearly suppressed without any power to resist. Xian, of course, saw the situation on the battlefield and growled in fury. Useless. He then immediately dispatched the remaining 3 peak-level Zun's realm experts and several mid-to-latest-stage Zun's realm martial artists from behind him. He refused to believe that a few random individuals from a dynasty faction could match the elites of his Heavenly Origin sect. But reality was often brutally cruel. Yanzhe's exclamation rang out once more. Sis, that masked man just sent 2 peak-level Zun's realm experts flying with blood gushing from their mouths, using only his fists and feet. And those 2 young generals, one in black and one in white. Every time they thrust their spears, the 4 peak-level Zun's realm experts they're fighting get another hole pierced in them. That bald, burly man is absolutely brutal. Oh, every move he makes looks like he's trying to smash someone into a pulp. Yanzhe grew more and more excited, stars practically shining in his eyes. He had completely forgotten what he had said in the Heavenly Cry mountain range. Yan Minling too watched with a brilliant gleam in her eyes. Was this the exceptionally monstrous dynasty faction her father had spoken of? Xian, now beyond caring, roared at Jian Moxi. Aren't you going to help? After speaking, he fixed his gaze on the composed Lin Yu and charged straight at him. Jian Moxi, upon hearing Xian's furious roar, hesitated for a mere second before charging toward Lin Yu and his companions. He too had just been startled by their combat prowess. Now he and Xian were bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. They had no choice but to advance. As he watched the members of the Bloodfeather Sword sect surge toward Lin Yu's group, Yanzhe was instantly roused to fervent shouts. Shameless curs! Charge with me! They are the saviors of our blazing flame imperial dynasty. Yan Minling's expression also turned stern as she immediately led her forces to reinforce them. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with cold light as he watched Xian hurtling toward him. A prodigy from a heir imperial dynasty was he. With a slight flick of his right hand, his spear materialized, and he smashed it directly toward Xian's face. Xian, already blinded by rage, raised both fists to meet the descending spear heaton. Boom! In an instant, Xian was sent staggering backward by the blow, flying back even faster than he had charged. He collided heavily with Jian Moxi, who had been rushing up behind him, and the two stumbled back several steps before regaining their footing. Xian looked up, his face a mask of shock. Impossible! You, a mere dynasty force, are all monstrous talents who can fight above your level. Jian Moxi also fixed Lin Yu with a grave stare. Sir, are you from Yuanzhou in the Eastern Domain? Yuanzhou, the very heart of the Eastern Domain. Only that place could produce such an extraordinary faction. Xian, catching Jian Moxi's words, snapped to alertness and eyed Lin Yu with wariness. Lin Yu, seeing that they seemed to be filling in the gaps with their own assumptions, offered no explanation. He simply raised his spear and charged at them. Since he had struck, he would eradicate the root. Yan Minling and Yanzhe, who had been about to support Lin Yu, were frozen in place by the spectacle. Yanzhe roared, "Big brother, you're incredible." He then said to Yan Minling, "Sis, they're all so strong. Fighting above their level is as easy as breathing." Yan Minling nodded. With a glance at Lin Yu, who clearly needed no assistance, she turned and headed toward the battlefield between the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty and the Bloodfeather Sword sect. The tide of battle before the Central Hall had completely turned with the arrival of Lin Yu's group. Especially on Zhao Yun's side, the screams of Tianyuan's sect disciples rang out without pause. Jian Moxi and Xian were shattered in spirit by Lin Yu's relentless onslaught. Now, with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, they leaned on each other, their faces filled with terror as they stared at the murderous Lin Yu before them. Both were prodigies capable of fighting across a minor realm. Yet in the hands of this youth, clearly younger and of a lower cultivation level than them, they could not even last a few dozen exchanges. Xian screamed wildly at Lin Yu. "You can't kill me. I am the son of the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect. There is a revered realm guardian outside the secret realm. If you kill me, you'll all die when you leave." Lin Yu heard this and curled his lips slightly as if he had heard a joke. "If I don't kill you, will we not die when we leave?" Xian, thinking Lin Yu was yielding, shouted at him. Yes, just spare me, and I swear I won't trouble you once we're out." Jian Moxi, seeing the slight curl of Lin Yu's lips, sensed trouble. Catching Lin Yu's words, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. With a sudden burst of strength from his right hand, he shoved Xian toward Lin Yu, then launched himself into the air, fleeing instantly. Lin Yu, surprised by Jian Moxi's move, killed Xian with a single spear thrust before immediately giving chase. As Xian died, his eyes nearly split with rage, and he roared at the rapidly fleeing Jian Moxi. "Jian Moxi, you'll die a miserable death." Before long, Lin Yu returned, his brow slightly furrowed. He had let him escape, but soon he dismissed the matter from his mind. He surveyed his companions, whose battles were nearly over, and stood waiting in the center of the hall. Just as Lin Yu returned, a young figure flew to his side and spoke. "Big brother, are you really from a dynasty force? Big brother, you're all so amazing. How do you cultivate? Big brother, are you really from Yuanzhou?" It was Yanzhe. Listening to the incessant chatter, Lin Yu felt a touch of helplessness. He glanced at him, but did not answer. "Xiaozhe, show some respect." At that moment, Yan Minling also approached and scolded Yanzhe. Yanzhe pouted, but said nothing. Yan Minling gave Lin Yu a slight bow and said, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your timely rescue." Lin Yu looked at her, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. She was quite beautiful. He waved his hand dismissively. "I just can't stand bullies who pick on women and act so arrogantly." Yanzhe caught Lin Yu's gaze, and his eyes darted mischievously. "Big brother, my sister is beautiful, isn't she?" Lin Yu was taken aback by Yanzhe's words, but he nodded and answered honestly, "Yes." Then, Yanzhe was about to say more when Yan Minling cut him off. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Yanzhe a glare and said to Lin Yu, "Young Master Lin, my younger brother has been spoiled since childhood. Please pay him no mind." Glancing at the nearly concluded battle, she added, Young Master Lin, we will not vie for the opportunities within this central hall. Please go ahead and explore in peace. After speaking, a hint of gravity entered her eyes. I urge you to notify your elders immediately. The revered realm experts of the Tianyuan sect and the Bloodfeather Sword sect outside the secret realm will surely not let this rest. Lin Yu nodded to her in acknowledgement. At that moment, Dian Wei and the other three returned to his side. Seeing Lin Yu's nonchalance, Yin Minling assumed he had a backing and said no more. She led the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty forces away from the central hall to tend to their wounds. Lin Yu watched them leave, then looked at his four companions who were still in decent shape and said, "Let's go. Let's see what secrets this secret realm holds." Yin Minling watched Lin Yu and his group push open the door and enter the hall, then closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. As the group stepped into the hall, the sound of sword chimes filled their ears. Their gazes fell upon the bloodstained greatsword hanging in the center, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. "Your Majesty, the entire hall is filled with a blood-red spiritual energy. Absorbing too much of it will incite bloodlust and cause one to lose their reason." Yuan Tiangang suddenly spoke gravely. Lin Yu immediately sensed it. Indeed, a blood-red spiritual energy surged madly toward them. It seemed his primordial heavenly emperor physique was too powerful for the energy to affect him at all. "Your Majesty, the grade of this spiritual energy is too high. At our current cultivation, we must use our techniques to resist it. Please be careful, Your Majesty." As he focused on sensing it, the four sat cross-legged on the ground, each manifesting their own visions behind them. So they had to unleash their visions just to withstand it. Lin Yu glanced at them and cautiously approached the greatsword. The closer he got, the louder the sword chimes grew. He also noticed that this blood-red spiritual energy seemed to emanate from the blood clinging to the greatsword. What kind of blood was this? He recalled the savage beasts they had encountered upon entering the secret realm. They must have absorbed this blood-red energy. When Lin Yu reached the greatsword and looked closely, he saw two large characters engraved on the blade. Tianlan. Was this the name of the greatsword? The Tianlan sword. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then reached out his hand to grasp it. At the moment Lin Yu grasped the sword's hilt, it seemed to trigger some mechanism causing the massive sword to shake violently. The sound of the sword's cry grew louder, piercing through the central hall and directly awakening Yin Minling and others who were resting outside. Then an even more colossal beam of light soared into the sky, instantly shooting up through the underground palace complex. The blood-red spiritual energy within the hall was also instantly shattered. Yuan Tiangang and a few others stood up from their meditative positions, looking at Lin Yu with concern. At the Tianqi mountain range at the entrance of the secret realm, the crowd gathered was immediately drawn to the soaring beam of light. Above the Tianyuan gate, an old man with white hair gazed at the beam of light, speaking seriously towards the direction of the Huaxia sword sect not far away. "The greatest opportunity of the secret realm has emerged. I wonder which force has obtained it. I thought it was just a small secret realm, but judging by the appearance of this beam, it seems to have directly pierced through the entire dome continent." A black-robed elder from the Huaxia sword sect replied, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "I wonder what the situation is for the young sect master and the others inside. I've never heard of such a beam in the eastern region," commented the onlookers from various forces below, who were also exceptionally restless. In the eastern region and central region, the experts from various forces looked on in shock at the soaring beam of light, ordering investigations. Just recently, the Star Emperor star suddenly appeared, and now there was another extraordinary phenomenon suggesting the emergence of a possible rare treasure. The long quiet dome continent had suddenly come alive. At this time, Lin Yu was unaware of the various events happening outside. As he grasped the massive sword, he felt a shift in the very fabric of the universe. He found himself in a vast expanse of starry sky. In front of him stood a figure with its back facing him. Seemingly sensing Lin Yu's arrival, a grand voice of a middle-aged man echoed. "A fated person. I presume you have already obtained the Tianlan sword." This was not the first time Lin Yu found himself in such a vast starry expanse. After a moment, he adjusted to the situation, prepared to respond to the middle-aged man's words when the voice continued. "I do not know how much time has passed, but your ability to grasp the Tianlan sword proves you are of the human race and a ruler of a nation. This is a fragment of my consciousness stored within the sword. You do not need to speak. I cannot answer your questions, just listen. During the great battle against the holy dynasty of the demon clan, I summoned the power of the entire dynasty and slayed the demon lord beneath the Tianlan sword. The bloodstains on the Tianlan sword are the essence of that demon lord's blood. Once you return to the hall, collect it. If there is a suitable opportunity and absolute certainty, you may use it, if not, just seal it away. After that battle, I and many strong figures from my dynasty were completely annihilated in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Before my demise, I placed the Tianlan sword in the palace to suppress the demon lord's essence. Together with the other palaces, it was cast into a low-level realm of the human race. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened slightly upon hearing this. Was the holy dynasty of force beyond the continent? The low-level realm, the Dome continent, should be that low-level realm, what lies above it? Before he could ponder further, the voice continued. This palace complex is a portion of the imperial palace that I absorbed. There may be some resources within, but not many. Now remember what I am about to say. The voice suddenly grew larger, and Lin Yu detected waves of grandeur within it. We humans are a race of limitless potential. If you can emerge from this low-level realm, you must take the revitalization of the human race as your foremost duty. After finishing, the middle-aged man's figure gradually faded away, and the starry scene before Lin Yu slowly receded. He instantly returned to the central hall. The Tianlan sword was already in his grasp, its shape automatically shrinking to fit perfectly in his hand. A drop of essence blood floated in the air before him. Lin Yu recalled what the figure had said earlier, and immediately took out his storage item to try to collect it. However, no matter what kind of container he used, the essence blood erupted violently, shattering the container. Just as he pondered how to collect it, he thought of the system space. With a slight shift of his consciousness, he saw the essence blood of the demon lord quietly floating in the system space, seemingly filled with great fear. Yuan Tiangang and the others also approached, looking at Lin Yu. In their eyes, what had just happened was a mere instant. The massive sword triggered a soaring beam of light, and then Lin Yu held the treasured sword with his eyes tightly closed for about a quarter of an hour. Lin Yu glanced at the concerned expressions of the others, signaling them that he was fine. Then he raised the Tianlan sword in his hand and gestured with it, nodding in satisfaction. Although he wielded a spear as his weapon, it did not diminish his fondness for the Tianlan sword. It would serve as the sword of the emperor of the Great Zhao. As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the Tianlan sword emitted a joyful cry. Lin Yu smiled, acknowledging its sentience, and after calming it for a moment, he stored it in the system space. He then nodded to the others and walked towards the hall's exit. This journey into the secret realm had yielded great rewards. It was time to return. Meanwhile, the experts at the Tianyuan gate and the Yushu's sword sect outside. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Boom. The doors of the central hall opened once again, and Lin Yu and the others pushed the door open. Yanzhe immediately ran forward, excitement shining in his eyes. Big brother, what was it inside? Do you know that just now a huge beam of light shot up into the sky from within the hall? I've never seen such a large beam of light in my life. Lin Yu looked at the incessantly talking Yanzhe, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He resembled Xiao Haozi so much, he wondered where he was now, how he was, and about father. Yan Minling stepped forward, shooting a glare at Yanzhe, and offered an apologetic smile to Lin Yu. Young Master Lin, you needn't pay him any mind. Although she was curious as well, she wouldn't press the matter. Lin Yu came back to his senses, glanced at Yanzhe, smiled, and presented the Tianlan sword to him. This is the sword. Yanzhe did not hesitate, reaching out to take it. Yan Minling's expression shifted slightly as she scolded, Xiaozhe, do not. However, the Tianlan sword seemed unwilling to let him take it, flying about in the air, and no matter what method Yanzhe used, he could not catch up. Yan Minling glanced at Lin Yu, who wore a smile, a hint of curiosity flashing in her heart. Who exactly are you? The greatest treasure of the secret realm is so easily drawn out just to satisfy Yanzhe's curiosity. Moreover, what were the memories and nostalgia that flashed in your eyes just now? Yanzhe chased after the Tianlan sword for a long time, but was unable to obtain it, so he gave up and returned to Lin Ye's side. He glanced at the Tianlan sword, obediently staying in Lin Ye's hand, a hint of unwillingness on his face, muttering softly, lackey. Lin Yu put away the treasured sword, smiled, and looked at the entrance of the secret realm that appeared in the center of the palace complex, speaking to Yan Minling and the others. Miss Yan, we are ready to leave. Yan Minling quickly responded, all right, we shall also exit. The two groups then headed towards the exit of the secret realm together. At the entrance of the secret realm within the Tianqi mountain range, just as Lin Yu and his companions emerged from the grand hall to converse with Yan Minling, two figures strode out from within. They were none other than Lan Zhu and his attendant. As they stepped out, the two protectors from the Tianyuan sect and the Bloodfeather Sword sect materialized from the sky. The white-haired elder from the Tianyuan sect exuded his might, fixing his gaze on Lan Zhu as he asked, what transpired within? Did you see Xiang and my sect's disciples? The black-robed elder from the Bloodfeather Sword sect also questioned Lan Zhu, did you catch sight of our young sect master? A white-haired elder from the Blazing Flame dynasty likewise appeared in the sky, watching Lan Zhu. Recalling the confrontation before the central hall, Lan Zhu hesitated slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a battered figure shot out from the secret realm. It was Jian Moi, who had fled with remarkable speed. Seeing him emerge, Lan Zhu silently retreated into the crowd. The white-haired elder and the black-robed elder, no longer concerned with Lan Zhu's departure, turned their attention to Jian Moi's dire state and flew toward him. Upon exiting the secret realm and spotting the black-robed elder, Jian Moi let out a sigh of relief, his face still etched with terror as he roared, "Elder, when a catastrophe has struck the secret realm." The Blazing Flame Dynasty conspired with the Great Zhou Dynasty, slaughtering nearly all the experts from the Bloodfeather Sword sect and the Tianyuan sect. Brother Xian also fell to the white-robed youth of the Great Zhou Dynasty. What? The black-robed elder when immediately shielded Jian Moi behind him, his face filled with shock. The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, was nearly driven mad and glared at Jian Moi with murderous intent. "How did you manage to escape the secret realm?" Jian Moi's face was steeped in grief, as if possessed by a master actor. Brother Xian chose to hold the rear so I could bring out the news. When I looked back, he had already perished at the hands of that white-robed youth. Then they relentlessly pursued me. Fortunately, I had a pill to burn my potential. I swallowed it and hid away. I fled the moment the secret realm ended. The white-haired elder still refused to believe it, knowing Xian's true nature all too well. Like an enraged lion, he bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of force is the Great Zhou Dynasty? How could they, in league with the Blazing Flame Dynasty, annihilate our two sex experts?" With eyes blazing with fury, he turned toward the Blazing Flame Dynasty's direction and roared at the red-haired elder, "Old Flame, your Blazing Flame Dynasty must answer to the Tianyuan sect. Otherwise await the vengeance of our sect's grand elders." Feeling that his anger was not yet sated and dreading the punishment for failing to protect Xian, he charged at the red-haired elder. Just as the two were about to clash, a series of ripples spread through the air, drawing everyone's gaze to an emerging group. It was Lin Yu, Yan Minling, and the others. The white-haired elder noticed them immediately, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and he struck out with a palm. "Die!" The elder called Old Flame saw this and inwardly exclaimed, "Not good." He swiftly intercepted the white-haired elder's attack, shielding Yan Minling and the others behind him. Seeing Lin Yu and his group emerge, Jian Moi pointed at Lin Yu and roared, "Elder, when senior of the Tianyuan sect, it's him. He and the Blazing Flame Dynasty's people killed brother Xian. They also slaughtered the many experts of our two sides." As Lin Yu stepped out and saw the white-haired elder's attack, he roughly understood the situation. Hearing Jian Moi's accusations, he smirked coldly at him. Yan Zhe, his face twisted with anger, pointed at Jian Moi and shouted, "You were the one who pushed Xian toward brother Lin. You wanted to escape and sent Xian to his death." Yan Minling also spoke urgently to the red-haired elder, "Uncle, young Master Lin saved my brother and me. If not for his intervention, we might have perished inside. You must save him." She then said to Lin Yu, "Young Master Lin, why hasn't your elder arrived yet?" Upon hearing Yan Minling's words, the red-haired elder nodded gravely. He trusted Yan Minling and Yan Zhe not to deceive him. However, both opponents were at the same cultivation level as him, mid-stage supreme sovereign, and while he could handle one too, would be a challenge. He was also inwardly shocked that these few all at latest stage venerable and the white-robed youth whose aura he couldn't discern, likely due to a concealing treasure, could have wiped out an advanced dynasty's team within the secret realm. Was a mere kingdom truly so formidable? Lin Yu smiled at Yan Minling, signaling her not to worry. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes at Lin Yu. "Did you kill Xian?" He cared not for details. He only wanted to take the culprit back to mitigate his failure as a protector. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold sneer. "What if I did? He was a disgrace." The black-robed elder laughed in fury upon hearing this. "Good. Very good," he said to Elder One of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. "All your sect's members inside are dead as well. Don't you want revenge? Hold Old Flame off for me, and he'll kill these reckless fools." Elder One hesitated, glanced at Jian Moi, and seeing his nod of support, agreed. Old Flame's expression shifted. Prince fall back. Yan Minling and Yan Zhe, though anxious, knew they couldn't help and retreated to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had been multitasking since the black-robed elder questioned him. He signaled his companions not to worry, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. Conquest points, 4 million. System used 3 million conquest points to summon. Since reaching the Venerable Realm, each summon and breakthrough cost him 1 million conquest points. Though the points gained from killing lower realm warriors were halved, he had slain many experts in the secret realm, including over a dozen at the peak of Venerable, more than enough to spend freely. He refused to believe that so many conquest points couldn't summon a powerhouse. Moreover, he had noticed a pattern: the higher his own realm, the higher the initial realm of the summoned figures. Ding! Summon successful once, failed twice. Deploy. Lin Yu focused his gaze and was ecstatic. Watching the Tianyuan sect elder about to charge, his eyes blazing with murder, he commanded deploy. Just as the black-robed elder grinned ferociously, Yuan Tiangang and the others prepared for battle, and Yin Minling's group grew frantic. Boom! The entire sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Above Lin Yu, a massive spatial rift appeared, emanating an immense killing intent followed by a thunderous chilling cry. How dare you! From within the rift, a bronze, ancient sword shot forth, slashing toward the black-robed elder. Boom! The black-robed elder, blood trickling from his lips, his robes in disarray, and his left arm severed, stared in horror at the spatial rift. A sovereign king. Old Flame and Elder One were also startled by the sudden turn of events, immediately halting their fight and returning to their groups, their faces grim as they gazed at the rift. The sound of footsteps growing closer reached everyone's ears, accompanied by the clanking of bronze armor. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor stepped out of the rift. His eyes were bright, his figure tall and slender, his features handsome, and his presence saturated with a fierce, killing aura. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Yu's companions were momentarily stunned, then smiles spread across their faces. They hadn't expected His Majesty to have resurrected even him. The man paid no heed to the wary gazes of the crowd, instead slightly bowing to Lin Yu. "Bai Qi, greetings, Your Majesty." He then offered a faint smile and a nod to those behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded excitedly at Bai Qi, signaling that he need not stand on ceremony. He had not expected to summon this god of slaughter. The one and only god of slaughter. There may be many gods of war or military gods, but there is only one god of slaughter, Bai Qi. He had already seen Bai Qi's information in the system, which left him utterly astounded. Bai Qi, Supreme Realm Peak. Good heavens, only one step away from the venerable King Realm. Based on the cultivation and combat prowess of Yuan Tiangang and the others, Bai Qi was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Even if pitted against a venerable King Realm expert, he would surely remain undaunted. The exact level of venerable king he could contend with would only be known through trial. Moreover, his greatest ability was not merely charging into battle, he was a military mastermind. He glanced at the two Supreme Realm elders from Tianyuan's sect and Yushua's sword sect, and at Jian Moi, whose face was now frozen in shock. Then he spoke to Bai Qi. "Kill them all. As you command." Bai Qi turned, took a step, and appeared before the black-robed elder, delivering a kick. The black-robed elder, already gravely wounded by Bai Qi's sword strike, could not even react. Bai Qi's kick directly obliterated him, turning him into a mist of blood in the sky. Elder Wen's scalp went numb, and he immediately roared. "Our Yushua sword sect also has a venerable King Realm expert. You?" Before he could finish his words, Bai Qi had already flashed before him. A single palm strike shattered his skull, and a headless corpse crashed from the sky to the ground. Then, with an indifferent gaze, he looked at Jian Moi, who was completely petrified with fear, and shattered his heart meridian with a single punch. Bai Qi had killed them as easily as slaughtering 3 rabbits. The entire process was simple to the extreme. He stood in the air, sweeping his gaze over the crowd watching below. Scatter! Instantly, the crowd dispersed in panic. They wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. Among the crowd, Lan Ju, his face filled with terror, cast a glance at Bai Qi and Lin Yu in the sky before speeding toward the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty. Lin Yu watched the clean and decisive Bai Qi, a smile never leaving his eyes. The people of the blazing flame Imperial Dynasty, especially Old Man Yin, trembled all over as Bai Qi approached. This was no mere Supreme Realm Peak martial artist. Even if one called him a venerable King Realm expert, he would believe it. No wonder the old ghost from Yushua's sword sect had screamed in terror earlier. At this moment, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe had also regained their senses. Yin Zhe, the most impulsive, immediately spoke up. "Big brother, the elder from your family is incredible." Yin Minling, however, had caught on to something different from what was said. She remembered that this middle-aged man had addressed Lin Yu as Your Majesty. Thinking of this, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Young Master Lin, are you really from Yuan province?" As he Xian and the others said. Old Man Yin and Yin Zhe and the others also pricked up their ears, waiting for Lin Yu's answer. These people were each more extraordinary than the last. Lin Yu smiled upon hearing this. His gaze pierced through the Tianqi mountain range, looking toward the direction of Great Zhou. "My home is there." Yin Minling and the others were first puzzled, then thinking of something, they looked at him in disbelief. Yin Zhe immediately spoke up. "Big brother, are you from this Li province? Is the place you come from what Li province calls the barbaric lands?" Lin Yu watched their astonished expressions, and his robes shifted. Instantly, a powerful imperial aura emanated from him. "I, Lin Yu, am the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty in Li province. Behind me are the generals and experts of my Great Zhou." The blazing flame Imperial Dynasty erupted in exclamations. They had always believed Lin Yu and his group hailed from the Central Eastern Domain, or even Yuan province. Unexpectedly, they were from a force that Li province called the barbaric lands. Yin Zhe looked at Lin Yu with even greater admiration. Yin Minling's eyes also sparkled with fascination. Such a young sovereign with countless extraordinary talents under his command. Thinking of something, her expression shifted slightly as she said, "Young Master Lin, you have now completely offended the Yushua Sword sect and Tianyuan sect. They will likely receive the news soon." Then, biting her lip gently, she took her hairpin from her head and handed it to Lin Yu. "Our blazing flame imperial dynasty will hold back the Tianyuan sect. Please be cautious against the Yushua Sword sect. Show this hairpin to any official in the blazing flame imperial dynasty, and I will be notified immediately. We must return immediately to report to my father." Lin Yu took the hairpin, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and nodded. Yin Minling turned and immediately flew toward Fire Province with the blazing flame imperial dynasty's group. Lin Yu did not see the faint blush that appeared on Yin Minling's face as she turned away. Yin Zhe, as he departed, looked back at Lin Yu, winked, and shouted, "Big brother. They'll come to Great Zhou to play next time." Lin Yu watched them leave, played with the hairpin that still held a faint fragrance, then turned and led his men back toward Great Zhou. Now that the people of the Yuhua imperial dynasty had been slain by him in the secret realm, it was time to march. Meanwhile, in Sword Province and Fire Province adjacent to Li Province, earth-shattering sounds and furious roars erupted from the Yushua Sword sect and Tianyuan sect. Martial artists continuously descended from the sects, heading toward Li Province. At the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Ji Mai sat on a chair in her room, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the Tianqi mountain range tinged with worry. Lin Yu and the generals of the Military Affairs Council had been gone for nearly a week with no word yet. A few days ago, a massive pillar of light had shot up from the Tianqi mountain range, which only deepened her concern for Lin Yu. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Ji Mai was lost in thought, a voice echoed in the room. She turned with a face full of joy, rose from her chair, and threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. "You're finally back." Lin Yu ruffled her hair and smiled. "I'm back. This trip was tremendously fruitful." Then he recounted the events of the secret realm to Ji Mai. Upon hearing that Yu Shuang and the others had been slain, tears of excitement glistened in Ji Mai's eyes. Then, remembering the foreign provincial forces Lin Yu had mentioned, she said with concern, "We must be careful of the Yushua Sword sect and Tianyuan sect." Lin Yu nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If they dare to come, they will pay the price." Ji Mai trusted Lin Yu completely. Seeing his fearless demeanor, she set her worries aside. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her expression turned serious, and she said to Lin Yu, "Is the hairpin of the blazing flame imperial dynasty's princess beautiful? Could you show it to your consort?" Lin Yu stiffened slightly, at a loss for words. Seeing his wooden expression, Ji Mai could not help but laugh. "Your Majesty is truly amusing. As the Empress of Great Zhou, I have that much confidence. I am merely a little curious about that princess of the blazing flame imperial dynasty." Hearing this and seeing the smile on Ji Mai's face, Lin Yu snapped out of it and pretended to be angry. "You, Ji Mai." He then swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the bed. Hearing this and seeing the smile on Ji Mai's face, Lin Yu snapped out of it and pretended to be angry. "You, Ji Mai." He then swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the bed. The next day, Lin Yu was alone in his room, his consciousness linked to the system. War points 4 million. Indeed, the higher a martial artist's cultivation, the more war points they yielded upon death. The two mid-stage Venerate Realm Protectors alone had contributed nearly 2 million war points. Although the war points gained from killing opponents within the same major realm, but different minor realms, were not vastly different, it still filled him with pleasant surprise. Gazing upon the 4 million war points, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Yu's eyes. He had coveted the 2 cultivation spaces marked last time for so long, and now he was merely 1 million short of purchasing them from the mall. Yet after a brief deliberation, considering his next plans and the forces he would soon face, he decided to use them for summoning. System: spend all war points on summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. For successful summons. Special event triggered: a family of generals. Deploy. For successful summons. A special event. Lin Yu immediately checked the information, a flash of astonishment in his eyes before immense joy overtook him. He hadn't expected to summon these 4 individuals. They truly lived up to the title, a family of generals. Deploy. A spatial rift tore open before Lin Yu, and 4 figures emerged. He focused his gaze upon them. One was an old general clad in bronze armor, one a middle-aged general, one a young general, and the last exuded an aura of scholarly refinement. As the 4 stepped forth, they immediately bowed to Lin Yu. "Rise." Lin Yu's eyes held a smile that refused to fade as he looked upon the 4 before him. Meng Ao, Early Venerate Realm. Meng Wu, Early Venerate Realm. Meng Yi, Early Heaven Realm. Meng Tian, Mid-Venerate Realm. My 4 ministers, go and rest. Attend the court assembly tomorrow. As you command. Lin Yu watched the 4 depart, thinking of Bai Qi, whom he had just summoned. Anticipation glimmered in his eyes for the moment they would meet. He was unaware that the moment the 4 appeared, Bai Qi, stationed in the imperial palace, had sensed them. A faint smile touched Bai Qi's lips, and a trace of recollection flickered in his eyes. The next day, the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Lin Yu convened a court assembly upon his return. He sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his eyes exuding authority, his imperial might vast and imposing. The civil and military officials below sighed inwardly. In less than a year since His Majesty ascended the throne, the Great Zhou had flourished, and the pressure emanating from him grew ever stronger. After Liu Bowen and Sun Yu reported on recent governance issues across the realm, they returned to their ranks. Lin Yu felt reassured with them, leading the civil officials. He nodded, swept his gaze across the assembled ministers, and spoke. The expedition to the heavenly Weeping Mountain secret realm yielded tremendous gains. The resources obtained have been allocated by the cabinet to various departments. He paused before continuing. Within the secret realm, Yu Wushuang of the Jade Hua Imperial Dynasty and his retinue were slain by me and the generals. I intend to launch an immediate campaign against the Jade Hua Imperial Dynasty to lead the Great Zhou out of what the world calls this barbaric land. A stir ran through the assembled officials below, their eyes fixed upon Lin Yu with fervent excitement. Through the dissemination of information over the past half-year, the officials of the Great Zhou had gained a thorough understanding of the entire province. The Great Zhou academies had also been diligently educating their students about the vastness of this world. Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration of war, voices of approval and anticipation filled the hall. The generals of the Military Affairs Bureau in particular burned with zealous fervor. Once the clamor had subsided slightly, Lin Yu continued. Effective immediately, Bai Qi is appointed to the Military Affairs Bureau 1st rank. Meng Ao Military Affairs Bureau 3rd rank. Meng Wu Military Affairs Bureau 3rd rank. Meng Tian Military Affairs Bureau 2nd rank. Meng Yi Cabinet 3rd rank. Your subjects obey the decree. Bai Qi and the 3 generations of the Meng family stepped forward, their eyes gleaming with sharp determination as they respectfully accepted their appointments. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with excitement. Everyone within the hall looked at Bai Qi and the others, curious about where His Majesty had recruited such capable individuals. To be placed into the Military Affairs Bureau at their very first court assembly, with Bai Qi achieving the 1st rank, was unprecedented. The generals already in the Bureau had all rendered meritorious service unifying the barbaric lands, and were revered throughout Great Zhou. Only those summoned by Lin Yu showed no surprise. They were intimately familiar with the capabilities of these newcomers, especially the handsome middle-aged man at their head. Lin Yu paid no heed to the reactions below and issued another momentous command. Decree: Bai Qi shall be the supreme commander of the army for the campaign against the Jade Hua Imperial Dynasty. Generals Meng Ao, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian of the Military Affairs Bureau shall lead the Great Zhou's 2 strong infantry corps. Huaxia, Zhao Yun, and Xian Shiji shall lead the Great Zhou's 3 iron cavalry legions. March on the Jade Hua Imperial Dynasty at dawn tomorrow. A glint of sharp light flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he stepped forward again to accept the order. As you command. The martial artists within the Great Hall were instantly ablaze with fighting spirit. Lin Yu glanced at Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, then said, the cabinet shall oversee the civil officials, manage the takeover of cities, and ensure logistical support. Both men cupped their hands in acknowledgement. The Bad Guy Bureau shall purge any remnants of the enemy from conquered cities. As you command. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to accept the decree. Then looking at Meng Ao, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian with anticipation, Lin Yu said, this 2 strong infantry corps consists of recruits enlisted over the past year. They are now in your hands. I hope this campaign will forge them into a corps of elite warriors worthy of the Great Zhou. We shall not fail His Majesty's trust. The 3 Mengs replied in unison. Lin Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and added, tomorrow I shall see you off from the Fengjing City Gate Tower. Then he rose and departed. The Jade Hua Imperial Dynasty was already a broken shell ripe for the taking. With Bai Qi leading the army, victory would be swift and absolute. Walking along the palace path, a wave of nostalgia washed over Bai Qi as he looked at Meng Ao beside him. I never imagined we would have the chance to fight side by side again. Meng Ao's eyes also glistened with emotion as he replied, indeed. To see you again, General, fills me with immense excitement. Standing slightly behind Meng Ao, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian gazed at Bai Qi with undisguised admiration. Meeting an old comrade, Bai Qi allowed a rare smile to grace his lips before speaking in a solemn tone. We have been granted another life in this even more magnificent world. We shall expand the territory for His Majesty and the Great Zhou and vanquish all enemies. The 3 men's eyes blazed with battle intent as they voiced their agreement. Outside the Fengjing city gates, banners fluttered in the wind. The 3 strong expeditionary army had assembled on the plain, a thick aura of killing intent permeating the air. The city gates were thronged with the citizens of Fengjing, their gazes fixed on the army as they buzzed with discussion. I heard His Majesty ordered a campaign. Our great Zhou is peaceful and prosperous now. I wonder where we're attacking. And the commanding general is named by Qi. Generals like Zhao Yun are also leading the troops. Hearing this, a student from the Great Zhou Academy tore his awestruck gaze away from the army and said, according to what we've learned at the academy, our entire Great Zhou territory has always been called the barbaric lands by the martial artists of Li Province. Beyond the heavenly weeping mountains lies the heart of Li Province, where martial artists are numerous and high realm cultivators are a common sight. His Majesty's order to attack is likely to lead us out of these barbaric lands and into a higher realm. After he finished, several other academy students voiced their agreement. The ordinary citizens who had yet to be educated on such matters wore expressions of dawning comprehension, followed by even greater awe. The clamor did not last long. Boom! Lin Yu appeared above the Fengjing city gate tower, clad in his dragon robe, his imperial might vast and imposing. Upon seeing him, the entire army dismounted and knelt, their gazes fixed on him with fanatical devotion. Lin Yu's authoritative eyes swept over the generals with Bai Qi at their head and the assembled soldiers. The Tianlan sword appeared in his hand, pointing towards the heavenly weeping mountains. Soldiers of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Beyond those mountains, across the heavenly weeping range, lies the heart of Li Province, who consider themselves superior. Do you accept this? No, no, no. The soldiers roared in defiance, their eyes following the direction of the Tianlan sword. Then seize it for the Great Zhou. Boom. The soldiers mounted their warhorses, their battle intent soaring to the heavens. I stand here to send you forth on your campaign, and I will be here to await your triumphant return. Army advance. Having spoken, Lin Yu personally descended to the war drum on the city wall and began to beat it for them. All of Fengjing City, everyone who witnessed this soul-stirring spectacle, was rendered speechless. In the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty within Tianshan City, after the secret realm of the Tianqi mountain range closed, the crowds gradually thinned. Yet the fervor surrounding the secret realm remained undiminished, still a topic of conversation among countless martial artists and common folk. At that moment, two generals on the city wall of Tianshan City leaned languidly against the battlements, conversing. After the secret realm, there are indeed fewer people. His Majesty's situation is unknown. I heard the Imperial Palace has been sealed off recently. I've heard that His Majesty and many of the court's strong practitioners met with an accident in the secret realm. The patriarch within the palace even interrupted his seclusion yesterday. Such words must not be spoken carelessly. I've heard that the greatest opportunity in the secret realm was supposedly obtained by a dynastic force called the Great Zhou. This dynastic force, no one knows where it came from, but it is overwhelmingly powerful. Even the two forces from neighboring Sword Prefecture and Fire Prefecture, which rival advanced imperial dynasties, suffered great losses. And why is the ground suddenly shaking? Why do you keep hitting me? Zhou! Zhou! People! Enemy attack! A heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout Tianshan City. Before long, all the troops of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty within the city were annihilated. The martial artists and common folk who did not resist within the city gazed in terror at the figure hovering in the sky above Tianshan City. It was a young general clad in gleaming silver armor. He glanced at the already slaughtered garrison of Tianshan City, and a resounding voice spread across the city. I am Zhao Yun of the Great Zhou Dynasty, ordered to campaign against the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Citizens of the city, do not panic. Remain safely in your homes. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, the countless citizens breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a stir of confusion. Was the Great Zhou Dynasty a power from the desolate lands? Why did they cross directly through the Tianqi mountain range, and how were their troops so terrifying? They had just witnessed mortal realm martial artists utterly powerless before the young general's army. Even martial artists of higher realms were slain by the young general with just a few thrusts of his spear. After speaking, Zhao Yun did not linger, but led his army toward the next target city. Simultaneously, cities of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty near the Tianqi mountain range fell one after another with such speed that it chilled the hearts of the martial artists and citizens within. Bai Qi gave the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty no chance. Upon reaching the Tianqi mountain range with his army, he ordered Hua, Xubing, Zhao Yun, and Xine Qiji to lead the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, like sharp swords piercing through the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty from three directions. Meanwhile, he led the three heroes of the Meng family and an infantry legion of 200,000 in a straight line, striking directly at the Yuhua imperial capital. Nearly a day had passed since the Great Zhou army's frenzied advance. The Yuhua Imperial Dynasty also received news of the invasion. Within the Yuhua Imperial Palace's Grand Hall, civil and military officials, their faces etched with anxiety, murmured in heated discussion. Boom! A vast aura suddenly manifested within the grand hall accompanied by an imposing elder. The elder seated himself directly on the dragon, throne his gaze sweeping authoritatively over the assembled crowd. Seeing the elder appear, everyone ceased their discussions and knelt. We pay homage to the patriarch. The elder was none other than the patriarch of the Yuhua imperial dynasty Yunantian. Earlier Yu Wushuang and others had been gathering the blood essence of powerful cultivators to extend his lifespan. When Yu Wushuang and his group were slain by Lin Yu in the Tianqi mountain range secret realm, he had received the news. He immediately interrupted his seclusion, suppressed the news of their deaths, and temporarily stabilized the Yuhua imperial dynasty. The interruption of his seclusion had greatly affected him. He had been poised to break through to the peak of the sovereign realm while extending his lifespan. Now he had only reached the late stage of the sovereign realm. At this moment his might was overwhelming, his gaze sweeping over the hall as he spoke. Has it been thoroughly investigated? Which force is behind this? Hearing his question, a courtier standing at the forefront replied, Patriarch, from the intelligence gathered from the fallen cities across the region. It is suspected to be a force from the desolate lands beyond the Tianqi mountain range called the Great Zhou Dynasty. They have not harmed ordinary citizens within the cities. However, their conquest is swift and highly efficient, advancing from 3 directions. Wherever they go, they crush the defending garrisons with overwhelming force. In just one day, they have already occupied nearly 1/5 of our territory. Yu Nanshan's eyes blazed with a chilling, fierce light. He heard 2 words. Great Zhou. On that day, in the Tianqi mountain range secret realm, there were too many participating forces, including 3 at the level of advanced imperial dynasties. He was uncertain which force was responsible and dared not recklessly seek revenge since emerging from seclusion. However, Yu Wushuang had informed him of the events at the Heavenly Talent Competition in the 9 Profound Palace. Combining this with the various rumors emerging from the Tianqi mountain range secret realm, he had a vague suspicion of the culprit. Great Zhou, a white-robed youth. And now the force ruthlessly invading the Yuhua imperial dynasty was also named Great Zhou. At this thought his eyes glinted with cold malice. He rose directly from the dragon throne, his aura surging. The assembled officials all gazed in terror at Yu Nanshan, who had suddenly stood. This Great Zhou came prepared. Recall the Yuhua army guarding the borders gather the entire dynasty's forces to meet them in battle. After speaking, his form flickered and vanished from the hall. The officials below hurriedly departed to make arrangements. After leaving Yunantian, went directly to the imperial ancestral land. Within the ancestral land, dim lights flickered and 2 aged figures loomed faintly. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly meditating with closed eyes. Yunantian looked at the 2 figures and said, 2 stewards, the dynasty faces a crisis of annihilation. As his words fell, ripples of spiritual energy stirred. The 2 seated figures suddenly opened their eyes, blazing with intense light. Instantly, the entire ancestral land brightened somewhat. After about a quarter of an hour, the 2 seemed to have slightly adjusted to the sensation of awakening from deep meditation. A hoarse voice emerged. Yu Nanshan, when we came here from the Yuan Prefecture main family, it was with the instruction that we are not to act unless absolutely necessary. You also know the cost of our intervention. Now that you have awakened us, what is the matter? Yunantian looked at the elder who had spoken and replied, some time ago a secret realm of opportunity appeared in the Tianqi mountain range. All of my descendants, leading a host of venerable realm dynasty elites, were killed within the secret realm. A force suspected to be the culprit is invading the dynasty. In a matter of days they will be at the city gates. The previously speaking figure seemed to be pondering something as Yu Nanshan's voice continued. Moreover, that force appears to be a dynastic power. In the secret realm, they offended 2 advanced imperial dynasties from the neighboring Li prefecture. They even killed 2 protectors at the mid-sovereign realm. Hearing this, the speaking elder's eyes flashed with a glimmer of interest. That is indeed intriguing. But rules are still rules. We too can act to help you slay the invaders. After this, you must abandon your endeavors here in Li prefecture and return with us to the main family to accept punishment for your failure. Hearing the elder's words, Yu Nanshan's eyes first showed a flicker of desolation, then hardened with ferocity as he said, once the 2 stewards act, Nantian will willingly return to the main family to accept punishment. With these words, he walked out of the ancestral land. He did not believe that a dynastic force from the desolate lands could possess a venerable king realm powerhouse. With himself at the late sovereign realm and the 2 stewards of the main family at the peak of the sovereign realm, he was certain he would ensure that none of the Great Zhou forces would return alive. The Yu family was a colossal power in Yuanzhou of the eastern domain. The direct descendants of this behemoth had 2 choices upon reaching adulthood. The first was to remain in the main family, receiving a modest yet steady supply of resources. The second was to venture out alone. After deciding on a direction and location for development, the family would grant them a sum of resources as startup capital and they were to return to the main family for an assessment upon breaking through to the venerable sovereign realm. The sooner they broke through to the venerable sovereign realm, the better the assessment results would be, and consequently their status in the main family would rise. For those who chose to develop outside the main family would also dispatch 2 family stewards to accompany them. These 2 family stewards could only intervene once when the descendant faced a life-or-death crisis. The price for such intervention was that the descendant would face the punishment for failing the assessment upon returning to the main family. Most descendants with grand ambitions chose to leave the main family and develop independently. Nanshan, upon reaching adulthood, resolutely left the main family and chose to develop in Lizhou. But over the years his spirit had been nearly worn down. His breakthrough to the venerable sovereign realm seemed distant, and worse, during a struggle for a fortuitous opportunity with a powerhouse from another prefecture, his foundation was damaged. Consequently, the entire Yuhua imperial dynasty was thrown into turmoil, with rumors spreading that his end was near. Originally, he had planned to use a secret technique he had stumbled upon to extend his lifespan or even make further progress. But at this moment he encountered the Great Zhou led by Lin Yu. The thought of returning to the main family to face the punishment for failing the assessment was no different from death itself. Since death seemed inevitable either way, he decided to awaken the 2 family stewards and confront this mysterious dynasty that had emerged from the barbaric lands heathen. 15 days later, in Yuhua city of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, dark clouds gathered overhead. Ever since the news spread that Bai Qi had led his army to invade numerous cities of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, many factions and commoners across the Yuhua imperial dynasty were filled with indignation and rushed to the front lines to join the war. They looked down upon the forces from the barbaric lands. They believed that a dynastic force from a barbaric land daring to cross the Tianqi mountain range and wage war against the Yuhua imperial dynasty was an utter disgrace. However, reality dealt them a cruel blow. Their participation had no impact on the Great Zhou army. Over the next few days, Yuhua city was flooded with news of defeats from all regions. The rate at which the Yuhua imperial dynasty was losing its territory was alarmingly fast. At this moment, they finally realized that this Great Zhou was no harmless rabbit. Adding to this, vague rumors from within the imperial palace revealed that Yu Wushuang and the many powerhouses who had gone to compete for the secret realm's fortune had all perished within it. Their killer was a powerhouse from the Great Zhou dynasty. The spread of this news instantly shook the entire Yuhua imperial dynasty, filling everyone with horror. Many officials and commoners who sensed the impending doom fled Yuhua city directly. The once bustling and prosperous capital of the Yuhua imperial dynasty was now virtually deserted. In the Yuhua imperial palace, the officials who had not fled gathered together, their faces clouded with despair. Not far away, Yunantian sat upright on the dragon throne. At this moment, an official spoke. Ancestor, recently the Great Zhou dynasty seems to be training their army, deliberately slowing their advance. But they should still arrive at the imperial city soon. Hearing this, Yunantian let out a cold snort. I heard the leader of the Great Zhou army is named Bai Qi. How arrogant. Has the Yuhua army returned yet? At his question, a general immediately replied, they have returned. However, on the border, the Blue Flame imperial dynasty has detected the Yuhua army's departure and seems to be stirring restlessly. Hearing this, Yunantian grunted in acknowledgement without replying. Just then he raised his head, his entire aura erupting, a chilling light flashing in his eyes as he said, they're here. The moment his words fell, everyone in the hall was seized with terror as an intense killing intent suddenly appeared, enveloping all of Yuhua city. Nanshan's figure flickered and he led the remaining venerable realm powerhouses of the Yuhua imperial dynasty to appear above the city. His gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in armor hovering opposite him. Squinting his eyes, he said, Great Zhou dynasty Bai Qi. He found himself unable to discern this man's cultivation level. Bai Qi sensed the old man before him, but did not reply. According to intelligence from the Bad Assassin, this man should be Nanshan, the rumored dying ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty. This man appeared vigorous and full of vitality, his latest supreme martial aura radiating outward, not at all like a man on the verge of death. Could this be the reason for the recent mysterious annihilation of sects and aristocratic families in the Yuhua imperial dynasty? At that moment, the ground in the distance began to tremble violently. 3 cavalry legions appeared on the horizon, followed by numerous infantry legions, all charging towards Yuhua city. As far as the eye could see, the banners of Great Zhou fluttered. The army advanced to the outskirts of Yuhua city and faced off against the already arrayed forces of the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Simultaneously, several armored figures shot out from within the Great Zhou army and took their positions behind Bai Qi. These were the generals of the Great Zhou Military Affairs Bureau. It was then that Bai Qi finally spoke. Great Zhou dynasty Bai Qi, by order of His Majesty, to annihilate the Yuhua imperial dynasty. His opening words were simple, direct, and cold with killing intent. Hearing this, Yunanshan's murderous aura soared. It was you who killed Yu Wushuang and the others in the secret realm, wasn't it? Indeed. They insulted our great Zhou Empress. They deserved death. Zhao Yun's voice rang out. Glancing at the eager men around him, Bai Qi did not wait for Yunantian to respond. He directly gave the order, Great Zhou legions. Kill. Boom. Hearing Bai Qi's command, the army below charged directly at the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty forces. In the close-quarters battle, the three unstoppable iron cavalry of Great Zhou seemed to have met their match this time, failing to pierce through the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's army in a single charge. They were blocked by the elite Yuhua army, 100,000 strong. However, the Yuhua army was not faring well. They discovered that these Great Zhou cavalrymen were all Grandmaster realm martial artists, and their casualties were increasing at a terrifying rate. It wouldn't be long before they were all slaughtered. As Bai Qi's words fell, Yunantian wasted no more words. His figure flickered, and he charged directly at him. The last few venerable realm martial artists of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty behind him also charged at the generals of the Military Affairs Bureau with looks of death-defying resolve. Seeing Yunantian rushing towards him, Bai Qi erupted with his might and took a single step forward. His speed was faster than Yunanshan's. He flashed before Yunantian and threw a punch at him. Seeing Bai Qi's superior speed, Yunanshan's expression shifted slightly as he swung both fists to clash with Bai Qi's strike. Boom! The area around them instantly became a vacuum, and the resulting shockwave sent the nearby combatants flying. The might of a single strike from a supreme realm powerhouse was terrifying beyond measure. Having taken Bai Qi's blow, Yunantian now had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his robes torn, clearly injured. His expression dark and ugly as he stared at the awe-inspiring Bai Qi before him, he said, "Peak supreme realm." Then with a vicious look he roared, "I request the two stewards to act." The moment his voice fell, two powerful auras at the peak of the supreme realm erupted from the Yuhua Imperial Palace below, and two aged figures materialized beside Yunantian. As the two elders materialized, their gazes fixed upon Bai Qi with solemn intensity. Who would have thought that a formidable warrior like you would emerge from the land of Lizhou? Although Yunantian had verbally commanded their intervention, nothing was set in stone until the moment he summoned them. Thus they had been covertly observing from within the palace. They had sensed Bai Qi's arrival and witnessed the clash between the two. Bai Qi's eyes flickered with a sharp light as he regarded the two elders now standing beside Yunantian. "So this is the backbone of your Yuhua Imperial Dynasty." Yunanshan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he retorted, "Enough to slay you." He immediately sent a telepathic message to the two elders. "Attack together and kill him." The elders exchanged a glance, then lunged at Bai Qi. Yunantian followed closely behind. A cold smirk curled on Bai Qi's lips as he saw the three charging at him. With a subtle flick of his finger, a clang resounded as his bronze ancient sword was unsheathed. A flash of cold light seared before the trio's eyes. Their expressions twisted in alarm as they hastily summoned their weapons. A deafening clash erupted. The three were sent stumbling backward, their eyes wide with horror as they fixed their gaze on Bai Qi. What kind of monster was this? The combined force of three had been repelled with a single strike. Gritting their teeth, they charged once more. As they surged forward, Bai Qi took a single step, vanishing from his spot and reappearing before the two elders at the peak of the sovereign realm. He swung his bronze ancient sword in a sweeping arc. The two were once again driven back, sustaining minor injuries. Before they could react, Bai Qi stepped forward again, closing in to launch a ferocious assault. Yunantian was completely ignored. Each time he attempted to intervene, Bai Qi's strikes forced him back, coughing blood. Wounded, he stood in the void, watching the two family stewards being utterly suppressed, his face a mask of panic and disbelief. These were sovereign realm peak martial artists from the main branch in Yuanzhou, wielding techniques and martial arts far beyond anything the remote states of the Eastern Domain could offer. What kind of monstrous entity was this Great Zhou dynasty? How could this barbaric land birth shadows of those ancient powers that once dominated an entire domain in their infancy? No, even those powers during their dynasty stage had never possessed a terror like Bai Qi. Only the central domain might have seen such an emergence. Moreover, he realized the imperial dynasty's venerable realm experts had been swiftly slain by other Great Zhou generals. The speed was staggering. They were clearly monsters like Bai Qi, and his pride, the Yuhua army, was retreating in disarray before the Great Zhou's iron cavalry. Across the entire battlefield, the Yuhua imperial dynasty was utterly powerless. It felt like a heir dynasty slaughtering a low-tier one. As these thoughts churned in his mind, a thunderous boom erupted. His pupils contracted. The two stewards from the main branch were slashed from the void down to the ground by Bai Qi. They struggled for a long time to rise, clearly bereft of any fighting strength. A sense of dread washed over him and thoughts of retreat surfaced. This dynasty was too terrifying, it could not be confronted hidden. Just as he prepared to flee, a tremendous sense of danger surged from his left. A colossal force followed, knocking him from the void to crash beside the two elders. Bai Qi withdrew his foot from where it had struck Yunanshan, his expression icy as he looked down at the three on the ground. Several generals from the Military Affairs Bureau returned to stand behind him, their cold gazes fixed on the dying trio. Awe filled their hearts. Truly a god of slaughter, his combat prowess was terrifying. Yunantian struggled to his feet, seeing the Yuhua imperial dynasty's inevitable doom, knowing there was no retreat. A bitter smile twisted his lips as he spoke to Bai Qi. What a formidable Great Zhou dynasty. I never imagined a dynasty could produce such terrifying figures as you. Especially you, Bai Qi. The Yuhua imperial dynasty was born in the wrong era. Do as you will with me. The two elders behind Yunanshan, now pale with fear, shouted urgently, You cannot kill us. We are from the Yu family of Yuanzhou. If you dare slay us, the Yu family's experts will surely retaliate. This Bai Qi was an absolute prodigy. Warriors of the same realm could barely withstand a few of his strikes. He dispatched them with effortless ease. They had only heard of such figures in Yuanzhou. A flicker of disdain passed through Yunanshan's eyes as he listened to the elder's words. He knew all too well the cold indifference of the Yu family behemoth. A clansman like him, unable to break through to the sovereign king realm before his time ran out, and lacking the support of high-ranking elders, was of little consequence. It would take an eternity for the Yu family's experts to investigate. As the three spoke, especially with the elders, threats, a cold gleam flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. The Great Zhou dynasty bows to no threats. You answer, Yu family. I will lead my troops to trample it one day. With that, Bai Qi swung his bronze ancient sword, unleashing a fierce beam of light toward the three. Watching the incoming sword light, Yunantian threw his head back in laughter, facing death with courage and boldness. No wonder he had built a force like the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Had it not been for the emergence of Lin Yu and the Great Zhou dynasty, he would have surely elevated the Yuhua imperial dynasty to greater heights after his seclusion. But the world rarely offers such ifs. The two Yu family stewards, their eyes wide with fury, roared at Bai Qi. Frog at the bottom of a well. Just wait for the main family's revenge. Their roars were cut short by the sound of three skulls shattering. Bai Qi cast a glance at the lifeless bodies before looking away. Turning his gaze to the battlefield below, he addressed the generals behind him. The army has been tempered enough. Go and annihilate the remaining forces of the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Then continue advancing north to the border with the Blue Flame dynasty. Also send a victory report back to Fengjing. Understood. With their acknowledgement, the generals instantly appeared on the battlefield below. The already beleaguered Yuhua army, upon witnessing the fall of Yunantian and all high-level warriors, had lost all morale. With the arrival of Huaxia and the others, it was like wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, utterly defenseless. In mere moments, they were slaughtered to the last man. After allowing the army a brief rest, Bai Qi led them north once more. All the high-level warriors and legions of the Yuhua imperial dynasty had been slain here. The cabinet would dispatch officials to take over the remaining cities and territories, so there was no need for concern. Their only task was to march forward. Reaching the border with the Flame dynasty and securing it was the true duty of the Military Affairs Bureau. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu was conversing with Sun Yu in the Qingxin Hall. The army has been on campaign for over half a month. Can the rear supply lines and the taking over of cities keep up? Everything is under control, Sun Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he could roughly gauge the army's progress from the increase in his system's kill count. But there were things that still needed people to handle them. I have great confidence in Bai Qi leading the troops. Reports of victory should arrive soon. Sun Yu nodded in full agreement. General Bai and the other generals of the Military Affairs Bureau are all wise and courageous in military matters. With the cabinet coordinating, everything proceeds like a fish in water. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he rose and gazed out the window. The fall of the Yuhua dynasty is a foregone conclusion. As for the Blue Flame dynasty, as he spoke, the image of Lan Zhu flashed through his mind, and he let out a soft laugh. That Lan Zhu is quite an interesting fellow. Moreover, according to intelligence from the Bureau of Unrivaled Martial Artists from the Yushua sword sect of Jianzhou, have been spotted in the Blue Flame dynasty's capital. Sun Yu's eyes were bright as he looked at Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed within them. It all depends on the choice the Blue Flame dynasty makes. Lin Yu turned around, meeting Sun Yu's bright gaze, and waved his hand with an air of ease. No matter their choice, it is inconsequential. The Yushua sword sect will eventually investigate in the direction of Great Zhou. Having said this, he prepared to leave. Just then, Yuan Tiangang strode in quickly and announced, Your Majesty, a victory report from the Military Affairs Bureau. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Read it. Your Majesty, your ministers have not failed your command. The forces of the Yuhua dynasty, led by Yunantian and other experts, have all been slain by our army. Now the Yuhua Imperial Palace has been breached. Your ministers are leading the main army northward to guard the border passes. Excellent. Lin Ye's face was filled with immense joy. Though he had anticipated this, he was still ecstatic at the moment. He looked at Yuan Tiangang and immediately said, "Didn't the Artifacts Bureau recently develop a communication device? Make a proclamation across the entire realm." "As you command," Yuan Tiangang replied, but did not leave immediately. He continued, "Furthermore, General Bai Qi has an important piece of news. When he slew the Yuhua dynasty's ancestor, Yunanshan, 2 supreme-level peak experts appeared to aid him. Though General Bai killed them, they revealed before they died that they were from the Yu clan of Yuanzhou." Lin Ye's brow slightly rose upon hearing this, and he said solemnly, "I understand. Have the Bureau of Unrivaled focused their investigations on this." He had heard of Yuanzhou from Yuan Tiangang. It was the largest prefecture in the eastern domain. The Yu clan of Yuanzhou shared the same surname as Yunantian. This was a significant piece of news worthy of attention. "As you command." Yuan Tiangang accepted the order and departed. Inside Fengjing City. Whoom. Suddenly a colossal sound resounded throughout the entire city. All the martial artists and commoners in the city, regardless of what they were doing, stopped their tasks and looked up with curiosity. Army Victory Report. The Yuhua Imperial City has been breached by the generals of the Military Affairs Bureau. Numerous powerful enemies have been vanquished. Rejoice! The enormous voice echoing across the city repeated the announcement 3 times. Huzzah! The entire Fengjing City erupted in a sudden uproar. Commoners poured into the streets, embracing one another. Gazing into the distance, the crowds were all flushed with excitement, raising their arms and cheering. Rejoice! Long live His Majesty! Long live the Military Affairs Bureau! Deafening shouts and cheers arose from every corner of the city. Elderly men, their eyes filled with tears, knelt and prostrated themselves towards the imperial palace. Having experienced more, they understood better that the current prosperity of Great Zhou was hard-won over many years. Simultaneously, in Dingbei City, Yinshi City, and every other city across Great Zhou, there erupted earth-shattering roars of jubilation. Standing within the imperial palace, Lin, you sensed the fortune energy rapidly converging from all corners of Great Zhou, listening to the unending cheers, a smile gracing his face. Inside the Blue Flame Dynasty's imperial palace, Lan Zhu sat rigidly on his throne, his brows deeply furrowed. After entering the secret realm, he and Yu Wushuang's groups had been separated. Leading the forces of the Blue Flame Dynasty through several great battles with many of their dynasty's experts sacrificed, they had barely managed to reach the central hall. Though filled with deep reluctance at the time, he had still made a wise choice, and he was immensely grateful for that decision now. That Great Zhou dynasty was simply a monster, the white-robed youth at its head and the man clad in bronze armor. In the days since returning to the palace, whenever he recalled their soaring, killing intent and icy gazes, he shivered uncontrollably. As for Yu Wushuang and the others, they seemed to have vanished. He hadn't encountered them inside the secret realm, nor upon leaving it. Lan Zhu guessed that Yu Wushuang and his group had most likely all perished within the secret realm. This thought would immediately conjure the image of that white-robed youth in his mind. Just as he was about to order a probing attack on the Yuhua dynasty from the border troops, news suddenly arrived. The Yuhua army and all border legions of the Yuhua dynasty had completely withdrawn from the frontier. The Yuhua dynasty was suspected to have undergone a great upheaval, invaded by an unknown force. This news only tightened his nerves further, and he immediately ordered a thorough investigation of the details. All these events were too coincidental, yet too interconnected. He felt as if an invisible massive hand was enveloping the entire Lizhou, encroaching step by step, inexplicably suffocating him. Thinking of the 2 supreme-level experts from the Yushua sword sect within the palace, a shadow of worry deepened on his brow. As he was lost in thought, a voice sounded. "Your Majesty, an urgent report." Accompanied by the voice, a man in a black robe entered. Lan Zhu looked up at him and said, "Speak." Numerous unknown legions have appeared in the cities along the border between the Yuhua dynasty and our dynasty. A general of our dynasty at the early venerable realm attempted a probe and was instantly killed by a young general clad in gleaming silver armor who flew out from one of the cities. Subsequently, military banners were raised over every city. Great Zhou. Lan Zhu shot up from his throne, his face turning ashen, and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Are you certain the name on the banners is Great Zhou?" Seeing Lan Zhu's intense reaction, the black-robed man dared not delay and immediately replied, "I am certain, Your Majesty." Lan Zhu paced back and forth, his gaze filled with fear, his lips trembling slightly. He understood now. He fully understood the source of that invisible pressure. The tiger had finally bared its fangs. Seeing Lan Zhu remain silent, the black-robed man asked hesitantly, "The Grand General requests Your Majesty's command. Should we dispatch troops to teach this unknown force a lesson?" Lan Zhu snapped back to reality upon hearing the question and immediately said no. Order them not to act rashly. Having said this, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. But after a moment, as if having made a certain decision, he continued. If the enemy shows signs of advancing, order a full retreat. Do not engage them in battle. Wait for my orders. Go and relay this immediately. Having spoken, Lan Zhu paid no heed to the man's expression or reaction and directly headed towards the royal ancestral grounds. The black-robed man was utterly stunned by Lan Zhu's seemingly absurd command. He glanced at the hastily departing Lan Zhu, but still respectfully accepted the order and went to deliver the message. Lan Zhu hurried to the imperial ancestral hall, pushed open the door, and said directly, "Grandfather, Father Zhuge has a matter concerning the life and death of our dynasty to report." The moment his words fell, two immense auras burst forth from within the ancestral hall. An elderly man and a middle-aged man appeared before Lan Zhu. They were the previous and the one-for previous sovereigns of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty. Lan Lingsheng latestage Supreme Realm. Lan Yuchen midstage Supreme Realm. Lan Lingsheng looked at Lan Zhu and spoke. What is it? He was very satisfied with this grandson who had been diligent and cautious since ascending the throne. Not long ago, he had brought back many resources from a secret realm and had never disturbed them before. Coming here in such haste now meant he must have a major decision he couldn't make alone, requiring their counsel. Seeing Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen appear, Lan Zhu respectfully bowed and spoke directly. Grandfather, Father, the force I mentioned to you before the Great Zhou Dynasty has appeared. According to the news I received, the Hua Imperial Dynasty has likely been destroyed by them. Hearing Lan Zhu's words, a sharp light burst from both their eyes. Lan Yuchen immediately asked, Zhuge, are you certain? Didn't you suspect the Great Zhou Dynasty was a power from another prefecture? Lan Zhu nodded with certainty and said, I am certain. I did suspect they were a powerful force from the center of the Eastern Domain. But upon further reflection, everything recently has been too coincidental. Moreover, the Great Zhou legions have already appeared at the border between our dynasty and the Hua Imperial Dynasty. Consider that our Li Prefecture is located in a remote part of the Eastern Domain. The Hua Imperial Dynasty was silently destroyed without us receiving any news. This convinces me even more that the Great Zhou is a dynastic power within our very own Li Prefecture, and their location must be on the other side of the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. The Untamed Lands. Both men's expressions shifted slightly upon hearing Lan Zhu's analysis. After a moment, Lan Lingsheng said, with deep emotion, a dynastic power. Our Li Prefecture is about to see the rise of a true dragon. After speaking, he thought of the reason for Lan Zhu's hurried visit, looked at him, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Zhuge, what are you thinking? Lan Yuchen also reacted at this moment, and they both looked at Lan Zhu. Meeting their gazes, Lan Zhu nodded solemnly. This is our Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty's opportunity. How long has it been since such a monstrous dynastic power appeared in the Eastern Domain? Everyone that has appeared in history swept through their era in a storm of blood and iron. Our Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty seems glorious in Li Prefecture, but we tread carefully whenever we encounter any envoy from an advanced Imperial Dynasty of another prefecture. Only we know the hardships involved. Now the Great Zhou is just starting out. This is the perfect time for us to board this great ship. Once they are fully grown, we might not even be worthy of a single glance. Saying this, he paused slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth before continuing, and we are in a position to offer them a most satisfactory pledge of allegiance. After hearing Lan Zhu's words, the two men instantly understood his intention. They raised their heads to look in a certain direction within the palace, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Zhuge, you have been exceptionally clever since childhood. We too will gamble with you on this. Whether our Lan family rides the dragon's wind to soar or falls to destruction depends on this moment. Hearing their profound trust, Lan Zhu was deeply moved and nodded firmly at them. None of the three were indecisive people. Having made their decision, they would not hesitate. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen exchanged a glance, then vanished from the ancestral hall. Lan Zhu watched them leave, listening to the roars and booming sounds that soon erupted from a certain part of the palace, his gaze resolute. Years later, whenever he recalled this decision, intense pride would fill his face, but that is a tale for another time. He did not wait long in the ancestral hall. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen reappeared. Their condition seemed poor. Their robes were torn, their auras were chaotic, and there were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, clearly indicating they were injured. Lan Zhu immediately stepped forward, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes as he looked at them. Lan Lingsheng gave him a reassuring look, tossed two heads from his hand, smiled, and said, Zhuge, go. The martial artists of this sword prefecture indeed have some skill. Your father and I have no serious injuries. We just need to go into seclusion to recuperate for a while. Lan Zhu put away the two heads, nodded solemnly at them, turned, and left the ancestral hall. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchun watched him, leave a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. They immediately sat down cross-legged to begin their recovery. Leaving the ancestral hall, Lan Zhu did not pause. He rose directly into the air and flew rapidly towards the border. At the Great Zhou Palace within the Empress Chambers, Gmo and Lu Linglong were talking excitedly. Master, I never thought His Majesty would avenge our sect's destruction so quickly. A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Linglong's eyes. Yes, the Great Zhou is too formidable. His Majesty is so young, yet he has already led the Great Zhou out of these untamed lands. The many generals in the Military Affairs Bureau are also monstrous prodigies. I am deeply proud that you have become the Empress of the Great Zhou, she said. Gmo nodded in heartfelt agreement, a look of happiness on her face. Lu Linglong continued, His Majesty and the Great Zhou are unfathomable. They are destined to soar. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, you must learn to share His Majesty's burdens. Gmo nodded solemnly, then thinking of something asked Lu Linglong. Master, what are your plans for the future? How about I speak with His Majesty about rebuilding the Nine Mysteries Palace? Hearing her question, Lu Linglong pondered for a moment before saying, Do not trouble His Majesty. How could it be a trouble? As long as Palace Master Lu wishes to do it, I will certainly support it. Both women immediately stood up and looked towards the door. It was Lin Yu who had just entered, now looking at Lu Linglong with a smile. Your Majesty, I already have a plan. I will soon enter the Great Zhou Academy to help teach talents for the Great Zhou. After speaking, Lu Linglong looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Granted, I am truly delighted that Palace Master Lu is willing to join the Great Zhou Academy. By my decree, Lu Linglong is appointed Vice Master of the Great Zhou Academy. Lin Yu answered immediately. Your servant, Your Majesty, accepts the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Linglong's eyes as she promptly accepted the decree. Then she glanced at Lin Yu and Gmo, a faint smile on her lips. I shall not disturb His Majesty and the Empress. With that, she walked out. Watching Lu Linglong leave, Gmo felt happy for her. She immediately said to Lin Yu, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yu winked at her. How does the Empress plan to thank me? A blush crept onto Gmo's face. She shot him a playful glare and walked towards the inner chamber. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh and followed her. News of the great victory achieved by the army after its expedition has been fermenting throughout the entire Great Zhou for several days. The cohesion among the martial artists and commoners of Great Zhou has reached new heights, their faces brimming with pride. Currently, the Military Affairs Pavilion is stationed at the border guarding against the Lan Flame Dynasty. The cabinet is methodically dispatching officials to take over the major cities of the Yuhua Dynasty. Following closely behind the cabinet, the Mechanism Pavilion is providing assistance in city construction and the establishment of teleportation arrays. The official system of the Great Zhou is operating at a rapid pace. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu leisurely sips tea, his consciousness drifting within the system's shop. Although many powerful figures from the Yuhua Dynasty have already been slain by Lin Yu and his companions in the Secret Realm, in this campaign, they have also garnered a considerable amount of battle points. Particularly Yunantian and the two peak supreme realm powerhouses from the Yu family of Yuanzhou have made significant contributions. At this moment, the system displays 3 million battle points. Last time, 400,000 battle points summoned 4 members of the Meng family, and Lin Yu felt that his luck was extraordinarily high. This is the first time since receiving his new player gift pack that all summons were successful and a special event was triggered. He has been contemplating how to use these 3 million battle points for quite a while. He has been oscillating between directly summoning or saving more points. After much thought, he finally made up his mind. The Great Zhou has by Qi a peak supreme realm powerhouse and unparalleled commander stationed. Yuan Tiangang broke through to the peak of the venerable realm shortly after returning from the secret realm. Dianwei Hua, Tsubing Zhao Yun, and Xian Shiji have also just broken through to the peak of the venerable realm in the nearly 3 months of battling the Yuhua dynasty. The 3 from the Meng family's Military Affairs Pavilion are slightly lower at 1 or 2 minor realms below. As for the few in the cabinet, while assisting Lin Yu in managing state affairs, their cultivation is also steadily increasing. After all, in this world where martial power is revered, possessing strength is the foundation for survival. The characters summoned by the system are all capable of fighting above their level. Overall, it appears that the current Great Zhou could easily contend with, or even crush, any lower-level imperial forces they encounter. However, as the Great Zhou expands, the enemies and forces they face will only grow stronger. It is said that most high-level imperial forces will have 1 to 3 supreme kings, and some exceptionally strong high-level dynasties may even possess multiple supreme kings. After the experience in the Tianqi Mountain secret realm, both the Yushua Sword sect and the Tianyuan sect have made enemies. Although the Sword State and Fire State are not strong states in the eastern region, it is certain that the Yuxue Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect have supreme kings, albeit possibly at lower realms and fewer in number. The battle against the Yuhua dynasty has also brought forth the Yu family of Yuanzhou, which is unknown to the Great Zhou. Therefore, Lin Yu believes that the value of these killings should be used to summon characters or legions that can directly provide strong support to the Great Zhou. Only after the Great Zhou establishes a firm foothold can it further conquer the world. System: use all battle points to summon. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 successful summons, 1 failure. Would you like to deploy? Niezheng, Early Supreme Realm. Zhuanzhu, Early Supreme Realm. Lin Yu immediately focused his gaze, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. These are 2 formidable assassination tools. Moreover, their initial martial arts realm is surprisingly Supreme Realm, albeit just at the early stage. Indeed, as one's own realm increases, the initial level of the summoned characters also rises. However, the self-improvement limit and combat power of these characters may not be so straightforward. Furthermore, it is uncertain what situation would arise from summoning a legion. This is a hidden rule of the system. Thinking of the slightly headache-inducing Yuxue Sword Sect and Tianyuan Sect, Lin Yes' eyes gradually turned cold. Deploy. Crack. A spatial rift appeared, and 2 ghostly figures emerged silently, like dark night elves. Lin Yu instantly felt the temperature in the entire room drop several degrees. One person wore a mask with their eyes wrapped in black cloth. The other was robust and imposing. The 2 knelt and bowed towards Lin Yu. We pay our respects to your majesty. At ease. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, beckoning the 2 to rise while his expression gradually turned stern as he issued a direct order. Niezheng Zhuanzhu. You 2 are to go to the Sword State immediately. Your mission is to do your utmost to assassinate any personnel leaving the Yuxue Sword Sect. Remember, if you encounter an unbeatable situation, retreat immediately. Understood. The 2 figures slightly flickered and vanished from the room. Lin Yes's gaze turned towards the Sword State, a slight smirk on his lips. As long as the Yuxue Sword Sect is in disarray, the Great Zhou will have ample time to strengthen its power. It is worth noting that the characters summoned by the system possess extraordinary self-improvement abilities. Regarding the Tianyuan Sect, the Burning Sky Dynasty has made promises, and he believes they will not go back on their word. Lin Yu turned and took a sip of tea, preparing to cultivate for a while. As the ruler of a nation, his own cultivation remains quite important. It is uncertain whether it is due to his overly powerful physique, but his cultivation speed is not slow, yet the increase in realm is even more challenging than the characters summoned by the system. However, his combat power augmentation is also significantly higher than theirs. Fire State, Burning Sky Dynasty. Yin Minling and Yin Zhe have been back in the palace for a while. At this moment, the siblings are sitting together chatting when Yin Zhe's voice speaks out. Sister, I wonder how Brother Lin is doing over there. I really want to go find Brother Lin to play. Yin Minling replied. I heard that the Yuxue Sword Sect has already sent people down the mountain and should have arrived at the Li State. Sister, don't worry, Brother Lin's subordinates are all geniuses. Moreover, there is that exceedingly strong general by present. Yin Minling nodded in agreement. Since the day they returned, Father and the ancestral elders have been in closed-door recovery. I heard that the Tianyuan Sect has had someone sneak down the mountain towards the Ming State's famous mountain dynasty. The Ming State is connected to our Fire State, and the famous mountain dynasty borders our dynasty. They might have some schemes against our Burning Sky Dynasty. Upon their return, the siblings reported the events of the Tianqi Mountain secret realm to the current ruler of the Burning Sky Dynasty, their father Yin Duanhen. After hearing everything, Yin Duanhen first expressed his anger towards the Tianyuan Sect, and later his surprise and gratitude towards Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. Yin Duanhen even instructed the 2 to maintain a good relationship with the Great Zhou. With his experience and insight, he believes that the Great Zhou is not as simple as it appears. Yin Zhe directly stated, Father, I want to go to Li State to play with Brother Lin. However, he was refused by Yin Duanhen, who strictly ordered them not to leave the palace recently. The Tianyuan Sect would definitely be on alert. It is best for the siblings not to run around. Afterwards, Yin Duanhen led a group of imperial powerhouses towards the Tianyuan Sect. Although his son and daughter are safe, it does not mean he will not pursue the Tianyuan Sect. It is said that on that day at the Tianyuan Sect, the sky was filled with booming sounds. Shadows of venerable realm powerhouses battling could be seen everywhere, tearing a rift in the sky. Moreover, high-level martial artists claimed that the sect leader of the Tianyuan Sect and the ruler of the Burning Sky Dynasty were engaged in a battle in the void. The fight that day lasted the entire day. Many onlookers watched from a distance, not daring to approach. After that day, both the Tianyuan Sect and the Burning Sky Dynasty fell silent. On the surface, the entire Fire State seemed unchanged. It seemed like the calm before the storm. After swiftly departing from the Blue Flame Imperial Palace, Lan Zhu had already reached the border city. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the Blue Flame Dynasty's army had not rashly marched forth. Then, gazing at the faintly discernible banners of the Great Zhou across the plain, he flew directly over. In the city lord's mansion, Bai Qi was studying the topographic map of the Blue Flame Dynasty relayed by the Black Banner organization. While cross-referencing the vast intelligence received on the Blue Flame Dynasty, his fingers traced patterns on the map. Although Lin Yu had only issued orders to conquer the Jade Hua dynasty, he had to be fully prepared for any sudden commands or changes that might follow. Just then Meng Tian entered, glanced at Bai Qi's, turned back, and spoke. "Commander, the sovereign of the Blue Flame Dynasty Lan Zhu seeks an audience." Bai Qi spun around, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and asked, "He came alone?" Meng Tian, also astonished by Lan Zhu's arrival, nodded to Bai Qi and said yes. He brought no one with him. He appears to be in great haste. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk beside him, a thought crossing his mind. A faint smile touched his lips as he ordered, "Bring him in." "As you command." Meng Tian departed to carry out the order. Before long, he returned, ushering Lan Zhu inside. As Lan Zhu entered, his eyes immediately met Bai Qi's sharp gaze fixed upon him. An overwhelming pressure surged toward him, causing his pupils to constrict. "It is them indeed." The Great Zhou. Seeing him enter, Bai Qi gestured to a nearby seat. "Sit." Then, with a leisurely turn, he resumed studying the topographic map of the Blue Flame Dynasty. Steeling himself, Lan Zhu sat down and followed Bai Qi's figure with his eyes nearly leaping from his chair. He had been so stunned by Bai Qi's presence earlier that he hadn't noticed the chart hanging on the wall. Now he saw it clearly. It was a topographic map of their own dynasty. Moreover, the various markings on the map laid the Blue Flame Dynasty completely bare, exposed to the light. Having come with sincere intentions, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Recalling Bai Qi's words to Lin Yu at the Heavenly Lament mountain range that day, he immediately spoke. "General Bai, I have come to pledge the allegiance of my dynasty to the Great Zhou." He paused after speaking, waiting for a response. Seeing Bai Qi remain unresponsive, two heads appeared in his hands, which he cast to the ground, and continued, "General Bai, this is our token of sincerity and our pledge of fealty." These two Paragon Realm experts from the Blood Feather Sword sect were attempting to extract information about your dynasty from me. The previous two sovereigns of my dynasty emerged from our ancestral land, and after a fierce battle slew them. Bai Qi turned, glanced at the two heads, still bearing expressions of rage and disbelief, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. However, as a vassal of the Great Zhou, all matters must be decided by His Majesty. I can have someone escort you to the capital to meet the Emperor. Lan Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly replied, "I shall follow the general's arrangement." Bai Qi nodded to him, summoned Meng Tian, and said, "Escort the sovereign Lan to pay homage to His Majesty." "Understood." Meng Tian acknowledged, nodded to Lan Zhu, and led him toward Fengjing City. Bai Qi watched the two depart, his gaze sweeping over the heads on the floor. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His aura surged, and the two heads instantly exploded into dust. Following Meng Tian, Lan Zhu flew across the Heavenly Lament mountain range. Passing through the former territories of the Jade Hua dynasty, he saw cities adorned with the banners of the Great Zhou and sighed with emotion. He looked at Meng Tian and asked, "May I ask your name, General?" Meng Tian, now aware of the Blue Flame Sovereign's intentions, replied, "Meng Tian of the Great Zhou Military Affairs Bureau." The Military Affairs Bureau. Meng Tian. Lan Zhu silently committed the name to memory. He was certain he had not seen this Great Zhou general in the secret realm of the Heavenly Lament mountain range. Sensing Meng Tian's cultivation at the latest stage venerable realm, and recalling the terrifying combat prowess of the Great Zhou generals, he dared not be careless and cautiously inquired, "Has the ancestor of the Jade Hua dynasty been slain by your dynasty?" Understanding his thoughts, Meng Tian smiled and said, "The ancestor of the Jade Hua dynasty, Yunanshan, along with two peak Paragon Realm experts, were all suppressed and killed by our commander in Jade Hua City. All the experts and armies of the Jade Hua dynasty were annihilated by our generals and forces." A chill ran down Lan Zhu's spine. The Jade Hua dynasty had possessed two peak Paragon Realm experts. Yet even a dynasty with such formidable power could not withstand the Great Zhou's campaign. He felt increasingly fortunate for his decision. They spoke no more. After crossing the Heavenly Lament mountain range, they used the teleportation array in Dingbei City, traveling all the way to Fengjing City. Upon reaching the territory of the Great Zhou, Lan Zhu was once again profoundly shaken by the dynasty's development and everything he witnessed. In the Qingxin Hall of the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Yuan Tiangang had just finished reporting the intelligence recently gathered by the Black Banner to Lin Yu. As he walked out of the hall, he nodded slightly to Dian Wei, who stood at the entrance and was about to leave when a voice called out, "Black Banner Commander." General Dian. Meng Tian's voice rang out with Lan Zhu following behind. Yuan Tiangang paused mid-step, looked up, his eyes behind the mask narrowing slightly. He nodded to Meng Tian and departed. General Meng, why have you returned? Dian Wei's booming voice asked, his eyes sweeping over Lan Zhu behind Meng Tian as a grin spread across his face. This man, he had seen him in the secret realm. Lan Zhu also noticed the gazes of Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei, his nerves tightening. He had seen these two in the secret realm. Although he had never witnessed them in action, the fact that no one from the Blood Feather Sword sect or the Heavenly Yuan sect except for Jian Moi had emerged from the secret realm told him they were not to be trifled with. A polite smile immediately appeared on his face as he nodded to them. The commander ordered me to bring this sovereign Lan to meet His Majesty. Is His Majesty within the hall? Meng Tian gestured to Lan Zhu beside him and asked Dian Wei. He is inside. Dian Wei replied, his gaze sweeping over Lan Zhu with an aggressive edge before he walked into the hall. I shall announce your arrival. Lan Zhu felt a surge of tension. Shortly after, Dian Wei emerged and said to the two, His Majesty invites Sovereign Lan inside. Meng Tian nodded to Dian Wei and signaled Lan Zhu to enter. Taking a deep breath, Lan Zhu stepped inside. Within the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu was digesting the information Yuan Tiangang had just delivered. A great battle had seemingly erupted in the Blue Flame Dynasty's palace. The Blazing Heaven Dynasty in Fire Province was locked in war with the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Blazing Heaven Dynasty was likely acting on the report that Yin Zhe and his sister had brought back from the secret realm. But what had happened in the Blue Flame Dynasty? Your Majesty, Lan Zhu of the Blue Flame Dynasty seeks an audience. He was brought back by General Meng Tian. On the orders of Commander Bai Qi. Lin Yu looked up, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. He said to Jian Wei, invite him in. After speaking, he walked over to his seat and sat down. Before long, he saw Lan Zhu enter the grand hall. Raising his head to look at Lin Yu seated solemnly, Lan Zhu immediately bowed and said, Lan Zhu pays homage to the sovereign of the Great Zhou. What business does Sovereign Lan have with us? Lin Yu asked with a smile, noticing Lan Zhu's restrained demeanor. Ever since the journey to the Heavenly Lament mountain range, I have been in awe of your Majesty and the Great Zhou. Upon hearing that General Bai and other commanders were active in the Jade Hua dynasty, I hastened here to seek an audience. I wish to fully integrate the Blue Flame Dynasty into the Great Zhou. I only ask that the Lan family be allowed to serve the Great Zhou. Furthermore, two Paragon Realm martial artists from the Blood Feather Sword sect who sought to probe the Great Zhou through my dynasty have been slain by the experts of my ancestral land. General Bai can attest to this. The heads of those two Blood Feather Sword sect martial artists are with him. Lan Zhu poured out everything he had to say in one breath, then looked at Lin Yu with anticipation, awaiting his decision. Lin Yu rose from his seat, walked over to Lan Zhu, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a beaming smile, My dear minister, you have worked hard. Sit. Let us talk in detail. After speaking, he addressed Dian Wei outside the hall, summoned Lu Bo and Sun Yu and Meng Yi from the Grand Secretariat. Hearing Lin Yu's address, a surge of joy filled Lan Zhu's heart. He sat down beside Lin Yu and began to converse. Shortly after, the three Grand Secretariat members arrived together and entered the hall. A day later, Lan Zhu left the palace, his face alight with excitement, and flew back toward the Blue Flame Dynasty. Within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, more than 3 months had passed since Lan Zhu sought an audience with Lin Yu. Today marked the final day of the first year of the Great Zhou New Era. Crossing today, tomorrow would usher in the second year of the Great Zhou New Era. Lin Yu would also turn 20. In the court assembly hall, Lin Yu sat upright upon the dragon throne. After a year, he had shed the greenness of youth. His presence exuded an awe-inspiring imperial might, and wherever his gaze swept within the hall, it carried a formidable pressure. This was the grand court session, mandatory for all ranked officials of Great Zhou. Below, Lu Bowen was delivering his report. The assembled ministers listened with heads bowed in reverence. Your Majesty, the territories of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty have been fully received 3 months ago, and the teleportation arrays have also been constructed. The division of cities and prefectures has also been completed. Lin Yu nodded. He had long been aware of this matter. It was brought up now to inform the ministers in the hall. After Lu Bowen finished, Sun Yu glanced at Lan Zhu not far away, offered him a slight smile, and stepped forward from the ranks. Your Majesty, all cities of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty have been received. The Machinery Bureau is currently undertaking the construction of teleportation arrays. Gasps. The ministers in the hall were instantly startled by this news, breaking into whispered discussions. Now, from officials to commoners in Great Zhou, their vision and knowledge had long surpassed the past. This was earth-shattering news. When had His Majesty subdued the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty? After Sun Yu finished speaking, he did not allow the ministers much time to digest it. Meng Ao stepped forward from the ranks of the Military Affairs Bureau. Your Majesty, the border of the blazing flame imperial dynasty meets the boundaries of Sword Prefecture and Fire Prefecture. General Bai and the other generals have led troops there to garrison. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to strike the hearts of the ministers, leaving them numb with shock. Then their gazes turned fervently towards Lin Yu as they knelt in unison, shouting in acclaim. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The legions were already stationed at the border. How utterly silent it had been. No wonder several generals from the Military Affairs Bureau were absent from today's Grand Court session. Moreover, what did the incorporation of the blazing flame imperial dynasty into Great Zhou signify? The people in the hall trembled with excitement. Lin Yu smiled faintly, bid them rise, and pointed to Lan Zhu, standing below, speaking. Everyone, this is Lan Zhu, the former sovereign of the blazing flame imperial dynasty. He is now a second-rank official of our dynasty. His specific duties will be decided after I have given it further thought. From now on, all beloved ministers should unite to contribute to Great Zhou. Yes. Everyone cast amazed glances at Lan Zhu and responded in unison. Since entering the hall, the ministers had been curious and puzzled by the unfamiliar face standing prominently. So this was Lan Zhu. Lan Zhu also smiled at the assembly, his heart brimming with elation. Lin Yu surveyed the hall and continued, tomorrow announce it to the world. The unification of Li Prefecture. Tonight hold the year-end banquet in the palace. In 1 month hold the ceremony for Great Zhou's advancement to an imperial dynasty. Having spoken, he rose and departed. As Lan Zhu left the hall, he was surrounded by Great Zhou officials eager to flatter or forge a favorable connection. As a second-rank official, a rarity in Great Zhou at present, he was well worth their efforts to curry favor. Moreover, the ministers sensed that Lin Yu might bestow significant rewards upon Lan Zhu, which made them even more eager. Lan Zhu handled them one by one. After the crowd dispersed, his heart was filled with emotion. He had thought the Lan family might face various forms of suppression. He had underestimated the magnanimity of this Great Zhou sovereign. This also made him increasingly proud of his decision, his body brimming with vigor. Reflecting on the past 3 months, he was still astonished by Great Zhou's efficiency. After Lan Zhu returned from Great Zhou that day, he immediately carried out a thorough purge within the blazing flame imperial dynasty. Subsequently, he received the officials dispatched successively by the cabinet in each city. Bai Qi of the Military Affairs Bureau and several generals also led the main army from the border of the Blazing Sun Imperial Dynasty to the junction of Li Prefecture with Sword Prefecture and Fire Prefecture. On the surface, the entire Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty seemed unchanged. However, an astute observer would notice that the governing officials in major cities and the military commanders at the prefectural borders were all unfamiliar faces. Thinking of this, Lan Zhu smiled, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. According to the plan His Majesty had mentioned that day, if he was ready to announce it to the world today, it meant preparations to handle any crisis were in place. Afterwards, he leisurely made his way to the mansion arranged for him in Fengjing City. After leaving the court assembly hall, Lin Yu went to the Qingxian Hall to rest. He increasingly enjoyed spending idle moments here, sipping tea and pondering matters. Just as Lan Zhu had thought, what had been discussed in the palace that day was to secretly take over the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty first, then choose the right time to announce it to the world. Now the time was ripe. It was even earlier and faster than he had anticipated. He hadn't expected it either. In 1 year, Great Zhou had completed the unification of the entire Li Prefecture. A significant part of the credit for this achievement went to Lan Zhu. Although Li Prefecture was unremarkable in the eastern domain and its territory was not vast, this feat was enough to fill his heart with elation. The foundation that allowed him to announce it to the world was the information he had seen in the system a few days prior. Bai Qi, early Venerable King Realm. Yuan Tiangong, early Supreme Realm. Hua Tsubing, early Supreme Realm. Zhao Yun, early Supreme Realm. Xian Shiji, early Supreme Realm. Jian Wei, early Supreme Realm. Niezheng, early Supreme Realm. Zhuan Zhu, early Supreme Realm. Meng Tian, peak Venerable Realm. Meng Ao and Meng Wu were both at mid-Venerable Realm. The cabinet members were at the Heaven Realm, not far from the Venerable Realm. He had still underestimated the talent of the figures summoned by the system. With the addition of Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuqin, Great Zhou could fully advance to a high-level imperial dynasty in one step. This was the confidence with which he prepared to reveal Great Zhou to the regions surrounding Li Prefecture. Great Zhou was now fully capable of contending with powers like the Feather Blood Sword sect and the Heavenly Origin sect. With the passage of time, Great Zhou would only leave them further behind. His heart was also filled with anticipation for the advancement ceremony a month later. At night, Lin Yu continued Great Zhou's long-standing tradition by hosting the year-end banquet. At the banquet, he refused no one, drinking heartily with the civil and military officials for a long time, creating a scene of great liveliness. The attendees were also immersed in the several earth-shattering announcements from the day's court session, their faces flushed with excitement. For this year's banquet, Lin, you had specially instructed the cabinet to invite Gu Linru and a series of other veteran Great Zhou officials. They were all filled with emotion, praising the flourishing era of Great Zhou. Lian Zhu, unseen for a long time, also attended today. He and Dianwei once again stood on tables and chairs drinking from jars. As they drank, this rough man fell asleep with tears streaming down his face, repeatedly murmuring the name Lin Huang. Lan Zhu, arm in arm, with several members of the Military Affairs Bureau, clinked glasses heartily. Although the Military Affairs Bureau officials would have to take the teleportation array back to the border immediately after the banquet, they did not dampen the mood and drank freely. Only when it was time to leave would they circulate their energy to expel the alcohol. Lin Yu watched the boisterous crowd with keen interest. Jimai sat gracefully by his side, attending to his every need. Watching the spirited Lin Yu, her eyes were filled with pride. The year-end banquet lasted until very late. Lin Yu was practically supported back by Jimai. As the doors of the Empress bedchamber closed, the entire palace gradually fell silent. Yet across Great Zhou Prefecture and the prefectures bordering it, a storm was just beginning to brew. On the second day after the Great Zhou's annual assembly, the news of the unification of Lizhou, encompassing the entire Great Zhou territory, including the former Yuhua dynasty and the Blazing Flame dynasty, as well as all major cities across the province, resounded throughout the land. Like a magnitude 12 earthquake, this explosive news shattered the minds of everyone in Lizhou. Warriors and commoners from the former Great Zhou territories wept with joy, chanting the sacred name of Lin Yu. Consequently, warriors and civilians from every corner set out from their homes, rushing madly toward Fengjing City. They all yearned to witness this historic moment, a pivotal new chapter for Great Zhou. The entire Great Zhou instantly sprang into frantic motion. Every day, Liu Bowen and his colleagues could be seen arranging countless affairs. In Fengjing City, patrols were a common sight, conducting inspections throughout the streets. Amid the eager anticipation of the masses, the day of the Ascension ceremony drew ever nearer. There were but 10 days remaining until the Great Zhou's promotion ritual. In the Blazing Fire province, within the imperial palace of the Blazing Heaven dynasty, Yan Minling and Yan Zhe received the news that a power named Great Zhou had unified Lizhou and was about to initiate the ceremony to elevate its dynasty to a grand empire. The siblings were together at the time. "Sis, brother Lin is incredible," Yan Zhe exclaimed. "He unified Lizhou in such a short time. It's only been half a year since we returned from the heavenly Weeping Mountain range." He continued, "What rank of empire do you think Brother Lin's Great Zhou will become after the promotion? Why hasn't Brother Lin invited us to the ceremony?" Listening to Yan Zhe's chatter, Yan Minling smiled at him, her gaze complex. When she had first heard the news, she too had been taken aback. The image of that youthful face, as vivid as if it were yesterday, flashed through her mind, filling her heart with profound respect for Lin Yu and Great Zhou. "Your brother Lin must have his reasons," she said. "But he could have waited for a period of consolidation before announcing it to the world. Revealing the news so early. The Heavenly Origin sect might be manageable, but Father and the several ancestors in the ancestral land have yet to emerge from seclusion. They are likely too preoccupied to interfere. As for the Plume Bloodsword sect in Sword Province, they have probably received the news as well. They will surely seize this opportunity to cause trouble." Yan Zhe, upon hearing this, also came to a realization. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes before he spoke with confidence. "That's true, but I think Brother Lin has already considered it," he said. "I believe he never does anything without a plan. Let's just wait and watch Brother Lin behead those who dare to cause trouble during the Ascension ceremony." Hearing Yan Zhe's analysis, Yan Minling gradually felt at ease. At the Heavenly Origin sect, as Yan Minling had predicted, the news was temporarily suppressed because many of the sect's high-ranking members had yet to emerge from seclusion. In Sword Province, at the Plume Bloodsword sect's main hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. Jian Yanjun sat in the sect master's seat, while the high-ranking members of the sect were seated on either side below. 3 months, he roared. "Have you found out anything yet? What force dares to assassinate our sect's disciples with impunity within Sword Province? In all these years, our Plume Bloodsword sect has never suffered such a silent, bitter loss." An elder below immediately replied upon hearing Jian Yanjun's words. "Sect master, this force's people are like phantoms appearing and disappearing without a trace," the elder said. "From our investigations, we only know their numbers are few and their martial cultivation seems to be at the supreme realm. Now the entire sect is in a state of panic. No one dares to step outside the sect's grounds." Jian Yanjun's aura surged as he spoke in fury. "Continue investigating," he commanded. "I will have them drawn and quartered to vent my hatred. Instruct the disciples not to leave the sect grounds for the time being." After speaking, he took a moment to calm his heaving chest before continuing. It has been nearly half a year since my son Jian Moxi died during the expedition to the Lizhou secret realm. Subsequently, I sent 2 Supreme Realm Elders to gather information, and they also met their deaths mysteriously in Lizhou. With the deaths of 3 Supreme Realm Elders and numerous Venerable Realm experts, the sect has suffered a grievous blow to its vitality. I was preparing to investigate personally when this unknown force began its relentless assassination of our disciples, forcing me to remain at the sect. And you, with all your efforts, have only produced 2 pieces of information. A power named Great Zhou and a white-clad youth. Tell me, what use are you all? Jian Yanjun grew more agitated as he spoke, his barely calmed blood pressure surging once more. The aura of a sovereign king exploded forth, causing everyone in the hall to tremble slightly. An elder, after a cautious glance at Jian Yanjun, gritted his teeth and rose from his seat to speak. Sect Master, news has arrived from Lizhou. A power called the Great Zhou Dynasty has unified the province, and it will soon hold a dynasty promotion ceremony. I believe. Jian Yanjun's gaze snapped towards him, icy cold. You believe Moxi died at the hands of this power? A dynasty from Lizhou, the most remote province in the eastern domain. The elder felt as if plunged into an ice cavern, speaking with a trembling voice. I believe. I may have been mistaken. Jian Yanjun withdrew his gaze, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Though I hold a place like Lizhou in contempt, a dynasty capable of unifying it has indeed appeared, and its name is also Great Zhou. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. I will use them to appease my son's spirit in heaven. This time I request the Supreme Elder, Elder Yun, to emerge from seclusion and lead the expedition. Second Elder, Fourth Elder, Fifth Elder, you will accompany Elder Yun. At the Great Zhou's promotion ceremony, bring me the head of their emperor. As you command. 3 elders stepped forward, their auras pulsating, and departed after receiving their orders. In Great Zhou's Fengjing City. The promotion ceremony arrived as scheduled. Fengjing City was already overflowing with people. The streets were a sea of moving heads, every face alight with excitement. Local residents enthusiastically introduced the newly incorporated territories of Great Zhou to warriors and commoners who had traveled from afar. In every major city across Lizhou, people paused their tasks to gather in the city squares and watch the imaging stones. Such a grand spectacle was not to be missed by anyone. The lively scene surpassed even Lin Ye's coronation. Below the altar of heaven, civil and military officials had long since arranged themselves in 2 rows. The moment the first rays of dawn sunlight struck the great tripod on the altar of heaven, Lu Bowen announced in a loud voice, "Let the promotion ceremony begin." Rumble. The gates of the imperial palace burst open. Lin Yu and Ji Moi slowly emerged from within. The assembled officials and the vast crowd immediately knelt in obeisance, shouting, "Long live His Majesty! Long live Her Majesty the Empress!" Then, under the burning gaze of the multitude, the 2 walked to the base of the altar of heaven. Ji Moi stopped, releasing Lin Yu's left hand. She stood with dignified grace, watching as Lin Yu slowly ascended the altar of heaven. After a year, Lin Yu once again climbed the steps of the altar of heaven. Standing atop it, he surveyed the entire Fengjing City, a flicker of days passing through his eyes. He steadied his mind and released his imperial might. Fortune Golden Dragon, appear. Roar. The Fortune Golden Dragon shot forth from the imperial palace, circling around Lin Yu. Lin Yu lifted his head, gazing into the void. Now, let the Great Zhou Dynasty ascend to an empire. Time and space across the entire Great Zhou territory instantly froze, and the eye of the Great Tao manifested once more in the void. It gazed at Lin Yu with an emotionless stare for a long moment before slowly dissipating. A voice resounded in Lin Yu's ear. Granted. The Great Zhou Dynasty ascends to a high-grade empire. Time and space resumed their flow. The entire sky above Great Zhou was adorned with various celestial phenomena. Auspicious clouds entwined purple light, shimmered rainbow-hued rays flowed, and even dragons and phoenixes danced in the air. Then a torrential rain of spiritual energy began to fall, in the eyes of all present. After Lin Yu ascended the altar of heaven, the Fortune Golden Dragon appeared from the palace. Following his proclamation, numerous wonders unfolded, and the people revered him as a deity. Feeling the spiritual rain descending from the sky, Lin Yu immediately declared in a loud voice, "Everyone rest easy and bathe in the spiritual rain." Hearing this, the crowd quieted down, immersing themselves in the myriad benefits brought by the rain. After about a quarter of an hour, the rain ceased. Warriors from all over slowly opened their eyes, their faces a mixture of surprise and awe. Their martial cultivation had actually broken through. Those with lesser talent broke through a minor realm, while the exceptionally gifted even advanced by nearly a major realm. Furthermore, commoners who had been unable to practice martial arts had their physiques transformed, their ailments cured, and they were even granted the ability to embark on the path of martial cultivation. The crowd once again knelt before Lin Yu, shouting in reverence. Lin Yu was also pleasantly surprised. He noticed that the quality of this spiritual rain seemed extraordinarily high. He and his summoned figures had all broken through a minor realm after bathing in it. Just then a spatial rift abruptly tore open in the sky above Fengjing City. Four figures stepped out from it, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu standing upon the altar of heaven. Are you the sovereign of Great Zhou? The four individuals who emerged were the Grand Elder Yun, the Second Elder, the Fourth Elder, and the Fifth Elder of the Yushua Sword Sect. Lin Yu observed them with a cold gaze as they stepped out from the spatial rift. Indeed, it was clear that their arrival in such a manner was not to offer congratulations. Lin Yu had not invited any forces to attend, leaving him uncertain whether they were from the Yushua Sword Sect or the Tianyuan Sect. Upon seeing Lin Yu's response, an elder stepped forward from within and continued to inquire. We are from the Yushua Sword Sect of Jianzhou. Is it you who killed our sect's young master? Lin Yu instantly understood their origins, and the coldness in his gaze intensified. Meanwhile, the civil and military officials and numerous martial artists and commoners below were filled with extraordinary rage at the sudden appearance of the four. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Bai Qi, positioned at the forefront of the military affairs pavilion, vanished from his spot and reappeared before the four, accompanied by a furious shout as he raised his foot to kick at them. Impudent! The faces of the four immediately changed drastically. The leading elder, who had remained silent, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes and immediately swung his fist. Bang! A violent sound erupted in the sky. The elder was forced back several steps, looking up at Bai Qi, his calm demeanor shattered. Impossible! Midstage of the King realm, how could you, a newly advanced dynasty, force possess such a powerful figure? The three individuals beside him were equally shaken, having felt the threat of death from that kick. Had it not been for the elder in green blocking the attack, they would likely have been kicked to death by the middle-aged man in bronze armor. What made them feel even more terrified lay behind them. An array of terrifying auras erupted from below, as nearly 10 figures appeared behind Bai Qi, converging into a vast momentum that caused the entire space to tremble violently. All of them stared coldly at the four. At that moment, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire Fengjing city. This was the protective barrier that Lin Yu had requested the mechanism pavilion to develop. As the four sensed it, their scalps went numb. All were at mid-stage sovereign realm, their combined aura faintly comparable to that of peak sovereign realm experts. Among them was also a peak sovereign realm expert, a latest-stage sovereign realm expert, and an early-stage sovereign realm expert. The four cursed the elder who had spoken in the master hall, wishing they could drag him over and scold him. Is this really a newly advanced dynasty force? What should we do? We have directly walked into someone else's den. The four exchanged glances, and the fifth elder of the Yushua Sword Sect, facing the bloodthirsty gazes of Bai Qi and his group, steeled himself and stepped forward, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying as he spoke to Lin Yu. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We have long heard of Dezhou's great reputation and have come to pay our respects. Lin Yu revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. There is no misunderstanding. It was I who killed Jian Moxi and his companions. Disregarding the horrified expressions on the faces of the four from the Yushua Sword Sect, his commanding voice resonated throughout the entire Fengjing city and in the ears of the Dezhou citizens watching through the image stones. To all foreign tribes, anyone who dares to raise arms shall be executed. All shall be executed. All shall be executed. The crowds in various cities across the Dezhou territory looked fervently at Lin Yu, who stood upon the heavenly altar, raising their arms in a mighty cheer. Some cities that had just recently come under the Dezhou territory were instantly awed by Lin Yu's overwhelming presence and the strong cohesion of Dezhou, raising their fists and joining in the chant. Lin Yu spoke up. Execute. Boom. The crowd instantly surged towards the four, fearing that if they hesitated, their comrades would seize the opportunity. Bai Qi quickly maneuvered and reappeared before Elder Yun. The mid-stage sovereign realm old man was certainly going to be killed. This time he did not hold back. The ancient bronze sword appeared in his hand as he struck down, creating a rift in the space through which the sword passed. The four had already been scared out of their wits. Seeing the Dezhou people charging at them, they gritted their teeth and attempted to fight back. In less than a few breaths, 3 peak sovereign realm elders of the Yushua Sword Sect were torn apart by the soldiers of the military affairs pavilion. The mid-stage sovereign realm elder Yun was now spitting blood, trembling as he stood in midair, his eyes filled with fear as he shouted at Lin Yu. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can serve you. I can tell you the secrets of the Yushua Sword Sect and take you there. In response, Lin Yu's frigid gaze and Bai Qi's unyielding ancient sword met him. As they witnessed the rapid slaughter of the incoming enemies by the generals and strong figures of Dezhou, the audience watching became even more excited and began to cheer. Your Majesty, Dezhou. Lin Yu smiled and gestured for everyone to quiet down for a moment. Bai Qi and the others also returned to their ranks, and the protective barrier faded from above Fengjing City. The promotion ceremony is complete. From today onwards, the Zhou shall be a dynasty. The Zhou dynasty is a high-level dynasty. The Zhou. As Lin Yu's words fell, they ignited another round of cheers from the crowd. After finishing his speech, Lin Yu descended from the heavenly altar and led Gmo toward the palace. The civil and military officials and commoners watched Lin Yu and Gmo depart, reluctantly dispersing. Everyone remained immersed in the joy of the Zhou's elevation to a high-level dynasty. Having personally experienced Lin Yu's decisive actions against the invading enemies, the generals and strong figures felt invigorated. Many of them had only heard of these events before, as seeing them firsthand was far more shocking and further enhanced the sense of belonging and pride among the people of Zhou. This was also why Lin Yu did not turn off the image stones. The common people needed to be involved to understand how powerful their nation was, which would bolster their confidence. In the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu sat in a chair after returning from the heavenly altar and summoned Yuan Tiangong, instructing him, investigate the Wuxia sword sect thoroughly. Those who dare to send people to the imperial city should be prepared for annihilation. Also, those troublesome individuals, after so long, and with the help of numerous resources, have likely reached the Earth realm. Dispatch more personnel to gather information from several states outside of Li Prefecture. Understood. Yuan Tiangong accepted the order and turned to leave. Jianzhou Wuxia Sword Sect Master Hall. Jian Yanjun and the higher-ups of the sect gathered once again. This time the atmosphere in the hall was even more oppressive and somber, with everyone wearing serious expressions. Jian Yanjun spoke first. The disciple guarding the life tablet just reported that the life tablets of Elder Yun, the second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder have all shattered within moments. The recent death of the young master and the assassination of sect disciples should also be at the hands of Zhao. Immediately awaken and notify all members of the sect to prepare for battle. This time the sect may face an unprecedented great enemy. After speaking, he directly vanished from the hall. Everyone hurriedly went to make arrangements. After losing many powerful figures, the Wuxia sword sect was already severely weakened, and they did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent against the impending threat from Zhao. Jian Moxie, who left the master hall, went directly to the back mountain of the sect and walked inside. Shortly after, he emerged with a white-haired elder, both wearing grave expressions. The entire Wuxia sword sect was suddenly filled with the tension of an impending storm. The ceremony for the Great Zhou's ascension to an imperial dynasty has concluded, yet the fervor among the people remains undiminished. In every city and locale throughout the Great Zhou territory, crowds can be seen engaged in lively discussions. Particularly, the great battle that occurred during the ascension ceremony has become a hot topic among the populace. Lin Yu's reflections on the changes within the Great Zhou are profound. At the forefront, the entire dragon vein of Li Prefecture is subtly shifting towards Fengjing. The spiritual energy has increased dramatically, transforming the once wild land into an area where all of Li Prefecture is experiencing a frenzied enhancement, with the greatest increases still occurring closer to Fengjing City. Visible mountains and rivers are emerging with various rare treasures. The Tianqi mountain range is particularly notable. Previously unseen by warriors from Li Prefecture, now they can be found in every corner of the mountain range. This may also explain why Lin Yu has not yet relocated the capital of the Great Zhou. After all, both warriors and common folk are inclined to gravitate towards the most prosperous centers. Also, there was the prolonged shower of spiritual energy that day. Lin Yu believes this is the highest reward for the Great Zhou's advancement to a higher imperial dynasty and a powerful assurance for the rapid enhancement of the nation's overall strength. The number and quality of warriors are surging at an astonishing rate. Many prodigies rarely seen in a century or a millennium are emerging across various regions. Due to the massive strides made, many places have yet to establish branches of the Great Zhou Academy. During this time, GMOE's master Lu Linglong has also been exceedingly busy, often seen bustling about the teleportation array in Fengjing City. The numerous benefits cannot be enumerated. As time passes, they will become increasingly evident. Lin Yu has already arranged all government affairs, with several members of the cabinet taking the lead, providing him with peace of mind. At this moment, within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu is alone in the Qingxian Hall, connecting with the system. Battle points 5 million. He did not hesitate in his use of these battle points this time. System exchange for the second level of the ancient forging immortal court. Ding. Exchange successful. The battle points instantly returned to 0. Lin Yu felt a moment of dizziness, finding himself once again in the vast starry sky, gazing ahead. A figure clad in imperial robes surrounded by golden dragons stands majestically against the backdrop of the starry sky. Lin Yu is certain that this man is the same one he saw seated in the Grand Hall when he first practiced the ancient forging immortal court technique. Before the man, a gigantic star looms surrounded by countless smaller stars. The sounds of battle can be heard echoing from the star, even reaching Lin Yu's position. He sees the man's lips moving slightly, and a commanding voice reverberates throughout the starry sky. Retreat, as his words resonate. From within the star, dozens of armored warriors swiftly emerge. They stand behind the man, exuding an overwhelming aura. The already trembling starry sky under the man's formidable presence shakes even more violently. Lin Yu focuses his gaze. Though he still cannot discern their faces clearly, he is certain that among these individuals are the courtiers he saw in the starry hall. Following their appearance is a vast army that flashes forth from the star. All of them are fervently gazing at the man. The man, seeing that the crowd and the army have emerged from the star, lightly moves his right hand, and a golden spear appears in his grasp. He thrusts it directly at the massive star ahead, the spear creating waves of spatial storms in the starry sky, causing some smaller stars along its path to be obliterated in an instant. Boom! Under Lin Yu's astonished gaze, the spear effortlessly pierces through the gigantic star. No! Along with a blinding flash of white light and the desperate cries from the star, the immense star is shattered in the starry sky. The man seems to consider it a trivial matter, tilting his head slightly. Lin Yu's eyes narrow, slightly unsure if the man acted with intention. His vantage point allows him to see the man's lips curl up slightly. At that moment, the world spins around him. Lin Yu realizes he has returned to the Qingxian Hall, a name for a spear technique appearing in his mind. Shocking universe, falling star spear. Is this the name of the spear technique he just witnessed? Lin Yu silently reflects. He is pleasantly surprised to discover that his martial arts realm has actually broken through two minor realms, consecutively reaching the peak of the sovereign realm. He slightly adjusts to the surging power, silently recalling the movements of the man. He just saw a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he steps out of the Qingxian Hall and addresses Jian Wei at the entrance. Come to the void. After finishing, he directly ascends into the air. Jian Wei follows closely behind, a puzzled expression on his face. Lin Yu glances down, nodding in satisfaction as he has already distanced himself from Fengjing City, addressing the bewildered Jian Wei. I have just learned a spear technique. Oh, let's see how you handle it. Jian Wei instantly understands, nodding excitedly. Bring it on, your majesty. The spear appears in Lin Yu's hand. He reflects briefly, his expression suddenly becoming serious, and thrusts the spear towards Jian Wei. Boom! The void immediately reverberates with a thunderous sound. The space trembles, and a streak of light flashes rapidly. A glimmer of astonishment crosses Jian Wei's eyes as his body tenses up, wielding his halberd to brace for the impact of the spear. Bang! The halberd collides with the spear tip. A blinding white light flashes in an instant, and the point of impact creates a small fissure in space. Jian Wei's body sways, slightly stepping back a few paces as he regains control over the halberd that was momentarily pushed back, turning to Lin Yu with an excited expression. Your Majesty, this strike is already comparable to a late-stage Supreme Realm warrior. An average mid-stage Supreme Realm warrior should be defeated by your spear. Lin Yu's eyes also flash with surprise. He just witnessed the power of the strike, capable of forcing Jian Wei to retreat a few steps. It's important to note that they are both extraordinary prodigies who can fight beyond their level. Although this power pales in comparison to the man who treads the starry sky, he believes a significant part of the reason lies in the vast difference in their martial arts realms. He takes a moment to sense the depletion of spiritual energy within him, realizing that a single strike consumed more than half of his energy. However, considering the might of the strike, he feels at ease, nodding in satisfaction. Thinking of the man who just imparted the spear technique to him, Lin Yu mentally compares him to the middle-aged man who manifested in the Tianlan Sword's secret realm. He has an implicit feeling that the man who appeared in the ancient forging immortal court is far more powerful. He is still weak, now merely his subjective feeling. Not thinking too much, Lin Yu stows the spear, waves his hand at Jian Wei, and flies towards the palace. Upon returning to the palace, he heads straight to the Great Zhou Ancestral Hall. Having not visited for some time, and considering the recent changes in the Great Zhou, he wishes to come and see. At this moment, he gazes at the nameplates of Lin Huang and Lin Hao, lost in thought. Father Haozi, are you well? The Great Zhou is now an advanced imperial dynasty. And what of my mother, whom I have yet to meet? In the eastern domain Xianzhou, a prefecture far from Lizhou, nestled close to the domain's heart Yuanzhou, within a tavern in some city of Xianzhou, a middle-aged man in plain clothes, his face etched with a hint of weariness, sat alone at a wooden table, drinking wine. His eyes were bright, occasionally sweeping over the passing crowd as he observed carefully. This was Lin Huang, who had left Great Zhou over a year ago. He took a sip of wine, a flicker of longing passing through his gaze. The New Year's celebration in Great Zhou must have just ended, he thought. He wondered how Yue and Hao were faring. After leaving Great Zhou, he had traveled directly north, crossing the Tianqi mountain range and leaving the borders of Lizhou. His journey took him through 2 or 3 prefectures before he reached Xianzhou. Of course, along the way he encountered many dangers, but he managed to resolve them one by one. Moreover, misfortune turned into fortune. His martial cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Venerable Realm. Lin Huang realized that the closer he got to the center of the Eastern Domain, the more powerful forces and martial artists he encountered. Only now did he understand why Lizhou was ignored by the Eastern Domain and why the area around Great Zhou was called the Land of Desolation. At the same time, he felt awe for the clan and power that the person in his heart belonged to. As his mind wandered, a shout reached his ears. Hurry! The inheritance secret realm has opened. This is the greatest secret realm of Xuanzhou, opening once in 1,000 years. A sharp light flashed in Lin Huang's eyes. He set down his wine glass, rose instantly, and followed. In the eastern domain, Yuezhou bordering Xianzhou, a young figure darted swiftly through a vast mountain range. After some time, the figure stopped at a cave entrance and slipped inside. Inside, the cave revealed a hidden world. Tables, chairs, beds, all the necessities. The young figure was Lin Hao. His face flushed with anger, he plopped down onto a chair. What's wrong with the Yi family? All I did was snatch a spiritual herb from one of their direct disciples, and they won't let up. Have you considered that the main reason might be how you teased their precious pearl who was disguised as a man? Hearing Elder Yi's voice, Lin Hao's eyes flickered with embarrassment. Who knew she was a woman in disguise? I was just flustered and accidentally brushed against her. Elder Yi chuckled lightly, but said nothing. Lin Hao didn't dwell on it. Over the past year, he had faced too many such incidents. Since leaving Great Zhou, it was as if he had flipped some mysterious switch. Wherever he went, he stirred up trouble for all sorts of inexplicable reasons. The bizarre things he had experienced were countless. Now Lin Hao looked like a young man of 20. His once youthful face was gone, replaced by one of steely resolve. After resting for a moment on the chair, he paused, lost in thought. I wonder how father and big brother are doing. Hearing Lin Hao's inner voice, Elder Yi spoke. Little Hao, I see your father as a man of great fortune. It won't be easy for anything to happen to him. As for your big brother, worry even less. He's one of the few people I've never been able to see through in all my years. Take that spiritual herb. Swallowing it should let you break through to the Venerable Realm. Once you're in the Venerable Realm, you'll be considered a slightly more formidable martial artist. At least your running speed will be much faster. Hearing Elder Yi's words, Lin Hao snapped back to reality, his mouth twitching as he fumed. Old man, is this your doing? You said that after leaving Great Zhou my path would be smooth and rising. But look at me now, it's a steep decline. If you hadn't kept pushing me to steal this and grab that, would I be always hiding in caves, eh? I've practically become an expert at digging holes. And stop calling me Little Hao. Elder Yi let out a slightly embarrassed cough and said, You can't blame me for this. I'm just as puzzled. Why do you keep running into such irrational situations? But you always turn danger into safety. I only started testing you deliberately in recent times. Unexpectedly, it worked out well. You always manage to escape. Lin Hao's gaze darkened, on the verge of exploding with rage. Elder Yi quickly added, Look, in just over a year you've reached the peak of the heavenly realm. Without all these trials, you wouldn't have progressed so fast. So you should focus on improving yourself to help your father and big brother. At the mention of Lin Huang and Lin Yu, Lin Hao fell silent. He took a glowing white spiritual herb from his chest and swallowed it whole. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Elder Yi breathed a silent sigh of relief. At the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, a month had passed since the coronation ceremony. Lin Yu and Ji Mua were strolling in the palace garden. Before long, Yuan Tiangang appeared, bowed to them, and said, Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated the Bloodfeather Sword sect. Speak. After their recent losses, the Bloodfeather Sword sect now has one supreme elder at the early stage of the revered king realm and a sect leader at the mid-stage of the revered king realm. 2 elders at the peak of the supreme realm, 3 stewards of the supreme realm at the early, mid, and late stages respectively. Over a dozen martial artists in the venerable realm. The rest are sect disciples below the venerable realm. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The Bloodfeather Sword sect is quite formidable. They even have a supreme elder at the early stage of the revered king realm. And despite suffering several high-level casualties, they still have 2 elders at the peak of the supreme realm. Yuan Tiangang nodded. From my recent inquiries in Jianzhou, I learned that Jianzhou originally had 2 powers comparable to advanced imperial dynasties. One of those powers was destroyed by the Bloodfeather Sword sect over a decade ago. After that war, the sect essentially ruled all of Jianzhou, and their overall strength increased. Their sect leader, Jian Yanjun, is an ambitious man, always striving to elevate the Bloodfeather Sword sect to new heights. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. The Bloodfeather Sword sect was indeed far stronger than most advanced imperial dynasties, boasting so many martial artists at the peak of the supreme realm. If not for their repeated losses at Lin Ye's hands, they might have rivaled a peak imperial dynasty soon. Considering Yuan Tiangang's report, Lin Yu pondered briefly before ordering, summoned by Qi Zhao Yun and Xin Qiji back. Summon the 3 members of the Lan family. Have them report to the Qingxian Hall tomorrow morning. Lin Yu paused, then added, "You come as well. Also regarding my earlier instructions, remember to gather news of the Emperor Emeritus and the one-word prince." Understood. Yuan Tiangang took his leave. The two watched him go and resumed their stroll in the garden. The following day, within the Qingxian Hall, the members of the Military Affairs Bureau and the 3 representatives of the Lan family arrived early, patiently awaiting Lin Yu. Lan Zhu was questioning Yuan Tiangang about the reason Lin Yu had summoned them. Yuan Tiangang merely pointed towards the direction of Jianzhou and fell silent. The group instantly grasped his meaning. A flicker of fervor gleamed in their eyes, and they respectfully continued their wait. Before long, Lin Yu entered the grand hall. With a slight wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembled crowd who were preparing to bow and directly seated himself in the main position before speaking. Chief Inspector, report to everyone on the situation of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. Yuan Tiangang immediately reiterated to the group what he had discussed with Lin Yu the previous day. Observing the restless figures before him after Yuan Tiangang's report, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he issued a direct command. The Bloodfeather Sword sect has repeatedly provoked our dynasty and even dared to disrupt the ascension ceremony. Yuan Tiangang shall lead the way. You will go on my behalf to annihilate the Bloodfeather Sword sect to demonstrate the might of our dynasty. Upon arrival, Niezheng and Zhuanzhu will rendezvous with you to join the assault. As you command. Indeed, His Majesty had finally decided to strike against the Bloodfeather Sword sect. The group accepted the order with exhilaration and departed. Lan Zhu silently encouraged himself within the crowd. This was his first campaign for the Great Zhou, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly. Beside him, Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuchen harbored the same resolve. During the previous ascension ceremony, they had barely lifted a hand before the 4 martial artists from the Bloodfeather Sword sect were brutally torn apart by the generals of the Military Affairs Bureau. This opportunity could not be squandered. Lin Yu watched the departing figures with a cold expression. He had decided not to dispatch the legions this time. The current legions of the Great Zhou were not of sufficient cultivation. Sending them would consume too much time and incur excessive casualties, making it an unprofitable endeavor. To deal with these sect forces, a powerful suppression by high-level martial artists was necessary. Their main strength was largely concentrated within their mountain gates. This was especially true for the Bloodfeather Sword sect, now as skittish as birds startled by a mere twang. Only during large-scale invasion wars could the legions truly leverage their advantages. Upon leaving the palace, the group proceeded directly to the teleportation array within Fengjing City. The daily footfall at the array was now astonishingly high. Upon seeing their approach, the guarding soldiers quickly dispersed the crowd to let them pass first. The citizens of the Great Zhou waiting in line complied, without question, gazing at Yuan Tiangang and the others with curiosity. A bold martial artist dared to ask directly, "General Bai, are you leading an expedition?" Bai Qi paused, turning to face the inquisitive crowd. "By His Majesty's decree, we march to Jianzhou to annihilate the Bloodfeather Sword sect." He saw no harm in revealing this. Not only was the entire Great Zhou currently bound by formidable unity. Even if there were a few troublemakers, whether the news could even spread was questionable, and by the time it did, the Bloodfeather Sword sect would likely be nothing but ruins. A wave of exclamations rippled through the crowd, their gazes burning with fervor as they shouted to Bai Qi and the others, "May you all achieve a triumphant victory and vanquish every foe." The group gave a slight nod to the crowd before stepping into the teleportation array. At the Bloodfeather Sword sect in Jinzhou, Jian Yanjun and the sect's high-ranking members were in council. Beside him stood an elder Li Yu, another supreme elder whom Jian Yanjun had awakened from the sect's forbidden mountain some time ago. His eyes flickered as he spoke. "Sect Master, a month has passed, and the Great Zhou dynasty remains inactive. Are we being overly cautious? The entire sect is now rife with dissent." He was originally a supreme elder of the Sword Rain Pavilion, another high-level dynastic power in Jianzhou. During the Great War over a decade ago, it was his defection at the critical moment that left the Sword Rain Pavilion's master to fight alone, ultimately dying at Jian Yanjun's hands, allowing the Bloodfeather Sword sect to dominate Jianzhou ever since. Jian Yanjun was about to respond to his words when a thunderous rumble shook the entire hall violently. A sharp light flashed in Jian Yanjun's eyes as he vanished from his seat, reappearing above the hall, his gaze fixed solemnly on the mountain protecting Grand Formation. The others within the hall swiftly followed, appearing behind him. The tremendous disturbance was sensed by everyone in the Bloodfeather Sword sect who emerged from their various locations. within mere breaths. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the mountain-protecting grand formation exploded. Several figures stepped through the void into the Bloodfeather Sword sect, standing opposite Jian Yanjun and his group. These were none other than Bai Qi and his companions who had arrived after departing the palace. Jian Yanjun's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he sensed the auras of the newcomers. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Seeing that the generals of the Military Affairs Bureau showed no inclination to speak, Lan Zhu stepped forward. Indeed, Jian Yanjun swept his gaze over him, frowning slightly at the Sovereign Realm initial stage aura, and asked coldly, "Was it you who killed my son Jian Moxi and the many experts of my sect?" Lan Zhu had broken through to the Sovereign Realm during the spiritual reign that day. He was about to speak again when Bai Qi's voice rang out. "Enough idle talk. We killed them all." The Bloodfeather Sword sect dared to repeatedly oppose His Majesty and the Great Zhou. "We are ordered to raise the Bloodfeather Sword sect to the ground." Having said this, Bai Qi took a step, vanishing from his spot, and reappeared with an ancient bronze sword in hand, swinging it towards Jian Yanjun. The moment Bai Qi moved, Jian Yanjun's pupils contracted. A long sword materialized in his hand as he met the incoming ancient blade. A dull clang resonated. The shockwave from their clash instantly shattered the hall below. Jian Yanjun was forced back several steps by Bai Qi's strike, regarding him with a cold gaze. Impressive skills. Elderly joined me in slaying him. Li was also startled by Bai Qi's power. It was well known that Jian Yanjun was a prodigious talent throughout Jianzhou. In the Battle of Uri, it was his ability to triumph over those of higher cultivation that allowed him to single-handedly slay the Sword Rain Pavilion's master, who was at the Venerate King realm middle stage. At that time, Jian Yanjun was only at the Venerate King realm initial stage. Heeding Jian Yanjun's call, Li Yu quickly moved to his side, and together they charged at Bai Qi. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Qi's eyes at Jian Yanjun's combat prowess. So this was the genius martial artist of this world, to withstand his blow at the same cultivation level without injury. Seeing the two figures flicker and appear before him to attack, a surge of excitement coursed through Bai Qi as his bronze armor pulsed. An intense, murderous aura erupted from him, enveloping his entire form in a solidified black current. His eyes were icy and a cold smirk curled on his lips. He swung his ancient sword at the two. A massive spatial rift tore open with a screeching sound. Jian Yanjun and Li Yu were sent flying, staring in horror at Bai Qi, who resembled a reincarnated god of slaughter. Paying no heed to their expressions, Bai Qi took a step and charged towards them with deadly intent. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, Lan Zhu, and the others had already reacted the moment Bai Qi spoke, engaging the members of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. In an instant, the entire sky thundered with conflict. The commotion was so immense that it drew the attention of many forces and martial artists near the sect's mountain gate, who rushed over to investigate. As Bai Qi spoke, Zhao Yun and Xian Qiji reacted with the swiftness. With a flicker, they appeared before the Grand Elder and Third Elder of the Bloodfeather Sword sect, swinging their weapons to strike them down. Yuan Tiangong, unmoving, pushed Lan Zhu forward by the back before the latter could react, sending him hurtling toward an initial stage Zunzin realm executor of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. Even the dullest realized what was happening. Lan Zhu shot a grateful glance at Yuan Tiangong before immediately engaging in a fierce battle with the initial stage Zunzin realm martial artist. He murmured inwardly. These generals of the Military Affairs Bureau were ruthlessly decisive. They would never waste words when they could act. Lan Lingxing and Lan Yuqin, observing Yuan Tiangong's move, also flickered and charged at the other two executors of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. Both had reaped great gains after bathing in the spiritual rain. Lan Lingxing had broken through to the peak of the Zunzin realm, while Lan Yuqin had reached the late Zunzin realm. For them to take on opponents a minor realm lower was effortless. He thought to himself, next time he would have to act faster. These people were too quick to strike. If not for the marshal pushing Lan Zhu, the three lands might have missed their chance entirely. As Jian Yanjun and other high realm martial artists clashed with the great Zhou powerhouses, Niezheng and Zhuangju's forms rippled, transforming into Dark Knight specters that plunged into the crowd of Zun's realm disciples of the Bloodfeather Sword sect. Every move they made was a fatal blow, and the sky echoed with the hysterical screams and cries of the Bloodfeather Sword sect members. "No, don't kill me, don't kill me." A middle-aged man at the Mid-Zun's realm stood frozen, as if scared witless, his eyes vacant as he watched fellow disciples who were laughing just moments ago explode in the sky. Before he could react or move, a dark gleam flashed before his eyes, and the man's gaze lost all life as he plummeted from the sky to the ground. Some lower realm disciples of the Bloodfeather Sword sect fled madly toward the mountain gate, muttering repeatedly, "Demons. These people are demons. The sect is finished. But before they could run far, a masked figure appeared before them and snapped their necks instantly. The entire Bloodfeather Sword sect became a hellish purgatory, Under Yuan Tiangong Yezheng and Zhuanzhu, not even a fly could escape. The sky was stained blood-red. On the battlefield of the Zunwang realm, Jian Yanjun, blood trickling from his lips, first glanced at the sect disciples being slaughtered by 3 great Zhou Zunzan realm martial artists, then turned to face Bai Qi, who was shrouded in black currents, and forced a bitter smile. Heh, ha ha. He coughed blood again and said, "Great Zhou Dynasty. Such ruthless methods." Bai Qi's gaze was icy, and he made no reply as blood dripped from the tip of his bronze ancient sword. He had already slain the supreme elder of the Blood Feather Sword sect. The corpse crashed into a palace, its eyes wide open, still holding the terror of death. Seeing Bai Qi's unwillingness to speak, Jian Yanjun's bitter smile deepened. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes. Mustering the last of his strength, he charged at Bai Qi like a moth to a flame. Bai Qi moved faster, stepping forward and thrusting his ancient sword into Jian Yanjun's dantian. Boom! Jian Yanjun crashed heavily to the ground. Staggering to his feet, he sensed the rapidly fading life force within him and roared at the heavens. Great Zhou! Shoo! Thud! A long sword shot down from the sky, piercing through the back of Jian Yanjun's neck and embedding itself firmly into the ground. With one strike, Jian Yanjun's knees slammed into the ground. He knelt, staring up with wide, lifeless eyes, all vitality extinguished. The black currents around Bai Qi faded. He glanced at the kneeling, skyward gazing Jian Yanjun, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeming quite pleased with his handiwork, the others had already finished their battles and gathered beside Bai Qi. Their eyes showed no emotion as they looked at the lifeless Jian Yanjun. Only the 3 members of the Lan family felt a chill at the god of slaughter's combat prowess and methods, silently grateful for their earlier correct decision. Bai Qi swept his gaze over the corpse-strewn Blood Feather Sword sect, nodded to the others, and said, "Return to report to His Majesty." Then he led them, flickering away and vanishing above the sect. Shortly after, Bai Qi and his group left, several sounds of tearing air echoed. Figures appeared in the sky, gazing down at the Blood Feather Sword sect. Instantly, their eyes filled with sheer terror. They exchanged glances, swallowing hard. A catastrophe. Which force did this? One of them, trembling violently, stammered in fear. Could it be a behemoth from the eastern domain? How did the Blood Feather Sword sect provoke such a force? The scene before them was too horrifying. A single glance revealed the shattered mountain protecting formation, broken palaces and towers, and bodies of disciples clad in various Blood Feather Sword sect robes scattered everywhere. In the central hall, Jian Yanjun was pierced by a long sword, kneeling with eyes wide open in fury toward the sky. All other corpses bore faces of terror, as if they had encountered unspeakable horror. The entire mountain gate of the Blood Feather Sword sect held no other corpses. It was a complete annihilation without resistance. Look there. A man trembling with fear pointed a shaking finger at Jian Yanjun, or more precisely at the ground before him. Zhou. They focused their gazes and were instantly struck by an intense, murderous aura. In their minds, an icy stare seemed to glare at them, as if right before their eyes. They groaned, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. Is this the name of the force that annihilated the Blood Feather Sword sect? What kind of powerhouse left behind a murderous intent that can make us Zunzan realm martial artists bleed from the mouth? They all shook their heads, claiming never to have heard of such a force. Just then, the man who had pointed at Jian Yanjun seemed to recall something, speaking with disbelief. "I received news some time ago. The Li province adjacent to Sword Province has been unified by a force called the Great Zhou Dynasty. Not long ago, they even completed their ascension ceremony." He paused, then continued. "It's said that Jian Moi once went to Li province to enter a secret realm of opportunity. But he never returned. I heard he was killed in Li province. This Zhou is almost certainly the Great Zhou Dynasty from Li province." The others were stunned, then took their leave in haste. They trusted his words implicitly, as he was the one among them closest to the Blood Feather Sword sect. They had to return immediately to warn their respective forces never to provoke the Great Zhou Dynasty. The speaker himself, trembling, rushed back to instruct his own people. After they left, numerous forces and martial artists arrived one after another. Upon seeing the tragic state of the Blood Feather Sword sect and the character Zhou carved on the ground, they all sped back to report to their own factions. The entire Sword Province trembled violently. Bai Qi and his companions paid no heed to the commotion caused by the destruction of the Feather Blood Sword sect in Jinzhou. After leaving Jinzhou, they made their way back to the territory of the Great Zhou, heading towards the Imperial Palace. In the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Qingxian, Hall Linyu sat in the main seat, while Bai Qi and the others stood respectfully below. "Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission. The entire Feather Blood Sword sect has been almost entirely wiped out. The sect master Jian Yanjun was also personally slain by me," Bai Qi reported to Linyu with a slight bow. Linyu smiled slightly and nodded to the crowd. "Very good. You have all worked hard. Lin Yu paused for a moment before issuing further instructions. Jianzhou will likely not be peaceful for some time. The remaining forces are merely a few minor imperial powers. Let the troublemakers keep an eye on them. Let them consume each other for a while, and then we can easily take Jianzhou. You all may go rest now. Lan Icheng stay behind. Yes. The others bowed and retreated, casting meaningful glances at Lan Zhu. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchun were particularly filled with excitement. After everyone had left, Lin Yu pointed to the seats below. Sit. Lan Zhu sat down slightly nervously, his head bowed, barely sitting in the chair, always ready to stand up. Having experienced the promotion ceremony and the battle against the Feather Bloodsword sect, he had gained a deeper understanding of Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. The more he learned, the more grateful he felt, and the more he revered Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at the anxious Lan Zhu and chuckled. No need to be nervous. I merely wish to chat with you for a moment. After a pause, seeing Lan Zhu's expression relax slightly, he continued, What did you gain from this journey, my dear minister? Upon hearing this, Lan Zhu replied without hesitation. The various generals were extraordinarily brave, the three of us merely assisted a little. Lin Yu nodded slightly, seemingly having anticipated his response, and stood up to speak. What do you think of the Great Zhou now, eh? Lan Zhu stood up abruptly, pondering slightly before answering. The Great Zhou is currently thriving with strong cohesion among its people. As long as we allow time for it to settle, the strength of the Great Zhou will surely soar. Lin Yu did not follow up on his topic, but spoke slowly. How much do you know about the eastern region beyond Lizhou, the vaulted continent? Lan Zhu lowered his head in thought, seemingly organizing the information. Lin Yu was not in a hurry, walking to the window to gaze into the distance, waiting for his answer. Lan Zhu realized that the sudden rise of the Great Zhou was entirely driven by Lin Yu. He had long been prepared for Lin Yu's question. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, he slightly organized the information he had prepared earlier and began to speak. Your Majesty, the people of the Lan family have lived in Lizhou for generations, so our understanding of the eastern region is limited. However, because we are located to the north of Lizhou and adjacent to Jianzhou and Huaxia, we often encounter people from other regions and have learned some information from them. Your Majesty should know that to the left and upper left of Lizhou is Jianzhou. To the right and upper right is Huaxia. Jianzhou and Huaxia completely encircle Lizhou, with only a slight border between the two states. In the middle of Jianzhou and Huaxia is Mingzhou. Mingzhou is vast, larger than the combined territories of Jianzhou, Huaxia, and Lizhou. I once happened to visit the renowned Ming Mountain Dynasty in Mingzhou. The Ming Mountain Dynasty is one of the three major high-level dynasties in Mingzhou, with countless strong individuals and a long-standing history. It is said that there are many masters at the Wang realm. The true giant force in Mingzhou is called the Mingwei Dynasty, a peak dynasty that occupies the entire northern territory of Mingzhou. I have not been there, so I do not know much about it. The borders of Mingzhou intersect not only with Jianzhou and Huaxia, but also with three other states in the eastern region. I have heard the most about Xuanzhou, which borders the northern part of Mingzhou. It is said that Xianzhou is much larger than Mingzhou, with forces as numerous as the stars, and is one of the three most famous states in the center of the eastern region. Adjacent to Xianzhou is the very center of the eastern region, Yuanzhou. Your Majesty, that is all the information I can provide. After Lan Zhu finished speaking, he respectfully stood not far behind Lin Yu. Upon hearing what Lan Zhu had said, Lin Yu gradually formed a clear map in his mind. It turned out that Lizhou was so small while the eastern region was so vast. Lizhou was essentially situated in the far corner of the southern part of the eastern region. At the same time, a surge of ambition arose within him. He must lead the Great Zhou into Yuanzhou, which is referred to as the center of the eastern region, to experience its scenery. He took a moment to digest what Lan Zhu had just said. Lin Yu turned around and said to him, I understand. Go back and rest. Once you go out, inform the cabinet on my behalf to announce to all officials that a court meeting will be held tomorrow. Understood. Lan Zhu bowed respectfully and turned to leave. After exiting Qingxian Hall, a hint of excitement flashed through his heart as he hurried towards the cabinet. After Lan Zhu left, Lin Yu kept the information he had just heard from Lan Zhu in his mind. He connected to the system to check the gains from Bai Qi and the others' journey to Jianzhou. War points 9 million. Indeed, the Feather Bloodsword sect had contributed a significant amount of war points, so he immediately asked, System, how many war points does it take to break through to the Supreme Realm? 3 million. Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The cost was getting higher. He opened the mall system and flipped through it, glancing at the required kill value to purchase the third level of the Imperial Beginning Scriptures. Third level of the Imperial Beginning Scriptures, war points, 30 million. He instantly abandoned the idea of improving his cultivation. Although according to the pattern he derived, the higher his own martial artist cultivation level, the higher the initial realm of summoned characters should be. However, his current war points were insufficient. Given the system's nature, it was likely that after he reached the Supreme Realm, summoning once would also require 3 million war points. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Previously, there had been news from the troublemakers about a war between the Burning Sky dynasty of Huaxia and the Tianyuan sect. Now the Feather Blood Sword sect had been destroyed. The Tianyuan sect had not made any movements for the time being, but that did not mean they would give up. Lin Yu was also not prepared to let the Tianyuan sect off the hook. He had already arranged for Yuan Tiangang to have the troublemakers gather intelligence on the Tianyuan sect in Huaxia. Suddenly he thought of the 3 iron cavalry legions that had fought for him for a long time. He immediately checked on them. The martial arts realm was uniformly at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Such a martial arts skilled army would absolutely crush any lower-level imperial dynasty. There was no comparison yet with high-level dynasties, which should be quite different. Moreover, there were also disparities among dynasties of the same level. Now that the Great Zhou had become a high-level dynasty, the forces it would face afterward would definitely be the high-level or even peak dynasties of other states in the eastern region. At present, the combat power of the 3 iron cavalry legions was somewhat lacking. After a moment of hesitation between the Realm Enhancement card and the training space, Lin Yu chose to purchase the Realm Enhancement card, fearing unexpected events. He immediately flipped through them all. Legion Realm Enhancement card 5th level required war points 2 million. Note can specify to enhance the martial arts realm of 1 legion to the initial stage of the Earth realm. Lin Yu made up his mind if this was the one. The 6th level was currently beyond his means, as enhancing to the peak of the Earth realm required 5 million. System spends 6 million war points to purchase 3 Legion Realm Enhancement cards 5th level and immediately use them on the Flying Tiger Legion, the White Horsey Zhao, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Usage successful. At the moment, the system's voice fell. A massive aura converging from 3 directions around the Great Zhou border surged into the sky, stirring discussions among the nearby city populace. Lin Yu glanced at the war points, which had shrunk to 3 million, and made another purchase. System spend 3 million war points to buy 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards 4th level and immediately use them on the Flying Tiger Legion, the White Horsey Zhao, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Usage successful. The crowd around the Great Zhou border that had not yet stopped discussing looked towards the distance once more. Outside the city, the clearly visible encampment of the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry Legion suddenly shook violently, the previously soaring aura growing even more immense, and it took a long time to settle down. Various phenomena once again became the topic of conversation in the border cities. As the citizens of the Great Zhou border cities, they had grown accustomed to the Great Zhou army guarding outside their cities day after day. This was their source of confidence in life. Lin Yu glanced at the instantly depleted war points and stepped out of Qingxian Hall, secretly anticipating. He wondered how the 3 cavalry legions would perform when encountering the high-level Imperial Dynasty forces in Mingzhou that Lan Zhu had just mentioned. Cavalry Legion expansion card 4th level war points 1 million. Note can specify to enhance the total number of personnel of 1 Cavalry Legion to 100,000. The next day, in the Court of Morning Assembly, Lin Yu sat upon the dragon throne while his ministers stood below. This was merely a small court session he had convened on short notice. Thus, only high-ranking officials of Great Zhou, many of whom were permanently stationed in Fengjing City, were in attendance. A hint of confusion lingered in their hearts. Lin Yu swept his gaze across the hall and spoke directly. Yesterday, Sword Yanjun, the sect master of the Feather Blood Sword sect in Jinzhou, was slain. The sect itself has been annihilated by several generals of the Military Affairs Bureau and Minister Lan. After delivering this news, he paused briefly, allowing the information to sink, and then continued. Since my ascension to the throne, I have yet to bestow noble titles upon my esteemed ministers. Today I shall confer titles upon those who have rendered meritorious service since the dawn of Great Zhou's new era. The ministers in the hall were instantly stirred, their hearts tight with anticipation. The noble titles of Great Zhou were divided into 6 ranks: Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Except for the princely rank, each tier was further subdivided into 3 grades. For instance, a first-class duke outranked a third-class duke. While noble rank had no direct correlation with official position, it could subtly elevate a minister's status. Some ministers of great merit might even be granted honorary titles and fiefs. Lin Yu glanced at the assembly, whose appetites he had thoroughly whetted, then turned to Lu Bowen with a slight smile. The cabinet shall read the decree. The hall fell silent instantly, all eyes burning with fervor as Lu Bowen stepped forward. A golden book appeared in his hands, and he opened it directly. Just as he was about to read, he paused, momentarily taken aback. This golden book had been given to him by Lin Yu moments before the court session. Aside from Lin Yu, no one knew its contents. Composing himself, he announced, I confer upon Lu Bowen the title of First-Class Marquis with the honorific Guixian Marquis. I confer upon Sun Yu the title of First-Class Marquis with the honorific Zhongzhua Marquis. As the first two titles were proclaimed, the ministers in the hall looked upon Lu Bowen and Sun Yu with envy. A first-class marquis with an honorific title. Yet there was no resentment. Oh, everyone genuinely admired these two men. The conferments continued. I confer upon Bai Qi the title of first-class marquis with the honorific Wuan marquis. I confer upon Xian Shiji the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Wenwu marquis. I confer upon Zhao Yun the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Yingwu marquis. I confer upon Hui Tsubing the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Guanjuan marquis. I confer upon Jian Wei the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Wuming marquis. I confer upon Meng Tian the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Zhongxin marquis. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Bowen's eyes as he paused before continuing. I confer upon Lan Zhu the title of third-class marquis with the honorific Lan Yin marquis. A wave of murmurs rippled through the hall as the ministers cast complex glances at Lan Zhu, some in awesome envious and a few tinged with jealousy. Standing in the ranks, Lan Zhu trembled with excitement. He looked up, meeting Lin Yu's encouraging gaze. Overwhelmed, he instinctively wanted to kneel before Lin Yu. Mindful of the setting, he suppressed his surging emotions and continued listening to Lu Bowen's proclamation. In his heart, he silently vowed to dedicate himself utterly to Lin Yu and Great Zhou. The announcements that followed were for ranks below marquis. The reading lasted nearly an hour, and by the end, almost everyone in the hall had received a title. But the most dazzling figure was not the cabinet or military affairs bureau members whom many deemed deserving. It was Lan Yin Marquis Lan Zhu. These titles were the result of Lin Yu's long deliberation. He had retained some of the historical epithets of his summoned figures, while altering others. Among the four Ming family members, he had granted only Meng Tian a marquisate, mindful that too much favor could be harmful. This was Lin Yu's way of protecting them. As for Yuan Tiangang Yezheng and Zhuanzhu, their roles were too unique. They were blades directly under Lin Yu's command, never to be exposed to the public eye except in specific circumstances. Thus Lin Yu did not bestow noble titles upon them. There was also old Master Gong Shu of the Machinery Bureau. Lin Yu had mentioned it to him several times, but the old man always expressed disinterest, so Lin Yu did not press the matter. As for Lan Zhu, Lin Yu believed he fully deserved the title. He had initially planned to grant him part of the former Lan Yin dynasty's territory along with the title. After some thought, he decided to postpone that. Glancing at Lu Bowen, who had finished the proclamation, Lin Yu spoke. I hope all my ministers will continue to render meritorious service for Great Zhou. I shall surely reward those who achieve merit. With that, he swept his gaze across the hall once more and rose to leave. As Lan Zhu walked out of the court of mourning assembly, his mind buzzed, and he felt as if he were floating. The passing members of the Cabinet and Military Affairs Bureau offered him friendly smiles. Even Bai Qi wore an unusually faint smile. Flattered Lan Zhu responded politely to each. Seeing the officials swarming toward him, he repeatedly declined their invitations to feasts and headed for his residence. He was eager to share the great news with Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen. Indeed, when the two heard about the court's conferments, they were ecstatic, and the three immediately sat down to drink together. That night, the lights in Lan Yin Marquis Mansion burned late into the night. A month had passed since Lin Yu's conferment court. In a city on the border between Great Zhou and Fire Province, Hui Tsubing sat in meditation within his military camp. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and he vanished from the spot. At the edge of Fire Province, a youthful figure streaked across the sky in frantic flight. His face was etched with anxiety as he glanced behind him while pressing forward. It was Yanzhe, the prince of the Blazing Heaven dynasty. Spotting the faint outline of a city in Lizhou ahead, he accelerated. Just then a sharp sound of tearing air rang out. Yanzhe halted abruptly, glaring at the wizened figure that materialized before him. Prince, Yanzhe, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Yanzhe's face twisted with fury as he cursed. You old fool. How dare the Heavenly Yuan sect collude with forces from other provinces? Everyone knows the Mingshan dynasty has long coveted Fire Province. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The old man sneered, his smile not reaching his eyes. Originally, we planned to go directly to Lizhou to find the murderer of Xiang. He was the only son of our Heavenly Yuan sect's supreme elder. But your Blazing Heaven dynasty insisted on being obstinate, throwing obstacles in our way at every turn. Yin Duhin even went to great lengths, leading numerous experts to wage war against our sect. We had no way to deal with you and your sister while you remained in the palace. But now that you've slipped out, you'll come back with me to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Pa, old dog, if you have the guts, kill me. You've been chasing me all this way, utterly useless. The old man's eyes flickered with malice at Yanzhe's words. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab the prince. With a thunderous boom, the moment his hand extended, a black spear streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling toward him. The spear struck the old man, sending him flying back dozens of paces. He spat blood, his face a mask of terror as he stared at the armored youth who had appeared beside Yin Zhe. Who are you? Yin Zhe's face lit up with joy at the sight of the youth. General Hua, I have urgent business with Brother Lin. This old dog is from the Heavenly Yuan sect. He wants to capture me to threaten my father. The youth was none other than Huaxia, who had been cultivating in the camp. Sensing Yin Zhe's presence, he had rushed over. Hearing the prince's words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He vanished from the spot, his spear arcing through the air in a heavy slash aimed at the old man from the Heavenly Yuan sect. No! A scream of sheer terror tore through the air. The old man's body was cleaved in two. General Hui, you've grown even stronger. A martial artist at the early sovereign realm can't even withstand 2 moves from you. Seeing Huaxia return to his side in an instant, Yin Zhe exclaimed with excitement. Huaxia merely smiled as if it were a trivial matter. Recalling the prince's earlier words, he immediately led him toward Fengjing City. At the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu walked out of Ji Moi's bedchamber with a face full of surprise. Just moments ago, Ji Moi had told him a momentous piece of good news. She was pregnant, and with twins. Lin Yu immediately waved his hand grandly and ordered the palace to ensure all provisions. She could eat whatever she desired. Whatever supplements were needed, she should take them. Any issues were to be reported to him promptly. Since Ji Moi had been established as the Empress of Great Zhou, Qiner had also been assigned by Lin Yu to oversee all affairs within her palace. With Qiner there, he felt relatively at ease. Now he was making his way to Qingxian Hall. Dianwei had just reported that Yin Zhe had been brought from the border by Huaxia. He was extremely anxious to see him. In Qingxian Hall, Yin Zhe paced anxiously within, while Huaxia stood to one side. Having traveled from the edge of Lizhou, he had learned from Huaxia about the recent changes in Great Zhou and was naturally deeply shaken. Even as devoted as he was to Lin Yu, he could not have imagined that Great Zhou was now a high-level imperial dynasty. When Great Zhou had advanced to an imperial dynasty, they had only received the news unaware of the specific circumstances. Involuntarily, he felt a surge of hope for the purpose of his visit. The Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty, after the Great Battle half a year ago, had lost 1 Zun Wang realm martial artist and 2 Ji Zun realm martial artists. His father, Emperor Yin Du-hin, and many of the dynasty's experts had only emerged from seclusion after nearly half a year. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Yuan sect's losses were even more severe than those of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty. They had lost 1 Zun Wang realm martial artist and an additional 4 Ji Zun realm elders. The Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty had essentially suffered heavy losses to inflict damage on the enemy. Originally, both sides were licking their wounds in a state of non-interference. However, the Heavenly Yuan sect's supreme elder He Yuan could not swallow his anger. The enmity of a murdered son was irreconcilable. After prolonged persuasion, he successfully convinced the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Later, it was unknown what deal the Heavenly Yuan sect had struck with the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty. The ruler of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty dispatched 3 Zun Wang realm martial artists to lead the army. Calculating the time, the army should be nearing the border of the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty. During this time, Yin Zhe had been cursing inwardly, wondering why it wasn't He Yuan who had died among the Heavenly Yuan sect's supreme elders. Xiao Zhe, why have you come to see me? As Yin Zhe paced anxiously, Lin Ye's voice rang out. Yin Zhe immediately looked up and hurried to Lin Ye's side, saying, Brother Lin, help my father and the Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty. The smile in Lin Ye's eyes instantly vanished as he asked in a deep voice, what's wrong? Yin Zhe immediately recounted the events in Fire Prefecture over the past half year and the news of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty's troop deployment. After listening, a dangerous glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. So it had come after all. Mingshan Imperial Dynasty. He pondered for a moment and asked, can your Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty withstand the experts and legions of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty? This was a critical question, and Lin Yu looked at Yin Zhe with a serious expression. Yin Zhe paused, considered carefully, and replied, the commander of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty's army this time is Wang Yu, a mid-stage Zun Wang realm martial artist and one of the 2 princes of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty. Wang Ye's fiefdom in the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty borders our Fire Prefecture. So for years, regardless of the scale of conflict, he has basically led the troops. The other 2 are imperial experts of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty, both at the early stage of Zun Wang realm. The size and quality of the army are not much different from ours. Without the great battle half a year ago, my father could have led the troops and completely held them off. The Mingshan Imperial Dynasty would not dare to prolong the war, as they also have enemies within Ming Prefecture. However, now we face not only the threat of the Mingshan Imperial Dynasty's army, but also the coordination of the Heavenly Yuan sect within the prefecture. Our Blazing Flame Imperial Dynasty is completely caught between 2 fires. My father should now be leading the army at the border to confront the Mingshan imperial dynasty. He said that no matter the internal strife, no ambitious external force shall set foot in Fire Prefecture unless the blazing flame imperial dynasty is destroyed. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this, feeling somewhat relieved. This Yin Ze's father was indeed a man of great resolve. Lin Yu continued. According to what you said, you had a great battle with the Heavenly Yuan sect half a year ago. Tell me the current situation of the Heavenly Yuan sect, mainly regarding their high-level members. Yin Ze now fully understood Lin Yu's intentions. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he immediately spoke. After that great battle, the Heavenly Yuan sect still has 2 Zun Wang realm martial artists and 4 Ji Zun realm elders. According to my father, the sect leader Yi Yu is at the mid-stage of Zun Wang realm. The supreme elder He Yuan, that is the father of He Xian, broke through to the Zun Wang realm a year ago. The remaining 4 Ji Zun realm elders are all at the early or mid-stage. Yin Ze paused here and glanced at Huaxia standing nearby. All right, now it's 3 Ji Zun realm elders. Lin Yu caught his meaning from his gaze. No wonder Huaxia had brought him. He must have discovered Yin Ze was in danger at the border and intervened in time. This Heavenly Yuan sect's strength was indeed somewhat weaker than that of the Yu Bloodsword sect. He quickly made a decision in his heart and looked at Huaxia saying, summon the cabinet ministers Lu Bowen and Sun Yu. Summon the military council members by Qi Zhao Yun and Xian Shiji. Lan Zhu Lan Lingxing Lan Yuchen. Return to Fengjing immediately and convene at Qingxian Hall for discussion. Also have the Grand Chancellor come as well. Yes. Huaxia immediately left the hall to deliver the orders. Lin Yu smiled at Yin Ze, pulled him to a seat, and said, Xiao Ze, relax. Sit for a while. Some generals from the military council will be returning from the border via the teleportation array. Yin Ze nodded at Lin Yu's words, and the worry on his face lessened slightly. Shortly after, Yuan Tiangang entered, glanced at Yin Ze, and bowed to Lin Yu. Your Majesty, summon Ye Zhang and Zhuan Zhu back and make it quick. Yuan Tiangang immediately acknowledged and departed. Since resolving the crisis with the Yu Bloodsword sect, Lin Yu had temporarily assigned the two to the ranks of the Buliang Ren. After Great Zhou's leapfrog development, the Buliang Ren, only 5,000 strong, were truly stretched thin. Therefore, some tasks were temporarily delegated to Nie Zhang and Zhuan Zhu. The failure to timely grasp information from Fire Prefecture was largely due to the shortage of Buliang Ren personnel. Thinking of this, Lin Yu recalled an item he had seen while browsing the system shop during his recent leisure time. He mused inwardly. Once the Heavenly Yuan sect is dealt with this time, he should be able to purchase that item in the Longyarn for training space. He glanced at Yin Ze, who was still somewhat restless, and then began to chat idly with him in the hall while waiting patiently. As long as it was within Great Zhou's territory, traveling via teleportation array would not take much time. While Lin Yu and Yin Ze were chatting idly, people began to file into Qingxian Hall one after another. Lin Yu cast another reassuring glance at Yin Ze before seating himself imposingly in the main seat. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, both from the Grand Secretariat, were the first to arrive. After entering, they glanced at Yin Ze, a hint of contemplation in their eyes, and stood respectfully to one side. Shortly after their arrival, the 3 members of the Lan family also arrived. Upon entering the hall, Lan Zhu likewise noticed Yin Ze, and a flicker of surprise instantly flashed across his eyes. Yin Ze had seen him once before during the Mystic Realm incident. Seeing that Lin Yu remained silent, he stood respectfully to the side and waited. The group waited for another quarter of an hour or so. Then they saw Bai Qi and others from the Military Affairs Bureau enter the hall, travel-worn and weary, followed closely by Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zhang, and Zhuan Zhu. All present were core officials of the Great Zhou. They had all met Nie Zhang and Zhuan Zhu before, so Lin Yu saw no need for discretion. Casting a glance at the assembled crowd, Lin Yu spoke directly. The situation is urgent. I will make it brief. Everyone stood at attention, listening intently to Lin Yu's next words. Huaxia Zhao Yun Xian Shiji. You will lead your troops to reinforce the Blazing Flame Dynasty. Remember, forced march, speed is paramount. Lu Bo and Sun Yu arrange all logistical matters for the campaign. As you command. Huaxia and the other 2 accepted the order with cupped fists. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Bowen and Sun Yu's eyes as they bowed in acceptance. They had suspected something momentous was afoot when Lin Yu summoned them so broadly, and indeed it was. Lin Yu glanced at Yin Ze and said, Xiao Ze, you will guide the 3 generals. Depart immediately. Hearing Lin Yu's arrangement, Yin Ze nodded excitedly and promptly led the 3 men away. As for the threat from the Tianyuan sect, Yin Ze trusted that Lin Yu could handle it. After all, besides Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, there were still several others in the hall whom Lin Yu had not yet assigned tasks. During his earlier chat with Lin Yu, he had learned that the Yu Bloodsword sect in Sword Province had already been annihilated by the Great Zhou, a revelation that had left him stunned for quite a while. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu also followed them out. Glancing at the departing figures, a cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he continued, Bai Qi Yuan, Tiangong Niezheng, Zhuanzhu Lan, Zhu Lan Lingxing Lan Yuchen. You will go to Fire Province and annihilate the Tianyuan sect. Since they insist on stirring up trouble, we will crush them all. Go swiftly and return swiftly. Everyone immediately accepted the order and departed. Lin Yu was deeply incensed this time, though he had not shown it, while Yanzhe was present. The Great Zhou's development had been too rapid and leapfrogging. Despite everyone's tireless efforts from top to bottom, many institutions and personnel still lagged behind. This would be a perfect opportunity to reap another harvest of slaughter points by destroying the Tianyuan sect. He then sat in Qingxian Hall for a short, while pondering whether any details in his arrangements had been overlooked before rising and leaving. A month had passed since the enfeoffment court session. Bai Qi's cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the revered monarch realm, though he was not far from the late stage. As he said, the further one progressed, the more difficult breakthroughs became. As martial cultivation reached ever greater heights, even these prodigious summoned figures would find it increasingly difficult to rapidly elevate their martial realm, a fact Lin Yu had long anticipated. But this was only relative to their previous rate of advancement. Compared to all other martial artists across the continent, they were still advancing at an explosive pace. Over this past month, he himself had yet to break through to the supreme realm, always feeling just a hair's breadth away. The truth was that his physique and foundation were so extraordinarily powerful that the difficulty of breaking through multiplied geometrically. Nevertheless, as the sovereign of a nation, having a passable cultivation was sufficient. If he had to personally intervene in every matter, the Great Zhou would likely be on the brink of collapse. As for the others, their cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the supreme realm after bathing in the spiritual energy rain, though like Bai Qi, they too were on the verge of a breakthrough. Meng Tian, however, had recently broken through to the mid-stage of the supreme realm, while Meng Ao and Meng Wu were slightly lower at the initial stage. Lin Yu believed that Meng Tian was the type of summoned figure with high growth potential. Lin Yu had made no arrangements for the Meng family in this operation. First, he had instructed them to train an elite warrior legion belonging to the Great Zhou. Second, the Great Zhou still needed the three of them to guard the realm against unforeseen events. The cultivation of the three Lan family members had not changed. After leaving Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu had Dian Wei accompany him to inspect the results of Meng Tian and the others' training of the Great Zhou infantry legions. Today, the teleportation array in Fengjing City was exceptionally bustling with crowds of people chatting excitedly. They first saw General Hua, whom the Emperor had infected as Marquis of Champion, leading a young man out of the teleportation array. Before their discussions could last long, a squad of Imperial City Guards instantly secured the teleportation array. A general spoke sternly, "Military operations in progress. This teleportation array is requisitioned." The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion, once more curious about what major move the Emperor might be planning. Before long, multiple figures shot out from the Imperial Palace. All wore solemn expressions as they hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. During this time, the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Yet they all observed the rules perfectly, causing no commotion, their gazes fixed alternately on the teleportation array and on their neighbors as they curiously inquired about what was happening. The crowd waited for about a quarter of an hour. The teleportation array emitted waves of light, and several figures clad in battle armor emerged from within. Well, the crowd erupted instantly. Marquis of Wuan General Bai. Marquis of Yingwu General Zhao. That's General Zhao. Marquis of Wenwu General Xine. Heavens, what has happened? Along with General Hua, who just returned, almost all the generals from the Military Affairs Bureau are gathered. The men did not linger after stepping out of the array. They swiftly headed toward the Imperial Palace. Not long after they left, the teleportation array flared up again. The Grand Chancellor is here too. Who are those two men in black robes behind him? I can feel their aura. It's terrifying. Heavens, something major is happening. I saw Lord Lu and Lord Sun hurrying from their mansions toward the palace just now. I also saw Marquis of Blue Flame rushing from his residence to the palace. Do you think our emperor is about to attack a power in another province? Very likely. I heard that last time General Bai and the other generals destroyed the Yu Bloodsword sect in Sword Province. The crowd's discussions did not last long before they saw Bai Qi and the others shoot out from the Imperial Palace. Their faces were grim and murderous as they stepped directly into the teleportation array. The general guarding the array looked at them with reverence, and after they had all departed, he announced, "Requisition complete. Normal use is now resumed. By the Emperor's decree. For the time being, the teleportation arrays in the northern border cities are under military requisition. Citizens of the Great Zhou are forbidden to travel there." Having said this, he led the guard away. The crowd resumed using the teleportation array in an orderly fashion. However, after witnessing such a spectacle, they had already reached a tacit understanding. The emperor and the great Zhao were certainly planning a major move, and a colossal one at that, because they had just heard that this time, even the border teleportation arrays had been requisitioned for military use. This meant a full-scale army mobilization. After Yanzhe left the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, he and Huaxia took a teleportation array to the city where he had been rescued earlier. As for where Zhao Yun and Xian had gone, Huaxu's reply was that they would arrive shortly. He did not ask further. He was merely somewhat curious about Xian as he had not encountered him during the Secret Realm expedition. When they emerged from the teleportation array, the surrounding area was already crowded with guards, and beyond them a throng of onlookers. Huaxia glanced around, furrowed his brows slightly, and channeled his power as he spoke. Everyone move away from the teleportation array and leave a passage out of the city. After saying this, he looked at the guard commander and issued an order. Immediately restore order. Quickly disperse the crowd. The guards promptly began to guide the people, and the citizens cooperated fully. Before long, a vast passage was cleared with the crowd watching from a distance. Huaxia nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself. He wondered about the progress of the large-scale military teleportation array being researched by the Mechanism Pavilion. It was still necessary to establish some outside the major cities. Yanzhe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Their dynasty did not possess such things as teleportation arrays. When he first used one, he was filled with wonder. Not long after, to the shock of him and the distant citizens, the teleportation array echoed with the rhythmic sound of hooves, and an endless stream of white cavalry troops emerged from within. The one in the lead was Zhao Yun. General Zhao. That's the White Horse righteous followers. They've deployed the Legion. Are we about to attack the Fire Prefecture forces? The distant crowd buzzed with excitement. After Zhao Yun emerged, he exchanged a glance with Huaxia, nodded slightly, and led the White Horse righteous followers out of the city. Yanzhe's eyes were wide open throughout. This was his first time witnessing a Great Zhou Legion and a cavalry legion at that. Their dynasty did have cavalry, and in considerable numbers. But a cavalry legion of 100,000 all at the Earth realm was something he had never seen in his life. Moreover, the soaring battle intent and killing aura proved that this cavalry's combat prowess was far from superficial. This was an elite special forces unit. Was this the Great Zhou Legion commanded by General Zhao? From the distant crowd, he heard them call it the White Horse righteous followers. Was that General Xian who had just left also? He soon found his answer. The teleportation array began to spin wildly once more. Xian led the Flying Tiger army as they stepped out. Yanzhe took one look. Another 100,000 all at the Earth realm. He was utterly stunned. Whoa! General Xian. The Flying Tiger army is here too. Oh my heavens! They're mobilizing together. The three great cavalry legions of our Great Zhou are mobilizing together again. Huaxia glanced at the assembled Flying Tiger army, exchanged a meaningful look with Xian. He then directly lifted the still-dazed Yanzhe and flew toward the city. When Yanzhe looked up, he found himself already outside the city walls. A thunderous unified roar shook the heavens. General! The sound vibrated through the sky. Yanzhe looked around, feeling a wave of dizziness. He swallowed hard and turned to Huaxia beside him. Brother Hu, are these 100,000 iron cavalry your troops? Huaxia nodded at him. Then, do you General Zhao and General Xian each command one such cavalry legion? Huaxia looked at him with slight surprise and nodded again, thinking to himself. Did the Blazing Heaven dynasty as an advanced dynasty not possess cavalry troops? If Yanzhe knew what Huaxia was thinking, he would have rolled his eyes. Such a cavalry legion could not be subdued without at least 5 venerable realm martial artists. And that was just his estimation. After all, even their Blazing Heaven dynasty had fewer than 30 venerable realm experts. On the battlefield, unless it was a complete rout, it was impossible for high realm martial artists to get close to a legion. There was a long silence. Yanzhe noticed 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, and immediately snapped to attention, declaring with immense pride, "Follow me. I'm an expert at leading the way." With that, he dashed to the front to lead. Huaxia and the other 2 immediately issued orders. Follow the young man ahead. Force march. Conserve energy as appropriate. You may ride low to the ground. Understood. The 300,000 troops gradually disappeared at the border of Li Prefecture. At the border between the Blazing Heaven dynasty of Fire Prefecture and the famous Mountain dynasty of Ming Prefecture. On the plain, 2 great armies were arrayed, banners fluttering in the wind. Dozens of figures hovered in the air above the armies. A middle-aged man with pale skin and a slightly frivolous look in his eyes opened his mouth. Instantly, a sharp, grating voice rang out. Yin Duanqin, you've outdone yourself. Under such circumstances, your Fire Prefecture still dares to mobilize your entire dynasty to confront my famous Mountain dynasty's army. Aren't you afraid your home base will be destroyed? Wang Yu, you sissy, stop your yapping. If you want to fight, then fight. In decades have you set foot, even half a step, into the blazing Heaven Dynasty. Did that strike of mine yesterday bring back unpleasant memories? A domineering voice came from a burly middle-aged man. He was none other than Yin Duanqin, the sovereign of the blazing Heaven Dynasty. As he spoke, he picked his ear with a disdainful expression. If anyone doubted that Yin Zhe was his son, they would be fools. Wang Yu seemed stung by the remark, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Kill. The moment the word left his lips, he found a massive blade swinging toward his face. Boom. Wang Yu was knocked back several steps, his face dark as he glared at the swift striking Yin Duanqin. I've had enough of you. All day long yapping. Is your famous mountain dynasty so bereft of talent that they made you a prince? Wang Yu's chest heaved rapidly as he let out a roar and charged at Yin Duanqin. However, that roar was truly grating to the ears. It had to be said, Yin Duanqin's verbal prowess was indeed remarkable. Yin Duanqin watched Wang Yu flash toward him and raised his blade to meet the attack. Simultaneously, the many high-realm martial artists and the armies of both sides engaged in battle. The entire plain echoed with the clamor of battle, thick with killing intent. The conflict raged for a long time, both sides completely bloodshot. Yin Duanqin sent Wang Yu flying once more with a stroke of his blade, tilted his head, spat out a streak of blood, and sneered, "Sissy, is that all you've got? Decades and you haven't improved a bit." Wang Yu was now disheveled and in poor condition. Hearing Yin Duanqin's words, he gave a cold laugh. Still putting up a front. Just look at your high-realm martial artists and your army. Prepare to collect their corpses. A hint of gravity flickered in Yin Duanqin's eyes. He had sensed it even before Wang Yu spoke. The impact of the battle at the Heavenly Origin sect was too great. They had lost one early-stage venerable king and several venerable and sovereign realm martial artists. The long-standing equilibrium had been shattered in an instant. He and the other mid-stage venerable king of the dynasty were still holding their own. But the battlefields of the sovereign and venerable realms were at a severe disadvantage. Given time, they would surely be defeated. The army's morale was also somewhat dampened by the influence of the high-realm battle. In the blink of an eye, thoughts flashed through his mind. Yin Duanqin glanced at the sneering Wang Yu and raised his blade to charge once more. He had to fight desperately to eliminate Wang Yu first. Just then a shout came from a distant high slope, making him halt instantly. "Father, I've come to help you." Yin Duanqin looked up and his eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "What the hell are you doing here? Get back. Has it been so long since I've tanned your..." Before he could finish the word, his eyes went wide in shock as he stared at the high slope. Wang Yu also heard Yin Ze's shout and turned to look, his expression instantly changing drastically. On the high slope, dust was flying and the thunderous sound of hooves filled the air. 3 endless cavalry legions appeared. The army's killing intent soared, vaguely condensing into a dark gray stream in the sky. In a single glance, the banners of Great Xia fluttered in the wind. Yin Zhe flew toward Yin Duanqin with an expression of unrestrained excitement. As he soared through the air, he pointed a finger at the direction of the Mingshan Imperial Army and roared. His earlier cry had already drawn the attention of both sides, and upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 3 iron cavalry legions, they were poised to temporarily cease hostilities. Now hearing his roar once more sent a chill through the ranks of the Mingshan Imperial Army. Huaxia and the other 2, upon hearing Yin Ze's shout, paid no heed to their thoughts. They issued the order directly. Charge! Rumble! The 300,000 cavalry legions surged toward the Mingshan Imperial Army with the force of thunder. Behind the iron cavalry, the murderous aura coalesced into a dark gray current, instantly obscuring the entire sky. From Yin Duanqin's perspective, above the 3 cavalry legions, 3 enormous dark gray spears had formed, thrusting forward in tandem with the legion's charge. A venerable realm initial stage martial artist from the Mingshan Imperial Army was too close. Before he could react, the 3 cavalry legions had already reached him. Kill! The 300,000 iron cavalry let out a single earth-shaking roar. The riders of all 3 legions raised their weapons in unison, pointing them at that venerable realm martial artist. Yin Duanqin's pupils contracted. Boom! The 3 enormous dark gray spears simultaneously shifted their tips. That martial artist of the Mingshan Imperial Army, his face a mask of sheer terror, couldn't even utter a scream before his body exploded into a mist of blood in the sky. The 300,000 iron cavalry legions, their charge only slightly faltered, continued surging forward toward the Mingshan Imperial Army. By now, Yin Zhe had flown to Yin Duanqin's side, his face alight with excitement as he gestured wildly. "Father, I am here." Before Yin Duanqin could respond, a scream rang out. "Off." He turned his head to look, and his heart, which had only just begun to settle from the shock, began to pound wildly again. A supreme realm mid-stage martial artist from the Mingshan Imperial Army stared ahead in terror. His right arm had been severed and blood dripped from his mouth. Before him stood 3 young men clad in armor. The tip of a gleaming silver-long spear held by one of them was still dripping with blood. The 3 wore icy expressions, their auras surging as they swept their gazes across the crowd in the void. Everything that had transpired happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu and the Mingshan Imperial Army were caught completely off guard. The Supreme Realm martial artist who had reacted fastest just as he was about to strike at the cavalry legions had already lost an arm. Wang Yu roared directly at Huaxia and the other 2. Who are you? His answer came in 3 icy voices. Great Zhou Imperial Court Military Affairs Bureau Huaxia. Great Zhou Imperial Court Military Affairs Bureau Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Imperial Court Military Affairs Bureau Xiang. After announcing their names, the 3 seemed to sense something and exchanged glances. It was as if they had returned to the day of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court's annihilation. Wang Yu could no longer concern himself with anything else. He cast a glance at the Mingshan army, which had been instantly pierced through by the 3 cavalry legions, and let out a series of furious roars. Fine. Very fine. Great Zhou Imperial Court, this king remembers this. Then he glared at Yin Duanhen. Don't you get cocky. You got lucky this time. Retreat the army. After speaking, he led the many martial artists in the army of the Mingshan Imperial Court in a withdrawal toward Mingzhou. After they had gone a distance, Wang Yu turned back to look at Huaxia, the other 2, and Yin Duanhen, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Yin Duanhen stopped the Funtian Imperial Court members who wanted to pursue, and said to Huaxia and the other 2. 3 generals of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, order the legions not to pursue. The Mingshan Imperial Court is not so simple. Upon hearing Yin Duanhen's words, the 3 nodded and ordered the Iron Cavalry legions to stand by. According to Lin Yes orders, their primary mission was to provide support and test the enemy's strength. Their objective had now been achieved. Without knowing the depth of their opponent's power, it was wise to follow Yin Duanhen's advice. Yin Duanhen watched Wang Yu and his forces disappear from view, then turned to Huaxia and the other 2 and spoke. I thank your court for its aid. I must immediately lead my people back to defend the capital. The Tianyuan sect is likely already making its move. Another day I will surely come to express my gratitude in person. Father, worry not. Brother Lin has already sent men to the Tianyuan sect. Before Huaxia and the other 2 could respond, Yin Ze's voice rang out, leaving Yin Duanhen momentarily stunned. Suddenly his expression shifted slightly, and his voice carried a tremor of shock as he asked, 3 generals. Is your great Zhou waging war on 2 fronts? The 3 nodded at him, and Zhao Yun spoke. Yes. His Majesty has made arrangements regarding the Tianyuan sect. Emperor, you need not worry. Yin Duanhen's lips moved slightly. What kind of monstrous power was this Great Zhou Imperial Court? He glanced at the weary faces of the Funtian Imperial Court members and immediately gave the order. Organize the troops. Return to the city. Then he said to Yin Ze, Huaxia and the other 2. 3 generals, this is no place for conversation. You and your men have traveled far and are weary. Please come into the city for a talk. Upon hearing Yin Duanhen's invitation, the 3 exchanged glances, and Xiang spoke. We would be honored to accept. After all, they were to remain here until news of the Tianyuan sect's destruction arrived. Since Yin Duanhen had invited them, they might as well rest there. Yin Ze immediately spoke, his face beaming with joy. General Hui, General Zhao, General Xiang. Let me lead the way. I know the place well. With that, he led the 3 toward the city. Yin Duanhen watched Yin Ze, who looked like an adoring fan, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he cursed silently. Little rascal. Soon everyone was seated in the council hall of a nearby city of the Funtian Imperial Court. Yin Duanhen looked at the silent Huaxia and the other 2, unsure of how to begin. For a moment, the council hall was enveloped in a silence that bordered on oppressive. Yin Duanhen shot Yin Ze a look, and Yin Ze immediately understood and spoke. Father, Brother Lin, who helped your daughter and me in the Lizhou secret realm, is the sovereign of the court to which these 3 generals belong. Although General Xian was not present at the time, General Hua and General Zhao were with Brother Lin in the secret realm. They even helped your daughter and me slay many Tianyuan sect martial artists. Yin Duanhen shot Yin Ze an approving look and immediately spoke. My thanks to both generals for extending a helping hand to Linger and Zaire. He glanced at Xiang and then added, and today I am deeply grateful to all 3 for your assistance to the Funtian Imperial Court. Upon hearing Yin Duanhen's words, the 3 waved their hands repeatedly. Your servant acts only on His Majesty's orders. Emperor, you need not stand on ceremony. Yin Duanhen looked at the 3 with admiration, sighing inwardly. Truly 3 formidable generals. The cavalry legions they commanded were also an iron-blooded army. Every time he recalled that brief scene on the plain, it filled him with awe. Once again, he was filled with wonder at this Great Zhou Imperial Court in Lizhou. This was a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. The group then engaged in casual conversation within the hall. Of course, most of the talking was done by Yin Zhe, with Yin Duanhen occasionally chiming in. Just as they were about to retire for a brief rest, a guard of the Fun Tian Imperial Court entered, glanced at the seated Huaxia and the other two, and reported to Yin Duanhen. Your Majesty, outside is a man in strange attire wearing a mask who says he wishes to see the 3 generals of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Yin Duanhen's expression flickered with surprise as he looked at Huaxia and the others. Upon hearing the guard's words, a glint of sharp light flashed in the eyes of the 3. Yin Zhe spoke first. Bring him in quickly. He is also a subject of Brother Lin's court. The guard glanced at Yin Duanhen, who nodded in acknowledgement, and immediately left to carry out the order. As Yin Zhe led Huaxia and the 300,000 iron cavalry towards the battleground between the Fenglong dynasty and the Mingshan dynasty, they were on the southern side of Hua Prefecture. At the Tianyuan sect's compound in the council hall, all the high-ranking members of the sect gathered today. The hall was filled with a chilling, murderous aura. Seated in the main position was the sect master of Tianyuan's sect, Yi Yu, whom Yin Zhe had mentioned to Lin Yu. He was a middle-aged man with a somewhat handsome appearance. Below him stood the high-ranking members of Tianyuan's sect, led by a middle-aged man in black robes. This man bore a striking resemblance to He Xian, whom Lin Yu had slain. This man was He Yuan, who had just broken through to the venerable king realm a year ago. He Xian was his only son. He Yuan had fathered a child late in life, who due to his high martial cultivation his appearance remained unaffected. He had always indulged He Xian excessively, which fostered numerous bad habits and an arrogant, disdainful personality. This was evident from He Xian's actions in the Tianxi mountain range secret realm, where he allied with Jin Moi and others to plot against Yan Minling. At that moment, He Yuan's face was grim as he spoke. Sect Master, during our seclusion for healing, news arrived from Li Prefecture. A power called the Great Zhou Dynasty has unified the entire Li Prefecture. Recently, they even completed the ceremony to elevate their dynasty to a royal dynasty. Yi Yu nodded. He had also learned this news after emerging from seclusion, and it had surprised him greatly. He Yuan continued. According to reports from Li Prefecture at the time, He Xian and the others were killed by Yan Minling and Yin Zhe of the Fenglong dynasty, along with a power called the Great Zhou. Now a Great Zhou royal dynasty has suddenly emerged in Li Prefecture. They must be the murderers of my son, He Xian. I beg the sect master to give the order allowing me to lead the sect's warriors and tear off the head of this Great Zhou royal dynasty's emperor. As He Yuan finished speaking, a chilling, murderous intent radiated from him. Yi Yu frowned slightly and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Elder He, the death of He Xian grieves my heart as well. You participated in the great battle half a year ago. Yin Duanhen personally led many experts of the Fenglong dynasty to demand justice for his children. He claimed that He Xian conspired with the Yushua sword sect of Jian Prefecture in the secret realm to plot against Yan Minling. Elder Yuan and several sovereign realm elders of our sect fell in that battle. Let us set aside this Great Zhou royal dynasty for now. Our immediate priority is to eliminate Yin Duanhen and the Fenglong dynasty. At that time, you were the one who sent people to communicate multiple times with the Mingshan dynasty. Now Wang Yu of the Mingshan dynasty has led his troops to war. Given Yin Duanhen's nature, he will surely mobilize the entire dynasty's forces to confront them. The Fenglong dynasty is now an empty nest. We can effortlessly eliminate Yin Duanhen's trusted followers within the imperial capital. Afterwards, we will join forces with the Mingshan dynasty at the border to besiege Yin Duanhen. This will avenge He Xian's death and also provide justice for the many sect warriors who perished in the battle half a year ago. Then that Great Zhou royal dynasty, which has just completed its ascension ceremony in Li Prefecture, will be easily dealt with. He Yuan was silent for a long time before nodding gently. Yi Yu felt a slight relief seeing that He Yuan had been persuaded. He knew exactly what kind of person He Xian was. What Yin Duanhen had said that day was likely true. But he could not be too forceful, only placating. After the great battle half a year ago, Tianyuan's sect had suffered severe losses and could no longer withstand turmoil. Fortunately, He Yuan, driven by revenge for his son, had somehow managed to persuade the Mingshan dynasty to send troops. Thinking this, he stood up and spoke. There is no time to lose, let us depart. Yin Duanhen is already overwhelmed. Everyone in the hall nodded and immediately rose. Yi Yu glanced at the crowd and flew out of the Tianyuan sect. As they emerged from the sect's compound, they were spotted by various forces lingering in Hua Prefecture to observe the situation, who discreetly followed from afar. News of the Mingshan dynasty's invasion had spread throughout Hua Prefecture days ago. Seeing Yi Yu leading a host of Tianyuan sect experts rushing out of the compound, everyone tensed up. They had not followed Yi Yu's group for long when a blinding white light streaked across the sky. Boom! A bronze ancient sword wreathed in fierce killing intent flashed down from the sky, instantly piercing through a mid-stage venerable realm warrior of Tianyuan sect before plunging into the ground. The space where the sword passed left a fine crack. The Tianyuan sect members halted immediately. Yi Yu and He Yuan looked grimly at the several figures that suddenly appeared before them. Tianyuan sect. A voice cold and detached came from a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor. Yi Yu, carefully observing the hostile group, replied, "Tianyuan sect Yi Yu. Why do you block our path without?" Before he could finish, the figures opposite erupted with powerful auras. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed. The bronze-armored man took a step forward and vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was right before Yi Yu. Hum. At the same time, the ancient sword on the ground let out a resonant hum, flying into the man's hand. He swung the blade. A flash of cold light streaked before Yi Yu's eyes. He immediately raised his fist to block. Boom. A massive storm of spiritual energy erupted. Yi Yu's expression shifted slightly, his body trembled as he staggered back several steps. Whoosh. The onlookers from various forces who had been following the Tianyuan sect instantly retreated. Exchanging glances, they watched in shock. Something monumental was about to happen. Yi Yu and the Tianyuan sect members were utterly bewildered. These sudden arrivals were utterly unreasonable, killing one of their men without a word and attacking before they could even speak. Moreover, the strength of that middle-aged man was overwhelming. Yi Yu hastily spoke again. "Gentlemen, could there be some misunderstanding?" This time he finally managed to finish his sentence and received a reply. "You are somewhat stronger than Jian Yanjun of Jian Prefecture." Yi Yu's face paled. He knew Jian Yanjun. Years ago he had visited Jian Prefecture, and they had become acquainted. Why would this bronze-armored man mention Jian Yanjun? From his words, it seemed they had recently crossed paths. He quickly asked, "Sir, who exactly are you?" "We have not." Boom. Yi Yu was once again knocked back several steps by a sword strike. He glared at the man, roaring, "This is too much. Attack!" Before the word attack fully left his lips, another sword came slashing toward him, filling him with fury. So they wouldn't let him speak. To the distant onlookers, the two sides instantly clashed. The crowd, observing from a distance, was fully focused on the battle while conversing with those beside them. This sudden appearance of a new force, I wonder where it came from. These individuals are incredibly strong. The people of Tianyuan sect are completely at a disadvantage as soon as they engage. That man in bronze armor is the most terrifying, single-handedly battling Yi Yu and He Yuan, and surprisingly managing to suppress both of them completely. Their appearance at this moment clearly aims to thwart Tianyuan sect's actions against the burning Heaven Dynasty. The problem is all these people are unfamiliar faces. I have never heard of them in Huaxia. Do you think they could be reinforcements summoned from outside states by the burning Heaven Dynasty? It's possible they are from outside states, but I wonder which state they belong to. We're located on the southern edge of the eastern region, and I've heard that a newly established dynasty has unified the state nearby. They shouldn't have such powerful experts. What that man in bronze armor just said also indicates he isn't from Jianzhou. Could it be from Mingzhou, or even from the central states further east? Could it possibly be someone from the newly established dynasty in Lizhou? Are you suggesting that a newly ascended dynasty has so many powerful experts? Are you kidding me? The discussions among the onlookers are not worth mentioning. In the void battlefield, He Yuan saw Yi Yu engaged with the bronze-armored man and immediately dashed forward to assist. They realized at this moment that these unfamiliar forces were likely here specifically to cause trouble. However, as soon as he approached, his expression changed slightly. The man wielding the ancient sword was overwhelmingly powerful. With a single sweep, he made it difficult for He Yuan to defend himself. What shocked both him and Yi Yu even more was that the man seemed extremely excited to face their combined assault. Good. Indeed, only genius warriors from outside states can be so challenging. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed. Yi Yu and He Yuan's faces changed dramatically. They saw the bronze-armored man enveloped in a stream of black energy. Yi Yu shouted in disbelief, "It's impossible. The embryonic form of authority. You are only in the mid-stage of the sovereign king realm. This cannot be true." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The embryonic form of authority. What is this? The killing intent I'm gathering. He didn't contemplate it further as the black energy instantly wrapped around his ancient sword, and with a flicker, he charged at the two. On the other side, Yuan, Tiangong, Nezheng Zhuanzhu, and the three members of the Lan family had already confronted the remaining members of Tianyuan sect. With only 4 supreme realm martial artists left, they were naturally overwhelmed by a few of them. Lan Zhu didn't even participate. He directly flashed towards the team of Tianyuan sect's sovereign realm members. Under the pressure of such a vast realm difference, Lan Zhu was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Amidst the unwilling roars of the many martial artists from Tianyuan sect, they were ruthlessly defeated. The entire sky was stained with a layer of blood red. Yi Yu and He Yuan coughed up blood repeatedly, barely standing in the void. Yi Yu, filled with grief and anger, shouted, "What offense did our Tian Yuan sect commit against your esteemed force? What could make you travel thousands of miles from Yuanzhou?" Bai Qi's gaze focused slightly. Yi Yu was imagining all sorts of things. "I am Bai Qi of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Yi Yu, with an expression of disbelief, shouted, "Impossible. Only the top forces of Yuanzhou could possibly have martial artists with the embryonic form of authority in the midstage of the sovereign king realm. Could it be that the Great Zhou Dynasty is indeed here?" He Yuan's eyes reddened as he directly roared at Bai Qi. "The Great Zhou Dynasty." Bai Qi glanced at the two who were struggling to survive, unwilling to waste more words. He stepped forward, appearing before He Yuan, and kicked him in the chest. Bang! He Yuan's expression turned to one of despair as his body exploded in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, Yi Yu had no choice but to believe it. No wonder these people appeared here to intercept them. No wonder that man just mentioned Jian Yanjun. The Yushua sword sect was likely already annihilated. He instantly accepted this horrifying fact, looking at the ancient sword that was swinging towards him with a bitter smile. A flash of cold light passed. The leader of Tian Yuan sect, Yi Yu, was beheaded. The battle in the void came to an end. Bai Qi tossed Yi Yu's head to Yuan Tiangong, casting a cold glance at the crowd observing from afar, before leading everyone away like a stream of light. The crowd observing from a distance was already stunned with fear. The man who had previously mocked the Great Zhou Dynasty had fainted at this point. The scene shifted. Yuan Tiangong entered the council hall accompanied by his guards. Yanzhe immediately stood up, his lips parted, suddenly unsure of how to address him. At this moment, the voices of Huaxia and the others rang out. "Banju." They then looked at Yin Duanhen and said, "Lord Yin, this is His Majesty's trusted aide Banju Yuan Tiangong. He is one of the colleagues who went to Tian Yuan's sect. Banju, you have come at this time, which means you must have completed His Majesty's task right." Yuan Tiangong nodded to the three and spoke. "After I arrived, I heard that the great battle had already ended, so I came directly here. According to His Majesty's command, we just need to inform Lord Yin and Prince Yin before we can lead the troops back to court." He then turned and faced Yin Duanhen and Yanzhe. A head appeared in his hand. Since Yuan Tiangong entered, Yin Duanhen's gaze had been fixed on him. Before he could marvel at the endless talents of the Great Zhou, he saw a head suddenly appear in Yuan Tiangong's hand. Yin Duanhen focused his gaze, his expression changing wildly as he instantly stood up. "Yi Yu." Yanzhe, also agitated, stepped forward, trembling hands, receiving the head from Yuan Tiangong. At this moment, Yuan Tiangong's voice rang out again. "Lord Yin, Prince Yin, the leader of Tian Yuan sect, Yi Yu, the Grand Elder He Yuan, and all the high-ranking members of Tian Yuan sect have been executed. The remaining cleanup work of Tian Yuan sect will need to be handled by your dynasty." Yin Duanhen snapped back to his senses and glanced at Yuan Tiangong with astonishment. It seems he wanted to see through the expression behind his mask. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Rest assured, I will ensure that Tian Yuan sect is completely eradicated from Huaxia." He hesitated slightly, then spoke again. "This Lord Yuan, does Lord Lin have any other instructions?" He didn't even realize that there was a hint of respect in his tone. He was genuinely taken aback. At first, he thought that the Great Zhou might only be able to temporarily repel Yi Yu and the others. But now it was clear they did not just repel them. They had completely slaughtered all the high-ranking members of Tian Yuan's sect. Looking at the lingering expression of despair on Yi Yu's face, he had every reason to suspect that Yi Yu had suffered severe abuse before dying. Yuan Tiangong, unaware of Yin Duanhen's active state of mind, replied, "His Majesty has no other instructions. He only asked me to convey this message. Welcome Lord Yin to visit the Great Zhou." Yin Duanhen smiled brightly, immediately responding, "Then please trouble Lord Yuan and the three generals to relay this to Lord Lin. Once I have dealt with various matters, I will definitely visit the Great Zhou in person to express my gratitude." "Yes," Yuan Tiangong replied. By this time, Huaxia and the others had already stood up. The four of them nodded to Yin Duanhen, and Yanzhe then turned and left. Yin Duanhen watched the four who moved with swift and decisive action, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Before long, within the city, they heard the thunderous sound of hooves gradually fading away. He steadied himself, cast another glance at Yi Yu's head, and with a surge of power in his palm, crushed it. Then, turning his head to look at Yanzhe, whose face bore a hint of smugness, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap. Yanzhe rubbed his head with a hint of grievance, speaking up. "Father, why did you hit me?" Yin Duanhen cast a faint glance at him and replied, "My hand itched a little." The corner of Yanzhe's mouth twitched, but he dared not utter a word. "Did you sneak out of the palace alone?" Yin Duanhen's voice sounded again. Yanzhe's eyes lit up, and he said with pride, "Yes, father. After leaving the palace, I flew at top speed toward Lizhou. An old dog from Tian Yuan sect intercepted me at the border of Lizhou. Fortunately, General Hua arrived in time and saved me. After that, I was taken to Brother Lin's place. Father, you have no idea how fascinating Brother Lin's Great Zhou Dynasty is. They have something called teleportation arrays allowing travel between cities within their territory. Since this trip was for seeking aid, there were still many places I didn't get to visit. It was also my first time seeing the legions of Great Zhou, absolutely terrifying. They have a general named Bai Qi who is the most fearsome of all. This he was definitely slain by General Bai Qi. Father, isn't my brother Lin formidable? Shall I take you to Great Zhou? Smack. Off. Yanzhe looked at Yin Duanhen, withdrawing his hand with a resentful gaze about to speak. My hand has been itching quite often lately. Yin Duanhen's indifferent voice came again. Yanzhe took a deep breath, silently reciting to himself. This is my father, this is my father. At that moment, a general entered the hall with a grave expression, saluted the two, and spoke. Your Majesty, a great upheaval has occurred at Tianyuan's sect. Not long after Yi Yu and a group of high-ranking Tianyuan sect members left the sect, they were intercepted by a powerful figure from a force called the Great Zhou Dynasty. After a fierce battle, all Tianyuan sect members above the Venerable Realm were killed. Yi Yu and He Yuan were executed on the spot. It is said that this Great Zhou Dynasty recently unified Lizhou and is a newly promoted dynasty. Speaking thus, a flicker of hesitation passed through the general's eyes as he recalled the 3 cavalry units that had appeared on the plain. Their military banners were also of Great Zhou. Just as he was about to continue, Yin Duanhen's voice came. I already know. You may withdraw. A hint of shock flashed in the general's eyes as he accepted the order and retreated, thinking to himself, His Majesty already knew, and seemed entirely unsurprised. Yin Duanhen glanced at Yanzhe, who was looking around nervously and dared not speak, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Brat, back to the palace. With that, he turned and walked out. Yanzhe obediently followed behind Yin Duanhen. Great Zhou Imperial Palace. Qingxin Hall. Nearly a month had passed. The 2 groups Lin Yu had dispatched to Fire Province had returned. Now the members of both routes were reporting to Lin Yu in the hall. Yuan Tiangang began. Your Majesty, all the high-ranking members of Tianyuan's sect have been executed. Your servant has conveyed Your Majesty's message to the Flame Kingdom's ruler. They will now proceed to purge the remnants of Tianyuan's sect. Huaxia and the other 2 added. Your Majesty, when we arrived, we briefly clashed with the army of Mingshan Dynasty. Afterward, they immediately withdrew their forces. Your servants did not pursue rashly. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Achieving the objective is enough. At that moment, Bai Qi spoke up. Your Majesty, when your servant slew Tianyuan sect's sect master Yi Yu and Grand Elder He Yuan. Yi Yu uttered a term that your servant did not fully comprehend. Embryonic authority. Lin Yu and everyone in the hall looked at him with curiosity. Bai Qi briefly recalled the state he was in during his battle with Jian Yanjun and Yi Yu channeling his power. To the astonishment of all in the hall, Bai Qi's entire body was instantly shrouded in a black aura. The entire hall was filled with an intense killing intent. At the same time, Bai Qi's voice rang out. Your Majesty, it was upon seeing your servant in this state that Yi Yu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu immediately asked, What do you feel? Bai Qi spread his palm, the black aura swirling in his hand. I feel nothing particularly special. But your servant senses that this aura condensed from killing intent possesses immense power. During battle, when I infused it into my weapon, I could easily tear spatial rifts. This is different from the spatial rifts created by venerable kings during teleportation. A venerable king's teleportation consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy, creating only a brief rift for traversal. Although they can bring others along, the teleportation distance is not far. Ordinary venerable kings would not waste spiritual energy on such an act. Your servant also only condensed this aura during the previous battle at Yushu's sword sect against Jian Yanjun. Lin Yu's brow lifted upon hearing this. According to Bai Qi, the 4 who appeared over Fengjing City that day must have been due to the old man at the mid-venerable king realm underestimating Great Zhou, prompting him to act so. He looked at the others in the hall and asked, Do any of you experience what Bai Qi does? Everyone fell into contemplation, silently channeling their full power. Then they all shook their heads at Lin Yu. Suddenly Hua, Xubing Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji seemed to recall something. Exchanging glances, they said to Lin Yu, Your Majesty, your servants recall. During the brief clash with Mingshan Dynasty's army, the 3 cavalry units each formed a massive dark gray spear. That spear seemed to be condensed from the soldiers' battle aura when their morale was at its peak. However, the spear's solidity was far inferior to that of General Bai's. As General Bai said, it has the effect of amplifying power. Moreover, over a year ago when the 3 cavalry units campaigned against the northern barbarian court, such a phenomenon also occurred. At that time, it was a single spear jointly condensed by all the soldiers of the 3 cavalry units, and it was merely an apparition. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, What was the martial cultivation level of Mingshan Dynasty's army? Did they also produce such a phenomenon? The three shook their heads and replied. The army of Mingshan dynasty was mostly at the mortal realm with a few earth realm martial artists. They did not display such a phenomenon. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he nodded. I understand. You may withdraw. Everyone accepted the order and left. Lin Ye's gaze grew deep. Could the embryonic authority you mentioned pertain to a martial realm beyond the venerable king? As for the aura spears of the three cavalry units, he was completely baffled. After some thought, Lin Yu decided not to dwell on it. He would learn the truth eventually, and it was nothing detrimental. 2 days passed. Within the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu and the three cabinet ministers were pointing at a massive topographical map, their voices occasionally rising in discussion. A flicker of awe passed through Lu Bowen's eyes as he spoke. Your Majesty, this world is far vaster than even I had imagined. No wonder Lizhou is disregarded in the eastern domain, dismissed as a remote frontier. Sun Yu also marveled repeatedly. Even in Mingzhou alone there exists a pinnacle dynasty and 3 high-ranking imperial courts. What of Xuanzhou, or even Yuanzhou? Meng Yi added his voice. Generals Huaxia and Xian have already clashed with the Mingshan imperial court of Mingzhou during their campaign. Though it was but a brief skirmish, word has it that the Mingshan imperial court's army is no pushover. This topographical map had been commissioned by Lin Yu based on the information Lan Zhu had provided earlier. Given the limits of Lan Zhu's knowledge, the map only depicted the southern portion of the eastern domain. Yet these men were all great minds capable of inferring the whole from a single part. From just the southern region of the eastern domain, it was evident that the other 3 directions were largely similar. Lin Yu had summoned them to strategize the future expansion of Great Xia using this map. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes. The Tianlan sword appeared in his hand, its tip pointing toward the upper right of Jinzhou in the direction of Mingzhou, as he radiated boundless ambition. This is the territory of the Yingye imperial court, one of Ming's house 3 high-ranking dynasties. After Great Zhou's swift conquest of Jinzhou, my next target is this very land. For this campaign, I have dispatched Generals Huaxia and the other 2. Openly, they are to provide battlefield support to the Finshan imperial court. Covertly, I intend for Great Zhou's iron cavalry to test the might of Ming's house high-ranking imperial forces. Think of it as a probe. And the probe has yielded preliminary results. On the surface, our 3 cavalry legions have proven superior. Yet we cannot confirm whether the Mingshan imperial court's forces that day were their elite troops. The 3 men, stirred by Lin Ye's boldness, nodded with excitement. Sun Yu spoke. Your Majesty is most wise. Advancing from Jianzhou is indeed a sound choice. With the Tianyuan sect's destruction, Huazhou is no longer a concern. Moreover, the Finshan imperial court can serve as a check against the Mingshan imperial court. We will need to coordinate with them, of course. But I am certain they will be more than willing. Lu Bowen interjected. Once our dynasty breaches Ming's house gates through the Yingye imperial court, Great Zhou can then surge into Mingzhou. His finger traced northward on the map toward the territory of the Mingyue imperial court. Afterward, we shall scheme against the Mingyue imperial court and unify all of Mingzhou. As he finished, the men exchanged glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. A faint smile also curled at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. For now, Great Zhou still needs time to consolidate. I will convene the Military Affairs Council to finalize the finer details. With the Yushua sword sect and the Tianyuan sect vanquished, we have ample time to build our strength and gather intelligence. This map shall henceforth hang in my Qingxian Hall. His gaze burned with intensity as it swept across the depicted territories, and he continued. I will see the banners of Great Zhou planted across every corner of the eastern domain. The 3 men felt their blood boil at Lin Ye's words. After a few more moments of casual conversation, Lin Yu dismissed them. Alone in the hall, he sat upon his throne and connected his consciousness to the system. War points 7 million. Excitement surged within Lin Yu. At last he could purchase an item he had marked long ago. He could have bought it on 2 prior occasions. But with the Yushua sword sect and the Tianyuan sect looming as constant threats, he had refrained. Instead, he had chosen more immediate methods of empowerment. Now Great Zhou was free from such concerns and possessed the strength to handle any unforeseen crises. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, System consumed 2 million war points to purchase 1 special organization expansion card tier 3 and apply it to the Bureau of Adversity. Ding. Purchase successful. Application successful. Lin Yu immediately checked and nodded with satisfaction. Bureau of Adversity 200 Mid-Earth Realm. At last the Bureau had been expanded. This card had been on his radar for some time. Though it cost significantly more than a Cavalry Legion expansion card, their nature was entirely different. He did not dwell on it long before continuing. System consume 5 million war points to purchase a character training space. Ding. Purchase successful. Lin Yu stared at the system space with unbridled excitement. A massive ring-shaped object encircled by a halo of pure gold with a dark hollow center floated silently within. Lin Yu was astonished. So this was the character training space. It resembled the images of black holes he had seen in his past life. And it was truly immense. Lin Yu was puzzled. How was it used? He tentatively extended his consciousness toward the halo. The moment his mind touched it, a stream of information flowed into his thoughts. Character training space. Current time flow ratio 17. Usage method. The host can extract it through conscious connection. Upon extraction, it will be deployed directly above the current location, binding itself to that location immovably. Furthermore, when summoned characters enter the space, to cultivate, the host can summon them out by connecting to the training space via consciousness. Note: after deployment, it is visible only to the host and summoned characters, and only summoned characters may enter. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. The second note was straightforward. He asked directly, "System, so if I deploy it now at Fengjing City, it binds to Fengjing City, correct?" "Correct." Lin Yu nodded in understanding and asked again, "If Great Zhou relocates its capital in the future, it will follow Fengjing City, right?" "Correct. And if I need to contact someone training inside, I just use my consciousness to summon them, yes?" "Correct. No need to overthink it." Lin Yu touched the halo with his mind again and murmured, "Deploy." He immediately withdrew his consciousness from the system, stepped out of the Qingxian Hall, and looked up, ready to fly into the sky above Fengjing City. But the character training space was already suspended in the heavens, radiating a faint golden glow. Lin Yu's gaze unconsciously became entranced, making him feel utterly insignificant. Dian Wei, standing guard outside the hall, saw Lin Yu emerge suddenly and was about to speak. But following Lin Yu's gaze, he too looked upward. His eyes widened. He blinked, then rubbed them. Certain he wasn't mistaken, he stammered, "Your Majesty, what in the world is that?" Lin Yu snapped out of his reverie and said to him with excitement, "Dian Wei, try flying toward its center." Though puzzled, Dian Wei obeyed, without hesitation, vanishing in an instant. In Lin Yu's eyes, Dian Wei's figure soared higher and higher. Soon it disappeared from his sight. Lin Yu was not impatient, he waited calmly. Nearly half an hour passed. Under his expectant gaze, Dian Wei's form appeared in the dark center of the space. He flew back down to Lin Yu, his face brimming with excitement. "Your Majesty." Soon after leaving Fengjing City's airspace, a powerful force of attraction seized me. I couldn't resist it despite using all my strength, and was instantly pulled into an unfamiliar space. Just as I was on high alert, information flooded into my mind. It said this was a training space where I could summon phantom opponents of any cultivation level I desired to spar with. Or I could simply cultivate without summoning anyone. I found the concentration of spiritual energy there to be incredibly high. And to exit, I only need to will it. I tried summoning 2 latest-stage Supreme Realm warriors and sparred with them before coming out. Lin Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. How was the quality of those phantom opponents? A fierce battle intent flickered in Dian Wei's eyes as he replied, "Formidable." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and told him, "The flow of time in that training space differs from the outside world. At this stage, 7 days inside equals 1 day outside." Dian Wei was even more astounded, a restless energy stirring within him. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, "No rush, there's plenty of time. For now, go summon Yuan Tiangong Gongshu Ban, the cabinet ministers, and the military affairs council." Dian Wei immediately accepted the order and departed. Lin Yu glanced up at the training space one last time, then walked back into the hall with a light heart. Lin Yu did not wait long within the Qingxian Hall. The assembly gradually arrived. Apart from the 3 cabinet ministers and Gongshu Ban, the rest first cast curious glances at the topographic map suspended in the center. Then, with expressions of wonder and puzzlement, they looked toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu swept his gaze across the hall, passing over each face, and felt a flicker of emotion. All the figures he had summoned were now present. Even Gongshu Ban, who usually immersed himself in research within the organ pavilion, had been summoned this time. The foundation of Great Zhou had grown so formidable without anyone truly noticing. Lin Yu was in an excellent mood, a smile gracing his lips as he pointed to the suspended topographic map. This map was crafted by the organ pavilion based on information I obtained. It contains partial intelligence regarding the eastern domain. I shall discuss the specifics with you another day. After concluding the matter of the map, Lin Yu spoke again. "My esteemed ministers, by the time you arrived in Fengjing City, you must have noticed the golden halo in the sky." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the assembly nodded in unison. It was precisely this phenomenon that had piqued their curiosity. Lin Yu decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. His gaze shifted to Dian Wei, signaling him to explain. Meeting the eyes of the crowd, Dian Wei rubbed his bald head and grinned widely. "That halo above our Fengjing City is called the cultivation space. His Majesty had me test it out. If you fly straight toward the center of the halo, a pulling force will draw you into the space. Inside, you can summon illusory opponents of the same cultivation level to spar with, and the spiritual energy there is abundant. His Majesty also told me that 1 day of cultivation inside equals 7 days outside. Boom. The assembly seated within the hall rose instantly, their faces flushed with excitement, and their eyes burning as they fixed their gaze on Lin Yu. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as he nodded to them. As Jianwei said, currently the time flow within the cultivation space is 1/7. In the future, this ratio will only increase. Lin Yu himself had yet to fully understand how the time flow ratio could be enhanced. He recalled that when he first discovered the cultivation space, his cultivation base was at the Earth realm. If each major realm increased the ratio by 1 point, then the current proportion made sense. Seeing that the assembly could scarcely contain their anticipation, he continued. For now, the neighboring Sword Province and Fire Province pose no threat. In the coming period, I intend to let Great Zhou consolidate its strength. Each of you should manage your own affairs. The generals stationed at the borders may arrange rotations among yourselves. He then waved his hand. All right, go out and give it a try. The assembly, already itching to test the space, immediately acknowledged the order and strode out of the hall before shooting into the sky. Another month passed. At the edge of Fire Province, nearly province, several figures soared through the sky. Leading them was a stalwart man with a dignified countenance. By his side were a beautiful woman and a young boy. These were Yin Duanhan, Yin Minling, and Yin Zhe. Behind them, several followers raced toward Li Province. Throughout the journey, Yin Zhe had not stopped chattering. As they neared Li Province, he grew even more excited. Father, sister. Ahead lies Li Province. Last time I was rescued by General Hua just up ahead. You have no idea. At that moment, General Hua descended like a divine warrior. That old dog from the Heavenly Origin sect was finished off by General Hua with just 2 spear thrusts. Slap. Yin Duanhan calmly withdrew his right hand, savoring the sensation of the slap, and mused inwardly. Over a decade, and he had never realized how satisfying this felt. Still, it was not too late. He had grown increasingly adept at it lately. Yin Zhe rubbed his head, a look of grievance in his eyes. He had lost count of how many times this had happened over the past month. Yin Minling smiled softly beside him. As the group entered the borders of Li Province, Yin Duanhan narrowed his eyes, halting abruptly and staring ahead. Though curious, the others remained silent and followed his lead, pausing in midair. Before long, a young figure clad in battle armor gradually materialized before them. Yin Zhe grew instantly excited. General Xian, what are you doing here? Xian Shiji smiled warmly and nodded at him. It's my turn to stand guard today. He then turned to Yin Duanhan and said courteously, Sovereign Yin, welcome to Li Province. Do you have any matters that require an audience with His Majesty? Yin Duanhan laughed heartily. Ever since your esteemed dynasty extended its aid a month ago, I have not had the chance to personally express my gratitude. Now that the remnants of the Heavenly Origin sect have been largely purged from Fire Province, I have come today to pay a visit to your dynasty. Xian Shiji nodded and made a welcoming gesture. Sovereign Yin, esteemed guests, please allow me to lead the way. Much obliged. Xian Shiji then guided them toward the city's teleportation array. Yin Duanhan gazed at Xian Shiji's back, his heart churning with waves of shock. Just 1 month. The last time they met, he was at the latest stage sovereign realm, and now he had reached the peak of the sovereign realm. Were all the generals of this Great Zhou dynasty such prodigies? As they entered the city, the citizens of Great Zhou immediately noticed them, staring with curiosity. To be personally escorted by General Xian. Who could these people be from some powerful force in another province? Father, sister. This is the teleportation array of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yin Zhe pointed to a massive rhomboid magical formation shimmering with multicolored light within the city, speaking with an air of pride. With this, we can reach Fengjing City, the capital of Great Zhou, in an instant. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Yin Duanhan's eyes as he carefully examined the spot Yin Zhe indicated. The members of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Dynasty behind him also looked on with wonder. Xian Shiji smiled faintly without responding. He turned to the garrison commander who had hurried to his side and said, these guests are His Majesty's honored visitors. Teleport them to Fengjing City. Priority usage. The commander naturally did not refuse and immediately began managing the area. Amid the probing gazes of the surrounding crowd, Xian Shiji led the group into the teleportation array. Yin Duanhan felt a dizzying sensation, and when he looked again, they were standing within another teleportation array. They exchanged glances, a hint of awe in their eyes. The garrison commander of Fengjing City's teleportation array recognized Xian Shiji and immediately stepped forward to bow. General Xian. He then swiftly ordered the guards to clear a path. Xian Shiji nodded slightly to him, and then turned to gesture at Yin Duanhan and his party. As he followed Xian Shiji, Yin Duanhan quietly observed his surroundings. As the ruler of an advanced dynasty, his insight was naturally extraordinary. This was yet another moment of inner turmoil for him. Throughout his journey, he noticed that the citizens of Great Zhou radiated pride and confidence. They adhered strictly to the dynasty's laws. Such a cohesive dynasty. He had only ever seen something similar in the Bright Moon Dynasty of Ming Province. In this regard, Great Zhou even slightly surpassed them. And upon entering Fengjing City, the capital, this phenomenon was even more pronounced. To think that the Bright Moon Dynasty was the absolute hegemon of Ming Province, a peak dynasty force. That a dynasty from Li Province, a remote and overlooked region of the Eastern Domain, could rival them was something no one would believe if told. What was even more striking was the concentration of spiritual energy since stepping into Li Province. The border areas were one thing, but Fengjing City was simply unreasonable. Though it still fell short of the Bright Moon Dynasty's capital, it was already double that of their own Blazing Flame City. Yin Duanhan did not dwell on it for long. A voice came from Xian Qiji, who was walking ahead. Minister Sun, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you headed? Yin Duanhan looked up. In the direction where Xian Qiji spoke, a middle-aged man in official robes stood not far away. Hearing Xian Qiji's voice, he stopped and spoke. General Xian, why have you returned? After speaking, he looked at Yin Duanhan and the others behind Xian Qiji. His eyes flickered for a moment when he saw Yin Zhe. His gaze instantly shifted to Yin Duanhan, offering a slight smile and a nod of acknowledgement. He had already guessed why Xian Qiji had returned. Before Xian Qiji could speak, Sun Yu added, His Majesty is at the Grand Academy. Today marks the annual assessment of the Academy's first year of establishment. His Majesty has summoned us to observe. Xian Qiji raised an eyebrow, slightly gesturing toward the group behind him, and said, Minister Sun, upon arrival at the Grand Academy, please inform His Majesty. This is Yin Guozhu of the Blazing Flame Dynasty, leading his people to visit our court. After speaking, he turned to Yin Duanhan with an apologetic smile and said, Yin Guozhu, His Majesty is observing at the Academy. This is Grand Secretary Sun of the Cabinet. He is on his way there. I have asked him to inform His Majesty. Let us first rest at the palace for a while. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yin Duanhan's eyes. The Great Zhou Academy. He immediately spoke. If appropriate, I would like to join the observation. After speaking, he smiled and looked at Sun Yu. He had exchanged a glance with Sun Yu earlier. This should be a civil official of Great Zhou. His cultivation level was not high, merely the initial stage of the venerable realm. But his eyes were filled with wisdom, instantly recognizing their origins. He probably knew this rascal Yin Zhe. Yet why had this rascal become so quiet? He turned his head and was immediately amused. Yin Zhe was covering his mouth with one hand, shielding his head with the other, his eyes darting around. Sensing Yin Duanhan's gaze on him, he instantly retreated half a step. Hearing the exchange between Xian Qiji and Yin Duanhan, Sun Yu said with a smile, General Xian, why not lead Yin Guozhu and his party to the Academy together? I believe His Majesty will be delighted to know of their arrival. After speaking, he looked at Xian Qiji. Seeing no objection, he led the group toward the Great Zhou Academy. At the entrance of the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Yu and the members of the Military Affairs Pavilion, who had just emerged from the cultivation space, heard a voice as they arrived. Your Majesty. He turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile spreading across his lips. Princess Yin. Xiaozhe. Then his gaze fell on the middle-aged man before them, his eyes gleaming. Brother Lin. Yin Zhe dashed over to Lin Yu, his face brimming with excitement. My father brought us to visit you. After speaking, he instantly moved behind Lin Yu, winking at Yin Duanhan. Meanwhile, Sun Yu and Xian Qiji had brought Yin Duanhan and his group before Lin Yu. The two bowed to Lin Yu and then stood aside. Yin Duanhan looked at Lin Yu, a flicker of awe in his eyes. He let out a hearty laugh and spoke in a clear, cheerful voice, Lin Guozhu, Yin Duanhan of the Blazing Flame Dynasty. I apologize for the unannounced visit. So young. He looked barely older than Yin Zhe, that rascal. At that thought, his hand itched again. He glanced at Yin Zhe, who was hiding behind Lin Yu and making faces at him, and barely resisted the urge to act. Lin Yu stepped forward and said warmly, Yin Guozhu, you are too formal. I was just about to observe the annual assessment at the Academy. Join me. Excellent. Yin Duanhan replied happily. At this time, Lu Linglong had already led the Academy's senior members in respectful attendance nearby. Lin Yu immediately instructed Sun Yu to inform them to prepare additional seats and tables. He then led Yin Duanhan and his party into the Academy. In the central square of the Academy, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Numerous students of Great Zhou who had enrolled a year ago had gathered there. Among them were not only the many prodigies studying at the main academy, but also outstanding talents from various branch academies across Great Zhou. Their expressions were animated, their eyes frequently fixed on the elevated platform in the sky. Word had just come from the Academy that His Majesty would personally attend this annual assessment. Furthermore, several ministers from the Cabinet and the Military Affairs Pavilion stationed in Fengjing City would also be present to watch. The news dropped like a bombshell. The entire academy instantly bustled with activity. Lu Linglong, who rarely appeared before the students, was also nervously rushing about. Not to mention the many talented students participating in the assessment. This was His Majesty and the highest military and political organs of Great Zhou. If they performed outstandingly in the assessment and caught the eye of any one of them, it would be a meteoric rise. Just as they were rolling up their sleeves and competing in secret, Lu Linglong appeared in the sky and said sternly, "Silence." The entire square instantly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The crowd's gaze, while fixed on Lu Linglong, also turned excitedly toward the platform. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Linglong's voice continued. A rustling sound arose. The crowd in the square knelt in unison to pay their respects. The moment Lu Linglong's voice faded, Lin Yu made a welcoming gesture to Yin Duanhen. He then led the group onto the platform. Once everyone was seated, Lin Yu's authoritative voice rang out. "Rise." The students all stood up and looked around, their faces filled with curiosity and confusion. Who was the official seated to His Majesty's left? So many unfamiliar faces. And these people were seated even ahead of the ministers from the cabinet and the military affairs pavilion. Lin Yu naturally understood their bewilderment. He turned to Yin Duanhen with a smile and spoke again. "Today, Yin Guazhu of the Blazing Flame Dynasty from the Fire Province has brought his people to observe the Academy's assessment. I hope all students will demonstrate your learning to the fullest." He then signaled Lu Linglong to begin. The students of Great Zhou below were stirred by a storm of emotions, their gazes burning even brighter. Even the ruler of a high-level dynasty from the Fire Province had come to Great Zhou to observe. Our Great Zhou was already a powerful nation in the eyes of neighboring provinces. Lu Linglong's voice rang out. "The first annual assessment of the Great Zhou Academy. Begin." Instantly, in the literary examination area, numerous students took their seats and began writing furiously. The martial examination area began simultaneously. Both areas were equipped with isolation barriers developed by the mechanism pavilion, making them completely invisible and inaudible to each other. Only those on the platform could see the assessment proceedings within the barriers. Thus, there was no concern about mutual interference. Lin Yu chatted idly with Yin Duanhen, who sat beside him, while watching with keen interest. He had not visited the academy since its inauguration. Recently, Great Zhou had been growing rapidly, and many summoned figures were taking turns entering the cultivation space to train. Having some leisure time, he heard the academy was holding its first annual assessment and decided to come watch. He just hadn't expected Yin Duanhen and his party to arrive at the same time. Having some leisure time, he heard the academy was holding its first annual assessment and decided to come watch. He just hadn't expected Yin Duanhen and his party to arrive at the same time. Yin Duanhen chatted idly with Lin Yu while observing the Dezhou Academy's entrance examination, his inner world once again rippling with quiet turbulence. The results of the literary examination remained unknown to him for now. As for the martial examination, however, he witnessed everything with absolute clarity. He noted that the vast majority of candidates stood at the mortal realm. Only a tiny fraction had ascended to the earth realm. As time wore on, the final 30 youths remaining in the martial examination were naturally all earth realm cultivators, a fact that stirred no surprise within him. After all, the proportion of prodigies in the Fun Tian imperial dynasty far exceeded that of Dezhou. What truly struck him with profound awe was not their cultivation level, but time itself. From fragmented remarks, just moments earlier, he had learned this was the first anniversary examination since the founding of the Dezhou Academy. It signified a rigorous assessment of achievements attained within a single year, a rate of advancement so staggering it bordered on the unimaginable. Even before arriving, he had studied fragments of Dezhou's historical record. Just half a year ago it had still been but a modest royal dynasty. A year prior it had been nothing more than a feeble remote frontier power nestled deep within the untamed wilderness of Li province. What then would Dezhou become if granted another year, or 2, or even 10? A sudden chill ran down Yin Duanhen's spine. Few understood more keenly than he the vital importance of nurturing fresh blood for any rising power. And yet Dezhou possessed something even rarer, a sovereign of extraordinary youth. Beneath him stood countless formidable cultivators, and 3 legendary invincible cavalry legions. Just moments ago, Yin Duanhen had sensed it himself. The line of armored generals seated to Lin Yu's right. None fell short of the Peerless Xian Qiji in martial prowess. Especially the middle-aged man clad in bronze battle armor. His faint oppressive aura carried the chilling weight of imminent death. You must have fallen beneath that very blade. As this thought flickered through his mind, the examination concluded. The top 3 scholars from both the literary and martial examinations now stood upon the dais. At that moment, Lin Yu's voice rang out. "Your Majesty of Yin, shall we step forward together to bestow honors upon these outstanding youths?" Yin Duanhen instantly snapped back to awareness and replied, "An excellent proposal." Thereafter the two received from Lu Linglong the Academy's pre-prepared rewards and approached the 6 youths whose faces glowed with exhilaration. Lin Yu and Yin Duanhan offered heartfelt praise and encouragement. Lin Yu further bestowed additional rewards upon the champions of both the literary and martial examinations. The 6 youths immediately knelt to accept their honors, their eyes blazing with fervent adoration fixed upon Lin Yu. Thus concluded the inaugural annual examination of the Daizhou Academy. Lin Yu then led Yin Duanhan and his entourage toward the imperial palace, to Qingxian Hall. Those who had just observed the Academy's examination settled into their seats. Lin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Your Majesty of Yin, I have already ordered preparations for tonight's banquet. Let us rest a while." "Very well." Yin Duanhan laughed heartily. "Your Majesty of Lin, you are too kind. My visit here is primarily to express our deepest gratitude for your repeated assistance. The Tian Yuan sect has now been utterly erased from Hua province. May I ask your Majesty what your next course of action shall be?" Lin Yu waved dismissively, unconcerned. "We simply happened to meet. Moreover, Xiao Zhe and I share an undeniable affinity. I have a younger brother, about Xiao Zhe's age." Lin Yu paused slightly, then continued, "Your Majesty of Yin, how familiar are you with Ming province and the eastern region?" Unbeknownst to Lin Yu as he spoke those first 2 sentences, a complex expression flickered across the eyes of Yin Minling, who sat not far behind Yin Duanhan. Yin Duanhan, hearing Lin Yu deflect his question and instead inquire about Ming province and the eastern region, flashed a sharp glint of insight in his gaze. Upon entering the hall earlier, he had already noticed the large topographical map suspended high above. Now linking that image with Lin Yu's inquiry, he rose and strode directly toward the map, speaking aloud. "Your Majesty of Lin, this map surely reflects the eastern region intelligence currently held by your court." Seeing Lin Yu nod faintly, he pointed toward the Ming-Yu imperial dynasty and continued. "The 3 great imperial dynasties of Ming province require no elaboration from me. Here, the Ming-Yu imperial dynasty. It stands as the true colossus of Ming province, unshaken for centuries. Though the other 3 high-tier imperial dynasties may rise and fall, even be supplanted, Ming-Yu imperial dynasty has never faltered." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened slightly. "Your Majesty of Yin, my understanding is that Ming-Yu is a peak-tier imperial dynasty. And ascending from high-tier to peak-tier requires only 10 sovereign lords. So why does such an enduring supremacy persist?" Yin Duanhan smiled faintly at Lin Yu's question, inwardly thinking, "So it is." Then casting a glance toward Bai Qi, he spoke. "Your Majesty of Lin, your court is unaware of what lies beyond the sovereign lord realm, is it?" Lin Yu's pupils narrowed, his gaze locking intently onto Yin Duanhan as he gave a slight solemn nod. Yin Duanhan parted his lips, his expression grave as he uttered 2 words, "sovereign realm." Then he added, "This is Ming-Yu's ultimate foundation and the bedrock of every major power at the heart of the eastern region." Lin Yu silently repeated the term sovereign realm. Suddenly he recalled Bai Qi's words from days past and asked aloud, "Your Majesty of Yin, do you know what a sovereign embryo is?" Yin Duanhan was visibly shaken by the question and hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty of Lin, where did you hear of this?" Instantly a staggering realization dawned upon him. His burning gaze swung toward Bai Qi. From Yin Duanhan's reaction, Lin Yu had already deduced much. Noting how fiercely the man now stared at Bai Qi, he calmly interjected, "Bai Qi." At the name, Bai Qi gave a slight nod. His eyes turned glacial. Then in an instant a torrent of black energy erupted, coiling around his entire form. An overwhelming aura of slaughter flooded the grand hall. Yin Duanhan recoiled, speechless, his eyes wide with shock at Bai Qi's transformed state. Every member of the Fun Tian imperial entourage froze in terror, their bodies prickling with dread. They felt their very flesh might tear apart at any moment. Bai Qi glanced at the others, some clearly straining under the pressure, and instantly reined in his aura. The black energy vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Yin Duanhan regained his composure, gazed at Bai Qi with unmistakable envy, and turned to Lin Yu. "Your Majesty of Lin, this is precisely what I was about to explain. That black energy emanating from the general just now, that is a sovereign embryo. It is the most critical threshold on the path to the sovereign realm. 99% of sovereign lords at the peak of their realm remain forever stalled at this juncture. Each cultivator's sovereign embryo may manifest uniquely or identically. Sovereign power is supreme, the lifelong aspiration of every sovereign lord." He paused, then sighed deeply. "To think, your court's general has forged his own sovereign embryo while still in the late stage of the sovereign lord realm." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but remained silent. Over the past month, Bai Qi had trained almost exclusively within the cultivation space, and had only just broken through to the late sovereign lord realm before being summoned to observe the Academy's examination. Judging from Yin Duanhan's stunned reaction and his words, it was clear this phenomenon was extraordinarily rare. Best not to provoke further astonishment. Seeing that Lin Yu did not respond, Yin Duanhan thought, he was unaware of the stakes involved and spoke again. Sovereign Lin, as I mentioned earlier, the reason the Bright Moon Dynasty has stood unshaken is their possession of martial artists above the Sovereign King realm, the authority realm. This general has already formed the nascent form of authority, taking the most crucial step toward becoming an authority realm powerhouse. However, your dynasty has yet to encounter information about the authority realm. Thus, your confusion is perfectly understandable. With that, Yin Duanhan glanced at the intently listening crowd and continued. Long ago, Mingzhou was dominated by only two powers, the Bright Moon Dynasty and the Eternal Heaven Dynasty. They waged a great war, and on that day the capital of the Bright Moon Dynasty ran with rivers of blood. Just as countless experts of the Bright Moon Dynasty were about to be annihilated, a colossal hand reached out from the Bright Moon Imperial Palace, instantly slaying the Eternal Heaven Dynasty's peak Sovereign King Sovereign with a single strike. The Eternal Heaven Dynasty vanished from the annals of Ming's house history after that battle. It was on that day that martial artists from many factions learned the truth. Above the Sovereign King lies the authority realm. As he spoke, Yin Duanhan seemed to recall something amusing and continued. The three high-level dynasties of present-day Mingzhou are said to have been founded by three surviving nobles of the Eternal Heaven Dynasty. Lin Ye's heart trembled violently upon hearing this. So the rulers of Ming's house, three high-level dynasties, were once part of the same faction. Yet even such a force had been annihilated by the Bright Moon Dynasty. He now fully understood why Yin Duanhan had been so shaken upon witnessing Bai Qi's nascent authority, let alone the others in the hall. All eyes now burned with fervor as they gazed at Bai Qi. This was a future authority realm powerhouse. Only the great Zhou faction hid intense confidence beneath their blazing stares. Each of them carried their own pride, deeply convinced they too would become such a powerhouse. Yin Minling and Yin Zhe were also greatly shaken by Yin Duanhan's revelations. This was the first time the siblings had heard such matters from Yin Duanhan. Their admiration for Lin Yu and Great Zhou only grew. Yin Zhe in particular stared at Lin Yu with stars in his eyes. Yin Duanhan scanned the slightly digesting crowd and spoke again. As everyone knows, before the authority realm, each martial arts realm is divided into four minor stages. The authority realm follows the same division. It consists of the king authority, sovereign authority, imperial authority, and emperor authority realms. The gap between each major realm is like an abyss, no less than the chasm between a sovereign king martial artist and an ordinary person, even greater. Authority realm martial artists can harness the power of authority in their attacks, enabling such devastating force. And it is precisely because the Bright Moon Dynasty has authority realm experts that it dominates all of Mingzhou. Thus, even among peak dynasties there are vast disparities. This is why some high-level dynasties choose not to advance to peak status without an authority realm guardian. In the heart of the Eastern Domain, most peak dynasties possess authority realm martial artists, and some even have sovereign authority or imperial authority realm powerhouses. Such forces are awe-inspiring. After finishing, Yin Duanhan looked at Lin Yu. Since witnessing Bai Qi's nascent authority, his perspective had shifted once more. Given enough time, Great Zhou would rival or even surpass the Bright Moon Dynasty, becoming a behemoth in the Eastern Domain. Thus he now held nothing back. Lin Yu understood. High-realm martial artists looking down on all beings. That was the least of his concerns. Great Zhou had no shortage of prodigies. With the cultivation space already acquired, it was only a matter of time. Suddenly, he recalled what Huaxia and the others had said about the legions. He considered asking again, but decided against it. Yin Duanhan had seen the three iron cavalry that day. If he knew anything, he would have spoken already. Lin Yu rose and smiled at Yin Duanhan in gratitude. Thank you for your patient explanation today, Sovereign Yin. Yin Duanhan waved his hand, beaming. These are no secrets. Your dynasty would learn them in time. I simply took the opportunity to inform you early. Lin Yu nodded slightly, walked to the map, and traced a circle encompassing Fire Province. Then with a virtual touch, the character burn appeared over Fire Province on the map. He turned to Yin Duanhan with a smile. Yin Duanhan realized this was Lin Ye's answer to his earlier question. After watching all of Lin Ye's actions, his pupils contracted. He turned to Lin Yu, laughed heartily, and extended his right hand. Lin Yu, seeing Yin Duanhan's gesture, also beamed and extended his right hand, clasping it firmly. Sovereign Lin, I'm a bit older, so allow me the liberty to call you brother. Never mind that brat of mine. We'll address each other on our own terms. Yin Duanhan's hearty voice rang out. Lin Yu smiled broadly and replied, I'd be honored. Elder brother Yin. They exchanged glances and smiled in mutual understanding. Yin Duanhan marveled inwardly. What audacity! Yet considering Great Zhou's current state, he felt at ease. He could already see the nascent form of a giant force in Eastern Domain history. The hall's attendees watched the two sovereigns clasping hands, their eyes gleaming with brilliance. All present were core figures of both dynasties. From Lin Yu and Yin Duanhen's simple gestures, they fully grasped the subsequent plans and developments. Their hearts blazed with fervor and excitement. Only Yin Minling and Yin Zhe remained, one with a more complicated gaze, the other utterly stunned. The stunned one was naturally Yin Zhe. He ranted inwardly, "Old man, have you no shame? You're even stealing my big brother, and addressing each other on your own terms. How am I supposed to address brother Lin now?" Yin Duanhen, standing in the hall's center, seemed to sense something. He glanced at Yin Zhe and flexed his hand slightly. Yin Zhe instantly stiffened, his eyes wary. They chatted for a while longer until a palace attendant announced that the evening banquet was ready. That night, Lin Yu and Yin Duanhen's laughter echoed through the banquet hall. Below, members of both dynasties conversed amiably, drinking heartily. Their gazes toward one another were as if they were kin. The banquet lasted late into the night. Lin Yu personally escorted Yin Duanhen and his party to their pre-arranged lodgings before retiring. Yin Duanhen watched the departing crowd, then turned to Yin Minling, beside him, a flicker of affection in his eyes. "Linger, why aren't you resting yet?" Yin Minling, startled by the question, realized only Yin Duanhen remained. She smiled and said, "That little Zhe has run off somewhere." Then she bowed slightly. "Father, I'll retire now." Yin Duanhen watched her retreating figure, a soft sigh escaping his lips. "Linger, he is an extraordinary sovereign. His ambitions are vast. As a father, how could he not notice his daughter's unusual behavior?" Yin Minling's delicate frame trembled slightly, but she did not reply, continuing toward her lodgings.